to those who bleed orange and black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
All right, let's do a morning show after a walk-off win at Oracle Park for Willie Mays. Willie would have scored on that wild pitch, just like Tyler Fitzgerald did. Tyler Fitzgerald. Did I say Tyler Fitzgerald? Get to know him, kids. Get to know him because he just got the keys to an apartment when Nick Ahmed got DFA'd. Blake Snell returned. All in all, a happy ending. It was a little tight there for a while. Not a little tight. It was a lot tight. Thought they were going to lose the damn game, and they won the game. I am looking at a man who's continuing his relentless attendance streak. You were out there last night, buddy. Boots on the ground. Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher. Good morning, brother.
Good morning, Murph. How we doing today? And you're absolutely right. I believe the Giants are approaching, 46 or 45 home games so far this year, and I've been to 40 of them. 40 days and 40 nights I've been down at the ballpark.
You're like Alibaba.
That's it.
Isn't that the guy who did the 40 days, 40 nights? Sesame? Open Sesame? Something like that? We'll have to ask young Tony if he knows Alibaba and the 40 Thieves.
I'm guessing no.
Well, that is, let's see, they're 45, 92 games overall, so I don't know how many of them are home.
Yeah, they're 26 and 19 at home.
So 45, and you've been to?
40 of them.
40?
I've only missed 5 games the entire season.
On Noah's Ark, 40 days of rain.
Here's Waterboy trekking through the desert, trying to get to the Giants game, just trying to get back to 500.
Let me ask you just a rando question to start the day here. Has the experience changed at all as you've gone for 40 nights? Are you finding new nooks and crannies? Is there something that you're finding that
it's becoming harder for me to find newer food options? If we're being completely honest with you,
yeah. So
I think I've pretty much ate everything at the ballpark.
Are you gonna have to start smuggling in burritos and all that?
Well, yeah, I might have to start cutting down, maybe taking a diet soon, Murph. And maybe, cooking dinner at home before I go out to the ballpark.
That's actually new. We'll hear about that in a few weeks,
Yeah,
won't
I'm
we?
sure you will. Stay tuned to the Sports Leader.
Check out Waterboy's nutrition journey here on KNBR. We'll follow that, buddy. But I was obviously watching from home, excited. I had an open evening. Now we're practicing. We're getting ready to go to sections on Friday. By the way, Dixon, California, you say there's cider?
Oh, I heard they have some of the best cider in the country.
We'll leave it at that. Anyway, we play 5 o'clock in the sections, 12s, All-Stars. The dream is alive. Wait, am I going to be doing remotes from Williamsport?
I hope so.
Well, you better beat Alameda first, by the way.
I was going to say, I hope I'm doing remotes from Williamsport. If you go, I go.
Oh, that would be amazing.
Oh, hell yeah, I would go. I'd hop on a bird and be out there for sure.
We got a long way to go. Apparently, this Alameda team is going to hit the bejesus out of the baseball, and we may be done early. But anyway, the point is that I looked at Dixon, 5 o'clock, first pitch, 104.
Ooh.
104.
High.
So what was it last night? I was just saying at the Mays ceremony Monday, it was not 104.
Oh, man.
It's 54.
No.
All right, in honor of the 1954 World Series. How was it last night?
Last night, it was a beautiful night at the ballpark.
Really?
It got cold at the Willie Mays ceremony on Monday, but yesterday I thought it was extremely nice weather. It got a little cold 8th, 9th inning once the sun finally goes all the way down.
Is that why Trevor Richards threw one in the dirt?
Yeah, I guess so.
Tyler Fitzgerald to read it and score.
Next thing you know, Fitzy's scoring. Shout out Fitz, playing shortstop, taking Nick Ahmed's job, going deep last night also to cut it to a 1-run ball game.
After the first and third 3-pitch strikeout, which was not good.
No, it wasn't great. But hey, Tyler Fitzgerald now has more home runs on the season than Nick Ahmed.
Does he?
That's a true fact. He's got 2.
By the way,
had 1.
We have to just shout out young Tony and his band of 20-somethings sending around a meme that honestly made me laugh out loud. I don't know all the memes. You guys know all the memes. I didn't know the Shaq one. I'm sorry. I owe you an apology. I was not familiar with your game. That's one of them. You've introduced a couple more to me. I try to keep up, but you guys have a secret channel.
Oh, there's so many memes out there.
The Under 35 channel where you guys have your memes.
The millennial memes.
There's a guy, it's just like a dad. He looks maybe a couple years older than me, I'd say, and he's just wearing a coat and a tie, and he's standing in front of the fireplace and the TV, and he's just smiling for the camera. And underneath, somebody writes to him, "What's the occasion?" And then I guess the meme is you can fill it in with whatever joke you had. And young Tony's buddies wrote, "Ahmed DFA'd." It made me laugh. I don't know. It owned me. There's something about this, the very satisfied smile of a man about to go out for dinner or on the town. He's going to maybe a birthday dinner or something, maybe an anniversary. He's wearing a blue blazer and a tie. He's about 57, 58 years old. So Ahmed DFA'd was the big news.
And now this is 2 guys in the last week. Austin
Last
Slater
2 days.
and Nick Ahmed.
Yeah.
Maybe two guys that I was talking about more than anybody else before the season started, of two guys who I did not want on the roster. And here we are on July 10th, and they're both gone.
Question: is this why Farhan didn't want to keep Crawford, because he knew he would have to DFA him on July 9th?
I believe that was the train of thought, that they would have to DFA him at some point, and they didn't want to deal with that distraction in the middle of the season.
Yeah.
So I get that point, but last time I checked, Brandon Crawford's still on a Major League roster. Nick Ahmed is not.
By the way, I looked him up. He's only at 56 at-bats with the Cardinals. He's still on the interstate.
That's fine.
Goddamn.
He's a backup shortstop, a defense replacement.
We talked about that final series of Giants-Cardinals and how weird it was and how Crawford may or may not be there at that time. Dude, that's looking like that might be a wild card showdown. I mean, the Cardinals have now actually, the Cardinals have kind of firmly taken over the 2 spot. Maybe they'll be clinched by then. I don't know.
I was going to say, you were talking about whether or not that series was going to decide the NL West.
Yeah, I did.
But it could decide the NL wild
It was
card.
the NL West wild card. Although the Dodgers lost last night. Got walloped by the Phillies last night. See that?
Oh,
Trey
yeah.
Turner hit a granny. And
Bobby Miller got smoked on the mound yesterday.
And Tyler Glasnow just went to the IL.
Yeah,
That's what they always say.
Bad news in Dodgerland.
Say when you bring Glasnow on, he's headed to the IL. And I was
Ooh.
like, well, what if he stays healthy? That'll suck. Well, he's on the IL now.
Yeah, so the Dodgers are dealing with injury problems, which kind of revitalizes a conversation that we were having a week ago about whether or not there would be a World Series contending team willing to trade for somebody like Blake Snell.
Yeah.
And I think yesterday, after seeing Blake Snell go 5 innings, 1 hit, 3 strikeouts, no earned runs, I think his trade value went up.
What'd you think?
Now, Murph, I thought it was a good overall performance. I thought that Blake Snell could be even better, if I'm being honest with you. Only 3 strikeouts on the day.
3 walks.
3 walks, which is what you're going to get from Blake Snell. 73 pitches through 5. So with that thought process, I was thinking he was going to come out for the 6th inning. I mean, I'd like to go back to his box scores last week in Sacramento when he threw 5 no-hit innings with 9 strikeouts. I would assume he threw more than 73 pitches. So I was surprised to see him not out there for the 6th, but I think they just wanted to build off that good momentum and get Blake Snell a quality
Well, they said he
start.
was on a pitch count. And I agree with you. I thought he threw more last week in Sacramento. I'll have to look it up. But they said he was on a pitch count. And man, oh man, this is what you get with this guy. 5 and dive. It's like, come on, bro. Can you ever see the 6th inning?
Murph, let's be happy. We ended the show yesterday with our final rejoin, Take 5.
Yeah.
And yesterday, Blake Snell went out there and took 5.
So we should probably be pretty darn happy. And he looked like Blake Snell. A buddy of mine who's a Dodger fan texted me and said he finally pitched like Snellzilla instead of Snell Gecko. That's what he said.
Well, it is
That
the
was
second
line.
half of the season.
And I said, it's July 10. And he wrote back, he said, yeah, here comes the second half. Second half Snell.
Well, here it is. Second half Snell, second half Bob Melvin. This is when the Giants are going to start winning ball
Shout
games,
out
Murph.
Lex from Augie's Montreal Deli. May have to go get a pastrami sandwich just in honor of that call.
I was thinking about doing it just because the Blue Jays were in town.
Yeah, the Montreal beef. Well, for the Expo. It's Montreal beef as opposed to Toronto beef.
Yeah, whatever. It's Canadian beef.
I heard there were a lot of Canucks in the yard last night.
There were a lot of
My kid went to the
Bluebirds
game
in
and said,
in the crowd.
texted me and said, low-key Blue Jay takeover here.
I was surprised. I walked in yesterday, and I want to shout out the San Francisco Giants for throwing up the numbers of Willie Mays and Orlando Cepeda on the right field brick walls. I thought that was a great addition.
Nice.
But someone also pointed out in the photo that I posted on Twitter that the Giants put up the Canadian flag, of course, for the Toronto Blue Jays coming to town.
Did you get an O Canada? Should we break out Alanis Morissette again from the...
See, that's the confusion because I walked in, I got there like 5-10 minutes before the game started, so I missed the national anthems. And a lot of controversy here at the Sports Leader this morning at Cumulus Media Station because it was Italian Heritage Night.
Hey-o.
And
I should've
as I'm
been there.
walking into the stadium, I see my guy Paul Tonelli walking off the field. Now, I need answers. 808 KNBR. Did Paul Tonelli throw out the first pitch yesterday at the game, or is he kind of blanking me around and lying to my face?
But he will blank you around and lie to your face.
He's a professional BS.
You know, that's how they've lasted 35 years in the mornings blanking around. You know what I mean? So we'll get the answer.
Yeah.
I have sources. I have boots on the ground. I can figure that out.
808 KNBR.
So anyway, well, hey, we got to, I mean, listen, it's a tradition, right? And we're back to being angry at Manfred for his lousy speech at the Maze. I shouldn't say that. He came out to the Maze thing.
Yeah, but I'm still mad.
Yeah, why not? So we got to call it in. Pat Burrell opens up the flip phone and calls Rob Manfred. Manfred said, it was really nice being out in San Francisco, seeing you, Pat. He said, don't you worry about that, you traveling empty suit. Why don't you get back to New York and put this one in the books? San Francisco Giants 4, Toronto Blue Jays 3.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball. Screw you. Screw you.
Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
I love you.
Say hey, say Willie, that Giants kid is great.
Thank you very much. Enjoyed it.
It's starting to grow on me there a little bit. And speaking of growing on you, when they hit home runs now, they flash the strobe lights. So somewhere the B-52s were happy for Elliot, or as Damon Miner called him yesterday, Helliot.
Yeah.
Ramos, number 13. Elliot Ramos is listening when I go, what the hell's that? And my guy, my grandma was a Fitzgerald, born here in San Francisco in 1906. Shout out my grandma, Maggie Fitzgerald. Tyler Fitzgerald, number 2. Great Fitzes forever. My grandma, Maggie Fitzgerald. The great Bob Fitzgerald.
Yes, sir.
Fits in the tantrums. I can make your hands clap. There we did. And that was improv, by the way. We just
Dude,
we
that
never
was queued up.
did not prepare that.
Who
at
says
all.
white guys don't have rhythm, Tony? Come on, look at that.
By the way, speaking of which, I saw Lisa McCaffrey getting loose at the wedding.
Dude, dancing with Luke Kuechly on the dance floor?
And she was awesome. And then you go to the comments. Blank, you guys.
Get the hell out of here. Let her dance.
She was awesome.
Yeah.
Let mom go. And you know what? Blank everybody.
Yeah, never look at the comments.
You know what?
Comments suck.
There you go. So anyway, the book, the comments suck. I'm going to wear a shirt. I want the T-shirt. It just says comments suck.
Comments suck.
All right, we're in a good mood. Blake Snell got us there. Let's dive into him next on the Sports Leader. Fits in the tantrums. I can make your hands clap.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Marcus Thompson stopped by the midday show yesterday with JD and Dieter to talk about Klay Thompson's departure to the Dallas Mavericks. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Fitzgerald, the winning run at third with 2 down. 2-2 pitch. Change up in the dirt and bounces away for the catcher. And here comes Bailey. The ball game is over. And the Giants with another come-from-behind victory, and this time they win it on that changeup that was a wild one.
There it is with, all of a sudden, in the last 5 minutes, Fitz and the Tantrums became our theme song. It's Tyler Fitzgerald. There it is. By the way, we had a little mishap in the studio during the segment. Marcus has to sit in a new chair for this segment. He's unfazed, still clapping.
Oh, Murph, I did that whole first segment not being able to hear myself, could barely hear you the whole entire time, and we just worked through it like pros.
You know what? Becoming a pro.
That's right? It, Murph.
I'd hit applause, but it's over there on your on the station that doesn't work.
Yeah, now we got no soundboard. Now I'm chilling in the Tom Tolbert chair. This is usually where he throws his feet up. I feel like someone's got to crack me open a cold beer.
I was going to say, number one, you need a beer. Number two, you need to be wearing shorts. Number three, you just need to kind of lean back.
Yeah, he's always laying back. You can see the traffic behind him on the stream.
When you're like 6'8", you got to lean back.
That's it. I also need like a cat or a dog to come up and start licking my face during the show.
So we got the cat lick, we got the lean back, we got the shorts, we got the beer. You are Tolbert.
That's it. I'm about to shave my head during the next commercial break.
And you're giving anti-Klay Thompson takes, too.
Anti-Klay Thompson? No, you got the wrong guy.
Didn't he sort of, our partner in the afternoon, he kind of said, yeah, I think it might be time to move on.
I think a little bit. Now, we know about his relationship with Steve Kerr.
You always have to, it's like the Chris Sims, Kyle Shanahan thing. You know?
Like those guys are boys. They were roommates in college, obviously. So I'm sure Tom knew a lot more information than a lot of us did.
Tommy's a pro. He'll know oceans of stuff he'll never let you know.
Yeah.
Because he's a pro. Because he's been in the NBA. He knows the code. Just like the Giants knew the code to winning last night, which was what you just heard. Tyler Fitzgerald scoring on a wild pitch. Yeah, he can run like the wind. He's 26. I'd love it if he was like a couple years younger. But this is the youth movement now, guys. Brett Wisely at age 25 apparently is slated to be your everyday shortstop. And Tyler Fitzgerald would be against a lefty like my man Kikuchi last night.
Bro.
Who were you seeing last night? Were you seeing Randy Johnson out there? By the way, what's with the sleeves, too? The little sleeves up on his shoulders.
Showing off the guns, Murph.
They were no guns.
Sun's out, guns out.
You can't wear those sleeves if you don't have any guns.
I don't know, Murph. He had the guns to blow it by the Giants 13 different times last night.
That was tough. That was
13 strikeouts.
He's a nice pitcher, but he's not a 13 strikeout pitcher.
No, it's a career high for him. Last time he had a dozen strikeouts, he was doing it against the Oakland A's a couple years ago.
Man, oh man. So that was a surprising, but he was being matched at least for 5 innings by his counterpart, Blake Snow, who we wanted to talk about right now, because that is the guy. That is finally the guy you wanted all along. The guy I wanted. March 18th was the signing, right? I think. So it's been 4 months.
It's been a while.
4 months with some bad baseball in between, too. So, to the point where I was wondering yesterday, should this guy be a trade piece? And then you see a game like last night, you're like, well, maybe I kind of want to see him take him on a quote-unquote run. A run to where, Marcus? The 6th spot in the playoffs, you know what I mean?
First round of the playoffs.
Let me ask you a question and ask you guys at 808 KNBR, too, before we get into Snell a little bit. Is the move of DFAing Ahmed and trading Slater, do you see that as the Giants saying, we're going young because we're playing for 25, or we're going young because these guys can take us to the playoffs in 24?
That's a great question, and I think there's 2 different ways to look at it. Now, to me, I just think straight up Luis Matos is a better outfitter than Austin Slater. So I think he helps you contribute to win more. I think offensively, Brett Wisely has definitely given you more than Nick Ahmed. Now, what stands out to me about this move is after we talked all offseason long about improving defensively, a big reason why Nick Ahmed signed with the Giants was because of that glove. We talk about the ground ball rate, whether it's Logan Webb, whether it's Keaton Wynn, whether it's Alex Cobb who's going to make a return after the All-Star break. You need defense at shortstop with this squad. So I don't know if that's a win-now move to let these young guys play. Well, to me, it's more about letting these guys get reps and seeing what you got for 2025.
It's almost like a hybrid move.
Yeah.
Like to be. We've talked about this so many times. Finishing sixth is no badge of honor, but it gets you in the freaking playoffs. So you don't even have to be that good, which it gets to a bigger question of, expanding to 6 teams allows these teams to build these mediocre rosters and get in the playoffs, and it allows guys like Farhan to not build a great team. Like, why would I build the Phillies, Dodgers, or Yankees when I can sneak in and have the same chance as those teams, right?
Look at the Diamondbacks last year.
Sorry about your Yankees, another one.
Yeah, they're not doing too well enough.
So anyway, you're still firmly in the October mix, however.
At least we're getting some good Nicky T content.
Exactly. So I'm looking at Blake Snell's game logs here. He hadn't pitched since June 2nd against the Yankees. In that game, he went 4 2/3. That was the game Soto got him, right?
Yeah, that was the game where he had 7 strikeouts, I think, through 4 2/3. He was pitching pretty well until that last inning when he got hurt.
He only gave up 3 earnings in that game.
And that was a game where he left the bases loaded. Those runs were actually inherited. He came out, I think it was a blank score on the scoreboard, and then he got injured, and those 3 runs all scored, so he got charged with them.
Well, he's going to pitch again on Sunday against the Minnesota Twins at Oracle, so we'll get another one before the All-Star break, so more evidence coming your way. But first and foremost, we've got to hear what he had to say last night, because he lowered his ERA to 7.85.
I would give you an applause if I had a soundboard.
To July 85. So Blake Snell is saying, cut you, Tony. More confidence. Kids, confidence is everything.
Yeah, just to find a rhythm, trust my stuff, trust my body. Yeah, I felt a lot better, just more confidence, knowing that I'm able to repeat. It's a good feeling.
Again, this is a guy who's like finally going through spring training.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So Scott Boras, once again, bum baby of the year.
Yeah.
Bum baby of the year.
Bum baby of the century.
Yeah, right. Well, it's not his bank account.
Yeah, I know.
And then finally another Snell on his mix of pitches since he hasn't pitched in the big since June 2nd.
First outing in the big leagues since New York, and just having things come back to me and realize things that I need to do or how I need to finish, and that feels good because in AAA rehabbing, you don't think the same way. You're not as locked in on every pitch and movement. You try to be, but it's not close. But just going out there, feeling that, making adjustments in the game. I was excited about that.
He was having, I know you couldn't see it from your seats, but on TV, after his 5th inning, he had a long conversation with Brian Price, Giants pitching coach Brian Price, Tam High Indian. And, I mean, the camera cut away from them 2 or 3 different times and kept cutting back to him, and they were still talking. It wasn't contentious. They were, like, breaking it down.
Yeah.
They were having long talks about this and that. There was hand gestures. There was motions. I don't know. There was a lot of discussion.
Wow.
I don't know what, about mechanics, pitch selection, how he was feeling. I was kind of hoping, like you, that he would come out for the 6th, but they had him on the pitch count. So, obviously, there's a lot of discussion, and this guy's a very, I don't want to say high maintenance, but there's a lot of work being put in.
I mean, this is a guy that we were talking about for the past couple weeks, feeling like he was rushed in his rehab outing, so he spent the extra time in Sacramento, got his work in, and as I said before he went to the IL for a second time, it seems like his stuff is finally starting to come along. That first inning yesterday blows it by Bo Bichette, 96 right at the chest. And you start thinking to yourself, like, all right, this is what the Giants paid for this offseason. But to your earlier point, when we look at Cobb and Robbie Ray returning to that rotation, we're talking about 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 different options. And who knows? Maybe Blake Snell does raise his value starting again this Sunday. Could get in 2 to 3 starts before that trade deadline at the end of the month. And then maybe you're thinking about moving
It's
him.
definitely a 3-week race. July 30 is the trade line. It's a 20-day race to decide what kind of team they're going to be. One more Snell about saying he's looking forward to the Twins already. The traditional Blue Jays Twins homestand that the Giants always have. Blake Snell last night after 5 shutout innings.
I still think, I got a lot to learn with who I'm going to be this year. Every year it's a new canvas, so I think I'm a lot better. I think I understand myself. I can repeat deliveries. I like the way I'm talking to myself, so I'm excited for the Twins, excited to see these next 4 or 5 days. just kind of how I grow and what I work on, and just looking forward to that next one. Probably like 3-4 more starts to really kind of put it all together and then start repeating really good outings. But happy with this one. I just know there's a lot that I can do to get better.
Okay, he's such an interesting cat. He gives post-game interviews, man. He'll talk. Whereas Logan Webb's just like whispers in the post-game. Well, Snell will chew the fat.
Snell will talk, and he'll talk to himself.
Yeah.
How about him saying that? I like the way I'm talking to myself
That was
right
I like
actually
the way I'm talking to myself.
That's a huge line. I'm
yeah.
going to tell the kids about that, too, because so I'm playing once in a Pro-Am up at Sonoma Golf Club with the great Dave Stockton, who was a great golfer in the 60s, PGA champion, Ryder Cup captain, all that stuff. Really nice guy. Really nice guy. Did not have to be helping a butcher like me out there chopping around. And I was kind of embarrassed and flustered when I'd hit a bad shot. He was relaxed and cool. And he said to me, we're walking down the fairway, he goes, you know about self-talk? I said, self-talk? He goes, you know, the stuff you say to yourself? I said, yeah. He goes, in golf, it's a big thing. He goes, you got to minimize the self-talk. I go, yeah. He goes, you do a lot of it. That's what he said.
Probably too much, yeah.
So it's interesting about, this as being an athlete at the college level and all, you talking to yourself.
Yes, you have to speak it into existence. Like, there were a lot of coaches that talked to me not only about, like, positive thoughts, but also, like, the power of visualization.
Yeah.
Like, you close your eyes, you see yourself throwing that strike before you throw it. I buy into it.
Yeah.
Like, every time a catcher threw down a sign to me, I was thinking in my head, like, all right, this is where I want to place the pitch. Yeah. You see yourself throwing the pitch before you actually execute it, and I think it does help.
I think about it. For Love of the Game, the Kevin Costner Perfect Game is a constant monologue in his head.
Yeah.
He's constantly talking about this hitter and that hitter and this hitter and that hitter. It's really interesting. So it's kind of funny knowing Blake Snell, how quirky he is. I would love to mic the inside of his head and hear what he has
I would
to
love
say.
an uncensored behind the scenes of what's going on in that brain.
Mic'd up Blake Snell. All right, well, Sunday against the Twins. He's excited about what he's saying to himself, and on we go.
Do you like what you're saying to yourself, Murph?
That's a great question.
Right?
The short answer is no.
Does anybody like what they're saying about themselves?
Well, Blake said he liked what he was saying to
Blake
himself
likes
last
it.
night.
Damn.
All right, guest list from Young Tony. Good morning, Young Tony. How are you, brother?
Good morning.
Did you enjoy
What's
that
up,
win?
Tone? Yeah, it was a great win.
Thanks for that meme. Made me laugh.
Yeah, the boys were fired up. I had to send
It's
it.
still making me laugh. It's this dad in his late 50s wearing a blue blazer and a tie, standing just for some reason proudly in front of a fireplace and a TV, and then somebody texts him, "What's the occasion?" And then you get to fill in your punchline. Your buddies wrote Ahmed DFA.
Pretty creative.
It's just there's something about it. It hit me in the right spot,
Like a
buddy.
dad going to his graduation or something.
Exactly. So, what do we got, bud?
All right, coming up at 7:30 this morning, we are going to talk to the great Mike Krukow about last night's game.
Yeah. Go ahead.
We get the big hit at 7:50. Cooler content at 8:15. Eddie Sefko.
Stop right there.
Stop.
John Joe, you got to run in here right now, dude. You didn't tell me you were booking Eddie Sefko? Dude, Eddie Sefko is an old homie. I haven't talked to Eddie Sefko in years. He's
Very nice.
I had no idea he was coming on the show today.
Look at the connection.
Eddie Sefko's an old golf writer. We had some howlingly good times back on the day. Oh, man. He's a great dude. We booked Eddie Sefko. He's still going. He's even older than me. All right. He's a great guy.
Nice.
The story on Eddie Sefko, I know we're late, but we were in Maui for New Year's Eve for the Kapalua, and he goes, we were getting absolutely blitzed at some bar, and he goes, "It's my New Year's, I got to go big. It's my New Year's resolution. No beer in 19, whatever year it was, 2002. And so the next night we're out drinking. He's pounding wine for days and days and days. I'm like, dude, I thought you were giving up the drink. He goes, no, just beer. I'm still drinking though, baby. It made us laugh. It was very, very funny. All right, dude. I'm glad we have him.
We got Eddie
Sefko.
Eddie Sefko at 8:30
covering
this
the
morning.
Mavs.
He's covering the Mavs. He's been doing it for 21 years, the last 21
You
years.
got to tell him his old boy Murph is on the line.
Nice.
All right,
Absolutely.
All right, though.
And then Andrew Bagley to close the show out at 9:30.
I'm sorry to be so startled. I didn't know he was coming on the show.
Murph is hyped.
All right. Now you move back. All right?
John Joe Curley's out here playing matchmaker.
You move back.
I will move back.
Let's talk about Ahmed Fitzgerald Wisely and what that means next on the Sports Leader.
I like the way I'm talking to myself.
Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Yeah, so Nick Ahmed was let go, and it's kind of a little bit of a youth thing here now. So with what Luis Matos did earlier in the year, what Elliot Ramos has done, what Brett Wisely's doing, it gives Tyler Fitzgerald a little bit more runway to get some at bats, and so I think we're getting a good mix of some of the veterans and some of the free agents that we brought in here, and then some of these younger guys that have really given us a lot of a lot of fight and spirit, and again, we use the word pride a lot, and these guys have a lot of pride in being Giants coming up through the system. So I think it's a good mix right now, and that's kind of what we're moving towards.
There it is, Bob Melvin from the Can't Miss Bomel pregame show. My gosh, anytime. And Marcus is in his third seat of the show, by the way. Dude, he's in his third seat.
Dude, Murph, I'm literally playing musical chairs in the studio right now. Knocking over cameras, taking out headphone jacks.
Where will you be at your best? How was segment 1? How was segment 2? We'll see how segment 3 is.
That's good. Segment 4, I'll be on mic 5 over there.
Yeah, just
sitting in the corner.
As long as segment 5's not as long as segment 5 is in an email that says Marcus Boucher.
Yeah.
And then we click on it and it says we thank him, we wish him well in his future.
Maybe I'll do segment 5 down in our old studio, the one that actually works. Oh, sorry. Did I say that?
Do you have a soundboard now?
Oh, I got, dude. I'm out here moving soundboards.
I'm
out here. I'm back, baby.
Why don't you give yourself some applause?
We're back better than ever.
Thank you very much. Well, anyway, as you were getting jostled around, surely you knew you wanted to do some business.
Well, Murph, I can tell you that microphone 4 is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union is here to help with home loans that offer great rates and local personal services. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love, equal housing lender.
And on top of that, Elliot Ramos, the All-Star, joins Tolbert and Copes at 2:05 this afternoon.
The team leader in home runs, Elliot Ramos.
Team leader in home runs.
How about that?
Number 13. God, if he just goes on a tear, maybe he can be the guy to get to 30. Remember when Conforto hinted that he could get to 30? That ain't going to happen.
Yeah, I don't think so.
So anyway, the Bob Melvin show beforehand, I literally, they call them, there's an old phrase in radio, driveway moments, where you don't leave your car because you want to listen to the end of something. I would like to think that we provide driveway moments every day, Marcus.
Yes. It's actually
driveway, meaning that when they get in their driveway, they can't wait to get out of their car.
Yeah, we'll take a couple of those driveway moments. And it's honestly like one of the best compliments that we can get. It's like, ooh, your segment was so good that I stayed in the driveway. I stayed in my car to hear what you had to say.
That's what I did with Bob Melvin yesterday because, I was driving home from practice and the Bomel show was on. And I was like, you know what? This thing is always locked with content. And I wanted to, and they talked the first segment about Willie Mays and the whole ceremony. And obviously for Bob Melvin, it's a huge deal. He was very emotional about it all, and he just remember from the very first day when he said the Giants are San Francisco and San Francisco is the Giants, and nobody understands that as much as I do. I mean, he put himself out there. But the second segment, I was like, I want to hear what he says about Ahmed being DFA'd. This is the meme with the guy dressed up and everything, and that's what he said. He said, "quote, kind of a little bit of a youth thing." That's what he said. Kind of a little bit of a youth thing going on. He also brought up an interesting thing about. He said we use the word pride a lot. He said, and these guys are homegrown Giants who have pride in the organization, right?
That.
So did it take like 6.5 Farhan years to finally get to this point where it's like players decent enough to not be 4A players who can be homegrown, who can be, I'm not going to say the 1986, you got to like these kids, but I am going to say like something of note from the farm system. And do you approve of going that direction right now, and can they win ball games going that direction?
Absolutely. And Murph, we saw some of this start last season when Patrick Bailey got the call-up. Then it was Kyle Harrison. Hell, the first guy who actually produced the best the first couple weeks when he got called up was Casey Schmidt, who, oh, by the way, might be the hottest hitter in Sacramento right now, leads the River Cats in home runs.
Good
Could
knowledge.
be up playing shortstop for the Giants with them DFAing Nick Ahmed. We'll see how Wisely and Fitzgerald pan out. But you look at the youth. You look at Marco Luciano getting a shot. I know he's back down in Sacramento, but we talk about Elliot Ramos. We talk about Luis Matos. All I got to say is it's about damn time because if we're being completely honest with you, Elliot Ramos is not an all-star unless Austin Slater gets hurt. That's the only reason why Farhan and the Giants called him up. I mean, he was literally the first guy cut from spring training this year, a guy that's bounced around from the minors back down to the majors. So to see him actually get the opportunity, and for him, to his credit, taking advantage of it and putting up these type of numbers, it does give you some encouragement. It gives you some excitement, even for the guys who currently aren't on the field right now. when you're thinking about what that outfield could look like next year with Ramos, Matos, and Jung-Hoo Lee right there in the middle of it all in center field. It does seem like there are some young, promising players that this Giants team can actually build around after feeling like they've just been kind of this old veteran roster for the past couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we've been wanting for a long, long time. Now, are these guys superstar prospects like whatever, Ronald Acuna? No, they're not. They're kind of pieces, as it were. I mean, maybe Bailey becomes an all-star at some point in time. Ramos already is an all-star. Yeah. Maybe Matos does. What do you truly expect? And I wonder about at shortstop. You saw Fitzgerald boot one last night, right? Yeah. I mean, you Giants are in search of that guy who can make the routine play at short. Luciano can't.
No.
Can Wisely came up as a second baseman. I got to give this kid all the credit in the world. This guy comes up raw dogging it with the no gloves. He's tiny. He's undersized. He's not a five-star prospect. He's grinded his way and truly kicked down the door on his own. Fitzgerald, a little bit too. Now, these guys, Fitzgerald was a fourth-round draft pick out of Louisville. That's a guy they had some investment in. Wisely was a guy they kind of found on the Rays and swapped in one of those Farhan minor trades that you never heard about. But like wondering can this guy be the everyday shortstop down the stretch, August and September, making all the routine plays and producing? I mean, last night you could argue those guys. So it was Fitzgerald's homer in the eighth, grinding out the walk in the ninth, which was not easy. The guy kind of had a nasty change. He had to spit on a couple of tough ones. And then Wisely, as the great texter wrote in, went Crash Davis, ground ball with eyes on us.
Put it in play, baby.
When that ball left his bat, I was like, that's a bad loss. That's a bad. Like, off the glove. Oh, we have the play right here.
You get a ground ball with eyes. You get a dying quail.
Yeah. Yankee Stadium.
Just one more dying quail a week, and you're in Yankee Stadium.
I love that freaking line. I love that line.
Or just one more dying quail a week, and you're taking Nick Ahmed's job.
Do you have the Giants? If you can find that, I want to hear the radio call of the Wisely hit, because on TV, when it leaves the bat, I looked it up. It's 83 miles an hour exit velocity. It's nothing. And I was kind of like, I was texting my kid who was at the game. I was like, this is a bad loss. They're going to fall to 4 games under 500. And instead, it leaves the bat, and on the TV angle, you're like, game's over. And then they cut to the home plate angle, and you see it squeaking through. You're like, oh, here it is on the radio.
2 on, 2 out. The pitch on the way. Change up, bounce past the mound toward the middle, and it's into center field. Base hit, and here comes Bailey with the tying run. Around to third base goes Fitzgerald. A softly hit grounder just past the pitcher to the right of second base. The second baseman, as they've done all night long, was playing him as a dead pull hitter. Way over toward first base. He raced back on that softly hit grounder, made a dive for it, and the best he could do was get the glove on it to deflect it into shallow center, which made it all that much easier for Bailey to score and made it a sure thing that Fitzgerald would go to third.
Leo Jimenez, the second baseman, they positioned him over in the hole on Wisely, and Wisely just found that ground ball with that.
Yeah, and that was my perspective sitting down the right field line. I saw where second base was lined up, and I saw that ball get hit up the middle. I was like, ooh, squeeze through. And then I was even wondering if Matty Williams was going to send Fitz right there in that situation with 2 outs and just go for the win with your fastest guy around in third.
Well, it was great that he got the third because it sets up the wild pitch. So anyway, here's Brent Wisely, young tone, after the game, talking about this. They kind of, the one thing I'd say when Walker gives up the 3-run homer, and you can't really dog him. That's the first run he's given up since June 1st, I believe.
He's pitched extremely well.
He did not have it yesterday. The breaking balls were hanging yesterday. And so when that ball left the yard, I confess I was mightily dejected, and I was like, this is going to be a bad loss. But then this little tiny seed in my head said, this team does have a little bit of 8th and 9th inning in it. So I'm going to keep interest. I'm going to stay interested for a little bit. And then Fitz hits the homer in the 8th. And then this 9th inning rally. So here's Brett Wisely after the game bragging about this fun team here.
I mean, I feel like we can do a lot there on the field, and it's just fun to watch. It's fun to watch Ramos go out there every day and just play the game hard, play the game right. And I mean, that's 1 through 9 our lineup. We go out there, we play the game right, and we just put good at-bats together as a team. And some days we come out on top, other days it's close. But I mean, I feel like we're in every game we play.
It's kind of true. Even the games they lost in Cleveland, they did fight.
Oh, you look at the overall cumulative scores of that series, it was dead even. The Giants and the Guardians scored the same amount of runs. I mean, they lost 2 games 5-4.
Yeah.
So you're talking about a team that has been one of the best back end of games teams the entire season. Like, you look at the numbers they put up in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning. Last week when I looked at the numbers, they were number 1 in the National League, most runs scored after the 7th inning.
That's a great stat. I did not know that. That's a really good stat. And by the way, you wake up in the morning, here, 2 games under 500.
The gravitational
pull of 2 under 500. Can you get there tonight with Logan Webb against Chris Bassett, the old Oakland A? But one more, Tyler Fitzgerald, this kid, I like him. I like his face. I like his last name. I like his speed.
Fast.
I like the fact that he can play infield and outfield. He got a little pop. You saw it. Didn't he go on that hot streak in Sacramento where he hit like a bunch of bombs?
Oh, when he got sent down, I think he hit like 4 or 5 home runs in like a span of like 2 days.
He's an athlete. His dad played in the bigs. I mean, he's just a likable guy. Just sort of like the cut of the way he just kind of moves. You're like, okay, I'll give this guy a chance. He's an athlete, right? Here he is, though, talking about Nick Ahmed. I guess Ahmed used to have him to the hotel room to talk ball. How about that? Is that a little personal now? Come to my room and talk ball? I don't know. Last time I had a coworker in my room, it was awkward because it was Medium Impact Brian delivering something for me at Tahoe and saw me napping in my shoes.
Yeah, which started
That's where the whole
legend.
thing started.
That's where the myth originated.
Because I said, you got to get out of here. I'm taking a nap. And I hopped on the bed. He goes, wait. Before I shut the door, are you wearing your shoes? I'm like, yeah. He goes, you nap in your shoes? I can't wait for tomorrow's show. So here we are.
Now we got promos about it with young Tony asking questions.
Here's Tyler Fitzgerald saying that it took a little bit of tutelage from Ahmed to learn the game here.
Just, how to go about your business off the field when the game's over, to try and just forget about it, good or bad, and move on to the next one. And, Nick was the best at that. So there's a couple games where he called me into his room after, and we had some good chats. And he was just someone that was always just so positive. So, it's sad for him to leave, but like I said before, it is definitely a good opportunity, and I'm very thankful for everything, he taught me.
That's why they drafted him. But yeah, having a guy to your room. What do you hit the mini bar, right? The only time you do like a multi-dudes in a hotel room is you're crushing mini bars, right?
Yeah, you're like a bachelor party. You got like 4 guys sleeping on 2 beds.
And then you're hitting the Toblerone.
Yeah, and you got someone sleeping in the bathtub.
All right, very good. All right, well, that was fun, man. The Giants, although I looked down to the text line, 925 Salty. These are cheap wins in the late innings. They aren't a serious team, and I hate how they win.
A win's a win, buddy.
He says, I'll take it, but sell. And then 707 says, we have to talk about Ramos' effort on this double. On the double, I love the kid. He should have backhanded and laid out. That is very true. I thought Ramos should have caught that ball in center field, and he did not. I said, Willie Mays catches that ball in his sleep. He took a bad angle. That's a rare. He's been good out there, but that was a defensive mishap.
I like Elliot Ramos. He's not Willie Mays.
Yeah, we tried to make him.
And long term, he's not going to be your center fielder with Jung Hoo Lee moving forward.
Jung Hoo Lee catches that.
Yeah, Jung Hoo Lee runs that down.
All right, well, that was fun, man. The Giants got the win. We called it in already. And Farhan Zaidi talked about, are we witnessing one of those July shifts in tides? Farhan speaks next on The Sports Leader. We have our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, what do you want to talk about today?
What do you do when you can't pay your taxes? Unfiled tax returns. This hits so many people, and the number one reason people don't file tax returns is plain old simple, they don't have the money. And then the next year rolls around and they say, how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1? And by the way, they still don't have the money. No problem. If that's you, we want to cut a deal for you, a sweet deal. You have so many options, so many ways out of this. We want to do everything for you. Second biggest complaint is people don't have their records. No problem. We get everything the IRS and the state has on you. The bottom line is, don't wait for one of these new IRS agents to ruin your life. We want to help you. We want to take over. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. We'll explain everything to you, everything we want to do. And if you say, Steve, that sounds good to me, we want to go ahead and do it for you so you don't have to talk to the IRS, deal with them, have anything to do with them. The only thing we want to do is take this tax problem off of your back, take it away from you, and let you enjoy your life.
Well, there you go. That sounds pretty good. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-STEAL or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We're sorting stuff out here. Marcus is staying in seat number 3. Seat number 3 we're going with. It was a good seat for you, buddy.
You know, I feel like, what is it? The 3 foxes, the grandma who's trying the porridge. You know,
That's
that
the
old...
3 little bears.
Yeah, that's right. 3 little birds.
Are you
3 little
Goldilocks?
bears. That's me. I'm Goldilocks. That chair was too cold. That chair was too hot. This chair is just right.
Or I'll go with my first young Tony for the day. Let's make a deal with the 3 doors. You know that Let's Make a Deal. You have to choose between the 3 doors.
Deal or no deal?
No. Let's Make a Deal with Monty Hall. You had the choice. It was basically a metaphor for life. Like you had to choose between what's door number 1, door number 2, door number 3. And door number 1 might be like a Cadillac and a yacht, but door number 3 just might be a donkey. Like literally, they're like Johnny Olsen is on an ass, and then, so you know it's basically how life is. It's like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're gonna get.
What the hell am I gonna do with a donkey?
And what the hell are you gonna do in seat number 3?
That's a good question.
What do you do with a donkey? Ride it down the Grand Canyon?
Yeah,
maybe?
I guess so.
Just put it out in your yard and then go clean up after it? Because I bet those things, they can soil. You know what I mean? Is that breakfast talk for people?
It's a great way to show. By the way, I think Let's Make a Deal is still going on to this day. I think Wayne Brady might be the host.
Wow, that's fantastic.
Yeah,
one of the legendary talk show hosts of like the kind of when America was America and had talk show hosts. Monty Hall was the guy. Let's Make a Deal. So anyway, you're in seat number 3. You'll stay in seat number 3.
Yeah, for now. We'll see what happens.
You'll stay in seat number 3 as long as you do the right business.
Oh, that's right, because seat number 3 is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union is here to help with home loans that offer great rates and a local personal service. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love, equal housing lender.
Nicely done, just like you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Okay, so obviously the story of the day is the Giants. Klay Thompson spoke. We can get back into that, too. You know, that happened at the end of our show yesterday, and we were like, wow. And then the Steve Kerr comments to Tolbert, it was just this inevitable breakup that we didn't really read right as fans or insiders that Klay was that unhappy. We can get into that, though, at 7:15. We'll get into some more of those Klay comments. But right now, it's about the Giants. They thrilled everybody last night, despite a large turnout of Blue Jays fans.
Yeah, the Bluebirds were in the building.
And the Giants start Blake Snell. He gives you 5 shutout innings. They pull him after 73 with a pitch count, but he's going to go again on Sunday against the Twins. He becomes an intriguing storyline going into the trade deadline. Mm-hmm. And then the other one is they DFA Nick Ahmed a day after they trade Austin Slater. And, I mean, those are just 2 screamingly obvious moves that you take 2 guys in their 30s and you dump them, and 2 guys in their 20s get their chance. Luis Matos moves in for Slater. And then at shortstop last night, Tyler Fitzgerald, and the other guy who's going to play there is Brett Wisely. These are all kids. And Fitzgerald goes because it's a lefty, Kikuchi. Yeah. Tonight, the righty Bassett, you'd expect Wisely in at shortstop. Mm-hmm. Can they make those routine plays? That's my question going forward. Marco Luciano couldn't. But they certainly bring something to the table. Fitzgerald's speed, energy, Wisely, really tough, competitive at bats. Yeah. To the point where last night with the game on the line, he got a ground ball with eyes that tied the game.
I mean, we could talk about Brett Wisely tying ball games up in the 9th inning. We could talk about Brett Wisely hitting walk-off home runs in the 9th inning. We could talk about Brett Wisely making backhanded plays in the 9th inning to save a game.
Actually, that was a heck of a play last night. He had one last night with 1 out, nobody on. It was a rocket.
Like, that's the thing to me. It's like, I don't think the downgrade defensively is that huge. Obviously, Nick Ahmed is a 2-time Gold Glove winner. Brett Wisely is just moving over from second base, but Brett Wisely has flashed the leather a few times this season.
Let me ask you a question. Is Tyro Estrada, is he doing things in your life?
I believe Tyro might have the lowest on-base percentage on the team.
I know he has a good RBI total, so you got to count that, but another 0 for 4 last night. Let me ask you another question. Is Wilmer Flores enhancing your life?
Oh,
those 2 guys right now, those 2 guys are on my radar right now. Those 2 guys are on my radar. Those are not, last night they went, Wilmer's first pitch ground out last night in the 9th was like, bro. Not even going to grind this at bat a little bit.
Not inspiring a lot of confidence. Yeah. And then you look at the comments from Farhan Zaidi yesterday when he was asked about the trade deadline. He's like, no, we're pretty solid at every position. I was like, I wouldn't say every position when you just DFA'd 2 of your players. You're not that solid when you're still making moves at this point of the season. So who knows if they're going to be buyers or sellers.
But we teased you on Farhan. He spoke yesterday in the dugout about these moves. These moves. It usually happens around this time of year. Farhan's kind of a July guy. And Slater and Ahmed out. Matos, Wisely, Fitzgerald get their chance. Farhan talks about it.
Yeah, you always hope that you can move in that direction. We've talked a lot about wanting to give some of our young players coming up opportunities and adding athleticism to the roster. And one of the best ways to do that is to have your young guys come up and earn roles. And it's as much as anything, it's just a vote of confidence in those guys. And Matos and Fitz in particular, they're guys who have been a little bit on the sort of up and down shuttle between here and Sacramento, and hopefully this is an opportunity for them to feel like they don't have to look over their shoulder and continue, a lot of the positives that we've seen with them. So, as far as Nick and Austin Slater go, both consummate pros, and they both did a nice job for our team. And the bottom line stat line might not look impressive, but they were big parts of this team. And for us, it was more just about giving some opportunities to some other players who played well.
So the key to me there is he used the word athleticism. That's something the Giants have lacked forever. Yes. So here are the four names: Elliot Ramos, athletic; Tyler Fitzgerald, athletic;
extremely.
Brett Wisely, athletic; and Luis Matos, athletic.
Throw them in the conversation.
Right? Those are four guys now who are better athletes.
And this is an element, to your point, that the team's been missing for a couple of years now. I mean, they were one of the worst teams last year with stolen base totals. What were they, the last team this year to get to 10 total stolen bases? I think they were the last team to steal a bag this year before Tyler Fitzgerald got on base earlier this season before being sent down to Sacramento. So a speed element is needed in this style of baseball that's being played since the rule changes, since the pizza box bases got put out there, and since pitchers can't pick off as many times. Look at Ellie De La Cruz. That guy is getting on base and stealing every opportunity he has.
Did you see his delayed steal?
That was pretty sick.
Dude,
yeah.
that's straight out of Little League minors. Okay, in minors, that's when the delayed steal enters, and you're like, oh, man, these kids, the smart kids figure out that as soon as the catcher releases the ball, you can go. And it becomes a huge problem in Little League because there's only a couple kids smart enough to pull it off, and no kids on the field on defense are smart enough to anticipate it. Guys can run wild on you.
Especially in Little League. Then the pitcher gets the ball, he's trying to make a play, he's trying to turn around and sails it into center field.
To see it happen in the bigs.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a Reds, I think it was a Rockies game. The Rockies, you just catch them sleeping. The pitcher's not paying attention, and the catcher, as soon as Ellie just took off.
Yeah.
Giants don't have that guy.
No, they don't, and they haven't had anything that's even resembled that in the last couple of seasons. And you saw what it did for teams like the Arizona Diamondbacks last year, who made that magical run to the World Series because they were able to hit for contact, they were able to get on base, and they were able to steal bags. Even young teams like the Washington Nationals came to town and wreaked havoc against the Giants because they cannot control the run game.
Even in 21, the magical year of 107, they were not athletic. It was Buster, Belt, and Crawford, and Flores, and Donnie Barrels, and guys like that. It was guys who just had magical hitting years. But they've never been that team that put pressure on you on the base paths. Last night, like we said, Fitzgerald going first to third on that ground ball with eyes, and then scoring on the wild pitch. I mean, I know it was a wild pitch, but he said he was going to go even if it wasn't that far from the plate.
He was looking ball and dirt.
Yeah, he said
which you want your base runners to do.
Spoke it into existence. So that leads to the 20-day countdown of the trade deadline. And this is weird now because of the 6 playoff spots. We're seeing this in the last couple of years. You're just not getting those dramatic trades. I mean, really, the amount of sellers. And I was saying that going into this stretch against the Dodgers, Braves, and Guardians, the Giants could come out of that as sellers. They have fought that off. They have. If you look at it now, going back to the Cubs series, they win that one, 2-1. They win the Dodgers series, they're 4-2. They win the Braves series, right? They're 6-3. They lose 2 out of 3 to Cleveland. They're 7-5. They win last night. They're 8-5. So they're 8-5 in their last 13. And this is a stretch where I thought, they could have gone 3-10. You know what I mean? It was like Dodgers, Braves, Guardians. So right now, my call that they might be sellers is kind of on hold to see what's going to happen here. And Farhan addressed that. Now, I'm looking at the standings, dude. How many legit sellers are there out there? I mean, I'm looking at this right now. In the National League, Colorado's 32-60.
Yeah, they're selling.
Miami's 32-59.
Ryan McMahon's going to be moved. Jazz Chisholm probably going to be moved.
And other than that, I mean, maybe the Nationals, but maybe not. I mean, the Nationals are only 5 out in the loss column, or 4 out in the loss column in the wild card, but maybe. And then in the American League, I mean, Toronto, maybe they're 41-50. I mean, you've heard about Beauchamp.
I mean,
you mentioned
looking
last night.
for a shortstop.
Let's tell that
Me
story.
and Murph were talking off air during the segment. I posted the angle from down the right field line of Tyler Fitzgerald scoring on the wild pitch, the walk-off for the Giants, and it's cool seeing the celebration. But something that stood out as I was rewatching that video this morning, the last guy to walk off the field for the Toronto Blue Jays was Bo Bichette. He literally almost got ran over by Lucille when he was rounding first base. And I was like, that's interesting that the shortstop is the last guy walking off when you see Vladdy and all the outfielders take off. I was like, is Bo Bichette disgruntled in Toronto? Does he want to get out of town? Should the Giants make an offer and keep him in town and never let Bo Bichette leave? I would take a Bo Bichette at shortstop.
Roll it out there, buddy.
I mean, I think that's an option.
Now,
We've talked a lot about Vladdy Jr. I think he would be a huge addition at first base if the Blue Jays are sellers that they should trade.
right. It's funny. We're giving Fitzgerald and Wisely the shortstop job, and now we're trading for Bichette the next
now
day.
Bo Bichette's coming to town.
But that's the deal, though. I mean, Bo Bichette's better, right?
That's the business of baseball.
Exactly. The other teams in the American League, obviously the White Sox, 26-67. Hey, now. And then the Angels are 17 games under, and your Oakland A's are 25 games under. Remember those days early when the A's had a better record than the Giants?
Yeah.
That was a little freaky,
Good
right?
time. Celebrate. By the way, shout out our guy Mason Miller, or at least my guy Mason Miller. I'm a Mason Miller head, and we haven't mentioned at all that he's going to the All-Star game. I'm glad that he'll be representing the A's last time as an Oakland A at the All-Star
I'd like to see him in the game.
Yeah.
I'd like to see 103 against the best the National League has to offer.
Put him up there against Shohei Ohtani.
The other thing I heard when I was driving in, just quickly before we get back to the Farhan trade question, is this movement afoot to should you start Paul Skeens in the All-Star game, to which I immediately say yes.
Why not?
Are you kidding me? The guys, I heard somebody make the analogy to old heads. Remember Mark Fidrich in 1976 lit the league on fire as a rookie. He started the All-Star game. It's excitement.
I mean, he is mowing guys down in Pittsburgh right now. He's a sensation. He's a phenomenon. I got no problem with that.
I mean, who would be the National League pitcher you're dissing, right? That would be, who's the guy you would rather see?
Logan Webb.
Yeah, well, that would be good. Dwayne was saying yesterday he really thinks he should pitch in the game because he's rested and ready and give him a chance.
And I think Webb wants to pitch, especially for a guy making his first All-Star appearance when last year he was kind of dissed and he was supposed to be a replacement for the All-Star game, but because his pitching schedule didn't line up, he was not named an All-Star last year. I think Logan wants to represent himself in this game.
So anyway, here is Farhan about buying and selling. Let's see if you can determine anything here about his intentions.
Sure. I think we have areas of depth and we have areas where we're a little light. And so, the baseball trade avenue is always there. When I look at our team, we have, we believe pretty solid players at pretty much every spot in the field. We have a rotation that's getting healthier. We have a bullpen that's done a nice job. So nothing jumps out as a spot that we need an emergency plug-in. We're just going to get whatever's out there on the trade market. There's always, when you're in it, there's an expectation and a pressure to do something to change the mix, but we've got to be careful that whatever we do is a meaningful upgrade for us.
Well, don't forget, when he didn't do anything last year, the clubhouse got deflated, and we saw what happened in August, September. They died, right? But, I mean, to his point about do you need any upgrades, listen, we just spent most of the 6 o'clock hour pumping up Brett Wisely and Tyler Fitzgerald as athletic, but they could be replaced by somebody like Bo Bichette. Like you said.
Everybody's replaceable.
Right. Well, I mean, so Lamont Wade at first you like. Second base, Estrada, Wisely. I mean, you could fix at second base too. So his comment that they're all set everywhere, the outfield, Ramos, Matos, and Yaz. I mean, that's good. Pardon me, Conforto, Ramos, and Matos Yaz. I mean, you could use me some help there.
Yeah.
Perhaps. Obviously, anytime you don't need a starting pitcher. You got too many of these, right? Maybe a reliever. Who knows? So, I mean, truth is that they could do something. By the way, to answer my own question about who the National League starter would be other than Skeens, really the two leading candidates are Ranger Suarez and Zach Wheeler, and then Chris Sale.
Yeah.
I mean, all due respect to those guys, I'd rather see Paul Skeens.
Paul Skeens is a bigger ticket right now. Is that fair to say?
With that, then Ranger Suarez, Zach Wheeler, and Chris Sale, absolutely. By the way, Sale 12-3 with a 2.74.
Dude, Sale is having one hell of a bounce back year with the Braves.
Webby's right up there. Webby's ERA is, and then Christopher Sanchez. A Philly has 3 of the top 4 starter ERAs.
That's young Tony's boy, Christopher Sanchez.
Suarez, Wheeler, and Sanchez. That's right. That's right. And then Gavin Stone of the Dodgers is 9-2.
Stone made the All-Star game?
No. I'm just talking about the ERA leaders. Okay. 9-2 with a 3.03. Andrew Abbott is 9-6 with a 3.06, and then Logan Webb 7-6 with a 3.09. So he's got the 7th best ERA. in the National League. So that's where we're at with the Giants, guys. Listen, wins make you feel better. Rallies in the ninth make you feel better. They score 1 in the eighth, 1 in the ninth to come back. Pardon me, 2 in the ninth, 1 in the eighth, 2 in the ninth to come back from a loss that would have been bunk and dropped him 4 under. So that was pretty darn big.
And it would have been a bummer to lose the game after Blake Snell has his best outing as a member of the San Francisco Giants.
So there you go. Okay, we'll resume the Giants. We talked to Mike Krukow at 7:30. Of course, the Willie Mays remembrance continues and all that. But Klay Thompson, man, wow. There's no look. It's pictures of him shooting in the Mavericks jersey, Instagram shots of his locker. I mean, the dude is moving on. Now, are you filled with a little bit of regret, Warriors fans, now that you see him getting so happy and comfortable in Dallas? Because the text line was mostly anti-Klay. Now, that could have just been people who send text, like to Marcus's point earlier in the show, comments suck.
Yeah, they all suck.
But we do appreciate you listening. Mostly, I would say the texts were anti-Klay, like he's not as good as he used to be. His attitude is out of line with his talent, all that stuff. Did you have any regret seeing how happy and comfortable he looked yesterday on his first day in Dallas? And we'll hear what he had to say next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Your boy B Snell is tearing up this beat.
It sound white, boy.
Amici's East Coast Pizzeria in Sacramento. Maybe you want to celebrate DeMar DeRozan with some pizza up there, guys. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria, Sacramento is what we're talking about. Sacramento. Amici's just opened a new location in your town, offering takeout and delivery to the greater Sacramento area. So check out the menu at amicis.com. Click on the Sacramento location to check out the menu and place your takeout or delivery order. So as a special deal to celebrate the new location, check it out all this week. When you order any large pizza via amicis.com, you get a second pizza of equal or lesser value for half price. Boom. Just enter the promo code half off at checkout. So we've been doing this for over 30 years. We know the deal. And now Sacramento gets to join the pizza party. So here's the deal. I want to repeat this. In the Sacramento area this week, go to amicis.com, click on the Sacramento location banner, use the promo code half off, and you get 2 words, baby. Amici's delivered.
I just want some pizza.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Sometimes, breakups are necessary to do what's right, and I'm not the first athlete in the NBA to go through this. I did grow up in Portland, and I remember when Scottie Pippen came to the Blazers, that was like the biggest day of my life. And I'm not saying I'm Scottie, but they were right there against the Lakers, almost won a chip. So I take a lot of inspiration from past athletes and how their careers might have gone, astray when they either left the team or joined a new team. And some guys thrive, and I look forward to just kind of being rejuvenated here. And
man, interesting. Klay Thompson with some really decently meaty comments down in Dallas, posting Instagrams of his locker, his jersey, shooting around. I confess, I know it's sort of a human reaction and it will fade probably in a couple of days, but I confess I had a little Klay pang yesterday. I was kind of like, I miss him. I've been saying since the season ended, since they got trucked in Sacramento on that play-in game, like they can't run this back. They just can't run this back again. They have to do something. They have to change this structure, and if it means Klay has to go, maybe that's going to have to happen. I wasn't wishing for him to go. I loved him, but I saw the reasons. But I'm not going to lie. There was an emotional part of me yesterday when I saw him stroking threes. I was like, oh, man, kind of want him back. Now, again, that will fade a little bit. I'm looking forward to see what the Warriors do, and again, they're, who knows? This probably more to come for the Warriors, and maybe not even until training camp, as Mark Spears told us. But, man, you pointed out, you're the one who found that Scottie Pippen quote. By the way, I'm on Scottie Pippen's page. 10-time all-defensive player in the NBA.
Yeah, Scottie was that dude.
He was that guy. Because it's funny, Clay goes, I'm not saying I am Scottie. Because Scottie was a 7-time all-NBA guy. Obviously a 6-time NBA champ. 7-time all-star. But he's talking about 1999-2000. So Pippen left the Bulls in 98, the last dance. Obviously, we watched all that during the pandemic, right? Then he went to the Rockets for a year. People kind of forget that, where he actually won, I think, defensive. Let's see, he was first team All-NBA defense. And then the next year he went to Portland, where he played for the next 4 seasons, ages 34, 35, 36, and 37. And in his first year in Portland, he played 82 games there, and he actually he was pretty productive. He averaged 33 minutes a game at age 34, and I kind of forgot that Portland team, that 99-2000 Portland team, made a run. They won 59 games that year, but they happened to exist in the era of Shaq and Kobe.
Yeah.
So they weren't going to do it. So that comment caught your ear too.
Yeah,
huh?
because I went home yesterday and I went and listened to Klay Thompson introductory press conference, and we played some of that sound yesterday. We turned it around pretty quick. Shout out to the boys behind the scenes. But I heard the entire press conference, and this quote about Scottie Pippen stood out to me. I was like, that's interesting, because that's an angle that I have not thought about Klay Thompson as a kid and what it meant to him seeing Scottie Pippen join his hometown team. Now, I'm not sure the big reason why Klay's going to Dallas is to make all those little Cowboy fans happy or anything like that, but he talked about how he needs a change of scenery, how he needs to kind of freshen things up. So I think it is kind of a cool kind of perspective that he is channeling his inner Scottie Pippen, since a lot of people compare Steph Curry to Michael Jordan with their dynasty runs.
I mean, do you feel what I was saying? A little bit of a Klay pang?
Oh, absolutely, Murph.
Yeah.
Like when you started that segment talking about whether or not like you start feeling those pangs, Murph, I've been in a great depression since Klay Thompson signed with the Dallas Mavericks, and I'm still not over it. Like even looking at those photos yesterday of Klay Thompson wearing number 31 for the Dallas Mavericks.
So why 31?
Because Kyrie is wearing number 11.
I know, but why did you choose 31? We have a listener who's saying him wearing 31. No joke. Ready for this? You got to love our listeners. Let me find I got to credit the area code, 669. He says 31. He says, reminded me of that blown 3-1 lead in the 2016 NBA. I mean, dude, 8 years later.
I don't think that was the reason. What did people want Klay Thompson to wear number 10 for his 0-for-10 performance against the Kings in the play-in game?
What if you were 0-1-0?
Oh,
with a slash in between.
He's 0-1-0. That would be great, Murph. But yeah, my point is, seeing him in that Dallas Mavericks jersey is almost like when you go through a breakup in a relationship. You're like, yeah, I'm better off without her. I'm moving on. And then you see her with her new boyfriend for the first time. You're like, oh, no, what have I done?
You guys must have memes for that, because you have the meme for the guy dressed up for the Nick Ahmed DFA. Do you guys have memes for when you see your ex looking good? And is there must be a meme for that. And you're just,
it's
that crushing, sinking feeling of your ex looking good.
It's kind of like that meme of the guy that has his arm around his girlfriend, but he's looking at the other girl walking past him. Like, that's us. Like, that's Murph's face is the guy. He's got Buddy Hield underneath his arm, and he's looking back at Klay Thompson right now.
So, by the way, 707 and others have said he's wearing it for Reggie Miller.
I did read that, actually.
My bad. I should have gotten that out there.
Thank you, 707.
How could you? An absolute crime. You didn't know that, dude. I was in school with Reggie. He was my classmate, and he used to be. And they used to chant, "Cheryl's better," and I used to think, because I'm an idiot. I was like, well, no, she's not. Reggie's better. I didn't get that they were just trying to get under his skin.
They're just trolling.
So the pre-troll, the troll from way back when. So more Klay from yesterday. And again, so I remember I was on record last week saying that I was, quote, I'm going to quote myself here, strangely unemotional about it. I really was. I was like, all right, I see it. It needs to happen. It's time to go. Now, yesterday, it hit me. Seeing the pictures, I was like, damn, kind of want him back. So we'll see. Here's Klay on Cut A, Tony. Says the Mavs play exciting basketball.
Whether you play basketball or work in the corporate world or whatever industry, sometimes change just can spur greatness, and a new change of scenery can do wonders. And I'm very grateful for my time at Golden State, but I just felt like moving on could just re-energize me and do something special for the rest of my career. And Dallas was so attractive because of the young players they have, the style of play, the world-class treatment these players get from this organization, and just a beautiful city who loves their hoops. So when I was watching the playoffs and I'm watching the Mavs, make a run for the championship, I just saw myself fitting in really well with this team and the personnel, and They look like they have fun playing with each other, and they play for each other, and that was very attractive for me. And that's really all I needed to see, and there's mutual interest there, and that's why I'm here.
Isn't he describing the Warriors? They love playing with each other. It's a great city that loves their hoops, all that stuff. Wasn't that supposed to be here?
808 KNBR, Klay Thompson says the Warriors do not play for each other. They don't play for fun. They don't play for anything.
Well, he did say in this next cut about the not as joyful. That's what's interesting is, man, oh, man, it just went sour. And I don't know. I mean, I remember talking to somebody with the Warriors. It was at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. They're like, oh, Clay's coming back. He's coming back. He's happy. No, he's been disgruntled for a while. And we asked that question, did he fly the middle finger at the Bay?
I mean, Murph, it's getting to the point where he's not even addressing it as the Bay. He's just calling it Golden State now.
Man,
which I've never heard before.
We got reduced to Golden State.
He's like, I still got love for Golden State.
Oh, man.
I was like, that's a weird way to phrase it because obviously we know the Warriors are the Golden State Warriors because California's nickname is the Golden State. But Murph, I was thinking about it yesterday. Like, I've never told anybody, like, yo, I'm from the Golden State. Yeah. Like, I've never really repped the Golden State before.
Great call, actually. Have you ever said, where are you from? I'm from the Golden State.
No, I'm from Cali.
You know what?
I'm from the Bay.
I'm going to start doing it, though.
I'm from the Golden State, baby.
I'm going to start doing it because it's going to make a statement.
Yeah.
If I'm on an airplane or something or like on a business trip, whatever, we're on a remote somewhere. Where are you from? I'm from the Golden State, baby. And see how they react.
How are they going to react in Ireland when you're at the pub? Where are you from, Brian Murphy?
Well, you know
I'm from the Golden State.
I'm going to say I'm from the Golden State, and I'm here looking for those kids who did that banger. Think you can stop what we do? I doubt it.
I doubt it, Tony.
That hit the 12-year-old playlist yesterday.
Oh, positive or negative reaction?
Well, it's interesting. There was it was at the.
Think you can stop what we do? I doubt it. We've got the energy. We'll tell you all about it. I searched for my spark and I found it.
It came on, and the kid of the radio guy immediately recognized it. Rory goes,
"Hell yeah.
Is this that Irish song?" I said, "Yeah, you were." I said, "You were listening over breakfast?" He goes, "Yeah." And then he starts asking me, he goes, "What's it called?" He starts looking on his phone. I think he wanted to add it to his playlist.
I was going to say, what's it called? I thought Rory was like the third verse in that song. Looked just like the kid in the music video.
Exactly. But the point being is that the other kids didn't really react. It was at the end of practice. It was when we were raking and watering the field. I put the music back on. But anyway, the point is that the Golden State Warriors don't have Klay Thompson anymore. And here he is about, it wasn't as joyful here.
There was times last year it was really tough. I mean, you know, everyone expects you to be that all-NBA player, and, you know, sometimes it's hard to consistently do that. That's why there's only 15 slots on that team, and coming here is just such a fresh start and feeling just wanted again, and like I bring great value. It just gets me excited to go out there and even work out after this press conference and get shots up. And so, yeah, there was times last year it was tough where it wasn't as joyful as it had been in the past. And it's nice to kind of shed that and have a whole new fresh start, whole new group of guys to get to know and co-workers. So a whole new city. It's really cool, and I'm going to embrace the heck out of this opportunity.
Man, he's just putting the most positive possible spin on signing a 3-year, $50 million deal when he thought he was worth more. Let's go through just some of the texts, and then we'll get to Mike Krukow Wednesday hit. 510 says, I respectfully disagree with Clay about Dallas being a beautiful city. I would agree with that. There are some really fun parts of Dallas, and there's some cool restaurants and bars and all that. I would say, objectively speaking, it is not a physically beautiful city. It's just kind of a flat nothing with some buildings is all it is. 510 says, wait a minute. Didn't he say the Pacific Ocean can do wonders for you? Didn't he say that?
What about the Gulf of Mexico? What can that do for you?
Remember, that's what Charles Barkley talked about, the Gulf of Mexico. He gave it the thumbs down.
Oh, the muddy waters
dirty water
of Galveston,
right? Yeah. 669 says, well, yeah, it wasn't joyful because he was coming off the bench. And here's another salty one. I can't wait to expose his horrible defense. Wow. 925 says
him.
It's a Reggie Miller tribute. Here we go. 310 says... 310 with a pretty deep pull here. He says, Murph, when he sees Clay in a Mavericks uniform, is like Robert Redford seeing Barbra Streisand at the end of The Way We Were. That is a very deep demographic pull back to the early 70s. Yeah. I'm not even going to try with you guys.
A little too deep there.
We did play the song from The Way We Were, though, when Clay left us. I told you guys. 415 says 31 is 3 + 1 = 4, the 4 rings that he likes to talk about. 209 says 31 could mean of the core 3, he's the first one out.
Okay. That's deep. That's reading into it.
I don't think so. And then 707 says, is 31 mean one more than Curry?
Ooh, 30 plus 1. I think that's going to be extra motivation. I'm sure Klay Thompson, after what he went through the last 2 seasons with the Warriors, wants to go out and win one more championship ring than the Dubs. I mean, I'm not saying it was Shaq, Kobe-esque, like level of drama between Klay and whoever he was having beef with the Warriors. But think about what Shaq did when he went to Miami, won that 4th ring, dropped, hey, Kobe, tell me how my ass tastes, was out there rapping at clubs after that. Like, there is some motivation, and I think Klay's got some of that motivation to go win another one.
Well, there it is, guys. Still some anti-Klay texts coming in. I'm not going to read them. Some of them are profane, so I'm not going to read them. But guys not everybody's super, like, thrilled. They're not, let's put it this way. Just if you're judging the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, not everybody's filled with pangs of regret. Many are saying, don't let the door hit you. Man!
Yeah, but Murph, as I said earlier, comments suck. I'm joking. I love the text. I love the text.
I'm getting that T-shirt. All right. And then, by the way, that was inspired by the Lisa McCaffrey wedding video. Somebody posted Lisa McCaffrey at the wedding dance, and she looked like she was having the best freaking time. And the house band was playing September by Earth, Wind, and Fire. And I was like, what a great vibe. And then I started reading the comments. I was like, you guys are jerks, man.
Mm-hmm.
Let Lisa, hashtag let Lisa dance. All right?
A bunch of nameless and faceless profiles criticizing a woman having a good time at her son's wedding.
None of them who could dance as well as Lisa McCaffrey.
Absolutely not.
Some people did throw up, John Joe, the Elaine Bennis kicks, of course, which is always good. Mike Krukow gets us going after a really exciting comeback win last night. Blake Snell positive, youth movement positive. We shall see next on the Sports Leader.
Disappointing on us. Where they going, Chuck? Galveston? That dirty-ass water.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, Giants were losing 3-1 in the 8th inning. It was feeling kind of gnarly, and then Tyler Fitzgerald left the yard. It was feeling a little bit better, and then Pat Bailey singled, and Brett Wisely walked, Tyler Fitzgerald walk, and then Brett Wisely hit that ground ball with eyes, and then a wild pitch, and everybody was happy. Let's talk about it with Mike Krukow, brought to you by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. There we go. Mike, good morning. How are you?
Morning, Mike.
Yeah, doing well, especially after that one last night. That was really exciting. And, it gives you an example. I mean, we always talk about, what is the most important thing in a big league baseball game? And it's always winning the game of the 90s. And that means, don't make 90-foot mistakes. Don't give your opponent an extra 90 feet because you botched a cutoff relay. I mean, don't walk anybody to start an inning. I mean, if you have a 3-run lead and you walk a person, that's a 90-foot mistake. You've created opportunity for free. And then, you can even get more intricate with how important every pitch is. And I thought in this game last night, one of the standout things that happened, especially in the ninth inning, were a couple of takes in 1-2 counts that led to walks, that led to opportunity. And it was especially impressive given that the guys who were taking those 1-2 changeups that were perfect pitches that just died just a little bit below the strike zone. And instead of swinging at them and, missing or fouling them off or, they took them. And, Tyler Fitzgerald, he took a 1-2 count into a walk. That was a great at bat. Well, oftentimes that gets overlooked. But when you're playing winning baseball, those things jump off the page. And to see it happen with young players is such a quantum leap of being able to exist and produce at this level, because oftentimes that's your opportunity. Take a pitch in a 1-2 count, work the count to a walk. That's a big deal. That was the difference in that game last night. And it allowed them to come back, being down 2 runs late in the game, which has really been their forte this year. They've really done well after the sixth inning with how they scored. And that's unique in this day and age because of how impressive bullpens are, how the stuff kind of accelerates once you get into the last 3 innings of a ball game because of the arms that make up that strong side of the bullpen. So for this club with the youth to be able to produce in those situations, I thought was paramount. And that's what teams do that find confidence that become winning teams. This is what this team is doing. They're gaining credibility every time they go out there and they win games like this.
Well, that's a great point. All that little micro stuff that goes into games. We talk so much big picture stuff, but that micro stuff is so good. Those takes is so true. Working that walk by Tyler Fitzgerald. But I'm going to go from that to the macro stuff and ask the big picture question about the Nick Ahmed DFAing. And it goes hand in hand with the Austin Slater trade, which has happened since we last talked to you. And Mike, it's just it's a turning point, right? I mean, they took 2 guys in their 30s and moved them out. And in comes Brett Wisely, Tyler Fitzgerald, Luis Matos. Your read on the statement that the Giants are making here and what it means for the immediate future and the long-term future.
Well, it's showing young players that, okay, the safety net just walked out the door. We expect you to pick up the slack and be that person that plays shortstop. Be that person that can really, really do damage against left-handed hitting or left-handed pitching, and be that at bat late in the game against a premier left-handed reliever and produce. We believe in you. And the other thing too, and this is what is so cool with what's happening, and we talked a little bit about it in the wrap last night. Your minor league system is only as good as your organizational prospects that are playing and succeeding at the big league level. And the success that we have seen come out of the Giants minor league system and take hold of positions and jobs at the big league level. I mean, it rivals what happened back in 2010, 12, 14. Back then, there were a lot of prospects coming up, guys who were key players in the rotation, in the bullpen, in the infield. I mean, they were everywhere. And it's happening now. I mean, you take a look at what has happened in the rotation with Harrison and now with Hayden Birdsong and some of the other arms who have come in that have come up through the Giants minor league system and made contribution to a point where you're thinking, okay, these guys are going to be good, not just now, but for a while. And then you look in the pen with Jelly and Rodriguez and Ryan Walker and these guys with Doval. I mean, these are organizational guys. Well, now you're starting to see everyday players, which we haven't seen for a long time, especially outfielders. Elliot Ramos, I mean, what he's doing right now, we haven't seen in over a decade, longer than a decade. And it really makes you strong. And at the big league level, it gives you financial capabilities to go out and get free agents to complement your talent, but it also enlivens your minor league system. Because when you're in the minor league system, you're sat on. And if you don't have opportunity, if your guys don't get called up, if you continuously go to other organizations to bring in position players, it really weakens your system because you've taken away the belief that your young guys in your system can get to the big leagues and make a contribution. So the success that all these guys are having right now is having a great effect all the way through the system. And this is how you get good, and this is how you stay good for a long time. So a lot of really good things are happening right now because of the success of the prospects that have come from within this organization.
Yeah, we'll see if any of these young players are able to take advantage of the opportunity like we saw earlier this season with Elliot Ramos. And speaking of Elliot Ramos, of course, he went deep again last night, now leads the team with 13 home runs. I know we talked about on Monday about him being selected to the All-Star game, but now with the news that Fernando Tatis is unlikely to play in the Midsummer Classic, do you think there's a real possibility that Elliot Ramos could be starting in the All-Star game?
Yeah, there's a chance, absolutely. If you're on that club, you could get that opportunity. And the other thing, too, is, the beautiful thing about playing in San Francisco is a lot of the country, they play their games earlier. So, the fans will watch their game, their team, and then they'll flip on the West Coast teams at the end of the night. And a lot of teams are seeing Elliot Ramos, like in last night's ball game. And what they saw was, here's a guy in a two-strike count, 0-2. He takes an inside fastball. That was not a hanger. It had movement on the inside part of the plate. And he inside outs the ball with a wall in center field. Are you kidding me? Who does that? Well, Elliot Ramos does. I mean, you start to gain recognition and reputation when you do things like that. And you do it in front of a larger audience, not just your own fans, but you're doing it against baseball fans across the country. So when there's decisions to replace an all-star that isn't going to be able to take the assignment because he's hurt, well, why wouldn't you put up a pretty good argument for Elliot Ramos? He's doing things that people want to see, and they want to see again. That's how impressive he's been. That's how impressive that swing of the bat was last night.
We got a couple more minutes here with Mike Krukow after a really thrilling last night win, 4-3 on a big night when they DFA Nick Ahmed and they trade Austin Slater and they welcome Brett Wisely, Tyler Fitzgerald, Luis Matos to the regular rotation. And yet we didn't even ask about the starter last night, Blake Snell. I mean, Mike, that was gigantic. 5 shutout innings. I guess multiple sort of thoughts. A, what you saw different about him, and then B, could he ever go past 5 innings?
Oh, absolutely. Probably going to happen the last game of this first half. He's going to pitch Sunday. And what I saw in last night's ball game was Blake Snell's ability to use his fastball. He commanded his fastball the best that we've seen. He established that pitch early in the game to where he could hit knee-high locations, planting that fastball inside to right-handed hitters, just exploding the ball on the inside corner. Then he would elevate, which has always been a great weapon for him. But the use of it to be able to control around the strike zone and establish the knees and then be able to finish guys off at the belt, that's what he is. That sets up everything else. So the curveball, the slider, and the changeup all fell into place. I mean, he was nasty last night. And that's what we were starting to see. I mean, we were starting to see that, his last outing before he got put on the IL a second time, we were starting to see that finish on all of his pitches, but we hadn't seen his command of the fastball until last night, and that's what jumped off the page. And that's what gets you excited, because when he's throwing like that, I mean, he's the roughest at bat in the game, in my humble opinion. And I said this last year when he was going 13-3 with an ERA under 2 the second half of the Padres. There is not a tougher at bat. He made big league hitters look foolish, and at times there were some swings that guys took off of him last night that just were abusive. I mean, they were just completely overmatched. So, and to be able to do that with a fastball at this level, that's saying something.
Last thing before we let you go, Mike, we haven't talked to you since the Willie Mays Celebration of Life on Monday. We'd love to get your thoughts on that ceremony and also your thoughts on the Giants not only putting his number, but Orlando Cepeda's numbers on the right field brick wall.
Well, I thought that was beautiful. That's the first thing I saw walking in the ball yard last night. I mean, the legends of both those players they're, we all know them, and we all have taken comfort in their legend for years and years. What everybody said, and it was such a beautiful ceremony, and the Giants just knocked it out of the park. But everybody was saying the same thing in a different way. They saw the same things, just his joy in his own skin as a big league player. And with Willie, he could turn adults into children just walking in the room. He's a 60-year-old man who's a CEO of a major corporation, and and a guy with plenty of accolades in his own lifespan. And all of a sudden, Mays comes walking in the room, and that guy's now 10 years old. All he wants to do is just get close to him. And when people would approach Willie Mays, they wouldn't even blink. They would just be in this trance of majesty, and they just had this deep, profound, just respect for his legend. And Willie knew this, but he never ever took advantage of this. He knew this. He knew the effect that he had on people. And then the testimonies that we heard on Monday were of all these people that fell into the trance that was the aura that surrounded Willie. It was such a beautiful day. And, life celebrations at times can be very, very sad. And that was the farthest thing from what we saw on Monday. We saw a president stand on the podium and turn into a little kid. We saw a president on the Jumbotron relay a message that was so beautiful and so well said. I mean, Obama, is there a better speaker on the planet than that guy? And he talked to the same effect that Willie had on him. And it was one person after another, great speakers, one after another, that came up and laid testimony. And we all felt that way. Everybody in that ballpark felt that way. And yes, we did lose our champion, but his legend will never die. And that was the resounding message in that ballpark that day. It was just so spectacular. And the Giants just knocked it out of the park, and it was just beautiful.
It was. So fortunate to be there, and everybody who watched it and heard it were fortunate to hear those words and to feel everything you just said, Mike. So, and then the Giants followed up with a walk-off win, so that was pretty darn cool. All right, well, tonight, Logan Webb against Chris Bassett. We will look forward to your broadcast, and we will talk to you on Friday. Mike Krukow, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday is brought to you by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. All right, we'll spin that into the big hit, which is Farhan Zaidi talked about the big moves. Nick Ahmed DFA'd, Austin Slater traded, the Giants bringing up some kids to stay. Are you buying in or are you not? 808 KNBR is the phone number, 415-808-5627. They remain 2 games under 500, but they are more athletic and appealing? Maybe? Question mark? We're asking you on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants CEO and President Larry Baer stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk about the Willie Mays ceremony and what it was like rubbing elbows with Bill Clinton. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR and KNBR.com.
Let's talk about Provident Credit Union, giving you a smarter way to save and giving you guaranteed results. Sounds pretty good. Look no further than Provident Credit Union. You can increase your earnings with a Provident Credit Union Pick a Term certificate. So lock in a 4.75% annual percentage yield with a 3, 6, or 9-month term, or earn 4.50% with a 12-month term. So let your money work for you. Earn up to 4.75% and reach your short-term savings goals faster. Enjoy the peace of mind knowing your money will grow securely with guaranteed returns. So do not miss this limited time offer. Open a Provident Pick a Term certificate today. Visit providentcu.org or your local branch to get started. This rate is effective as of June 1st, 2024. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. For additional information, please visit Provident Credit Union at providentcu.org.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Elliott named an all-star. Just a remarkable story. He swings here and drives this one to deep center field. Varsho back at the wall. It is gone! Elliott Ramos in an 0-2 count to deep right center.
The pitch to Fitzgerald. There's a high drive into deep left field. Way back there, still going. Adios! Pelota! 2 on, 2 out. The pitch on the way. Change up, bounce past the mound toward the middle, and it's into center field. Base hit, and here comes Bailey with the tying run. Around to third base goes Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald, the winning run at third with 2 down. 2-2 pitch. Change up, and the dirt, it bounces away for the catcher, and here comes Bailey. The ball game is over, and the Giants with another come-from-behind victory, and this time they win it on that changeup that was a wild one.
All right, fun at the old ball yard. Marcus Boucher was out there. How about John Joe Curley out there with the crew from Donegal? Were they singing, "Think you can stop what we do"?
I doubt it.
All right, that's our little
John
Irish.
Joe Curley and the cabin crew.
Think you can stop what we do? I doubt it.
Yeah, Waterboy found this Irish kiddo rap song that's going around on TikTok. Anyway, he was out there last night with his Donegal crowd. Marcus goes because he goes all the time. I was watching on my couch. Young Tony might have been asleep. I don't know. But, man, it didn't feel good when the Giants fell behind 3-1, and yet they came back. And the guys we're going to talk about now in the big hit were a big part of it. Tyler Fitzgerald, who, don't forget, Will Clark told us how much he liked him. He started at shortstop last night because Nick Ahmed got designated for assignment. And we can have all our reactions. We had a relationship with Nick Ahmed since March. Our Nick Ahmed era from March of 2024 to July of 2024. And it all tied into the Brandon Crawford move. We had all our emotions back in February and March.
Yeah.
And now he's gone. Okay, and by the way, we just quick pause. As I get educated on the funny memes that are out there, you guys have the funnier memes than I do. And Young Tony's group has this one of a guy, he's probably a little older than me, probably like 60, and he's wearing a coat and a tie. He's standing at home in front of his fireplace and his TV, and it's a picture before he's going out for maybe an anniversary or a birthday. It's just a picture of him, and then whoever he sends it to writes to him, "Nice, what's the occasion?" And then I guess the meme starts there. You can write whatever you want. Young Tony's buddies wrote, "Ahmed DFA." Very funny because it's like this guy, he's looking kind of proud. He's in a coat and a tie. He dressed up for the occasion.
He's looking like he's going to like his kid's graduation, or maybe he was going to the funeral of Nick Ahmed in his time with the San Francisco Giants. I don't mean to be mean.
Apparently Nick Ahmed's the nicest guy in the history of the world.
Seems like a nice guy.
But I have to say, that really made me laugh because the guy looks very proud. He looks like he's like, "I'm going to put on my nicest coat and tie. We're going out. What's the occasion?" Ahmed DFA.
Yeah, see you later, Nicky Ahmed.
Anyway.
Nice knowing you. But I think the funniest thing to me is, you know what the legacy of Nick Ahmed is going to be?
What?
At least in my opinion, is going to be maybe the best piece of Giants trivia that I think is going to be like a great question in like 10 years. Who's the last member of the San Francisco Giants to hit a home run while wearing number 24?
Wow.
Nick Ahmed.
Wow.
Think about that for a second.
Save that for your bar trivia.
Obviously, like I was quizzing Walter on it like a week ago, and he's like, "Well, it just happened. It's got to be Elliot Ramos." I said, no. Nick Ahmed went deep later in the game. Nick Ahmed is going to be the last person to ever go deep wearing 24 on his back.
That is incredible.
How about that?
That's a really good one. That doesn't make the greatest bar trivia one of all time is 5 colleges have produced both a Super Bowl winning quarterback and a U.S. president.
Yeah, that's right.
By the way, when I learned this trivia, it was only 3 colleges. 2 have been added because this used to be a trivia question about 25, 30 years ago, but 2 have been added in the last.
That's a big game, man.
Very good. You know who was at his? You know who went to his college?
Delaware, right?
Yeah, very good. You know, then you know. Is he elite?
Out of Delaware. Joe Flacco.
Yes.
That's right. Is Joe Flacco elite?
It's the only time you're ever going to say Joe Biden and Joe Flacco in the same sentence, right?
That's a big game, man.
That's a big game, man.
That's a big quarterback, man.
That's an elite quarterback, man.
The other one was Ben Roethlisberger and was it
Miami of Ohio?
Yeah, Ben Roethlisberger and the guy Rutherford B. Hayes, I believe, went there. So anyway, back to the lecture at hand here. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. So Tyler Fitzgerald played short last night, and here's how the rally went. Fitzgerald homers to make it 3-2. Then in the 9th inning, down 3-2, Pat Bailey one out knock. Okay, Tyler Fitzgerald grinds out a walk on some tough takes, as Mike Krukow was just talking to us about. And then Yaz flies out as a pinch hitter. And by the way, the 2 outs that inning were Yaz and Flores. Yeah. Okay, we can discuss that later. Anyway, and then here comes Brett Wisely, who's the other part of this youth movement. and he hits that ground ball with eyes that finds a hole, and in comes Pat Bailey to tie it. Fitzgerald goes all the way to third, as you heard, and then Fitzgerald's saying he's dancing off third, going, give me a dirty ball. We call them dirty balls. Give me a dirty ball. Give me and sure enough, dirty ball, wild pitch, and boom, he scores. And the Giants get the win, and it leads us to these are the kids that are now in your life. I mean, they've been on the roster, but now they're going to be playing every day, right? And Matos joins that clue, too. So Bob Melvin on the pregame show was on with John Miller, and Miller asked him about it, saying, you significant moves. Austin Slater out. Nick Ahmed out. Bob Melvin, what do you say?
Yeah, so Nick Ahmed was let go, and it's kind of a little bit of a youth thing here now. So with what Luis Matos did earlier in the year, what Elliot Ramos has done, what Brett Wisely's doing, it gives Tyler Fitzgerald a little bit more runway to get some at bats, and so I think we're getting a good mix of some of the veterans and some of the free agents that we brought in here, and then some of these younger guys that have really given us a lot of. A lot of fight and spirit, and again, we use the word pride a lot, and these guys have a lot of pride in being Giants coming up through the system, so I think it's a good mix right now, and that's kind of what we're moving towards.
Okay, fight, spirit, pride, using these words here, youth. I mean, how long have we wanted a youth movement for the Giants?
I mean, we've been clamoring for the youth movement. Whether it was last year when Casey Schmidt got the call up and lit the world on fire, whether it was Kyle Harrison, Patrick Bailey, and it seems like year after year after year, we're asking, where's my Ellie De La Cruz? Where's my Ronald Acuna? Where's my Fernando Tatis?
Yeah.
Well, it seems like the Giants have some. I don't know if they're going to be at that level of superstars like those guys are, but it seems like they finally got some dudes.
So out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, how you feel about this? 925 says, hey, Nick Ahmed played a great role. We needed it. He was a solid glove. He was a better bat than Crawford, and I hope he lands somewhere. Okay, so that's a positive spin on that here, too. Then you go 415 saying, Marco Luciano lost the shortstop job to an old player who was just DFA'd. 650 says, a year from now, no one will remember or care that Nick Ahmed was ever here. Thanks for the thrills, Farhan. Did you see value in him holding it down for a few months as they figured out what they had? Is there value in that? Should that have been Brandon Crawford?
Well, that's the thing, because it seems like they really didn't have a set plan post Brandon Crawford. Even though when the season ended last year, Farhan went on air and said, yeah, Marco Luciano's going to get the opportunity to be the everyday shortstop next season. Then all of a sudden, Nick Ahmed shows up in camp, and Marco Luciano isn't even on the roster.
Well, we found out Marco Luciano doesn't have the glove, right?
Yeah, but that's kind of what they've known about Marco since he was down in San Jose.
So Farhan was either saying that to A, increase his trade value, or B, it was just wrong. It's one of the two.
Yeah, and they called him up and let him play shortstop last year. They let him play shortstop this year. I know now he's playing second base with the Sacramento River Cats, but Farhan Zaidi spoke yesterday about the future of Marco Luciano and whether it's going to be at shortstop or at second base and whether his value is higher at either of those positions.
Where does Marco fit into the picture? We've seen him get some more reps at second base.
Yeah, we're kind of splitting time at second and short with him in Sacramento right now. And, on the topic of metrics, I know, he had one of the roughest weeks defensively that, a lot of us have seen, not, I guess roughest, weeks in the ninth inning, really, because he made a lot of good plays in that week. So, nobody's jumping to conclusions based on, a short stretch and a handful of tough plays that didn't go his way. So some of this is just our philosophy of wanting to find different spots to get guys to the big leagues when we have opportunities. So diversifying things a little bit for him has made some sense, but we're not giving up on the shortstop role for him. And from what we track, his defensive metrics at shortstop, been pretty solid in the minor leagues the last couple of years. So over big samples, he's done a nice job. And look, it's always going to be different when you come up here, the pressure, the expectations, and being able to do it on a night in, night out basis on a big stage. So that'll be a hurdle for him, but we're going to continue to get him reps there.
I mean, he remains how young, Luciano? He's like Kuminga young, isn't he?
Yeah, I want to say 22, maybe off the top of my head, I would say about Marco Luciano.
Hayden Birdsong young, So, I mean, and again, if this guy can't play, that'd be, what are you, a 22-year-old DH? I mean, this guy, he's got to fix something defensively. And would the Giants trade him? Would they trade him?
I mean, he's got to have value somewhere because of that bat. But think about it. Look at Elliot Ramos this year. at 24 years old, finally breaking out. I like to remind people that 2 years ago when he was 22, people were calling him a 4A player.
True.
He got called up to the big leagues. People were saying he couldn't play center field. Now he's going to the damn All-Star game. So let these guys develop. Have some patience. But I'm actually glad that they're moving him around the diamond. Because, Murph, these are the takes I had since seeing Marco Luciano down in San Jose. I didn't think he was a great defensive shortstop, and he really hasn't improved too much.
I thought first base could be a do thing, and Will Clark said no. Now, Will could be wrong on that, but I mean, man, oh man. 774, by the way, 774 says, who did David VR piss off?
Oh, yeah, David VR can't get no love.
He's not part of this. There's something about him they do not value in
Well,
their
that's
future.
the thing, too. Like, David VR came up, had some big moments. We all liked seeing him at first base over Trenton Brooks, but, of course, they're going to side with the veteran Wilmer Flores since he came off the IL. But you look at David VR's numbers down in Sacramento, he's tied for the team lead with 12 home runs with Casey Schmidt, who could also be an option over at shortstop. And last night in Sacramento, it was Casey Schmidt at shortstop and Marco Luciano at second.
Interesting. And quietly, Casey Schmidt's birth certificate is gaining age. He's getting a little bit older, sadly, here. Interesting, though, you talk about David VR, like, right-handed bat. And the Giants used to be so strictly lefty-righty, but they're playing Brett Wisely against a lefty last night. They're playing, and he went 2 for 4.
Yeah, well, a big reason
one
also,
of the hits was against the
I don't know if he
reliever.
was originally in the lineup. Jorge Soler was scratched because he was sick before the game, so that put Tyro at DH, and that's why Wisely and Fitzgerald were both playing.
That's good knowledge right there, buddy. Maybe I should listen to my pregame here. 623 texts in, says, Farhan is tinkering with his own failures right now. Makes me wonder if he will actually start selling. Again, I advocated before this stretch of games between before the Dodgers, Braves, Guardians. I was like, Giants could be sellers at the end of this. I'm here to say they survived it and thrived it. I mean, if you throw in the Cubs series in the first game of last night, they're 8-5 in their last 13. Honestly, they could have been 4-9. They could have been 3-10.
Easily.
They could be, right now they're still 2.5 out in the wild card. They could be 6.5 out in the wild card, and then you're looking at selling. So right now, they're at that point. And I don't want to say this is a soft part in the schedule. I mean, the Blue Jays had them beat last night pretty much. But you have 2 more at home. You have Webb going tonight. You have Hicks going Thursday. And then I know the Twins are above 500. I know they're playing well. And by the way, did you see that Joe Ryan talc video I sent you guys?
With the baby powder?
Yeah, how about that?
I saw that.
Yeah. Joe Ryan from Marin County, from Drake High School's coming in here.
Shout out to the deadhead.
And shout out to all-star shortstop Carlos Correa.
Yeah.
Coming in right now. We keep talking about the shortstop job.
Where he would
Luciano, Wisely, Fitzgerald, Correa.
Yeah. Carlos Correa has 13 bombs this year, I believe, which would be tied with Elliot Ramos for the team lead.
He'd be getting, it's 26 a year. It's like nothing for a guy like that to play every day. And
yeah, but that ankle, Murph. That damn ankle.
We're on year 2 of the ankle not mattering. All right, you know what I mean? It's like, what are we doing here? I don't know what the hell.
I mean, that's the
happened
thing. How many shortstops have the Giants played this year? At least 5 or 6 by my count.
Shortstops, so let's go. Let's count them here. Obviously, Ahmed, Wisely, Fitzgerald, Luciano. Who am I forgetting?
Schmidt. That's 5. I don't think Tyro has slid over to shortstop at all this year, but he could. So they've had at least 5 different guys play
Matt
shortstop
Chapman
this
has
year.
ranged so far to his left, he's kind of played shortstop.
I'll count it. Throw it on the pile.
Here we go, guys. Oh, boy, 408 with a very strong anti-Wilmer Flores text. I mean, guys, right now, Flores and Estrada, when I saw they came back, I was kind of like, yeah, really? Okay, all right. And next up on the Farhan sound from yesterday about buying and selling. Pardon me, the other one we wanted to go to from Farhan was not the buying and selling one. It was the question about the youth movement and getting a little bit more athletic. So it's 0709C, Tony. Farhan about, this is what we're doing.
Yeah, you always hope that you can move in that direction. We've talked a lot about wanting to give some of our young players coming up opportunities and adding athleticism to the roster. And one of the best ways to do that is to have your young guys come up and earn roles. And, it's as much as anything, it's just a vote of confidence in those guys. And, Matos and Fitz in particular, they're guys who have been a little bit on the sort of up and down shuttle between here and Sacramento. And hopefully this is an opportunity for them to feel like they don't have to look over their shoulder and continue, a lot of the positives that we've seen with them. So, as far as Nick and Austin Slater go, both consummate pros, and they both did a nice job for our team. And, the bottom line stat line might not look impressive, but they were big parts of this team. And for us, it was more just about giving some opportunities to some other players who played well.
We are entering I don't want to say a critical stretch, but an interesting stretch of Giants baseball. Are they in the race? Are they not? Are the kids going to perform? Are they not? So I was intrigued last night. I will say this, as a fan, I liked seeing Wisely and Fitzgerald and Matos get their shot. Like, let's do it again tonight against Chris Bassett.
And I love the fact that Farhan finally addressed the up and down elevator of calling guys up, then sending them down, then calling them back up and sending them down, because I think it does have an effect on a lot of these guys. So it's nice to kind of sit here this morning and praise Farhan for giving these opportunities for these young players to play. But in my opinion, it's a little bit too late. You probably should have given these guys opportunities earlier in the season. Again, the only reason why Elliot Ramos is going to the All-Star game and has an everyday role now is because Austin Slater got injured, which opened the door for him. Luis Matos opened the door when Austin Slater went down, became NL Player of the Week. Again, that's why I was so against this move in the offseason of bringing in Nick Ahmed. If it's between Nick Ahmed or Brandon Crawford, you're basically splitting hairs about the difference of these two players at this part of their career. I know the Giants didn't want to DFA Brandon Crawford in the middle of the season, but that's why I wanted Marco Luciano as the everyday shortstop. Let him sink or let him swim. You got to see what you got with these young guys. The opportunities need to be there for Luciano, for Matos, and Ramos. And some of those guys are getting those opportunities now, but it feels like it's a little bit too late.
Just GMs in general like safety nets. They don't want to be out there with just a bunch of rookies getting completely exposed. Even Brian Sabian, who I loved, obviously Barry Sports Hall of Fame, would do things like this. I remember Orlando Cabrera, Shea Hillenberg. GMs have a default. When you're in that seat, they have a default to, like, I need a safety net. I'd love to play I know I hear the fans and the radio guys yelling at me, but it's like I got to have a guy who can make the routine play. So as a kind of a ramp to getting to the younger guys. That's the thinking, at least. You can disagree with it. Hey, Sean in Vacaville, and then we got to go about Ramos. Good question. Sean, good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, guys. Hey, two quick things. Does Ramos's call-ups over the last 2 years exclude him from National League Rookie of the Year?
No, I think he's a rookie.
No, he's qualified as a rookie.
He's a rookie, but I got bad news for you. Paul Skeens is the overwhelming favorite to win Rookie of the Year.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about him.
It's not even, in fact, right now, Sean, I just looked up the odds here. He's not even top five. Jackson Merrill of the Padres, who's going to the All-Star game, is ahead of him. And then Shota Imanaga, the Cubs, Joey Ortiz of the Brewers, and Michael Busch of the Cubs are all ahead of him on the odds, strangely enough.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the other thing is I look at Nick Ahmed as forgettable as Dan Ugla and Casey McGee.
Nice pulls, but got to remember those for my immaculate grid. Thank you, Sean. Appreciate it. There you go. That's your big hit, guys, about the interesting moment in Giants 2024 history. All right, guys. Cooler of content. We're going to get back to Clay at 8:30. Eddie Sefko, my old buddy, he writes for the Mavericks, and we'll find out just how happy our ex is in Dallas. Clay Thompson.
All my exes live in Texas.
Hey, buddy. There you go. Why do we not have that? That's our 8:30 rejoin.
There it is.
Raise your hand if you've seen George Strait multiple times.
Oh yeah. My hands are down.
Yeah. And by the way, the Frank Sinatra of country. Guys, the best. The number one. The best.
Number one.
I mean, obviously Hank Sr., but I didn't get to see him. Anyway, point is, that's coming up at 8:30. Cooler content next on the Sports Leader.
It's kind of a little bit of a youth thing here now, so
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
MT2, a.k.a. Marcus Thompson, stopped by the Midday Show yesterday with JD and Dieter to talk about Klay Thompson's departure to the Dallas Mavericks. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler. You are not sending me to the cooler of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, always fun to see what's out there. Like, you never know. You might find Waterboy finding a bunch of Irish kids doing an EDM hip-hop banger.
I doubt it, Murph. I doubt it.
That's what you find when you go online.
You can stop what we do, I doubt it.
All right,
We
here.
got the energy, we'll tell you all about
Some
it.
guy wrote in, we had the anti-crowd come in, and then there was a backlash. The pro-crowd started coming in. Some guy said, some guy on YouTube said, I'm a grown adult. This is my new jam.
Yeah, come on. Let's have some fun. Don't take life too serious.
Yeah, I'm a big summer jam guy, dude. So, hey.
And I'm telling you right now, by the time your summer is over, you're either A, going to hear that song in your TikTok, Instagram, Twitter algorithm, or Young Tony's going to hear it at a rave by the end of the summer.
You can stop what we do, I doubt it. We got the energy.
Gotta love the Irish accent you can hear, too. John Joe should ask. He took a crew of mix to the
He
to the
took the
game last
cabin
night.
crew.
Yeah, I can say mix, right? Can I say that?
I don't know. You're Irish.
I can
You
say
tell
that.
me.
Right, all right. My grandmother was a Fitzgerald, just like Tyler.
Yes,
just
sir.
like Bob. We did our Mount Fitzgerald.
Yes, sir.
Bob Fitzgerald, my grandma Maggie Fitzgerald, Murphy. Fitz in the tantrums. I can make your hands clap. We did it better at 6
Yeah,
a.m.
that was better. I had a highlighter in my
What's
hand.
the fourth one? Is it Honey Fitz, the old JFK yacht?
Ooh,
Is that it?
Honey Fitz.
Yeah. Anyway, back to the cooler of content. This cropped up. The Bat Boys baseball guys, those guys who get incredible access.
Yeah, they're big on Instagram, too.
How do they get all this access? I guess all the big league players watch them. These guys are like 18, 19 years old.
They're just traveling the country. Yeah, I think they literally just graduated college, and now they're on field everywhere across America just asking all these ball players a bunch of questions.
They're standing outside the dugout of the Cardinals. Here comes Brandon Crawford. And they got him, and they do these little trivia games with him. So they asked him to name all 9 position players in the lineup for his major league debut. Do you guys remember May 27, 2011, when Brandon Crawford, with no beard and no long hair, hit a grand slam? Wow. Hit a grand slam in that game. Distinctly remember, we were up at Sea Ranch on a family vacation with my mom and dad, too. We were going to like a little barbecue restaurant they have in Gualala, and he hit the granny right then and there. It was a Friday night. Let's see if Brandon Crawford remembers on Bat Boys Baseball IG.
You named the Giants lineup from your MLB debut.
Lineup like 1 through 9?
Just by position.
Lincecum was pitching.
on
And center field, I'm going to say Andres Torres.
Yep, and second base.
Freddie Sanchez.
Left field.
Aubrey Huff.
No, Aubrey was at first base.
Brandon Belt.
No Brandon Belt.
Left.
Long-time Philly.
Pat Burrell.
Yeah, and then Cody Ross came in for left later. And then, Huff at first base, and then right fielder.
Nate Shearholt.
Yeah. And then third base.
Miguel Tejada.
Yep. Yeah. Then you. And then
Eli Whiteside.
Catcher. Yeah.
That's all I got. Thank you.
It's pretty down and dirty. He nailed it.
Good.
I have it right now. Andres Torres leading off. Freddie Sanchez hitting second. He went 2 for 4. Pat the Bat, who got dissed by Brandon Crawford there. He went through 2 guesses. He said Huff and Belt.
Ooh.
Before that, no. And then in Aubrey Huff at the 1 bag. Nate Shearholtz in right in the 5 hole.
And shout out Nate Shearholtz. He was the last member of the San Francisco Giants to end a game on a walk-off wild pitch back in 2009.
So good. I had that in my pregame notes, pre-show notes. Thank you for bringing it.
Mm-hmm.
Nate Shearholtz, the last man to do what Tyler Fitzgerald did. Miguel Tejada in the 6th hole at third base.
Miguel Tejada.
On my immaculate grid, I would not have
Wow.
remembered that he played any games at third base.
Wow.
Miguel Tejada, the Giant, is a very obscure.
Yeah,
very
that's
obscure
a weird
thing.
one, yeah.
Brandon Crawford hitting 7th. Eli Whiteside catching. And, oh, by the way, kids, Tim Lincecum batting 9th. There was no DH in the National
Batting
League.
lefty with his pitching arm out front.
Dude, he went 1 for 3. He got on base. It could happen, right? So well done, Brandon Crawford. Let's keep it on the Giants tip. Oh, you have the Grand Slam? Yeah, let's play it. This is this date in Giants history, yeah.
The pitch. A curveball is hammered. Deep right center field. Corey Hart is going back, and this one is gone! And Crawford has hit a grand slam. The rookie, in his first game, it's his first big league hit, and it's a grand slam.
Yeah. Way to go, young Dave Fleming, too. You can hear the youth in his voice.
Young Flem, young Crawford, and now we're stuck here with old man Nick Ahmed.
No longer, my friend.
No, he's gone. He's gone. I'm riffing.
Okay, so this cropped up. A lot of Willie Mays stuff has been online lately. I had never seen this, really. It's kind of... So there used to be a show called What's My Line? Really fun show where a guy would show up in front of a bunch of... It was an old black and white show from the 50s. And these 3 moderate celebrities would try to guess who you were. You stood behind a curtain, and they would say, do you work in the entertainment industry? Yes. Are you in a movie? No. You know, they would get these questions, and they would have to guess who you were.
It's like playing 21 questions.
Pretty much. 20. You get the extra one, huh?
Oh, I do 21.
Really?
Yeah,
I got to show up to your house.
Oh,
I was raised on 20 questions. My dad, almost every night.
Wow.
Who did I run into at the bus stop today? 20 questions.
Wow. I've always heard it as 21 questions.
You're a blackjack guy. How about you, Young Tone? What do you got?
All I've heard is 21 questions.
John Joe? Wow, so inflation.
Yeah.
I guess it's inflation.
It's going up. By the way, now I need a rejoin of 50 Cent, 21 questions.
Wow, 21, you guys. It was locked in, 20. Because when you got to 19, you better get it. He's only had 1 left. But if I play at Marcus's house, I got 2 left.
That's it. You got a little extra, Murph.
That's interesting. You guys have 21.
Yeah, 21 questions.
Wow, that's wild. Oh, and my kids are being raised on 20. I hit my kid with a 20 the other day because the home plate ump in our San Rafael All-Star game was a former travel ball teammate of Declan's. And I hadn't seen him in years. And he goes, hey. I go, hey. He goes, hey, say hey to Declan for me. So I came home and I said, all right, 20 questions. At the San Rafael All-Star game today, who said to say hey to you? So he had to go, he was not good at it. I don't know. Ask the question.
Did he burn all 20 questions?
He burned like 7. Candace had to come in and save him. She goes, have you asked if it's a player or a parent or an umpire?
What is this? Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? He's now phoning friends?
He just didn't have energy. He just wanted to look at his phone.
Was he asking the audience? What does Rory think?
He wanted to look at his phone, not play 20 questions with his dad.
Surprise. He's like, I got 21 TikToks to watch.
If we just took the phone away, how it would change their world.
The world might be a better place.
Change their world. So Willie Mays is on What's My Line, and they finally figured him out. So he comes out from behind the curtain, and he looked, by the way, what a handsome, he's 23, wearing a coat and tie. It's black and white TV, New York City, 1954. Guy looks like $1 million, man. He's just a handsome star. And they ask him about the origin of the say hey phrase. Here it is.
Well, Willie, you certainly tried as hard to make this panel fumble as you do when you get up to bat in that 31st home.
I think they're looking for me, you know that?
Well, I got a hunch that when they find out there's somebody from sports around here in the summertime, they go for that baseball, and then they think, now, who's really up on those big headlines in the papers? And that's where you've been for so many days now. I'm afraid they're just naturally going to go looking for you.
You bet.
You did a wonderful job, though, and may we offer our congratulations because you're on the All-Star team and going to Cleveland for the game, which is on Tuesday.
John,
And,
we've read in the paper a lot about how Willie is always yelling, say hey. I'd like to hear just how he says it.
And let the hat fly off.
Do one for us, will you, Willie? No, it's just a phrase that I used when I first came up, you know. It's something
Don't
you use it anymore? No, because I know everyone's name. Now, the phrase I used was, like I didn't know a person's name, I would start the phrase off with say hey or something like that, you know. Well, I know everybody's name now.
Now you say John or say George, say Henry, huh?
No, I know everybody now.
There it is. Just a phrase I used when I didn't know who it was.
Right? I love
Say
the
hey.
origin story of say hey. That's kind of a crutch of not knowing people's names.
The guy stepped on his story a little bit. I wanted to let him go, but the guy had to barge in. Hey, that's a good lesson for all us interviewers. Stay out.
Yeah, let it breathe.
Let him tell the story. So that's great to hear the young Willie Mays, though. How about that? You're going to the All-Star game on Tuesday in Cleveland.
But you're right. He kind of jumped down his throat. It's like, what, you don't say it anymore?
I know.
You don't say hey anymore? You're the say hey kid.
He should have let him go. I wanted to hear more. But anyway, we did get the origin of, when I first came out, I would say hey. I like just that little cut of Willie before that guy barges in.
What's your crutch when you don't know someone's name?
My man. Well, you know, it's the Tiger Woods mantra.
Yeah.
Big dog.
Yeah.
Big.
That's
we
it.
come in with the soul shake and say, Big dog.
John Curley's big on my man.
He's a big my man.
Yeah, but I think even if he knows your name, he's still going to say my man. I'm big on boss. What's up, boss?
That's
if I
not
forget
bad.
someone's name, what's up, boss? How you doing?
Somebody hit me with my neighbor hit me with a chief the other day.
Ooh, what's
he
up,
knows my
Chief?
name. He gave me a chief. And then we got the Jack Black Tenacious D thing. We got to do this. So Tenacious D, they're so funny, right? I mean, Jack Black, unbelievable. And I guess, they're sports fans. Somehow they got Drew Holiday to play along with his. They gave him an award because he's a great defender. They gave him the Tenacious D award. Now,
Long overdue, dude.
The award, exactly. The award is about a 2-foot high sort of tower, and on the bottom of the award are 2 basketballs.
Use your imagination.
You got me?
Yeah, I got you.
So here's Jack Black presenting. Jack Black and his buddy. Who's the other guy in Tenacious D? His name is forgetting it. They're giving it to Drew Holiday's there with him. He's playing along. Check it out.
Hello, it is Tenacious D here with Drew Holiday. Drew, you have won the Tenacious D MVP award. How does it feel?
Man, it's an honor, Look at that beautiful thing, just how long the shaft is. And those basketballs down there at the bottom look beautiful and bronzy. It's really a dream come true.
If anyone's a baller, it's you, Drew.
And that's Tenacious D. Over and out.
Wow. Drew Holiday playing along. If anyone's a baller, it's you.
Yeah.
Kind of funny.
That was a great description of the shaft and the entire trophy, Murph.
It is. Well, they say there's monuments that are built, like the Washington Monument, things like that. Yeah.
Look at that beautiful thing, just how long the shaft is.
Well, come on now.
It's a very phallic trophy.
Come on now. Well, like they said, they go through the history of man and the monuments that are built. There's a lot of fundamental human things going on here.
Your monument might be big, but mine's the biggest.
Let's get back to Eli Whiteside catching in Brandon Crawford's debut. All right, so there you go. There's your cooler of content. All right, guys. Klay Thompson, a little too happy, a little too comfortable, making me miss him a little too much. We'll find out what Dallas has to say about their new shooter with my man Eddie Sefko, who's been writing for Mavs.com and has done the NBA for last 35 years, 21 years with the Mavs, and also used to cover golf with your boy. I haven't seen Eddie in a while. He's a great dude. Eddie Sefko next on the Sports Leader.
Like I didn't know a person's name, I would start the phrase or would say hey or something like that,
Dub Nation. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Well, this would be like the all-time George Strait song, but he's got about 100 other bangers, by the way. And this is perfect because Klay Thompson is our jilted ex.
Well, Murph, we can take it a step farther. They've got Klay Thompson, they got Bruce Bochy, they got all of our exes.
They used to have Will Clark, Charles Haley, on and on and on. You know what we got, though? Is one of Texas's finest. This guy and I used to have a couple of laughs on the golf beat way back when, and now, of course, we get to reunite in 2024 and talk a little basketball of all things. One of my favorites from the old days, Eddie Sefko, who's been writing for a long time down in Texas, 35 years covering the NBA, 21 years covering the Mavs, Mavs.com. Eddie, I just wish you and I were at the blue mongoose in Maui? What was the mongoose in Maui? Eddie, how you doing, man?
What's up, Eddie?
Oh man, no, it was the slime mongoose.
The slime mongoose.
And it burned down in the fires, but my intel tells me that it's going to be rebuilt and they're going to open back up.
The sly mongoose. I should have remembered. I bought a hat, but I think I had memory loss that night, Eddie.
No, that doesn't sound right.
Well, it's great to hear your voice, man, and here we are, still chopping up sports all these years later. So our guy, Eddie, it's hard to describe what Klay Thompson meant to the Bay. He was one of these soulful dudes who drove a boat in the Bay and posted pictures of his dog, and everybody loved him, and we thought he'd be here forever, and we turned around yesterday, and he was a Dallas Maverick. So I'd love to get your take on sort of what the Mavericks fan base and maybe the organization is spinning. What are they saying about acquiring Klay Thompson? What's their line?
Well, first of all, let me assure you that he does have a freshwater boat that he can use on the lakes down here.
Okay,
and I told him not, and I told him not to get too, don't expect these pristine blue waters down here. It's not exactly like the nice lakes and the bay and the ocean out there. But anyway, it's been an interesting week or so in free agency for the Mavericks. They finally reeled in, and I think everybody would agree, Klay Thompson is still a big fish. Anybody who can fill it up like he does is still a major free agent acquisition. And it's been forever since the Mavericks have been able to get one of those, if ever. And everybody is just ecstatic about that, of course. Now, the offside of that is that whether or not how much Klay has left in the tank, and after those 2 years of serious injuries, that's a fair question. So it looks good on paper. I mean, after what he shot in the last couple of years, I mean, the Mavericks needed a next level three-point shooter, and they don't get any more next level than this. So they went out and filled a need that they needed in the finals against the Boston Celtics. They simply had to have more shooting. They couldn't make an open shot. And, in theory, again, this should help alleviate that.
Eddie, it was a big storyline last year here in the Bay when Klay Thompson was moved to the bench. What do you think his role is going to be moving forward with the Dallas Mavericks?
Oh, he starts. There's no doubts there. Now, he might not, be a 35. He won't be a 35-minute guy. He might be a 28-minute guy or a 26-minute guy. But he is a cog in that three-headed backcourt now, which, by the way, will have some defensive question marks. Not exactly the strongest defensive threesome in the world of Luka, Kyrie Irving, and Klay, but they're going to be hard to stop offensively. You look at what Luka and Kai do on the court, putting Klay next to them. It should be a perfect fit. I mean, a guy that can stretch the court like that and give Luka and Kyrie Irving a little bit more space. I mean, how can you not like that? So, and we have to, figure that Jason Kidd and his staff, Sean Sweeney is their defensive guru. They have done a terrific job in the past of putting together a system that covers up a lot of deficiencies for whoever that might be. So let's give them some time and see what they can come up with. And I just think everybody here is excited about what it could be. They weren't that far away from a championship, obviously, this year. So it shouldn't take that much to get over the hump. But as we all know, that last 5 or 10% is really tough.
Eddie Sefko, the voice you hear, has been writing that in text for a long time, and he's got some Mavs knowledge. He's Mavs.com, 21 years covering the Mavs, and over 30 covering the NBA. So the Mavericks, and it's interesting, Eddie, sort of getting away from the X's and O's, more of like a big picture culture question. And that was, we were like, okay, is he going to go to the Lakers? And that's where his dad was a broadcaster and a champion. He grew up, spent part of his childhood in L.A. We thought that was kind of the obvious one. And then there's this story that Sam Amick had in The Athletic that he had this lunch with, or this dinner with Michael Finley of the Mavs, and he sold him kind of on, quote-unquote, Mavericks sort of culture and history. I'm wondering, is that something that's been emphasized there? And by the way, am I sleeping on Michael Finley? Is he like a revered figure in Mavs history? He sold the blue Maverick lore to Clay, Eddie.
Yeah, well, you did hit a good point there. Michael Finley has seen most of that history. I mean, he was a Maverick in 1997, left for a couple years, won a championship with the Spurs, and then came back as part of the front office. And he has become a pretty solid member of the organization in terms of knowing what's what and contributing to major decisions with Nico Harrison and the ownership group. But he's sharp, and he has had a really and I know what dinner you're talking about. They did talk much about being leaders, not so much on the court, just in the locker room, knowing how to impart wisdom to these guys that maybe it's subtle, maybe it's not so subtle, maybe it needs a kick in the pants once in a while, but that's what needs to be done. And with the guy with so many skins on the wall, Clay is beyond reproach when it comes to having that sort of leadership ability. So and I agree with you. I think Michael Finley, and he had a chance. He was on the list of the GM to run the Chicago Bulls organization a couple of years back, and that's his hometown. That didn't work out, but the Mavericks are thrilled to have him, and he's got a lot of responsibilities. I mean, he is very much Nico's right-hand man.
Klay Thompson has spoke a lot about needing a change of scenery. I would love to get your thoughts of whether or not you think seeing what a change of scenery has done for Kyrie Irving's career with the Dallas Mavericks has influenced Klay's decision to go to the Mavs.
Yeah, that was another part of it. I should have brought that up earlier. Along with that meeting with Michael Finley, Klay is good friends with Kyrie. They've obviously butted heads in the finals many times, but played on the USA basketball team and drafted in the same year and all that stuff. So they know each other very, very well, and they have a good respect and rapport. So and I think Kyrie just kind of laid it out there and said, listen, this place will make you feel like home. This place is really a lot. It's not just lip service. They're out there, and in that respect, it's not unlike the Warriors. That's a real strong asset that they have going on out there. So it's just something that fits perfectly. And I'm not saying that maybe the Lakers wouldn't have the same thing, but we all know there is a little more drama out in LA than there probably is in Dallas. And that's it's just a factor of being in LA. So I think it's a good fit. And we'll see how it works out. There's so many things that have to happen for this to get them to where they want to go. But you can't argue with the logic of how they've put together this team.
Eddie, before I let you go, you have to bone up on your Bay culture, because between Jason Kidd and Klay, I know he didn't grow up here, but he spent 13 years here, and Jason Kidd is the pride of the Bay. So you guys are gonna have that Bay Area influence, Eddie. You got to bone up a little bit.
Oh man, we'll take all y'all's leftovers. But I got to tell you, Jason and I, we've already got a little friendly bet on the Cal SMU game this year. Since we're both proud members of the ACC, which makes perfect sense, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Hey, Jason riding with Cal football is that's tremendous loyalty, because the Golden Bears have not been instilling too much fear into too many foes lately. Do you guys still have Sonny Dykes still at SMU, or is he gone?
He betrayed us. He's a traitor. He went over to TCU.
That's right.
But in Rhett Lashley, we are very happy, and coming off an 11-2 season, we're just thrilled, and that season finale against the Golden Bears is going to be a bloodshed.
Could be for the ACC title. Who knows?
Doubtful.
Hey, last time you and I pegged it, I think was Kapalua. You still hitting it straight?
I'm hitting it.
All right. That's what I'm trying to do, too. Make contact here, man. So, Eddie, it is great to hear your voice, man. And now that we know you're the guy on the scene, we're going to check in with you like mid-season on a Clay update. So, be good, and then one day we'll all get back to the Sly Mongoose, all right?
You got it, and holler anytime.
There he is. Eddie Sefko, down from Dallas, Mavs.com. I told you Eddie's good people.
I mean, he was good. He came in riffing about freshwater lakes and whether or not Clay's bought a new boat.
Eddie Sefko. Candace reminds me that he said he was giving up beer. He was giving up beer for Lent. So it was like we were on some road trip, and he was like, I can't have that. I'm just giving up beer for Lent. Then we see him. He's drinking this big bottle of wine. We're like, dude, I thought you gave up beer for Lent. He goes, I did. Now I've switched to wine.
There's other options out there.
It's so funny. He's just a good vibe, man. We spent a New Year's Eve with him at the Sly. I can't believe I forgot Sly
Mongoose.
It's tragic. I didn't know a lot burned down. But a good old honkin' Maui bar. It was not a beachfront bar. It was like inland. So like, you know what I mean? It wasn't like this tour. It was drinkers only.
Ooh, drinking with the locals?
Yes, exactly. No views, no nothing. You just come on in and you better drink or not.
The Sly Mongoose.
I had a hat for a long time. Where's my Sly Mongoose hat?
I was going to say, I need a T-shirt.
Anyway, your double thumbs up on 87. Way to go, John Joe.
Good booking.
He said he tried 7 other Mavericks riders. This is the one you wanted.
That's the one you wanted. And he gave us good answers, gave us the kind of answer we've been looking for. He says Klay Thompson's going to start on this team.
How about that? All right, we can react to that on the other side. Clay's comments, what Eddie Sefko had to say about Clay and Dallas, and are you starting to get pangs? That's my question. Are you starting to get pangs? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, these parts.
He does have a freshwater boat that he can use on the lakes down here.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, first of all, let me assure you that he does have a freshwater boat that he can use on the lakes down here.
Okay.
Big to know. I told him not, and I told him not to get too, don't expect these pristine blue waters down here. It's not exactly like the nice lakes and the bay and the ocean out there.
That's it. Eddie Sefko, longtime Dallas sports writer, writing for Mavs.com now. For years was the Dallas Morning News. Was he at the Houston Chronicle too? I'm confused. But anyway, Eddie's good people, good vibe. And I can tell he's already bonding with Clay. They might be out. He might be out fishing in a couple days because those are two relaxed dudes.
You think Eddie and Clay are going to be playing 21 questions anytime soon?
Well, by the way, so Greg Silver popped his head in and said, by the way, it's 20. And then Karen Ann, the legendary Karen Ann, who probably keeps this building alive, and she said 20.
Yeah, but Murph, you're hearing this rejoin right now. You just heard the voice of Nate Dogg, and this is a 50 Cent track where they're rapping about 21 questions.
Okay, well, now I see the influence. I'm going to blame... Is this Nate? You said Nate Dogg?
Yeah, Nate Dogg and 50 Cent.
I'm gonna blame Nate Dogg and 50 Cent. Cut the question, get down to 20. You got to do it in 20. You can't get that extra question.
That blows my mind because me, Curly, and Tony are on the same page. My entire life, I've only heard of it as 21 questions.
Man, so this is a great generational divide as we frequently find on this show. By the way, how about somebody sending me 415 sends me a Sly Mongoose website. Dude, look at this. Oh, my God. From the ashes, the goose will rise. There's a T-shirt. I'm going to get a T-shirt.
Hell yeah.
From the ashes, the goose will rise. Hashtag Lahaina Strong. I got to get that. Thank you, 415.
The goose will rise.
Yeah, again, don't go to the touristy bars. It was like a warehouse, dude. It was on the other side of the, that one road. What's the main road in Maui that's just the only road you drive from the airport to Lahaina? What is it? It's the number. I forget the number of the highway there. But it's on the interior side of the highway, not on the coastal side of the highway. So anyway, back to Klay Thompson. Did you know there's a difference between freshwater boats and saltwater boats?
Absolutely.
Okay.
If you don't have a freshwater, or if you have a freshwater boat and you put it in saltwater, it can do damage. Like my dad is anti about putting his 1989 Sanger in saltwater. He'll never do it.
This is great
knowledge.
It's
a freshwater boat only.
This is great knowledge. So your dad would be like Clay bringing the freshwater boat down. Also interesting, those Texas lakes, maybe more like gray and murky. They're not like he said, California. This is exactly why California, For all whatever you want to complain about, politics, taxes, whatever you want, it's still, come on, man.
Yeah, it's California.
It's Lake Don Pedro.
Murph,
You know what I
it's
mean?
the Golden State, as Clay said earlier. I've always had love for the Golden State.
We had a riff on that. As Bill Walton's quoted Ronald Reagan as saying, if the Pilgrims landed in California, the East Coast would still be wilderness today. They wouldn't leave. There's no need to keep moving, right?
That is true.
So anyway, back to Clay, and I asked, do you have pangs? Because I do.
Oh,
I do. And that might just be a momentary thing. I've been on record as saying, and not in a hostile way, I'm not one of those Instagram commenters, 0 for 10, 0 for 10, 0 for 10. Shut up. You know what I mean? So Clay is obviously one of the most iconic, on the short list of like the 20 most important athletes in the history of the Bay Area, right?
He's on it.
So whether it's, from Willie Mays, Willie McCovey, that level type stuff.
We're talking about guys who have won 4 championships
Montana
in this
lot.
region.
Montana Lott, Clay, Steph. They're the only, really.
Jerry.
Clay, Steph, Dre. Jerry only won 3. How about that? Jerry only won 3. The 4 rings guys were Eric Wright, deserves more love. What a lockdown corner he was. Mike Wilson, who was always the 4th receiver. Ronnie and Jerry, right? And then you got Clay, Dre, Steph. So we're now we're looking at a very small list of 4-ring guys. Steve Kerr. Yeah. Bill Walsh only won 3, right? So Bochy only won 3, right?
Well, he's got 4 now.
Oh, he does.
Yeah.
Another Texas guy.
Another one of my exes that lived in Texas. What's up with all these exes going out and winning championships? Whether it's Bruce Bochy or Dusty Baker, as the text line points out. That's another one of our exes that Texas stole.
It was great to see Dusty on Monday night.
Oh, fantastic.
He was so fantastic. So anyway, the pangs I'm feeling, because I thought when they got trucked in Sacramento, I was like, okay, they can't run this back. You can't bring back Steph, Clay, and Dre. Maybe if you – so the one thought was you keep Steph, Clay, and Dre, and you make the Paul George move, right? That was one thing. You trade Kuminga.
That would have softened the blow of the Klay Thompson
You would
moves.
have gotten rid of probably Wiggins, Kuminga, Moody, and some draft picks or something. And then you're going all in on the old 3 and Paul George. Would I buy that? Okay. Maybe I would. But would I also buy letting Clay go and getting younger and more athletic, like, the Giants are doing right now? And I could definitely buy that. So when Clay left, I told you guys I was strangely unemotional about it because I was like, no, this kind of has to happen. It's the Bill Walsh, a year too early rather than a year too late. All that said, yesterday, I felt different.
Yeah.
I just felt like, oh, my God, he's refreshed. Yeah. He's rejuvenated. He's going to have a great year.
Well, I can tell you from my perspective, it was strange for me to see you so unemotional about Clay leaving. Like, I was pissed. I was angry last Monday before he even signed with the Dallas Mavericks that they were headed towards a divorce.
Yeah. I just felt like it needed to happen, and now maybe I'm getting to where you thought I would be. I'm not pissed. Sort of remorseful at the word, or
Murph,
sentimental.
I told you earlier, it's like when you break up and you're thinking you're getting out of this toxic relationship. You're like, yeah, I'm better off. I'm doing good for myself. And then you see your ex-girlfriend with her new boyfriend.
Yeah.
And that was Klay Thompson yesterday with the Dallas Mavericks jersey. Like, of course, we knew that Klay was gone, but once you see him actually put on that uniform, it hits different.
Yeah, I'm definitely at that stage right now. So whether it's denial, bargaining, acceptance, grief, I don't know what it is. But here's what Klay said. We played this for you guys at the end of the show yesterday, but it's worth re-racking here about being grateful but needing a change. This is cut A, Tony.
Whether you play basketball or work in the corporate world or whatever industry, sometimes change just can spur greatness, and a new change of scenery can do wonders. And I'm very grateful for my time at Golden State, but I just felt like moving on could just re-energize me and do something special for the rest of my career. And Dallas was so attractive because of the young players they have, the style of play, the world-class treatment these players get from this organization, and just a beautiful city who loves their hoops. So when I was watching the playoffs and I'm watching the Mavs, make a run for the championship, I just saw myself fitting in really well with this team and the personnel, and they look like they have fun playing with each other, and they play for each other, and that was very attractive for me, and that's really all I needed to see, and there's mutual interest there, and that's why I'm here.
Man, so he was eyeballing him during the playoffs. Remember, it was I think it was Marcus Thompson who told us, like, as soon as the Warriors got knocked out, we're like, what's going to happen? He goes, well, let's see what happens in the playoffs. And sure enough, I guess Klay sat at home in Belvedere, and And he watched the Mavericks, and he liked what they were doing.
Yeah, I think he was probably going round by round looking at playoff teams, whether it was the Orlando Magic that he was kind of linked throughout the entire season, whether it was the Denver Nuggets being eliminated early. There were rumors about him maybe pairing up with the Joker, or whether it's seeing the Dallas Mavericks struggle in the NBA Finals, where they were completely outshot from the three-point line by the Boston Celtics.
It's funny, we immediately thought Orlando Magic, and then we thought Oklahoma City Thunder, and then we thought Philadelphia 76ers. It was none of those. By the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So he talked about re-energizing his career, and that led to a second cut. We didn't play this one yesterday, but he drops a Scottie Pippen to Portland bomb on us, which I did not see coming. Here it is.
Sometimes, breakups are necessary to do what's right, and I'm not the first athlete in the NBA to go through this. I did grow up in Portland, and I remember when Scottie Pippen came to the Blazers, that was like the biggest day of my life. And I'm not saying I'm Scottie, but they were right there against the Lakers, almost won a chip. So I take a lot of inspiration from past athletes and how their careers might have gone, astray when they either left the team or joined a new team. And some guys thrive, and I look forward to just kind of being rejuvenated here. And
Okay, man. Scottie Pippen to Portland in 99. So, again, I will confess to everybody, I try to pride myself on knowing my sports history. I'm going to tell you, the NBA from 95 to 05 is a dark period for me. The Warriors were so freaking bad and so uninteresting, and I was also covering the 49ers and the Oakland A's and Tiger Woods. I wasn't on the NBA. So the Scottie Pippen to Portland move is something that's a little bit in the back of my archive there. Do you remember it?
I remember playing like NBA 2K in like high school and like going through like those classic rosters, and it's like, wait, Scottie Pippen played for Portland?
Yeah.
And so like I never realized it.
For 4 years.
Yeah.
And in his first year there, they won 59 games. 59. Dude. I mean, the Warriors, how many times did they win north of 59 games in the Kerr dynasty? Maybe 3 times only?
For a Trailblazer team, too.
And then they just happened to live in the wrong era. It's like when they say Phil Mickelson, can I speak a little indelicately? They say the unlucky sperm. Can I say that? The unlucky sperm club, meaning born at the wrong time.
Whoa.
Phil Mickelson was born during the Tiger Woods era. He was, he came of age amongst Tiger. He's like, wait, I'm really good, but Tiger's winning everything. That's Scottie Pippen in Portland. We're good, but Kobe and Shaq are going to win everything, right?
Yeah. I wonder if Clay really does compare himself to Scottie Pippen. Like he said in that quote, I'm not saying I'm Scottie Pippen, but I wonder if he, like the rest of us during the pandemic, watched The Last Dance. And, of course, Steph always gets the comparisons to Michael Jordan. Draymond always gets the comparisons to Dennis Rodman. I wonder if Klay Thompson views himself as the Scottie Pippen, who came in after Steph, who came in after Michael Jordan, and it led to all those championships.
I mean, in terms of accolades, it's not close. Pippen's way ahead of him. Pippen made Clay only made one all-defensive team. Only one.
Really?
Yeah, 2018-19.
All those years. He didn't have one before that when he was locking down every point guard in the league?
Not according to basketballreference.com,
Wow, that
no.
surprises me.
He made the second team in 2018-19. He finished 11th in the Defensive Player of the Year in 17-18. And then All-Star games, he went to 5. Scottie went to 7. 2-time All-NBA player. Scottie was much more than that. So Scottie's just more decorated if you're looking at that kind of stuff.
But I guess
Scottie made the top 75.
Yeah, I guess the
not.
point I'm trying to make is people always view those Jordan
Number two,
Bulls team as Batman and Robin, with Scottie Pippen being Robin. Does Klay Thompson feel like he's being treated as a sidekick next to Steph Curry?
Yeah, it's probably Scottie Pippen 7 times All-NBA and Klay 2. So, Jose in Oakland checks in on occasion. Jose, good morning. Welcome back. How are you, man?
What's up, Jose?
Hey, good morning, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
we got
you, buddy.
Okay. Quite frankly, I don't have a problem with Clay going to the Mavs. I wish him to do well, except when he gets to play against the Warriors. He was a good Warrior. Out of all the players that have left the Bay Area to go to other teams, honestly, the only big name that I would have a beef with would be Jerry Rice, for 2 reasons. One, he went to the Raiders. And second, I remember that the Niners were getting ready to play against the Seahawks in the playoffs. And Jerry Rice went out of his way to go into the locker room to give him a speech to get them ready to play against the Niners. So if you're a Niner, you're a Niner for life.
Wait,
okay?
who gave?
But other than that,
as
far as Clay, I wish him nothing but good.
Jose, Jerry Rice gave a pep talk to the Seahawks? What?
Yep. Yeah, they go into the locker room to give him a pep talk.
You know what? I remember there was one about Ronnie Lott giving one to the Saints before they played the Niners.
He did the same thing. Yeah, but I did feel, you know what? I don't know. Something about Jerry wearing the Raiders uniform.
Yeah.
That kind of strikes me kind of like Wilson. Remember when Brian Wilson went to the Dodgers and he started talking crap about the Giants?
They frequently end. There's a lot of bad and messy endings for sure. There's very few romantic and clean endings. But Jose, just real before we let you go, just you don't think Clay should have been a Warrior forever? You don't think he can help the Warriors win? You're not upset that he could help the Mavericks be better than the Warriors?
Nah, honestly, I think Clay needed a change, and the Warriors needed a break from Clay too. They were at that point where honestly they had him in there because they kind of felt gratitude on one side and they felt bad about him on the other side, but they needed a change too.
Okay. Jose, good hearing from you, buddy. Thanks for the call. And I love his Jerry Rice in a Raider uniform. Ronnie Lott, Roger Craig, Tom Rathman.
Yeah, that list keeps going and
all
going and going.
Niners, Raiders uniforms, too. So Eddie Sefko from Mavs.com came on. We were wondering what Clay's role was going to be. And he was like, it's not even a question. We thought, is he going to come off the bench in Dallas? Eddie said, no way.
Oh, he starts. There's no doubts there. Now, he might not, be a 35. He won't be a 35-minute guy. He might be a 28-minute guy or a 26-minute guy, but he is a cog in that three-headed backcourt now, which, by the way, will have some defensive question marks. Not exactly the strongest defensive threesome in the world of Luka, Kyrie Irving, and Clay, but they're going to be hard to stop offensively. You look at what Luka and Kai do on the court. Putting Clay next to them, it should be a perfect fit. A guy that can stretch the court like that and give Luka and Kyrie Irving a little bit more space. How can you not like that? So, and we have to, figure that Jason Kidd and his staff, Sean Sweeney is their defensive guru. They have done a terrific job in the past of putting together a system that covers up a lot of deficiencies. For whoever that might be. So let's give them some time and see what they can come up with. And I just think everybody here is excited about what it could be. They weren't that far away from a championship, obviously, this year. So it shouldn't take that much to get over the hump. But as we all know, that last 5 or 10% is really tough.
Good stuff. Eddie Sefko, Mavs.com, longtime Dallas-based sports writer, knows his stuff. So he's starting.
Yeah, and those were the reports that I was kind of reading online. It's good to hear the actual opinion from Eddie Sefko. And I think offensively, it's going to be a great lineup. Now, he's right. Defensively, that's where the issues arise because Luka doesn't play a whole lot of defense. Kyrie, so-so on defense. Clay, we talk a lot about his deficiency defensively. And a lot of that comes from trying to guard the number ones and number twos in the NBA. He's not as good on the perimeter anymore. And that's because he had a torn ACL and a torn Achilles. He just can't move like he used to. But if you put him in as the 3 or even as the 4, that gets a little low post defense, which we saw a little bit last year with Clay and a few lineups from Steve Kerr. And he still can give you some defensive value in the post than versus the perimeter. So I think it might be a little bit blown out of expectations of how bad they'll be defensively, but it's going to be interesting to see Clay in his new role.
Right. And again, was he that bad defensively? I don't know. Josh in Santa Rosa is calling in at 808 KNBR as we discuss the day after Clay. And I got to tell you guys, the Instagram posts with his locker and his jersey and him shooting and him talking about breakups being necessary and him and Eddie Sefko bonding about boating already. Josh in Santa Rosa is next up. Good morning, Josh. You're on KNBR.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Just wanted to say, love the show you guys do every morning.
Yeah, Joe.
I think it was time for Clay to move on. You could see it in his body language all of last year, just especially that game against Sacramento, the way he left the court, the way he kind of just took in that last game with the Warriors. You could really see it. He was wearing it throughout the year, and with Podziemski taking over, more of the starting role, him being relegated to the bench. It's unfortunately for him because of what he's done for the franchise. I knew that by the time that he was benched that he was going to be gone the next year. Unfortunately for him, it doesn't seem that he has that big of an ego, but he definitely does, and he wears it. So I think it was bad body language for the young guys. Kind of puts pressure on Pajemski, having Clay's, lasers in the back of his head, the whole time. So I think it was time, as sad as I am about it, as all the memories, 37-point game, 14 threes, 60 points on 11 dribbles. I'm going to love the guy. It's the only Warriors jersey I have, but, unfortunately, he's not going to help them much more at this point.
All right, Josh, good call. Another one, very rational. I mean, I wonder if we could do an old-fashioned survey, a Mike Holler small poll. Isn't that the name?
Survey says.
Like, how do you think if you truly surveyed the entire fan base, and it was like a legit poll, not like a Twitter one where only certain people are on it, what the Bay Area fan base would say? And the question would be, are you okay with Klay Thompson leaving the Warriors, given all the circumstances of his career and attitude? I mean, it's kind of a long question. Yeah. I guess I would just say, are you okay with Klay leaving the Warriors? And you can figure it out. I wonder if the majority would say yes.
Well, I wonder if we did a Danny Dunn's big poll, if we just put the first 4 options. How do you feel about Klay leaving? Are you happy? Are you sad? Are you mad? I don't know. Think of a fourth emotion.
I guess it would be. It'd be like 1, yes, it was time to go. B, mixed emotions, but I'm good with it. C, I'm fearful that he'll make the Navs better. And D, hell no, he should be a Warrior for life. Those would be my 4.
Because my take is, the way that I kind of am digesting it, I'm not mad at Klay Thompson, but I'm upset that he's not ending his career with the Warriors. I'm not mad at Joe Lacob for trying to get underneath that second tax apron because he's been spending billions of dollars over the last couple of years, but I'm upset that his relationship with the front office got to this point where a divorce was needed.
All right, and to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line before we get out here. Andy Bagley at 930-831. Data point that interests me. Will Klay sell his Belvedere home? Well, he'd probably get a decent price for it, so maybe.
Yeah.
This 408 says, it's all good in Dallas now, but just wait until Klay has 2 or 3 bad shooting nights in a row.
Look, Murph, all I'm saying is I'm available to house sit and watch Rocco up in Belvedere if Klay needs me.
707 says, props to y'all for not stepping on Eddie Sefko's drop, unlike those folks with Willie Mays. That's good listening, 707. Very good, 7. Here we go. 408 says, great players rarely play their whole career with one team, and most seem to retire early to make that happen instead of chasing who they used to be. Here's an interesting text from 707. The Mavs had 2 professional scorers, and now they have 3. The Warriors had 2 professional scorers and needed 3, and now they have 1.
Yeah, now they got Steph and your boy Buddy Hield.
That's interesting.
We'll throw up some shots.
Yeah, and again, player development. Kuminga, Moody. Do we have expectations for Moody?
I mean, I hope so. If he starts getting some minutes, it seems like he's kind of been buried in the Steve Kerr doghouse. And every time he does get minutes, every time he does get opportunities, he shows flashes.
Can he be a good NBA player?
I think he's got a role in the NBA.
He's a baby, too.
Now, is he going to develop into a second option for Steph Curry on a championship-type team? Probably not. Most likely not. But I think he can have a role on this roster.
All right. Very, very interesting times. Huge changes in the kingdom that ruled the earth. And by the way, Keena Turner won 4 Super Bowl rings, too. My God. Sometimes you're doing live radio and you just move on fast. And other people saying Andre Iguodala won 4 rings.
That's right. Iggy.
Yeah. So Iguodala and Keena.
When he spent half of the season in those sweaters on the bench.
Those are beautiful sweaters.
Nice
and then
sweaters.
showing up on Abbott Elementary the night I watched it.
That's right.
And they had to say, because they knew he's not a big enough star, so the character would say, you're Andre Iguodala of the NBA champion Golden State Warriors.
And then the crowd goes wild.
Unlike Willie on What's My Line.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Andy Bagley's at 9:30, so let's get you ready for him by talking about some big stuff. Blake Snell last night and the big movement. Are the Giants finally going to the youth? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Honestly, the only big name that I would have a beef with would be Jerry Rice.
from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants made a big move yesterday when they officially announced that they will DFA Nick Ahmed, which leads to plenty of questions of who's going to be the shortstop of the future for the San Francisco Giants. Brett Wisely, Tyler Fitzgerald, Marco Luciano, maybe a Casey Schmidt. 808 KNBR is the number. Give us your thoughts on Nick Ahmed being DFA'd, and who do you think should be the shortstop of the San Francisco Giants?
All right, Wednesday morning, we have Steve Moskowitz, our good friend, on the line. Steve, you want to talk to us about unfiled tax return?
This is something that happens to all kinds of people in all walks of life, all income groups, and pretty much everybody has the same problem. The number one reason people don't file is they didn't have the money in the first year. So they made a mistake, they just didn't file the return. All of a sudden, year two rolls around, and they say, how can they file year two when they didn't file year one? And by the way, they owe more money and they don't have any money to pay it. And it becomes a lifestyle, a bad lifestyle. We want to fix this for you. If you don't have the money to pay your taxes, that's okay. We want to go to the IRS and make a sweet deal for you. And then what happens if you don't have the records? No problem. You get all the records the IRS and state has on you. We have a free consultation. We'll tell you about all your rights, all your options. And if you let us, we want to take this problem away from you, solve it, and then you can enjoy your life and not worry about your taxes.
Yeah, enjoying life is the key. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney, and he should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL. Go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. And Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
2 on, 2 out. The pitch on the way. Change up, bounce past the mound toward the middle, and it's into center field. Base hit, and here comes Bailey with the tying run. Around to third base goes Fitzgerald. 2-2 pitch. Change up, and the dirt, it bounces away for the catcher, and here comes Bailey. The ball game is over, and the Giants with another come-from-behind victory, and this time they win it on that changeup that was a wild one.
I mean, I feel like we can do a lot there on the field, and it's just fun to watch. It's fun to watch Ramos go out there every day and just play the game hard, play the game right. And I mean, that's 1 through 9 our lineup. We go out there, we play the game right, and we just put good at bats together as a team. And some days we come out on top, other days it's close. But I mean, I feel like we're in every game we play.
There it is, set to the hand clapping Dua Lipa and the baby. Marcus and I both unwittingly hand clapped together.
We've been clapping a lot today.
Fits in the tantrums. This one. The all-timer is the Jeffrey Osborne, what's the one with the hand clap song? Anyway, we'll get into it a different day. The point is that the Giants won the game, and Brett Wisely was the voice you heard there. He got that little ground ball with eyes that found it through in the ninth inning. That ball left his bat. I said, oh, what a disappointing loss. They're going to be 4 games under 500. They turned the Willie Mays Memorial into a loss. Don't sleep on these guys. 1 in the 8th, 2 in the 9th.
Not so fast, Murph.
And it was all the young kids, which is our focus right now because things happened yesterday. Nick Ahmed was DFA'd yesterday around 2:30, got the alert. My kid was going to the game with his buddies, taking the ferry, and I texted him and said, enjoy the first day of the post-Nick Ahmed era. But little did I know that would only be the start of the Nick Ahmed riffs because young Tony and his crew had I've never seen this meme. And it was unbelievable. It's a gentleman here. Yeah, let's try to show it here.
I got it.
Okay, you can show it to everybody. Mm-hmm. It's a gentleman, probably a couple years older than me, late 50s, early 60s, and he's dressed in one of those classic, like going out to an anniversary dinner or a birthday dinner. He's wearing a coat and tie, and he's in front of the TV and the fireplace. And then whoever he sends the picture to writes, "What's the occasion? Nice. What's the occasion?" And then here's where the meme begins. You write whatever you're happy about. What young Tony and his buddies wrote. Ahmed DFA'd. It made me laugh, man. It really did. There's something about how happy the guy is to be dressed up going out to his dinner.
I mean, he's got his best suit and tie on. We were riffing about whether or not he was going to a graduation or a funeral. Turns out he's shown up to the funeral of Nick Ahmed.
The key to the comedy is like the very domestic scene of the TV is on to some obscure channel because he's getting ready to go out. They had the TV on. He's in front of his fireplace. He's going out. What's the and the person naturally who received the picture naturally responds, "Nice. What's the occasion?" And then you guys can fill in whatever punchline you want. Tony, is this something you and your boys send around a lot?
Not really, but we do send a lot of memes in the group chat, and I'm just stoked that we're getting this on the air.
Oh,
they're all super hyped.
Let's shout out who's the.
This is my guy Parker Swanson.
Parker!
Trying to be a DJ in LA, actually.
Ooh,
DJ Parker?
So Parker sent that one out.
Yeah.
And he included the caption, Ahmed DFA'd?
Correct.
Okay.
I also sent one yesterday, Elliot Ramos All-Star Bound. I just kind of crossed it out and put him.
Okay. Okay, so the Hemiot Ramos?
Or just, that's him.
Or Elliot.
He's him.
Elliot Himos.
Correct.
That's what we're looking for.
Him. I need Parker's review of the cabin crew, by the way, too. I doubt it. If he's going to be a DJ, he's got to talk about the banger of the year.
So anyway, Nick Ahmed DFA'd was a big move. And listen, let's be honest, man. When they signed him in March, we had a big old tizzy. Why isn't Brandon Crawford that veteran presence in the locker room? And then some people said, well, because they're going to have to DFA him at some point, and they don't want to do that. And so maybe if you're defending the move of not keeping Crawford, this is the day you say, this is what you didn't want to do to Crawford. It would distract the team. It would be a cloud over the team, et cetera, et cetera. Whereas Nick Ahmed being DFA'd affects very few people. Although Tyler Fitzgerald had some heartfelt words about Nick Ahmed, calling him to his hotel room to talk ball. It's like the veteran rookie mentorship going on. I wonder if Nick Ahmed's like, yeah, man, come to my room to talk ball. And oh, by the way, order me a club frickin' sandwich from room service, too. You know what I mean? Like a little hazing going on, too. You better roll in a club sandwich and fries when you get here, too. Although Nick Ahmed seems like such a nice guy, he wouldn't be that guy.
Or would he?
I told you guys the history of ball players going to each other's rooms. When my buddy Chuck Fick, who was the catcher in the Naked Gun scene with Enrico Palazzo, played in that adult league down in Florida, and George Foster in his late 40s called him up in that motel in Florida. They had all day to kill before a night game. He said, hey, Chuck, come on down to my room, man. They're showing I Dream of Jeannie, and I got a box of Oreos. He went down to George Foster's room in a motel in Florida to eat Oreos and watch I Dream of Jeannie.
Wow.
That's when you know ball players have time to kill, right? Time to kill. So here it is, Nick Ahmed Tyler Fitzgerald getting called to Nick Ahmed's room.
Just, how to go about your business off the field when the game's over, to try and just forget about it, good or bad, and move on to the next one. And Nick was the best at that. So there's a couple games where he called me into his room after, and we had some good chats. And he was just someone that was always just so positive. So it's sad for him to leave, but like I said before, it is definitely a good opportunity, and I'm very thankful for everything he taught me.
Kind of tough to call somebody in your room and say, okay, so when you take my job, do this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, Marcus and I go on a road trip. Come to my room, buddy. I'll tell you how to do this show.
Yeah, give me some riffs, Murph. Let me get some extra riffs.
Because I want to move to this chair here, right?
Yeah, that microphone works over there.
By the way, check the text line for another meme, 408.
Uh-oh, we got memes? We got memes.
It's that Drake one from, what is that, from Hotline Bling?
Yeah, Hotline Bling.
Where he's doing the no.
Yeah.
And that one says Ahmed. And then the one where he's happy and pointing says DFA Ahmed.
Yeah. And I think that's how most Giants fans feel about the Nick Ahmed era. I mean, we're talking about a San Francisco Giants team that moved on from Brandon Crawford and has played 5 different shortstops this year. Like, that's what I was so upset this offseason.
At least. We can only name 5. There might be one we're forgetting.
There's 5 off the top of the head, Murph.
Name them. Nick Ahmed. Tyler Fitzgerald. Brett Wisely, Casey Schmidt, and
Marco Luciano.
Oh, my God.
The man that I wanted to be the opening day shortstop. So I know a lot of people paid attention to us talking about the departure of Brandon Crawford and the difference between him and Nick Ahmed. The reason why I was upset before the season started is because I wanted Marco Luciano to get that opportunity to be the everyday shortstop. You know, what Farhan Zaidi told us last year when the season ended. Something changed during the offseason, and Marco Luciano was not on that opening day roster. Now, we can get into the discussions if Marco Luciano is a big league shortstop or not, but give him the opportunity. See if he's going to sink or swim.
They did.
And if you don't want to give it to Marco, then let Casey Schmidt get the opportunity. Like, I don't think there was that big of a difference between Casey Schmidt and Nick Ahmed defensively from the stuff I saw this season.
Well, interesting. I think Ahmed was probably a little more solid on routine plays. Not a dramatic difference. And I'm here to tell you could disagree with it, but I've been around long enough to see, and even Brian Sabian, this GMs like safety nets. They don't like just throwing the keys to the kids the way, sort of rotisserie baseball fantasy guys. Just play the kids. I've seen Brian Sabian do it any number of times. He'd bring in veterans down the stretch. And so I bet if you asked Farhan, and I'd love to have a discussion with Farhan. So what's your strategy and why Nick Ahmed? He would say a bridge.
Yeah.
He would say he was a bridge to get Tyler Fitzgerald, Brett Wisely. Although I think leaving spring training, nobody had Brett Wisely in their shortstop sweepstakes.
Not at all.
Yeah.
And really the only reason why Brett Wisely made the move from second base to shortstop, I believe, is when Nick Ahmed got injured earlier this season. And then all of a sudden, Brett Wisely's hitting walk-off bombs and making backhanded plays at shortstop.
No, he has truly seized the job. I would say Fitzgerald hasn't seized it as much as he's shown potential. By the way, Brett Wisely can seize the job if he stops getting picked off.
Yeah.
All right, the 3-time, that better.
Yeah.
These guys are going to be on the field now. And Fitzgerald got picked off too.
He did. Remember that game against the Dodgers before he got sent down?
This is now coaching, guys. This gets to that coaching staff. What are you guys coaching up? Are these guys ready to base run, whether it's Ryan Christensen or or whoever you got out there.
But these are some of the mistakes that these young guys are going to make. But that's the, I guess, negative side to all this. But the positive is you look at the upside. You look at the potential. And whether we're talking about Brett Wisely or Tyler Fitzgerald or Luciano or Schmidt or whoever's going to be the shortstop, the same storylines go for the outfield. When you take a look at Elliot Ramos and Luis Matos and the Oster Slater situation, when we were talking about these guys not getting reps because Farhan's veteran was out there on opening day. There's Austin Slater stopping Matos, stopping Elliot Ramos. We had somebody kind of clap back at me early on the text line saying, Waterboy keeps on saying Elliot Ramos is only an all-star because Austin Slater got hurt. It's true. Look it up. Elliot Ramos got called up May 8th. Jung-Hoo Lee went down with an injury May 10th. Who got the first opportunity in center field? Luis Matos. Elliot Ramos wasn't inserted in the right field until Austin Slater got hurt. That's when he took advantage of the opportunity. And hell, we were talking to Andrew Bagley. He was writing articles about how Elliot Ramos was going to be sent back down when Austin Slater got off the IL.
But he took advantage.
He took advantage of the opportunity. Now we're talking about Elliot Ramos being in the All-Star game, but it's the trickle-down effect of injuries, not really giving the guys the opportunities that I thought they should have had coming out of the gates at the start of the season.
Again, though, what are you trying to do? 650 prints this out. Ryan Terrio, Edgar Renteria, Marco Scudero. Now, Nick, these are veteran middle infield. These are what GMs do. They need safety nets. They need guys who can make plays. You mentioned Luciano. He couldn't make routine plays. Tyler Fitzgerald booted one last night, too. Are you ready for these kind of raw? So what is your goal? See, that's the thing about the Giants that's straddling what you're saying and what Farhan's doing is like, what's the goal? Is the goal to finish sixth? Because we've talked about this any number of times. They just will not rebuild. They will not go to the rebuild. They will not do the full youth movement, which is what you're advocating for. They're just not going to do it. They want to put a competitive team out there, and they thought Slater, his track record showed that he would give you competitive at-bats. He did not this year. And to their credit, they parted ways.
Look, and
they gave him till July. You wanted it done in April. They gave him till July.
And look, the track record was there for Nick Ahmed defensively. He's won 2 Gold Gloves. Let's not take that away from him.
You know what? Kind of low-key, he did steady the ship a little bit. He played. I'll tell you this. He played better than I thought he would. He wasn't that bad. In fact, let's probably go look up his number.
Ooh, offensively or defensively you're talking about?
I mean, low-key, he had some decent at-bats.
I mean, he got hot for a little bit early on this season, but to me...
the point of the matter is they did make the move now.
Yeah, and they wanted to focus on defense. After leading Major League Baseball in errors last season, they needed to prove defensively, which is why Nick Ahmed got that starting job. But to me, once the Giants made that move for Matt Chapman, and we all know about his defense ability. Shout out to Chappie getting another Gold Glove before yesterday's game. I thought with the addition of Matt Chapman, he could help out enough with these young shortstops that you could have gave them the opportunity.
Well, they're doing it now. You wanted it in April. They're doing it in July. By the way, Nick Ahmed's numbers are brutal.
Yeah, I was going to say.
WAR, negative 0.2. OPS 581.
Oh, is that good?
Batting average of 232 actually looks pretty good in today's day and age. Oh, yeah, yes, it does. If you look around some of the other batting averages they're rocking here. But anyway, it's that time. And so whether you wanted it in April or whether you're getting it in July, it's an exciting time. We'll talk to Andy Bagley about this. We can ask him all these questions about the timeline. Why didn't they do this earlier? Or is it okay to have the Slater and Ahmed bridge to the youth movement coming up? Did you tell us who we were sponsored by, Mark?
Yeah, Murph, because all these hot takes are sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union is here to help with home loans that offer great rates and local personal service. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love, equal housing lender.
And then there's the text we always get and we talk shortstops. There's this guy, Carlos Correa. There's that guy. All right, Andy Bagley next on These Sports Later.
From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, The Athletic's Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Murph, Marcus, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leaders.
All right, Tony, I'll take it, buddy. On the foggy summer day in San Francisco, Andy Baggerly, sponsored by Marin Health. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think. So many things to talk about with Andy Baggerly. And Andy, we could go deep on Willie Mays, but we don't have too much time, so I kind of want to get right into the X's and O's of the baseball. First of all, good morning. And second of all, Nick Ahmed DFA'd a day after Austin Slater traded. It feels like these aren't gigantic moves, but in a way, Andy, I guess the question is, are these, in a way, very big moves because the Giants are making a statement about their future?
You know, I think you reach a point in the season where maybe you start to pivot, you know, and it can look differently from one year to the next, but you know, I think of trading Benji Molina and giving the job to Buster Posey. You know, this is probably not as clear cut or as big of a sort of delineation as something like that. But you know, a lot of times you start the year with some veteran guys and guys you bring in for depth, guys from outside the organization, and maybe they're guys that you know, not to be cold-blooded about it, but from a contractual standpoint, you know, are a little bit expendable and they serve a purpose and almost a training wheels of sorts. And if you have young players who show that they're ready, you know, to be relied on, then you sort of turn it over to them. And, you know, it's not just Farhan Zaidi who's operated that way. It's the way a lot of baseball executives run a season. I mean, you got to think about the season being so long and you don't make it through 162 games with one team. It's several versions of the team. And you know, Nick Ahmed was a guy that they brought in because, you know, they knew that he could catch the ball and be reliable. Doing that, stabilize the infield with Matt Chapman. That would be important for a ground ball staff. And, you know, Brett Wisely's played a really good shortstop. And, you know, they feel good about the fact that Fitzgerald could be a right-handed complement, and he can play, decent shortstop. And I think they got as far as they wanted to go with Nick Ahmed and clearly with Austin Slater as well. Different situation, longest tenured player, but they felt like their other internal options were ready to kind of soar a little bit, and so you see them making those moves, and and there's certainly other people on the roster that could fall into that category, here in the coming weeks, but. The Giants also needed to see what they have a little bit before the trade deadline, and I don't think this is a group that's going to have some big statement-making additions. I don't think there's going to be a lot of those kinds of players available, but I think this was kind of the plan all along, to hope that the youth could hold down these roles, and they feel good about what they've seen to this point to make those decisions here, in the first week of July.
As far as the future of shortstop goes, Bags, do you think they're planning to stick with Wisely and Fitz? Do you think there's a possibility they could call up Casey Schmidt or Marco Luciano? Or do you think there's actually a possibility that they could be looking for a shortstop before the trade deadline?
Well, I don't know if there's a lot of shortstops out there. One of the guys that I thought was going to be a perfect fit for them at short was Willie Adames, but, the Brewers aren't trading him, not when they're leading the division. There's just, you got to go through the list and, who's out there that could be moved, that could play shortstop, that'd be an improvement on what they have. And, that's where you got to get creative as a front office and find those kinds of players, but sometimes they're just not out there. So, I think Giants are going to do all their due diligence on the trade market, but yeah, I think it is going to probably boil down to, Wisely and Fitzgerald, and you realize that, if it really, you really run out of options, Tyro can move over there. You got Casey Schmidt, who's, been a little up and down, but at AAA, the power numbers have been an improvement there for him. I think he's got 13 or 14 homers. And then, Marco Luciano obviously is playing some second as well as short. They're not giving up on him as a shortstop, but, want him to get going a little bit at AAA. And the lights can come on. They can come on quickly, just like they did for Elliot Ramos. And, you don't necessarily think of a guy as being a failed prospect when they're 23 or 24. And in Luciano's case, he's still just 22. So, I don't think they've made up their minds there either. But I think they feel good about just the number of options that they have. And Wisely probably has done the most to install confidence that he can, play a serviceable shortstop. And, I talked to him last night, and he said, I try not to think about the stuff I can't control. But, he knew that Estrada was coming back. He knew Wilmer was coming back. And people would have to be sent off the roster from the position player side. And, he was kind of wondering, well, what are they going to do? And is it going to be him? And you get to that day, and instead it's kind of reinforcing that they're going to move forward with him. So, it's probably a good confidence-building day for a lot of the people who are in that clubhouse.
Interesting. Real quick, just on the shortstop follow-up, Bo Bichette was a name. Is that realistic or not?
Talking to Toronto people, I think they're more likely to move some of the other people in the organization, not the big pieces like Bo Bichette and Vlad Jr. That doesn't sound like where they're going, but, they're going to listen certainly. And the more games and more series that they lose, the more likely they are to be sellers. But you also look at Bo Bichette. I don't know if he's an improvement at shortstop on Brett Wisely. I mean, his metrics are kind of average. He's only got 4 home runs. He's not really an impact player. He's not having an impact season. As much as he's a big name, I don't know. I don't feel so confident that he'd be an upgrade over what they have. To be maybe a little callous about it, but I don't think you make a move just to get a name. You make a move to evaluate. You make a move to evaluate who's better than what you got. And frankly, I think I'd rather see Brett Wisely take at bats than Bo Bichette.
Wow, interesting stuff. Andy, there's so much to squeeze into short time here. You said in your first answer about, they reached a point. They said it's time to go with Ahmed Slater, and you said there might be a couple of others on the roster who fit that role too. I caught my ear and I was thinking, are we talking like a Wilmer Flores, Tyro Estrada, or am I missing the boat here? Who do you think is also maybe on watch?
There's only so many pitchers that can be on that staff, right? And that at some point Jordan Hicks is going to convert to relief. So, they're going to have to subtract some of the relievers they have. And if Eric Miller keeps pitching well, Randy Rodriguez keeps pitching well, and it's the guys with options you don't want to option, then, it's some of the guys that don't have options that, may find themselves, on the IL or maybe out of the organization. I hate to go down this road and try to say, well, this guy could be out of a job. That guy could be out of a job.
Yeah, no, it's a tough
The
district.
writing can be on the wall.
So
you know
you're
what I mean?
saying mostly bullpen you were talking about?
I mean, maybe in a specific instance here, but yeah, I mean, anywhere that there's a lack of performance, and Wilmer's a tough one because he's got one of the lowest average exit velocities in the majors. He's been banged up. You want to give him a chance now that he's freshened up a little bit from spending a couple days on the IL. If maybe he'll have better at bats but yeah, he's coming off a season where he was one of their best offensive players, and I don't think he necessarily just sort of punt on that. But by the same token, it's been a rough year for him, and they got Lamont Wade Jr. At first. Obviously, he's facing all the right-handers, but they probably need to get another right-handed bat someplace, or figure out how to incorporate right-handed bats that are a little bit hotter. And so, yeah, that's going to be something they'll calibrate as they go. But if they do have to part with Wilmer at some point, that would be a tough one just because of how instrumental he is, how much he means to everybody in that room.
Yeah.
Bags, before we let you go, I'd love to get your breakdown on Blake Snell's return from the IL yesterday and also the latest updates on Rehab Palooza with Alex Cobb and Robbie Ray down in San Jose.
Yeah, I mean, it was, I think, 73 pitches, 5 innings, 1 hit. I mean, no runs. It was really kind of a vintage, Blake Snell performance. And, you hope that the next time out he'll be able to go maybe 90 pitches. He gets you that 6th inning. But that's really what the Giants were hoping to get. He's not a guy who really Blake Snell is kind of a disaster on a team that's dysfunctional. You need to have a team with a good bullpen behind him, a team that will score some runs for him. He's not going to take you through the finish line. Everyone knew that coming in, but the piece that he does put in really helps you get out to a good start and win a ball game, and that's exactly what the Giants got. They clearly needed a little bit more to win with the rally in the 9th, and really that game could have ended on that one changeup with I think a 1-2 count that Fitzgerald took. It was right at the bottom. I thought it clipped the bottom of the zone. So the Giants got a little bit lucky to win that game last night, I think, or a lot lucky. But Snell put in the piece that 5 shutout innings. There's a lot of value in that. There's even more value in 6 shutout innings. So I think they feel good going forward. He's going to have a tougher task against a Twins team that's really been on fire offensively in his next start. And then Ray and Cobb. I think we're going to see Robbie Ray, if all goes well. We're going to see him in that Dodger series, the second series out of the All-Star break. I think there's a very good shot of that. And maybe Alex Cobb, maybe a little bit behind that. So, if they get to a point where they have Snell, Ray, Cobb, and Webb all in the rotation with Kyle Harrison, and maybe you even shift Jordan Hicks into a relief role, it makes everybody's talents play up because that bullpen, maybe you can finally give a little bit of a break to and have them have a chance to, be good for you in September and they hope beyond.
That would be intriguing as hell to see Robbie Ray debut at Dodger Stadium. So something to keep an eye on. Very good, action-packed, informative 10 minutes, Andy. We appreciate it. We'll continue to read the coverage, and thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thanks, Bags.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
All right, good stuff there on, Ahmed and Slater. It was time to roll. A couple other people might be on the same list. How about that?
Luke Jackson.
Yeah, right. That's who you're looking at.
Did I say that out loud?
Yeah, right, that could be it. That could be it. And then, of course, the Robbie Ray possible Dodger Stadium start.
Let's get those tight pants in Dodger Stadium.
Could be Snell and Ray in Dodger Stadium. I mean, dude, you take your chances, right? I mean the last time they
brought him in, yeah.
Last time they played the Dodgers, they took 2 out of 3 from them. The Dodgers are banged up. Glasnow just went to the IL. So there you go. Maybe my angry Dodger fan buddy was right.
So you're saying there's a chance.
All right, man. So fun stuff. Big day. The what we put on our coat and tie and stood in front of the fireplace and TV. What's the occasion? Ahmed DFA. That's so cruel. He's such a nice guy. He's driving to the airport right now going, blank you guys, man.
Yeah, probably. Nice knowing you, Nick.
What do you guys do? By the way, we looked it up. No joke. Brandon Crawford has a higher WAR than Nick Ahmed. Wow. Brandon Crawford 0 point win. Ahmed was 0.
After all that we went through this offseason, Brandon Crawford has a higher WAR than Nick Ahmed.
That's a very asterisk stat. Brandon's 0.1 and Ahmed's was negative 0.2.
What are we talking about? The difference between Buddy Hield and Klay Thompson's 3-point percentage?
And only 56 at-bats for Crawford. All right, we got the Sutter Health, we got Young Tony, and we got the final segment next on the Sports Leader.
Praise Dale or raise hail.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, this all came about because of Tyler Fitzgerald. And I was doing my Mount Fitzmore, which included Bob Fitzgerald, Season of the Fitz, and, of course, my grandma, Maggie Fitzgerald, and Fitz and the Tantrums. And this all came up, too, because I know you guys have no clue about this because you guys are way, way, way too cool to do this. But when you get old and married and you're not doing anything on the 4th of July, you sit at home and you watch the PBS Capitol 4th. It is maybe one of the most mediocre displays of average to sub-average American musical acts that come out.
I had no idea this was even a thing.
Oh, it's on from 8 o'clock to 9:30, and then the fireworks. The reason why you watch it is the final 15 minutes, the military band comes out and plays all the John Philip Sousa band, da 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 da, and the fireworks on DC are incredible over the Potomac with Washington Monument and all that. But prior to that, it's an hour and 15 minutes of absolute C-list entertainment. And although I will say they had Smokey Robinson this year.
Hey,
so they might mix in one A-lister. They give you one A-lister, and then the rest is all very... And then this guy comes out with this frosted hair, and he was looking weird, and he was singing. I was like, who the hell is this? And then all of a sudden he starts going, I can make your head. And I was like, oh, my God, Fitz and the Tantrums has fallen to Capitol 4th on PBS. So it's on our mind, and there it is.
By the way, what are your thoughts on watching a fireworks show on TV?
Well, I do it.
Really?
I do it, yeah.
I think it's pointless, to be honest with you.
No, it checks the box for the kids. Just see the fireworks. We don't have to drive anywhere.
You don't get no good fireworks shots from up on the mountain?
Excuse me. Have you heard of this thing called the fog?
That is true. That is true. But I'm always curious.
We would have. And actually, this year, to your point, the heat wave.
Yeah.
I was talking to my neighbor. It's the first year we've lived up ever that we could see him. And you could see him from, like, the East Bay and the Marin County Fair. So we got him. From there, but
I'm just always curious. 808 KNBR is a number. If you take a video of the 4th of July fireworks, or hell, any fireworks, do you ever really go back and watch that video?
Just in general, does anybody watch any video they use?
Yeah.
People are filming all the time.
I'll go back and watch that Tyler Fitzgerald walk-off wild pitch last night that I filmed.
Yeah, with the Bo Bichette walking off?
Yeah, exactly. I rewatched it this morning.
How about Andy Bagley with the very cold-blooded Bo Bichette analysis?
Yeah, I don't agree with that take.
He said quite frankly, he'd rather see Brett Wisely and Tyler Fitzgerald do it. Look, he's not having a good year.
No, he's having a down year, but we're talking about a guy that is a 2-time All-Star career 290 hitter. Yes, he's having a down year, but I also think Bo Bichette is one of the best young upcoming shortstops in the league. Despite his struggles this year, this is a good opportunity to buy low if you can.
He's born in 19, he's 26, so he's the same age. He is a 2-time All-Star, and his minus 0.2 WAR. Same as Nick Ahmed.
No, stop it.
Oh, my God.
See, this is why I don't do WAR.
His numbers are terrible. His OPS is 598. What the heck?
He's having a bad year.
Is he hurt?
He's having a really bad year. The entire Blue Jays team has been struggling offensively until Vlad got hot recently. I'm not sure. I haven't been keeping that many tabs on Bo Bichette.
His numbers the last 3 years are dramatically different than his numbers this year.
Sounds like a good time to buy low.
I'm guessing he might be He might be hiding an injury or something.
Bye.
Yeah, seriously, interesting. But he said he also said that the Toronto people are saying they might not trade their big name guys. Yeah. We shall see. But I do know we have to do one thing, and that's put on the coat. Huh?
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
That's right. It is time for our Giants Sutter Health update. And today's update is on Robbie Ray, who pitched yesterday down in San Jose. Now, he threw 3 innings, allowed 4 runs on 4 hits, had 1 walk, 5 strikeouts. Diamondbacks' top prospect and son of Andrew Jones, Drew Jones, took him deep. But it sounds like Robbie Ray is getting closer and closer to returning, potentially post-All-Star break. Here was Andrew Bagley earlier this morning talking about a potential return of Robbie Ray, maybe against the Dodgers.
Ray and Cobb, I think we're going to see Robbie Ray, if all goes well. We're going to see him in that Dodger series, the second series out of the All-Star break. I think there's a very good shot of that. And maybe Alex Cobb, maybe a little bit behind that. So, if they get to a point where they have Snell, Ray, Cobb, and Webb all in the rotation with Kyle Harrison, and maybe you even shift Jordan Hicks into a relief role. It makes everybody's talents play up because that bullpen, maybe you can finally give a little bit of a break to. and have them have a chance to, be good for you in September and they hope beyond.
Robbie Ray and his tight pants are getting closer and closer to a return to the San Francisco Giants. Stay tuned to the Sports Leader for all of your injury updates. And, of course, that Giants Sutter Health update was sponsored by the 1,800 primary care doctors and 30 urgent care centers to over 1 million video visits. Sutter is dedicated to helping make patients' lives easier. Learn more at sutterhealth.org.
Do you think just in the interest of staying hip and cool, he goes away from the tight pants and goes to a new look?
Ooh.
I mean, just because it's like you got to stay hip. Like the cool people change their look.
Now you got guys like wearing those like capris where it like stops midway through the shin.
Yeah.
I hate that look.
Yeah,
it's such a bad look.
Wait, you mean where they're loose at the bottom?
No, they're like tight and like they look like capris. Fernando Tatis does it. Bryce Harper does it.
You going culottes on me, as my nana used to call them, culottes? What did young Tony learn maybe today? Yeah.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
So the only two things I got is the raging debate we have on 20 questions. Now Marcus is joining you, young Tony, on, you guys call it 21 questions.
It's the only game I've ever known 21 questions.
So bizarre. Greg Silver, Karen Ann, me are all 20 questions people.
Yeah.
Young Tony and Marcus are 21.
Well, young
Where'd you guys
Tony,
get this extra question?
Young Tony, Marcus, 50 Cent, and Nate Dogg are all down with 21
John Joe
questions.
Curley.
And John Joe Curley.
Yeah, so I don't know. I'm going to ride with Greg Silver and Karen Ann. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take arms against you guys on this
I don't know.
one.
I need Tony to check in with our guy Parker to see if he played 20 or 21 questions.
By the way, shout out 623 is a great texter. Said, is Parker part of Tony's ultimate Frisbee crew?
Oh, part of the squad.
And then the other one was let's make a deal because Marcus sat in 3 different chairs today.
Oh, man, I was everywhere.
And he compared himself to Goldilocks with the porridge. I said, or Monty Hall doing let's make a deal, door number 1, door number 2, or number 3. In which door number 1, you might get a Cadillac. Door number 3, you might get a donkey. All right. So that, and then you pointed out accurately. I just looked at Wayne Brady is hosting a modern
shout out
version.
to Wayne Brady and for everybody who watched that Chappelle skit with Wayne Brady, one of the classics.
And isn't it a metaphor for life? Are you taking door number 1, door number 2, or door number 3? Are the Giants taking door number 1 with Tyler Fitzgerald and Brett Wisely at short?
Door number 2, Marco Luciano and Casey Schmidt.
And Nick Ahmed got door number 3, the donkey.
Yeah,
he got the donkey.
He got the donkey.
Johnny Olsen on the donkey, for those you know. All right, Giants tonight. We'll see what happens. Shout out everybody. Thank you all for tuning in. And by the way, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Fits in the tantrums, I can make your hands clap.
You get a ground ball with eyes. You get a dying quail. Just one more dying quail a week, and you're in Yankee Stadium.
Jerry Rice.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy to Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
1-2 the count. Again, Snell throws. Fastball, he struck him out swinging. 96 miles an hour and blew it right by him.
Elliott named an all-star. Just a remarkable story. He swings here and drives this one to deep center field. Varsho back at the wall. It is gone! Elliott Ramos in an 0-2 count to deep right center. His 13th home run of the year. Wow, what a swing. Here's the pitch. It is hammered to deep left field. Going back on it, Conforto. It is gone. Wow, a 3-run homer for Ernie Clement in a 1-2 count. And he launched it. 3-1 Blue Jays here in the 7th.
2 on, 2 out. The pitch on the way. Change up, bounce past the mound toward the middle. And it's into center field. Base hit. And here comes Bailey with the tying run. Around to third base goes Fitzgerald. 2-2 pitch. Change up, and the dirt bounces away for the catcher. And here comes Bailey. The ball game is over. And the Giants with another come-from-behind victory. And this time they win it on that changeup that was a wild one.
All right, a thriller for the Giants as they get it done coming back home. Beat the Jays, rally, couple in the 9th. Looked like it was going to be a tough loss on a night where Blake Snell finally pitched like Blake Snell It is John Dickinson and Rod Brooks.
What's up, my man?
What's going on, my man? In for Papa and Lund here on a Wednesday and for the remainder of the week. So I'm looking forward to this being our first time working together on the air. Big fan of yours over the years.
Appreciate
for sure.
it.
Respect, love, all of that. And this, I'm excited.
I'm excited as well.
So, yeah, a lot to get into here for the next 4 hours. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. But Blake Snell pitched like Blake Snell. The Giants, a little late inning magic again. Tyler Fitzgerald in the mix, Elliot Ramos in the mix, and they're back to within 2 of 500 and 2.5 back of that final wild card spot. Does it feel a little different, Rod?
It feels different. I was just saying in the bullpen, one of the reasons where the Giants are right now and where they may go feels different to me is because they have an actual starting rotation. You know, you go from Snell last night, you get Webb tonight. You would like to think you are going to get at minimum 6 innings. That's going to set you up for a win. Hicks on Thursday is kind of a bit of a wild card. Then you get Harrison. You get Birdsong. Then you get back to Snell. You know, you're going to get Ray back. You're going to get Cobb back. But one of the big problems for the Giants, amongst the many problems they had, is that they didn't have any reliable starting pitching. I mean, that stretch where they were going with bullpen games, 2 out of 3 games in a 3-game series, that's ridiculous. And the fact that they were able to stand up and win some of those games and the bullpen not be in tatters was amazing. Now you still have a bullpen that's good. You still got a bunch of arms. You still got a bunch of guys who can eat innings, who throw a lot of stuff, who throw in different ways. Now you back that up with an actual starting rotation, and you got a team that has some grit, as we saw last night, the ability to come back. They got to get back to 500, which is always the trick, right?
Well, that's still the thing, right? It's, and in all of these, and they've had so many, I think for a team with their overall record, it feels like they have a disproportionate amount of heroics.
Yes, yeah. But I think a part of the problem.
But then you look up and it's like, -2 to 500.
Right. The problem with them not being able to get to 500, I think, goes back to not having a starting rotation. Well, now you have a starting rotation. All that being said, they got to get to 500. They got to cut into their run differential, which I think stands at -26. You start to eat into that under 500 deficit in that run differential. Now you might be cooking with something. But they seem to be trending upward, and you couldn't say that a month ago, I don't think.
No doubt. 9-5 in the last 14. They're doing it against better teams. Yes, the Jays last night and the Cubs are mixed in there, but also the Dodgers and the Braves and the Cleveland Guardians.
Mm-hmm.
But the big takeaways from last night, I mean, Blake Snell looked like Blake Snell.
Yeah.
5 innings, 1 hit, 3 strikeouts. You know he's going to walk guys. He did walk 3. But 73 pitches to get through the 5. It looked like he could go back out for the 6th, but the Giants are like, no, let's quit while we're ahead in terms of the performance and use it as a building block toward the next performance. Came out of it feeling good, feeling healthy. And to your point, if Snell's going to pitch like that, then maybe this can be a team that's going to win closer to 8 or 9 out of 14 the rest of the way when it's been, more like 6 out of 14 to this point.
5 innings, 1 hit, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. That got him a Cy Young last year.
Well, yeah, you do it for 20 starts.
And I don't say that to be flippant, but that got him a Cy Young.
It did
last year. So if he pitches to that, to what's on the back of his baseball card, what you get when you look him up online, if he pitches like that, you're doing just fine.
And you look at, longest outing of his Giants career to this point. He got it started right about June last year with the Padres, and you're spot on. It was a really rough April and May, which historically we've been well documented around these parts. He's a slow starter. But if he's healthy and he can pitch like that, he did look like a different guy last night.
I'd forgotten because, we hadn't seen him in a long time, but I'd forgotten how he could hump it up there. I've forgotten he had 96, 97, 98 in his arsenal. Now, the harder he throws it, the harder it is for him to locate that fastball. And when he can locate that fastball, that's what makes him unhittable for 5 innings, which, again, is not a slam. This is who he is. You go back and look at last year, he averaged only a shade over 5 innings over the course of, I believe, 180 innings he threw in that Cy Young winning season. So that's just who he is. And I think if you're expecting more from him, or you say, well, he won a Cy Young, or he's getting paid so much money, he should be a 7-inning. That ain't who he is, okay? It's just different these days. But I'd forgotten that fastball is electric. And if he's spotting that bad boy, and if he's consistently spotting it at 96, 97 miles an hour, he's a hard dude to deal with for 5 innings, because what he's giving you is everything from the jump. He's mashing the gas as soon as he gets on the mound. He's rolling out of bed, and it's 96. He's not going to give you 94, and then he's going to give you 96, 97 in the 6th or 7th inning. That's just not who he is. He gives you 96, 97 from the jump. When he's spotting it, he's hard to hit. You get that 5 innings with that bullpen, you might be working with something.
Well, and as you said, and the importance of the win to me is if you don't win the game last night, if you don't rally, we're talking about, hey, Blake Snell pitched really well, longest outing, but now you're 4 under 500. You're closer to your low point of 6 under than you are to even getting back to 500 at that point. So I think last night, and there are very few games that I think have added significance, at least too much in the long haul of 162. I think last night was one of the more significant wins of the Giants season, given the fact that Snell pitched as he did and they won the game, because I think that shows, even though he didn't get the win, a template for how things would have to look moving forward, where they win by him pitching that well. Elliot Ramos goes deep again. By the way, Elliot Ramos is going to join Tolbert and Copes coming up at 2:05 today here on the Sports Leader. All-star.
Elliot Ramos.
That's right. I'm glad you tipped that in.
Homegrown Giants outfielder all-star.
I had the
Elliot
great
Ramos.
move, Hezzy to the bucket, layup, off the rim, and there's Rod, just jam tip,
cherry picking.
Follow right there. You get the board and the hoop. Appreciate that. So, again, it's a swing game. The difference between a win and a loss renders in some ways what Blake Snell did kind of, in a way, meaningless, right? I mean, not meaningless because they still need him to pitch at a high level, but to not get the benefit of the win, it gets him back on track, I think, as well, after losing the last 2 in Cleveland. They've been a tough team to beat these last couple of weeks. Even the losses, I talked about it yesterday with Dieter, even the losses lately have looked better than their losses over different parts of the season. And now you got Webb tonight, and as you mentioned, Alex Cobb and Robbie Ray to join the rotation per Alex Pavlovich by the end of the month, which is coming up here in the next 3 weeks. You also have Tyler Fitzgerald's impact on the game. He goes deep. He gets a walk and scores on the wild pitch there. He's somebody who plays shortstop in part because the Giants DFA'd Nick Ahmed yesterday.
Just about to say that.
And we're going to get to it because a lot of different angles to get into here. But you look at Farhan kind of doubling down on some of the young players, and then the young players, along with Snell, come through to help them win a game, which I think bodes well.
A lot of discussion out there in social media, and understanding that social media isn't real life, but that's where ideas are discussed. And I think I really sort of flowered that up by saying ideas being discussed on social media, because there's not really a lot of ideas and it's not really a lot of discussion. It's more like a bunch of yelling. But anyway, you get my point. Is that, well, this move should have been done before. Why were they messing around with Nick Ahmed? Why did they not play the kids? Listen, I get that. I completely understand that. A couple of things here. The move being done right now, take it for what it is. Secondly, the young kids forced the issue. Fitzgerald, to a certain extent, forced the issue. Wisely, absolutely. Once the season is over, no matter what it looks like, Brett Wisely stepping up and getting into the mix is one of the turning points of this season. Brett Wisely changed the situation.
You got to have capable players to play the spots if you're going to make the move. No doubt.
Credit to the young cats. You know, Ramos obviously leading the charge. Bailey, last year, a couple of years ago, what have you. Matos to a certain extent, maybe Luciano as well. But credit to the young kids for pushing the issue. And once they get up here, hopefully they stay up here like Ramos. But in real time, the fact that the Ahmed decision that was with Wisely and Fitzgerald's play, that decision was rubber stamped. You needed that. You absolutely needed that. That Ahmed decision to DFA him paid dividends in real time with Wisely and Fitzgerald tonight. That's huge for us as observers. It's huge inside the clubhouse as well.
No question. All right, he's Rod Brooks. I'm John Dickinson. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Ron Wotus, the professor, is going to join us coming up at 11:30. And again, Elliot Ramos at 2:05 with Tolbert and Copes right in the leadoff spot for their show as we'll be out of here coming up at 2 p.m. So let's go ahead and pause here. It is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
In his return from the IL and after his best start of the season, Giants starter Blake Snell is excited about how he's feeling, and he's looking forward to the next one. More on Snell's performance in the Giants' 4-3 win over the Toronto Blue Jays, trending on our socials at KNBR.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Fitzgerald, the winning run at third with 2 down. 2-2 pitch. Change up, and the dirt bounces away for the catcher. And here comes Bailey. The ball game is over. And the Giants with another come-from-behind victory. And this time they win it on that changeup that was a wild one.
Yeah, just to find a rhythm, trust my stuff, trust my body. Yeah, I felt a lot better, just more confidence, knowing that I'm able to repeat. It's a good feel.
All right, a confident Blake Snell, finding a rhythm, trusting his stuff, looked like it through 5 innings, allowing the 1 hit, 3 strikeouts, 3 walks, but doesn't allow a run, 73 pitches. Giants rally. Anything more thrilling than a walk-off wild pitch, Rod?
Nah, walk-off stolen steal at home. That'd be the only thing I can think of. But, it's a close second.
I was having the conversation with somebody last night, just the different random ways to win a game, and the one that comes up is all right, like ground ball back to the pitcher, innings over, everybody's off, and the guy just wings it down the line. It throws it away.
I am watching and helping coach a lot of Little League baseball nowadays.
You get a lot of those.
I get a lot of what I saw last night at a big league ballpark. So, was watching it with my son, and he was like, hey, that looks familiar. Like, yep, sure does, buddy. We see that a lot.
Yeah, it's John Dickinson, Rod Brooks here for the next 4 hours. In for Papa Lund on a Wednesday here on the Sports Leader. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. The number to give us a call or shoot us a text here. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is open. And the question that I want to ask you, and we'll ask the listener and the viewer here for those watching on YouTube and Twitch as well. Say what's up to the good folks out there watching.
My good side.
Yeah, get it. Well, I might have to turn around if we're going to play that.
Me too.
The question is, does it feel different? And the ebbs and flows of a 162 game season. The Giants started off poorly, flat out. First 6 weeks, plenty of reasons why. They're 6 under 500 in the middle of May. They're playing the Dodgers. Then they win 10 out of 12, and there's a lot of comebacks in there, and 4 runs in the 9th, and they're beating the Pirates and the Mets. They get to 2 over. We were talking about it during the break. Then you run into the Phillies and the Yankees. Things start to go the other way. The pitching staff falls apart. They have some injuries to the everyday players, and all of a sudden you look up coming out of the Rookwood game and the weekend in St. Louis, and they're right back to 6 under. But these last couple of weeks, they're starting to get it together again, 9-5 in the last 14. But the question for you and the question at 808 KNBR, does this hot stretch, 9-5, we had the 10-2 going back to the end of May, does this feel different and or more sustainable?
It feels different, first and foremost, as I said in the last segment, because they now have a starting rotation, and they are closer to getting guys back to flesh out that rotation in Ray and Cobb. But the surprise of Birdsong is he's up, he's staying. I mean, that kid can flat-out pitch. Snell coming back last night, no setbacks injury-wise, so knock on wood, it stays that way. All-star, Logan Webb, and that bullpen still, being one of the best in the business, it feels different in that regard. But the main reason this feels different compared to when we were talking about this during the break, the last Giants hot streak in May, 3 things. Ramos, first and foremost. I mean, that's the huge difference. It cannot.
And it really started with him.
Absolutely, it did. It cannot be talked about enough how Ramos came in and he stopped the bleeding in 2 areas. Starting with the lineup, came in, bat was hot. You could see that this kid knew what he was doing, and he took lessons he learned from going down to AAA, brought him up to the big club. His opposite field approach is he looks like a 10-year vet. He'll go to right field and go to right field happily and go to right field with authority. But you saw last night, they gave him left field in one at bat. Okay, he had the line and the gap, and it was wide open. What did Ramos do? I'll go to left. I'll pull. His approach at the plate and his ability to use all field, he hits home runs with 2 strikes. So Ramos is the massive, massive difference. And you needed to have Ramos in that regard, because when did the Giants start losing after that win streak in May? When they lost Lamont Wade Jr., who was their best hitter at the top of their lineup. When they lost Lamont Wade Jr., the Giants were lost offensively. Ramos comes in, he fixes that. But they were also lost in center field because they didn't have Jung-Hoo Lee. Now you find out that Ramos can play center field. He stopped the bleeding in 2 of those massive areas where the Giants were having problems. So why is it different right now? Because of Wisely, because you're getting a rotation. Mainly, is due to Elliot Ramos, and that's why he's an all-star.
And he's an all-star, and that's it. Like, that's for all of the discussion about building rosters on the fringes, and Farhan Zaidi's been pretty good at that. Like, he's been good at finding those guys and shuffling them in and out and pieces of the roster. It's the dudes that they haven't been able to come up with, whether it's free agency or internal development. Yep. Elliot Ramos, before our very eyes here over the last 2 months, could very well be becoming a dude. He's done it to the point where he became an all-star even after not playing the first 5 weeks of the season, which I think tells you something.
37 games?
Exactly.
That's crazy.
And and the other part that I think makes it all add up is this is what he was supposed to be. Like, this was a first-round pick with a lot of accolades that was supposed to be a guy. And now we're starting to see him become a guy. So I think that, that in conjunction with Blake Snell for one night, and look, he pitched pretty well in the game back when the last bad stretch started. It was that final game of that Yankee series where Doval gave up the home run in the ninth inning, and they ended up losing that game. But Snell looks like he's starting to figure it out a little bit, and then he gets hurt right at the moment in which he's about to figure it out. Last night he finishes 5. They get him healthy, and if you're going to be that team, you need that guy, and you need multiple guys because that's how this team was built, was to have a 1 and a 1A at the top of the rotation. Logan Webb has held up his end of the bargain to the point where he is an all-star. And now you got Blake Snell, at least for a night. It's got to continue, but at least for a night, it looks like, okay, the 1-2 punch could be in line there, and now you get a big win when it looked like maybe you're going to take a tough loss, and Logan Webb's pitching tonight. So I think there is more stability. And we'll hear from Farhan Zaidi, who met with the media a little bit yesterday. There's more stability at each position, it feels like, in terms of it's less cobbled together, if that makes sense.
Well, and it's the same thing in basketball, completely different sport, but we have this conversation all the time. When you're healthy and you're whole and guys are in their right positions, everything works. But if you're trying to mix and match or you're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole, it might work for a little bit, but it's not sustainable. When the Giants didn't have Lamont Wade Jr. in their lineup, at the top of their lineup, they were missing a bat. They were missing a guy who would lengthen their lineup. They were missing a guy who could put everybody in their place. Getting Ramos to come in, he didn't necessarily fix that problem overall, but he was the guy to where you put him in there, he's going to give you quality at-bats. He's going to do things positive with those at-bats, and that gives everybody else a little bit more room to do their job. Now, and even though Wade is come back and he's still trying to find his footing, you could clearly see how much more confident all the other Giants hitters are. I think the at-bats they take really, and Nick Ahmed was, this is not to speak ill of him because he's not here, but it's the truth. Nick Ahmed was kind of the drag on the situation where you would see some of his at-bats and go, ugh. But now that he's not there, you look at the Giants up and down the lineup, with Soler being the obvious exception, their at-bats are really, really good.
And his have been a lot better.
And his have been a ton better.
I mean, it's
than
like
what
he's
they
been
were.
like a different guy.
Right,
He's still got a little ways to go, but he's looked like a different guy lately.
That slider 4 inches to 4 feet outside of the strike zone can be a problem every now and again. But when he sees pitches, when he sees, when he gets familiar with the guy, his at-bats are much better. Put together those at-bats, and you have guys who can do something with, when they get up at the count or when they get to a situation where they get a pitch that they like. We're still talking about a team that's 2 games under 500 that has a negative 26 run differential and still 2.5 out of the third wild card spot.
And the bar has been raised a little bit, a little bit. Although the Padres suddenly have lost 3 in a row. See, that's the beauty of
the third wild card.
The beauty of the third wild card, but it's what you love and maybe you don't love because it's more mediocrity. But with all these teams playing each other now, somebody's always going to kind of fall back a little bit when you think they're going to make a run.
Yeah, and listen. I'm not saying the Giants are going to play for or win a World Series, but weren't the Arizona Diamondbacks the third wildcard team last year? Or am I hallucinating?
You're not.
Okay, so
and the Phillies before that.
Yeah,
in the 3 wildcard era in the National League, the last team in has made it to the World Series 2 out of 2.
Let's keep it funky, man. You really don't want to win the division. Look back at last year. The teams that won the division and had that time off got into the division series, and they all lost. The Orioles lost. Who else am I missing here? The Dodgers lost. The Dodgers lost. A couple of the teams lost to escape my little brain. So my point is that, yeah, if you want to win the division, fine. But that's not a direct path like having the number one seed in the NFL. That's not a direct path to playing for a championship or winning a championship. It's not, some would say, especially after the evidence of last year, winning the division and having that time off after winning a division can be a hindrance. Once you get hot, you get in, you stay hot by playing, just get in. And at this point, the Giants are in that just get in circle.
They are for sure, and there's a lot of teams there, but the Giants are, at least in the last couple of weeks, trending in the right direction, 9-5 in the last 14. Does this stretch feel different, 808 KNBR, or are we getting fooled again? We'll continue that conversation here coming up, as it is Rod Brooks, John Dickinson, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
The Dodgers lost. The Dodgers lost.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I think kind of stature-wise, given how long he's been around, it was tough for some guys. He has some real strong relationships here. And I think as much as anything, that's maybe not going to change the path that you're on, but it's one that you want to, show the utmost respect as you kind of move through it.
All right, Farhan Zaidi there talking about Austin Slater being on the move. Sunday night, the Giants making a trade, the guy that was their player rep, their union rep, and somebody very popular in their clubhouse. Also, they make a move on Nick Ahmed yesterday as he gets DFA'd, opens up some playing time for Tyler Fitzgerald and Brett Wisely. We'll see what it maybe means down the line for Marco Luciano as well. As we welcome you back here, it's Papa and Lund on a Wednesday. JD John Dickinson in along with Rod Brooks. A pleasure to have Rod here, not only today, but for the next couple of days after today as we close out the week strong here, 10-2 on the Sports Leader. But Farhan going in right now on the young guys. We'll hear more from him on that coming up in just a second. But just your thoughts on allowing for some youthful energy when the youthful energy, I think, was a big part of what started the turn back in the middle of May.
The returns were or had diminished on Slater and Ahmed, and the young guys sort of exacerbated that. You know what I mean? Like it's a two-prong thing. Is that you look at what Slater and Ahmed were doing, what they could do and what they weren't doing, and what they were unable to do was that column was bigger than what they were providing. And then you had the young guys who were you can't take Brett Wisely out of that lineup. You can't. Not only are you doing a disservice to Brett Wisely, who's doing his job, but you're doing a disservice to the rest of the team. That guy is base running. Okay, all right. Some things we need to work on. But that bat, you got to keep that bat in that lineup. Fitzgerald's work down in AAA and what he has provided, off and on with the Giants, that speed and that ability, tighten it up a little bit defensively, but he's not terrible out there by any stretch of the imagination. He's not Luciano, and we all saw Luciano. You see the bat, but the defense is a negative. But Fitzgerald, he made it to where you have to keep him around because of what he provides. He's clearly and easily the fastest guy on that team.
He's a good athlete.
He's a very good athlete. And how have we been pining for? Some people screaming over the last few years, they need speed, they need athleticism. You had it with Lee. He got hurt. Ramos is an athlete for sure, but Fitzgerald easily is the fastest guy and an athlete. You got to keep that guy up in the mix. Slater's not providing that for you. Ahmed's not providing that for you. So if you've got guys who can give you better than what you had before and give you extra, it's a disservice to the rest of the team to not have them in the mix.
Well, and you just start to go around the horn with it, and Bailey's going to be there as the catcher, and Wade is back, and he's going to get on a roll at some point. You're still going to play the platoon game with him a little bit and have him in some of those late game situations where maybe he doesn't start against a lefty but comes in the game late. Now you've got Estrada back, but it really is more of it's Estrada or Wisely at second. Mm-hmm. It's Wisely or Fitzgerald at shortstop now, but you're more solid there because Wisely's become a guy, to your point, that you can't take out. Chapman has really, after a bad start, had overall a good season.
Oh, without a doubt.
Now,
yeah.
6 weeks in, it's like, oh, whoa, and then he got hot and kind of carried him for a while. Had a little dip, but he's come back around. And just his.
I think his dip might have had something with Lamont Wade Jr. getting hurt in late May.
Yeah.
And Chapman kind of rising back offensively. I think it had a little bit to do with the fact that Ramos is in the mix.
That feels more solid. And then you've got Conforto and Yastrzemski on the corners.
I'm all right with that.
You've got Ramos in center, but you're also peppering in Matos now. You're figuring out opportunities to get guys. I'll say this, and let's hear one more cut from Farhan Zaidi, and then I want to make another point because I think there's something else going on here as far as the roster construction as it leads toward the trade deadline. But here's Farhan yesterday in the dugout after the DFA of Nick Ahmed on what it means for the young guys.
Yeah, you always hope that you can move in that direction. We've talked a lot about wanting to give some of our young players coming up opportunities and adding athleticism to the roster. And one of the best ways to do that is to have your young guys come up and earn roles. And it's as much as anything, it's just a vote of confidence in those guys. And Matos and Fitz in particular, they're guys who have been a little bit on the sort of up and down shuttle between here and Sacramento, and hopefully this is an opportunity for them to feel like they don't have to look over their shoulder and continue, a lot of the positives that we've seen with them. So, as far as Nick and Austin Slater go, both consummate pros, and they both did a nice job for our team. And the bottom line stat line might not look impressive, but they were big parts of this team. And for us, it was more just about giving some opportunities to some other players who played well.
So Matos and Fitzgerald specifically mentioned there, and then Fitzgerald goes out last night playing against a lefty, starting at shortstop, basically starting in what Nick Ahmed's role on the team was until yesterday afternoon. Hits a homer, gets on base after falling behind in the count in the ninth inning, ends up scoring the winning run on a wild pitch, a play that is because of his speed. You're putting pressure on the defense and the pitcher to make that play. So it pays an instant dividend, to your point. But I know you're big on, hey, the shuttle back and forth, the I-80 shuttle's
not a good look.
Got to slow the roll.
It's not a good look. For us observers, had a chance to talk to some guys off the record in the Giants clubhouse. They feel much better about things this year than they did in previous years. Not throwing shade on the old regime, but the whole looking over your shoulder thing, that gets old after a while. That gets to be a grind after a while. And to know that you don't have to not necessarily worry about it, but to know that if you play well, not only are you going to stay up, but you're going to continue to get playing time. That's all Cats want. They want it to be, hey, if I'm doing my job, then I get to stay and do my job. And I don't have to worry about someone not in this clubhouse trying to look at the margins, trying to get that one extra little. We understand that the spreadsheet is a part of the game now. Okay, you just have to deal with it. But at some point in time, how a guy is playing should matter more than, let's see if we can squeeze just a little bit more on the outside on the margin.
Or the player's development, because it might day to day not be a win every day.
But so the players now know, if I do my job, and they're figuring this out with the big club, or they know this, and now they know this in AAA. If I do my job, I could come up. And if I keep doing my job, I could stay up. It really is as simple as that. And then you look at Fitzgerald. What are we bringing you in here to do? Play solid defense. When you get something to hit, do some damage with it. And we need you to take good at-bats. And you just described it. Playing shortstop last night. I got no issue with what he did. I think, did they give him an error on that one play where he slipped and bobbled the ball?
I believe so, yes.
You could look at that either way. Error hit. You look at that either way.
Yeah, it did end up as an error.
It wasn't an egregious mistake by any stretch of the imagination.
And he's made a couple errors when he's played shortstop, but
he can tighten that up, but he's not Luciano.
He's an athlete. He can play the outfield. He can play the infield. Like that, that's supposed to be the net positive of having the spreadsheet, is you find dudes that can do that.
Do your job defensively. If you get something to hit, do damage with it, and take good at-bats. Because the at-bat he took, and then use your athleticism on the base paths. He checked all four of those boxes last night. You do that, hopefully you're in the lineup next day. Definitely, you shouldn't be sent back down to Sacramento.
Well, the one thing they've told both Luis Matos and Tyler Fitzgerald is you're going to be in the lineup when we're facing a lefty.
Right.
For the foreseeable.
Right.
Like, you're going to be in the lineup. Like, you know that. You're going to be a pinch hitting option at some point.
And that's fine. That's fine.
But at least you know that.
At least you know.
Because that's a role.
Right.
That's not, hey, you might be in sack today, you might be back tomorrow, you might be pinch running here, and then we're going to start you short on Sunday because somebody got hurt. But you're already there now.
But I think your overarching point is the one to watch. Are we seeing the beginnings of a change in philosophy organizationally with what Farhan has done over the last couple of days with the DFA of Slater and Ahmed and what he just said in the soundbite we played. We're going to give these young guys a chance. They've earned this chance. Should say give. They've earned this chance. We're basically going to leave them alone. That is, I'd say, radically different than what we saw over the past few years.
Yeah, I think there's more of a patience and an order to it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's the same philosophy. I think it's just toned down a little bit.
Okay.
It's not so much every single day. Let's find the one guy who might be a couple percentage points more apt to get a hit against this dude. So we're going to send this dude down, and then we're going to bring him back in 5 days because somebody. And again, it felt a little too manipulated.
Yes.
I'm not sure that's exactly the right. But it just felt like
it's exactly the right word.
There was too much. It was just too much.
It was too much.
You can still have guys come up and go down, and if they struggle for a lengthy period of time, you're going to have to make some moves. I think there's another, and we'll get into this coming up next. I think there's one specific area that we haven't touched on that is related to Matos and Fitzgerald and those positions specifically. So we'll get into that coming up next. Rod Brooks, John Dickinson, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
2 on, 2 out. The pitch on the way. Change up, bounce past the mound toward the middle, and it's into center field. Base hit, and here comes Bailey with the tying run. Around to third base goes Fitzgerald. A softly hit grounder just past the pitcher to the right of second base. The second baseman, as they've done all night long, was playing him as a dead pull hitter. Way over toward first base. He raced back on that softly hit grounder, made a dive for it, and the best he could do was get the glove on it to deflect it into shallow center, which made it all that much easier for Bailey to score and made it a sure thing that Fitzgerald would go to third.
Giants rally for the 4-3 win. John Miller on the call there. 1 in the 8th, 2 in the 9th. They win it on a walk-off wild pitch. Saw a note on that. First Giants win on a walk-off wild pitch since 2009. I could have sworn that happened like 5 times during the 2021 season. I thought it happened like every other night during the 2021
2021 was so weird, it has convinced you that walk-off wild pitches were a semi-regular thing.
They had 2 a month in 2021 once they got rolling. I was like, what? That was the last one, not 2021. But yeah, it was going back to 2009. This segment brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union here to help with home loans that offer great rates and local personal service. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love, equal housing lender. It is John Dickinson and Rod Brooks here on a Wednesday in for Papa and Lund. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is open. You can give us a call or shoot us a text. And also, we appreciate everybody watching on YouTube and Twitch as well. Giants back to the winning ways after dropping the final 2 in Cleveland, 9-5 in the last 14. We were having the conversation before the break, Rod, about the DFA of Nick Ahmed, the trade of Austin Slater, and it opening up opportunities for Luis Matos and for Tyler Fitzgerald. And Fitzgerald paid dividends immediately. Home run, scores the winning run, did all the little things that you want a young player to do to help them win the game. I think there's another component to it. I think we're at the point now with the trade deadline on July 30th. So we're basically 3 weeks from yesterday away from the trade deadline. I think what teams in the race do at this point is they clear the glut in an attempt to see if they have internal solutions for the long haul, meaning the remainder of this season. So I think the next 3 weeks are an audition for, can Matos play that platoon outfielder role, maybe with some extra at-bats here and there against right-handed pitching? Can Tyler Fitzgerald play that utility role, predominantly the right-handed hitting shortstop opposite Brett Wisely when the Giants face left-handed pitching? And can this team get on a roll now with the rotation coming back into form over the next 3 weeks? Or does Farhan Zaidi have to go out and look specifically to make moves corner outfield, middle infield, second or shortstop, depending upon where Wisely goes? This is what you do. So yeah. I think it's audition time.
That's what smart organizations do.
You're getting your 3 weeks, young fellas. Let's see how it rolls, and then we're going to determine if I need to go out and make a bigger move.
And isn't it nice to know that you have players that seem to be up to the challenge? It'd be a completely different story if you had guys who would go back down to AAA and regress. Didn't have that with Fitzgerald. Didn't have that with Matos. So to have the type of players to where you can, in essence, I'm sure they've even told them, hey, listen, we're going to give you this chance here. You know the trade deadline is coming up.
No up and down.
You know what?
3 weeks.
You know what's at stake. This is a sink or swim situation. All right, go get it. To have the type of players to where you can be confident that that's going to pay dividends says a lot about the players. But I think it also makes it easier to make that decision. And you can't help but, or I can't anyway, help but look at the schedule here at the beginning of the second half. As you mentioned, the trade deadline is on Tuesday, July 30th. So you finish out the series against the Blue Jays. By the way, Blue Jays, I haven't paid any attention to them all season long. I did not realize how bad they were. They are. Yeah. They hit the double plays. They strike out a lot, and they're just kind of, man. But so you finish up the first half of the season with the Blue Jays and then the Twins. You open it up
Twins are the opposite of Toronto, by the way. Just
notice I kept my name or their name out of my mouth, right? I'm like, the Twins. Anywho, second half of the season. 3 against Colorado in Colorado, 4 against the Dodgers in L.A., 4 against Colorado at Oracle, and then 2 against Oakland on July 30th, which is the trade deadline, and then the 31st. So, I mean, other than those Dodger games, and the Dodgers right now are not necessarily beating the cover off the ball. They've got some injury issues with their pitching as well, but still, it's the Dodgers. Respect to them, he says, through gritted teeth. But you have some games here that are winnable. And, again, going back to the Giants being healthy and whole again. This audition for these players, as you mentioned, and for the greater good of the Giants overall, it's a lot easier when you know, and the bullpen's capable, as we've seen, you don't have to run a bullpen game out there 2 or 3 times a week. This current state that they're in, which is better than what they had before, is a lot easier when you got Ramos, you got Wade, you got everybody's healthy. You can mix and match. You can platoon on demand, and you have a starting rotation that looks like a legitimate starting rotation, which is what they did not have 2 weeks ago.
It just feels more stable on every level. The rotation,
the best way to put
more
it.
stable.
Yeah.
The bullpen, I think, for the most part, has been pretty stable. Last night, by the way, Ryan Walker's the guy that gives it up. And Luke Jackson was the guy who actually pitched well.
Down is up is down.
It flip-flopped. One of those things where you look up at the end of the night, and you go, man, I honestly, look, Luke Jackson has owned it, and he hasn't pitched well, and the fan base wants to riot every time he comes in. I understand all of it. But, man, for a night, it's like, you know what? When they win the game at the end of the night, you go back and you go, all right, well, Ryan Walker could take that hit. Like, for a night, it's like, all right, it's good that Luke Jackson at least got his scoreless inning.
And maybe that boosts Luke Jackson's confidence.
Nobody took
Who knows? But could you blame Luke Jackson? And again, he has not pitched well, all right? But could you blame Luke Jackson if he just didn't stand up in front of the cameras and be like, so what you got to say now? Anybody? Anybody? Oh, everybody's quiet now. But, yeah, I mean, it's stable. And stability was not something that you could say about this, and I'm just talking about the baseball team. The organization itself, that's a different story for a different time. But just talking about the everyday baseball rhythm, it just didn't seem stable. It seemed like you understood what they were trying to do, but a lot of it was like, why?
Well, they were sloppy, too. I mean, that's
very sloppy.
They were sloppy, and I've made this point a bunch of different times. And it's been different. I think that's one of the other reasons why it's different the last couple of weeks. When they would lose, really up until 2 weeks ago even, when they would lose, it looked like some of the worst baseball you've seen.
Mm-hmm.
Like they looked like a bottom 5 team. When they would win, it'd be like, all right, there'd be some crazy comebacks, some things. But when they would lose, it would look, oh my God, like how bad is this team?
Right.
Like it would always be bullpen blow up, sloppy error, poor base running,
bad at bats,
terrible at bats. Yeah, but that's been cleaned up. So I think even that to me over the last 2 weeks seems more stable. Look at all their losses, and like you just look at the couple 1-run games against Cleveland, who's playing as well as anybody in the American League. You lose that extra inning game that got crazy to the Dodgers where they gave up 7 after but they were 90 feet from winning that game. They lose in extras to the Cubs. The one game they lose to the Braves, they were right there in that game after taking 2 of 3. So even their losses in the 9 and 5, they've been right there and have played, for the most part, clean baseball in all 5 of those. So it's really 2 weeks of clean baseball. You're not going to win every game as opposed to what it was earlier in the year.
I just want to add to your point. A couple of weeks ago, the big talk, because it was legitimate and needed to be talked about, how bad the Giants were at holding on base runners.
Yeah.
And how terrible they were at allowing Patrick Bailey to do what he does best, which is hose people at second base. Okay? The Giants had allowed over 80 stolen bases, and it was all on the pitchers.
And that differential number, I know.
Oh, it was in the 60s.
I mean, yeah.
It was in the 60s. And I remember talking about it on Giants postgame on NBC Sports Bay Area a couple of times, where it's just like this. There's certain things you can't control. This is something you can control. And I was actually hearing that. I think about it as Bob Melvin, a former catcher, about it. He was like, yeah, we're going to address it. And I know to a lot of people, Bob Melvin saying we're going to address it sounded like lip service. Well, now you look, and what are the Giants doing? Throwing over to first base. All right? You only get 2 times to do it.
But you're doing it.
But you're doing it. Checking runners. Keeping guys honest. Getting the ball to Bailey quicker. And what is that allowed? It isn't that necessarily allowed Patrick Bailey to just throw guys out over and over and over again. But the Giants aren't getting run on and stunted on as they had been for basically the entirety of the first half of the season. It's that little stuff that you're talking about where it's not as sloppy as it had been 2, 3, 4 weeks ago. That little very important detail, they noticed it, they cleaned it up. Credit to them for that.
You're listening to KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM San Francisco, the sports leader. John Dickinson, Rod Brooks here on a Wednesday in for Papa and Lund, hour number 2 of the program, 808 KNBR. 415-808-5627 to join the conversation here. Does this stretch feel different for the Giants, or are we getting fooled again? 9-5 in the last 14. They did have the 10-2 stretch at the end of May. To me, it feels a lot more stable. We've been breaking down all the different reasons why, from the starting pitching now, where you can go Blake Snell, to Logan Webb, to Jordan Hicks, to Kyle Harrison. Now you also factor in a Hayden Birdsong, but you know Robbie Ray and Alex Cobb are on the way. Just bouncing around the lineup and the bench. The platoons make sense. The roster is stable. They're getting healthier. I think your point, Rod, about the schedule, anytime I see Rockies, and I know it's the last couple of times we're going to see Rockies on the schedule here coming up after the All-Star break, that has the potential to bode very well. And I think last night was a huge swing game in winning on a night where Blake Snell finally, it took 3.5 months, but he finally pitched.
Extended spring training, let's call it.
Let's call it that. Into July. He finally pitched like Blake Snell. And the good news is, once he got it turned last year with the Padres, and you laid this out beautifully at the beginning of the show, once he got it flipped, it was June, but once he got it, this is July, once he got it flipped, he won the Cy Young off of 4 great months. Can you give him 3 great months?
He won the Cy Young pitching 5 1/3 basically every single outing.
Last night.
The exact same thing he did last night.
Exactly what he did last night. And I think with the clearing of Nick Ahmed and Austin Slater, it's giving opportunities for young players, athletic players, to basically get an audition in the short term. But it also goes to what do the Giants do at the trade deadline, which is coming up on July 30th. There's another layer to this that I want to get to, and it leads back to Farhan Zaidi yesterday in his meeting in the Giants dugout. When you talk about auditions and you talk about middle infield, how can you not bring up Marco Luciano? So Farhan addressed Marco Luciano and what the plan is for him now with the Giants' reworked infield.
We're kind of splitting time at second and short with him in Sacramento right now. And, on the topic of metrics, I know, he had one of the roughest weeks defensively that, a lot of us have seen, not, I guess roughest, weeks in the 9th inning, really, because he made a lot of good plays in that week. So, nobody's jumping to conclusions based on, a short stretch and a handful of tough plays that didn't go his way. So some of this is just our philosophy of wanting to find different spots to get guys to the big leagues when we have opportunities. So diversifying things a little bit for him has made some sense, but we're not giving up on the shortstop role for him. And from what we track, his defensive metrics at shortstop, been pretty solid in the minor leagues the last couple of years. So over big samples, he's done a nice job. And look, it's always going to be different when you come up here, the pressure, the expectations, and being able to do it on a night in, night out basis on a big stage. So that'll be a hurdle for him, but we're going to continue to get him reps there.
All right, your biggest takeaway from that in less than 10 seconds. I just have to, every time he says metrics.
Okay, so you just took the words right out of my mouth because like what? What?
Like my eyes glazed over.
Same here, brother.
Like 5 times. I'm looking at my guy Greg Silver. I'm like,
I'm too dumb to know what he's talking about.
Your metrics. The 9th inning. Like we all watched the damn games. The guy booted like 4 balls and they lost 2-3 games.
On the topic of metrics.
No, I don't want to talk about metrics, man. let's talk about what we know. Let's talk about what we see. Let's.
It's a good thing I'm sipping on this and not something else for every time.
I keep hearing more about metrics. I will start day drinking at the job right now. No more talk about it. None.
We're having this great conversation about how things look different, and I'm actually maybe believing in a sub 500 team for the first time all year, and then it's metrics.
I wonder, people who are watching on YouTube.
Be relatable, my guy.
Well, listen, let's just be happy.
Not you, him.
No, I know. But let's just be happy with what we're seeing from the Giants right now. We'll work on relatability to the public at large later. No, I can't. But I'm sure the folks who were watching on YouTube, you could see the two of us, and there was probably smoke coming out of my ears because I'm trying to figure out what he's talking about. And John was just like, I'm checking out, dog. That's it. It's a wrap. Yeah, he is who he is, but we know metrics to him is eye test to us.
Right.
Okay? Young kid's got a bat in the field. Right now, he's a liability. And he's going to get some run at short and second in AAA. And if he can figure out whatever defensive issues there are in that short amount of time, he'll be able to come up here. If not, you think he's a part of a possible trade if it comes down to that?
Oh, I don't know. To me, the bat's too good.
It's very good.
The bat is too good from even the small sample size. That's where I'll go small sample size on you from earlier in the year. He came up and hit.
Yeah, he can hit.
He came up and hit, and if he was even mediocre defensively, I think he would have stayed.
I thought it was interesting that when Wade was out, they didn't bring him up and have him play first.
For all the kidding about metrics, it was, and I get it. It was a bad week. I think that was the other translation. It was a bad week. Just some bad moments.
He's softening the blow by talking about metrics because basically we all saw that dude have issues.
He had a bad week in bad moments that cost them games. That being said, he can hit, and the small sample size of his at bats showed enough for me to where I'm not throwing him in a trade.
Okay.
I'm not throwing him in a trade. I want to see more of that bat, but it was so bad, and this was the point that I wanted to get to. It was so bad in that week that they haven't wanted to bring him back because I think what you saw was it was getting in his head.
Yeah.
Because they gave him a couple days, and then he came back, and then he made an error the first game back.
Yeah.
And I think they were like, we got to – so it prevented his bat from being able to stick around because they didn't want the defensive issues to continue to fester and become a mental thing, which I think they had already had become a mental thing.
You're right.
So that part of it, but I still like enough of what I've seen from the bat to think, I don't know if he's going to be a middle infielder or not. And that's where I'll say, okay, they're metrics. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Your voice trailing off when you said it.
I just okay. We'll cut through it. They still believe he can be a middle infielder and specifically a shortstop. They still believe that's possible.
I thought giving him a look at second, I thought that was interesting. But hey, listen, you got to see if you can get something out of it.
I think it's a step.
Yeah,
because Wisely's shown he can play shortstop capably. I don't think he's truly an everyday 5-year shortstop.
But he's not going to hurt you out there.
But he's not going to hurt you, and I think he's been capable enough with his bat where you can continue rolling with that. Estrada's had some big hits, but he's been disappointing a little bit. I think what they're trying to do right now, it feels like, is figure out the best combination of Wisely, Fitzgerald, Estrada, and then maybe figure out a way to get Luciano back into the fold to where you can have the best 2 or 3 of those 4, and then evaluate whether you need to make some kind of a trade off of that. But I'm not throwing Luciano in any kind of deal unless you're getting somebody great.
What the Giants have right now is something that they haven't had in a while. Good problems to have.
Indeed. That is well said. It's good problems to have, and it's set up, and I think that's where, coming back to last night, it not having the buzzkill of losing that game, not coming in today, and the conversation is, well, Blake Snell pitched great. If he can give him that, but if he can give him that the rest of the way, they're in good shape. But they're 4 under, and they didn't hit last night.
we'd be talking about Kikuchi giving him the business for 7 innings.
And Walker's been great all year, but last night he cost him a game that they really needed to get back on track. Like it
Fitzgerald's home run it would have been lost in the conversation. It would have been lost in the ether.
No doubt.
Because it would have mattered, but it wouldn't have mattered.
Totally. And so that's where now you add it all up, and Logan Webb is back and pitching tonight, and you have an opportunity to make it 2 in a row, and then we'll see where it goes from there. All right, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. It is John Dickinson and Rod Brooks here on the Sports Leader.
Metrics.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Krukow stopped by the morning show with Murph and Marcus to discuss the emotional celebration of life for Willie Mays at Oracle Park and his reaction to the Giants' dramatic 4-3 win against the Blue Jays on a walk-off wild pitch. To hear that interview, see what's trending on our socials at KNBR and the KNBR app.
Hey, we have our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, tell us about unfiled tax returns.
This is a really common situation. Lots and lots of people just haven't filed their returns for years. Why? Number one reason is people just didn't have the money to pay the first year. They made a mistake. They didn't file the return. Second year rolls around and they say, how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1? By the way, they still don't have the money. And it becomes a lifestyle, a bad lifestyle. The bottom line is, if you can't pay your taxes, that's okay. We want to make a deal for you. Next, people don't have their records. No problem. We'll get all the IRS and state has on you. We don't want to wait until some IRS agent comes in, ruins your life, comes knocking on your door. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. Talk to us. Let us explain everything that we want to do for you. And if you want us to, we'll go ahead and do it. Take your tax problem off of you, put it behind you, and let you enjoy your life.
That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online at moskowitzllp.com.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Elliott named an all-star. Just a remarkable story. He swings here and drives this one to deep center field. Varsho back at the wall. It is gone! Elliott Ramos in an 0-2 count to deep right center. His 13th home run of the year. Wow, what a swing. 1-0 Giants.
Dave Fleming on the call there. Fourth inning, getting the Giants on the board. Elliott Ramos continuing to be a dude. They rally from 3-1 down. They beat the Jays 4-3. And Elliott Ramos is coming up today as we welcome you back here. It's John Dickinson and Rod Brooks in for Papa and Lund here on a Wednesday. 2:05, Rod. All-star. I left that part out. You tipped it in for me earlier. All-star Elliott Ramos, 2:05, joining Tolbert and Copes here on the Sports Leader.
So good. So good offensively. That home run last night, that was an opposite field shot, as Dave Fleming mentioned, with 2 strikes. His opposite field approach is outstanding. His plate discipline, his at-bats are outstanding across the board. If you give him left field, he'll take that 2. He's just so good. And defensively, that's what Wisely has been able to bring is the big surprise. And Ramos's defensive ability in center is the absolute biggest surprise of the season. If he were just doing what he's doing now offensively, you'd be like, hey, man, this is great. What he's doing offensively, what he has meant to this club since he was brought up in May, I forget exactly when he was brought up in May, the difference he's made them better in playing the brand of center field he's played. I've only seen him where I feel like he completely misjudged the ball. I've only seen him do that once.
There's been a couple where it's kind of he comes in. I think on a ball, or he breaks back on a ball that's maybe not hit as well. There's been a couple of those.
Exactly.
It's been more than capable.
Could he get better at reading balls? Absolutely. He's not a center fielder by trade.
Right.
So
but he's been capable.
He's been capable. He's learning on the job, and his athleticism will make up for his mistakes. But like I said, I can only think of one instance where I saw him misplay a ball and went, okay, it looks like a guy who's learning how to play center field. Other than that, he's been absolutely outstanding. I think what he's done defensively is one of the big reasons why his peers named him to the All-Star game.
Well, and it's allowed the Giants to everything else to fall into place.
It solved a massive problem.
Yeah, you were all over it earlier. I mean, when Jung-Hoo Lee went out, it was up because he was going to play 160 games in center field. It was like, all right, we need a center fielder, a leadoff hitter, Jung-Hoo Lee. He goes out, and then it's what are you going to do? The Giants, I think, like their corner outfield guys. They like what Conforto provides. We can debate good or bad. They like Yastrzemski. They like having platoon options for both of those guys, but they're corners. And so having somebody that could capably just plug and play in center field every day has been huge.
And the guys playing the corners, they don't have to play their position and some of center field. You know, I'm playing right field today.
Well, yeah, because
I'm not playing right center.
Can't, and Yaz is an excellent.
That's
right
what I'm
fielder.
saying.
Yeah,
so so those guys, we talked about this earlier, where when you're a team that's whole, everybody can play their positions and they can play them as comfortably as you can play in professional sports. You don't have to do your job and try to do someone else's for the betterment of the team, for the greater good of the team. Everyone can do their jobs comfortably. Now you can have guys go out there and play the corner outfield spots, as difficult as that is, especially right field at Oracle Park. You could do your job, and you don't have to worry about, I got to cover for our fantastic young player who's busting his ass, giving us what he can as center field, but I got to go and supplement him because he's learning on the job. That's the value of Ramos right there in real time.
No question. 808 KNBR, let's get to the phones. Joe in El Dorado Hills is up here on the Sports Leader. Hey, Joe. Joe, are you there? Hey, we got you, Joe.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
okay.
We got you.
Nice. Good to check in with you guys. Thanks for filling in this week for the big boys. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the fact that the Giants are fun to watch lately for the last, week and a half, you guys have said, 9 and something. But I have this feeling it's great. We're getting our rotation back. I just wish that we could have seen Farhan see the writing on the wall a little bit earlier as it relates to Ramos and Matos and Wisely. I mean, all three of those guys really only got shots due to injuries. And, I mean, Ramos was sent down with the first round of cuts. And we've been sitting on this kid for years and years and years. He's not extremely young player. I wish that we could have dealt Austin Slater when a lot of us fans were saying, hey, let's do that in spring training and let Matos come up and play. I mean, remember he came into spring training just absolutely jacked, hitting the ball left and right. And I know that he had that cold streak after his, 16 RBIs as player of the week. And it sounded like he needed to go down, but I feel like we've just been a little bit of a step behind. And I think the only thing that's keeping us really even relevant at the moment is because those three guys, I mean, Wisely, Ramos, you can throw Fitzgerald in there, who's really only been getting shots because of injury. Without those, what has Farhan really done for us? I mean,
well, yeah, go. Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, well, can I ask Joe? Joe,
yeah, no, go
if
ahead.
I can ask you a question real quick. So the Giants right now are 45 and 47. Let's just say Matos, Ramos, and Wisely, they all start the season with the big club. Okay, Slater's not even around. Ahmed has been abducted by aliens. All of those guys that you mentioned start the season, but the Giants still have the injuries to their starting rotation, most notably Blake Snell. The Giants lose Lamont Wade Jr., okay? His hamstring goes pow in late May, okay? Those two massive injuries, or massive sets of injuries, if you're counting the injuries to the pitching staff. How much of a difference do you think Wisely, Ramos, and Matos would have made overall to the Giants, just their record, at 45 and 47 right now, if they would have started the season with the big club, but you would have still had the injuries the Giants had, most notably to Lamont Wade Jr. and to the pitching staff?
Yeah, I think the pitching staff's the biggest problem that we've had because of all those injuries, which you can't blame anybody for that.
Of course.
I would flip the record. I would say 47 and 45.
So 500.
Because Ramos is 47. Yeah, 2 games over.
Yeah. 500.
I'm not going to be unrealistic about it. It's just we knew what Slater was. I mean, we saw what he was doing in spring training, and he's been a good Giant, right? Like he's in the family, but I think he stuck around because we're in the family, and what we want Farhan to do is recognize this young talent and bring it up. And sometimes we're either a little too late, or maybe we're wrong as it relates to Marco Luciano. I mean, I don't know that he can play shortstop. If you can't make plays when you've been playing baseball we've had him since he was a teenager. A shortstop, man, you've got to have that mentality. I don't remember Brandon Crawford coming up and kicking the ball that way.
Yeah, but we're talking about Brandon Crawford.
I'm talking Brandon Crawford.
Yeah,
I don't remember Rich Aurelia. I don't remember Rich Aurelia kicking the ball that way, and he was not near the shortstop of Brandon Crawford. And so, I have always wanted a little more out of Farhan. I gave him the benefit of the doubt this offseason because at least he landed a few guys after striking out. The last thing I'll say, and then I'll let you guys get to it so I don't waste your time, but I just have this feeling, and I don't want to turn it into a Farhan bash, but he doesn't feel like the Giants family. He seems like he seems like an imposter into the forever Giant family, and it just doesn't seem like the right strings are being pulled.
All right, Joe, appreciate it.
That's personal preference. My whole point is that they'd still be where they are right now, which is basically a 500 team, had all of those guys come up, because none of that has anything to do with Soler struggling the way he did at the beginning of the season and the injuries to Wade in the pitching staff.
And I maintain that in Farhan's defense on that specifically, I maintain that if you make the decision before the season starts that you're going to just go with the young guys, you're basically acknowledging before it even starts that it's going to be a developmental year and that winning is not the most important thing. And I don't think he has given the track record of the last 2 years and everything, one winning year since 2019 when he took over, goes back before him, but we'll hold him accountable for his record in that since 2019, the one winning season. He was not in a position to say, hey, we're letting the young guys play this year. We're going to see what we got, and wins be damned. So you can't have it both ways. You can't go sign dudes and then say, we're going to play the young guys.
The dirtiest word in Bay Area sports is rebuild. It's no one. And listen, we'll have a discussion about the Warriors here as the show goes on. The Warriors don't want anything to do with even giving the impression that they're rebuilding. None of the organizations are going to say it. The Sharks have been rebuilding for years and said it. Now, clearly, you can see what they're doing. We can all, but
sure.
None of us are dumb, right? We all,
yeah, you can see who's not here.
Right.
I mean, they just got the number one pick.
Right. And, even those of us without at least one working eye, we can all see what's going on. You don't always need a weatherman to tell you which way the wind is blowing. But when you do what you mentioned, which is we're going to bring the young guys up to start, you're saying we're rebuilding. Now, you might be cool with that. That's fine.
Yeah, and I think there's a percentage of Giants fans who are, would be.
That's fine. I completely understand that. They ain't cool with it.
Well, how do you do that after you've had one winning season in the you just can't.
You won't do it.
You can't. He can't do that. It's like I keep saying, and I've given Farhan the benefit of the doubt. I think he is a sharp baseball mind. I think he has tried to do some things that haven't worked out.
Absolutely.
I think I was not a fan of Gabe Kapler. That hire from the beginning.
You were not alone.
It looked like maybe I was going to be wrong on that, and I think I was, and I've admitted I was wrong because he was not the disaster that I thought he was going to be. Now, he kind of turned into what I thought he was going to be by the end of it, but it was not a complete and utter disaster. That, to me, was a little odd. There's been a lot of things that haven't necessarily worked out, but I think he did, given COVID and everything else, earn an opportunity to get one more shot, meaning this season.
Yes.
And Bob Melvin, meaning this, and we'll see. And he tried to sign some guys, but ultimately, at the end of the day, and we got to get to Ron Wotus coming up here, this year's about results. So, Chapman, Soler, whatever, you can evaluate it however you want. We can evaluate it day to day. I'm going to evaluate it at the end of the year. Did they make the playoffs? Did they not? Why didn't they? Were they in low 80s that didn't make it by a game? Did they win 77? If they win in the 70s, it's a wrap.
Yeah.
And I've said that. And it should be at that point in time. But we got to let it play out, I think, to the tune of one more time. So we can maybe get back into that later. Ron Wotus, Special Assistant to Baseball Operations, is going to join us next. What does he see as far as the Giants being a little more stable of late? That's straight ahead right here. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson and Rod Brooks sitting in for Papa and Lund here on a Wednesday. More phone calls coming up, but let's go out to the UMA guest line. It's a pleasure to be joined by the professor, special assistant to baseball operations, Ron Wotus, joining us here. Also, you see Wo on NBC Sports Bay Area 2 from time to time. Well, what's going on? How are you?
Well, John, how about yourself?
We're doing very well. Talking about the last couple of weeks here, and thank you for joining us. What to your eye has been different? Because it just seems more stable since that road trip to Rickwood and St. Louis and coming back against the Cubs. It adds up to 9-5, but this team's playing better ball.
Yeah, it is, and you contribute some of that to just the players performing better. I mean, it's a long season, and you have stretches, even months, where you don't play all that well. And I just think guys are tightening the belt strap a little bit. They understand what's at stake. We've had some guys that were cold early offensively, and I think they're now swinging the bat more like they're capable. So it's a little bit of everything. And, I'll be honest, also things kind of go your way sometimes. I look at the playoff run where we scored something like 16 runs without a hit. You need the baseball gods on your side, too. I mean, winning is so fleeting. A play here, last night we get the wild pitch. Fitzgerald gets the big walk, to put an inning together like that. So it's a combination of things. And the good news is they are playing better. And now we have these pitchers coming back. One of them we saw last night. Now everybody was excited to see him throw well.
But, Ron, you make your own luck a lot of the time. And taking a good at-bat as Fitzgerald did, is a part of making your own luck. Making sure that you're doing the right thing so you can be in a position to win helps you with your bottom line, which is to win. And it seems to me over these last couple of weeks that you have a squad where even if things aren't necessarily going the way that they want them to go, they're still taking quality at bats. You're still playing good defense. If a pitcher gets, maybe not a call they should have gotten, they don't allow it to affect them. They still finish the at bat, even if they get themselves into a situation where they don't have a lot of leverage in the count. Everybody seems to be finishing the job and putting them as individual players and the team collectively putting themselves in a position to win.
Yeah, I agree. There's no way that I'm insinuating, Rod, as you well know, that they're lucky, but
sure.
It does play into it. But to your point, they are playing better, better at bats, and the pitching staff is too. I mean, we had 3 starters down, right? And then Birdsong comes along, the last 3 outings and stabilized 3 starts for us. He's pitched extremely well. So, that helps out. Now we have more pitching on the way because the pitching side of it is important as well, as you well know. But when you're trying to cover for, 3 starters out, that's a lot to cover. It's taxing on the bullpen. Guys get thrown into different roles, et cetera, et cetera. So, we got some people coming. Blake last night was very good, and they're moving in the right direction. And you just want to win series, right, Rod? You just want to win series, and they've been doing that, and that's what you want to do because there's plenty of games left.
I loved looking at the schedule for this week and seeing the probables and starting with Snell and then Webb tonight, Hicks, Harrison, Birdsong back to Snell. It's like, oh, the Giants actually have themselves a rotation. That's what that looks like. That's how you start cooking with gas. I wanted to ask you about Birdsong. I noticed even in his first start, what I loved about him is that he's got stuff. He can get it up there 95, 96, 97 miles an hour, but he is not afraid of throwing that changeup and throwing the slider and even the curveball if he has to in 2-strike counts as an out pitch. And to me, that says to me that he knows how to pitch because a lot of young guys, if they have 96, 97 under the hood, they'll try to throw 96, 97 to get guys to strike out. To see him do that in his first start and then repeat it in his second start, that let me know that guy has an understanding how to use all of the stuff at his disposal.
Yeah, well, I saw him 2 years ago in San Jose. And he just came into the organization, and he's the real deal. To your point, I mean, he had a good fastball, but he had good breaking stuff as well, a slider and a curveball. And the thing that has really taken off for him now is that changeup. I mean, that changeup is deluxe. Oof. I mean, I watching it on TV. Watching it on the side, sometimes you can't tell, how good it is, but he's starting to use it more, and the bottom falls out. And with his, 96 to 98, it's a real weapon. And as you said, he does have two good breaking balls that he can throw in there. So he has all the pitches. He's here. He's developed very, very quickly. Look, he's still developing as a pitcher. But he has done very good, and I think the organization knew, the moment wouldn't be too big for him. Mm-hmm. He's kind of an easygoing, he doesn't get too excited type of guy, and he just goes out and does his thing. So, he's going to get better and better and better, but he has a bright future.
Ron Wotus joining us here on KNBR. What impressed you the most about Blake Snell's outing last night?
The stuff more than anything. Stuff. I mean, look, stuff in command is the the good pitchers that have it when they can command their stuff, they can dominate, and he's one of those guys. So I thought his stuff was very, very crisp, and his command was on point. I mean, he didn't get into these ruts where he couldn't throw the ball over the plate. He was able to use all his pitches. So it boiled down to those two things for me, was the stuff in the command.
Ramos, there's so much to talk about with him. I want to stick with his offense. His opposite field approach is top-notch. Looks like a 10-year veteran in that regard. He's got no problem with going to right field. He does it happily. He does it well. Opposite field home run last night. But I love the at-bat where they gave him left field, right? He had everything from the line to the gap. And he said, okay, if you're going to give that to me, I'm going to take it. And he took it. I marvel at how a guy that young in the game has figured out whatever they give me, I'm going to take it. And if I get something I like, I'm going to deposit it over the wall. How much of that comes from what he's been able to get out of Sacramento, and how much of that is just this kid has talent, and that's why he's an all-star along with his defense?
Yeah, unbelievable story, isn't it, for him to make the all-star team and put the numbers up that he's put up. I can't remember another player, and I don't know what the stats say, and it doesn't really matter, but has been on the tear that he's been on. Even some of the great players we had, maybe they are, but my goodness, he's getting the job done. I think the thing for me, look, he spent a lot of years in the minor leagues, and he spent, parts of 3 years in AAA. And, there were times at the plate that you didn't see this discipline. He was swinging at everything. Mm-hmm. So I really think the experience has helped him. I talked to Damon Minor, his hitting coach down there in AAA, and he would tell me he's getting it. He's getting better. He's getting better. Some guys mature and get better later on. Some guys, right away they have it. It's just natural for him. He's worked extremely hard. I think the right field approach is something that helps all hitters because it keeps you on the breaking ball, and then you can lay off the breaking ball in the off-speed pitches. And, so many guys want to pull and drive the ball. The beauty of him is he's so darn strong. When he puts the bat head on the ball, it doesn't matter if it's right field, center, or left. It goes out of the park, and I saw that in AAA with him as well. So he does have a good approach in that regard. He's laying off pitches that he didn't used to lay off, and I think just maturity in at-bats, growing up and learning your craft, failing in the minor leagues. You've dealt with it before, and I think he's been ready for the moment this year.
Ron, when you look at the pitching staff coming around with guys coming back and a couple more on the way, we were having the discussion about just how complete the roster is starting to look. The couple of moves this week, Austin Slater gone, Nick Ahmed gone, opens up some opportunities for Matos to play a little more, for Tyler Fitzgerald, who had a big impact on the game last night, to play more. Do you feel now that this roster, the 26 every day with a couple of guys maybe coming back, is as complete as it's been all year?
Yeah, I think so. I think, look, Slater was hurt for most of, the beginning of the season, really never got his footing like he has in the past. He was a real good Giant for us, and wish him well, obviously. And Nick Ahmed as well. He brought some veteran leadership. I think that we needed it at the position at the time. He was a great teammate and knows how to play the game, has a lot of experience. He's mentored some of these guys. But, I think our young players have matured to the point where, they deserve the opportunity, wisely. And Fitzgerald, I've always believed in Fitzgerald. He has tools. If you look at, the ability that this guy has with regular playing time and getting better, I really believe this guy can be a dynamic, major league player. So, then you got, obviously, Ramos is doing what he's doing. Matos has proven that he can hit at the major league level. So the young players have really made an impact. And as you said, getting the pitching staff back. And I think that's the real key. Our strength going into the season was going to be our starting pitching. And, the guys we have waiting in the wings here to fill in, when they come in, it's only going to make the bullpen better and stabilize that thing and give guys a little bit of a rest, obviously, because the bullpen has thrown a lot of innings. And, some of these starters that we have coming back, I know they're going to get deeper into the game, and that hasn't been our strength, right? Besides Webb, we haven't had many guys getting deep into the game. So, yes, we're moving in the right direction, and at the perfect time. You got the trading deadline coming up, and you want to play well here going into the All-Star break.
Ron, a couple of weeks ago, we were talking a lot about the Giants allowing base runners and allowing those guys to basically steal with impunity. And a lot of that was traced to the pitchers just not giving Bailey enough time to use his strength, which is his arm. They were very slow to the plate. I think we even actually talked about it on NBC Sports Bay Area a couple of times. Mm-hmm. But since then, you could clearly see, even if you're not paying attention to that bit of the game, you can clearly see the Giants are making, if not a concerted effort to actually quicken their delivery to get the ball to Bailey. You could clearly see that they're paying attention to runners. You only get 2 throwovers, but they are using at least one of those throwovers that over these last couple of weeks, that problem, which was huge and obvious, they sure seem to address it and at least stem the tide in terms of guys just being able to get on base and be able to take second and sometimes third without Bailey even uncorking a throw.
Yeah, there's no question. Coaches, all coaches have different responsibilities, but guys that are in charge of that area, they're pulling their hair out when guys are running like crazy on us. And you face a team or two that has a ton of speed and they're daring, and that's what happens. You honestly, you get embarrassed. Yeah. And it becomes a breaking point where enough is enough. And they've addressed it just like they address everything that doesn't go the way they want it to go. And not all of the pitchers, but the old Billy Hayes, our old first base coach, bullpen catcher, used to tell me all the time, as a catching guy, he goes, it takes 3 guys to throw somebody out: the pitcher, the catcher, and you need a good tag. and he's right, So you need all those things to come together. The pitcher's got to give the catcher a chance. Catcher has to make a good throw, and the infielder can't be way in front of the base catching it and bringing it back. He's got to make a good tag. So, they've addressed it, and those aren't little things, as you guys know. There's no little things. They're all big things, especially when you play close games. So, you're in a close game. You want to win the close games. The good teams win the one-run games, and those types of things, running the bases, holding runners, fielding your position, not beating yourself, wins you games.
Final question for you, Ron. Marco Luciano, I want to ask you about him. Farhan yesterday in the dugout, talking about the moves of late, he mentioned him playing some second and short in Sacramento. Where do things kind of stand with Luciano? Because we all know he had the rough week fielding, but he really showed he could hit in that short time also. Just kind of where do things stand with him as far as getting the defense to a point where you can get his bat on the field in the big leagues at some point?
Well, right now I haven't seen him in a couple of weeks. I've been here in San Jose and other places, but it is not going to hurt him one bit to stay in AAA and learn his craft and get more experience. He doesn't have a lot of games at second base in his career. And I really believe in games played from minor leaguers. I know what it did for my career. I think what I said is, being able to go through struggles in the minor leagues is important for me because if you've never struggled, then you come to the big leagues, and it's a pretty darn good league, and you're going to struggle, and you got to be able to come out of that and not jump off the bridge and be able to deal with the pressure of performance at the major league level. So I think it's a good thing. Right now we got Wisely and Fitzgerald are getting the opportunity at shortstop. Wisely's played extremely well. So he's waiting in the wings, and he'll get some more experience. And as you said, he's got great bat potential. And I'm looking forward to going up and seeing him here soon up in AAA because I want to get my eyes on him again. But he's waiting in the wings.
Ron, good stuff. We really appreciate it. We'll talk to you again soon.
Hey, great being with you guys. Have a great day. Keep up the good work.
All right, thanks a lot. Ron Wotus, the professor, joining us here on KNBR, the sports leader. Good stuff, good conversation, good insight on a lot of the things going on with the Giants right now. We'll touch on some key takeaways from that coming up. It is Rod Brooks, John Dickinson, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
All right, welcome back. Pop and Lund here on a Wednesday. JD, John Dickinson, Rod Brooks in here until 2. Talking a lot of Giants. We are going to switch gears and get into the Warriors coming up in a couple of minutes. Before I lose Rod, I'm
not going to lose me.
I'm learning about Rod. Our first opportunity to work together. Been a blast so far. Looking forward to the remaining 2 hours plus the next couple of days. But, yeah, you're going to be hate watching England.
What you're going to learn about me is that I am a world-class hater, okay? What I like, I like. What I don't like, I hate on with every fiber of my being. I mainly direct most of my hatred, and rightfully so, towards the Dallas Cowboys, okay?
Mm-hmm.
The Yankees,
so far, so good.
The Yankees get it.
Okay.
Dodgers get it, definitely.
No issues there.
I always love hating on the Lakers. Anything LA, I will hate on it. The Rams and the Chargers don't matter to me, but they can catch some. They catch some too.
Irrelevant enough to.
My main hate is anything Dallas related, and I love college football. I hate Alabama and Texas A&M. Okay, I mean hate. I've derived more pleasure from watching the Cowboys lose and A&M lose and England lose than I have from watching my teams win. Because, again, I'm a hater, and I'm broken inside. England is the Dallas Cowboys of football. They ain't won jack since 1966 when the World Cup was in London. Yet, they talk about England and their soccer team like they've done something, and they have not. So
that just burns you.
Here's what burns me is they got this saying, football's coming home.
Oh,
and
that's like America's team.
And they like to say, well, we invented soccer. No, you didn't invent soccer. You invented the rules to soccer. And then you said, look at us, we invented the game. Very colonial-like behavior, all right? We find something that already exists. We come in as the Brits. We say, well, we're going to take it over. They take it over, and then they go, look at us, aren't we great? You don't deserve anything good. And I cannot wait to watch England take a hot one in the chest today, or if they have to do it on Sunday against Spain, just as good. I'd rather it be in penalties. I'm broken inside. I'm a hater, John, and that's what you're learning about me right now.
World-class hater. I respect it.
Thank you.
I respect it. I honestly...
You also seem to be a bit like I am in a room with a crazy person.
I already liked you. I like you more than I did 2 minutes ago.
Awesome.
This is good.
Okay,
this is all good. I respect, as I told Murph last week, I respect a little vindictive and petty. I got a little vindictive and petty sometimes.
Okay.
Like it just kind of pops out. So So I respect the energy and the passion.
And listen, I was a little bit afraid of letting this out because it's like first date. This is the first time we've ever worked together. I didn't want you to walk out of here today going, oh my God, that dude right there is out of his tree.
No, it's all. Well, I was following along on Twitter or X or whatever they call it now. I was following along. I knew you had a little something coming up, and so.
So England losing today. Let's all root for it.
All right. Fair enough.
God bless
I may
America.
jump on board because I respect the heat. So, no, that's all good.
Thank you.
As you listen here to KNBR 104.5 and 680 San Francisco, the sports leader, we get into hour number 3 here of the program with you until 2 o'clock. Also want to let everybody know that coming up at 2:05, Elliot Ramos, the All-Star, is going to join Tolbert and Copes, one of the Giants' 2 All-Stars. Ramos goes deep last night. Logan Webb, the other All-Star, he's on the mound tonight as the Giants look to make it 2 in a row against the Jays, but you're not going to want to miss that right off the bat. Leading off for those guys, 2:05 All-Star Elliot Ramos here on the Sports Leader. We had Ron Wotus on a couple of minutes ago. Big takeaway. The professor. He just knows the game and knows this organization as well as anybody. Just anything stand out for you?
He mentioned right off the bat the rotation. That's it. Ramos is the star. Ramos is the surprise. The young guys are the other surprises, and have made a big noise for this team. But getting a healthy rotation and it being close to full is the main key. I don't think anything is sustainable past this point if they don't have a rotation. As good as this bullpen has been and continues to be, 2 bullpen games a week, you can't do it.
No.
Not for a full season.
Especially can't do 3.
No, you can't do 3.
Can't do 2, can't do 3.
Getting Snell back and Snell looking like Snell. 5 innings last night. That's how he won a Cy Young last year. I wrote it down. 32 starts, 180 innings. That's about public school education coming up here. That's about 5.5 per start. Okay? 5 to 6. That's who Blake Snell is. You'd like to get 7. You're not going to get 7. But you're going to get a hell of a 5 and a hell of a 6 out of him. And that 5 is going to be a fastball that's 96, 97 miles an hour when he's feeling good. When he's spotting it, everything else works off of that. He's going to strike guys out. He's going to walk some guys, but he's not going to get himself into major trouble, and he's not going to have a blow-up inning. You take those 5 innings with the bullpen that the Giants have, you run with it. And then you back that up tonight. See, this is where it all works. You get Snell for 5, he does his job. The bullpen comes in. All right, yeah, got a little wonky there, but bullpen comes in, it does its job. Normally, you back that up with Webb tonight. Webb's going to give you 7. Get you 7 against Atlanta, get you 7 against the Dodgers, get you 7 against the Cubs, 6 against the Astros and the Cardinals in his last 5 starts. He's going to give you 6 or 7, okay? That sets you up great. So you get starting pitcher who's a Cy Young last year, looking like a Cy Young winner. Then you get a guy who came in second to him last year in the Cy Young.
Well, that's
looking like the guy who leads the National League in innings, and that's why he's going to the All-Star game. The rotation being healthy and in full is what's going to make the difference. That's the first thing Ron Wotus mentioned.
And this is what the Giants were supposed to be. They were supposed to be a team that had an elite 1-2 punch at the top of the rotation to allow everything else to fall into place. We'll see what Logan Webb does tonight. I would imagine he's going to pitch pretty well tonight.
I'm guessing he's going to go 6 at a minimum.
At a minimum. and it might be 6 and no runs. It might be 6 and 3 runs if he gets touched up. But you're going to have an opportunity to win the game in all likelihood regardless.
And listen, he's a ground ball pitcher. The Blue Jays hit into the most ground ball double plays in anybody in Major League Baseball.
So maybe a little traffic. But then he's getting out of jam.
Sets up for a Logan Webb type night.
No, I think it definitely does. So that's the big thing is this for all of the things that didn't work out early, the slow starts to some of the guys that they'd paid, to the pitching, Blake Snell struggles. The bullpen was a work in progress, I think, a little bit at the beginning of the year. They figured that out. I don't think they knew who their top guys were.
They didn't know the bullpen was going to be this good.
No, they did not. No, I think they thought they had enough guys, but they didn't know roles or who was going to be pitching where and how. Like I think between the 8 they had at the beginning, I think they felt pretty strongly they had 4 or 5 really good. There would be 4 or 5 really good ones by the end of it, but you didn't totally know. You knew 2 or 3 of them maybe, but not the other 2 or 3.
Yep.
And now they know, and which helps. And so I think that shapes up pretty well. In addition to the young players coming along, now it just feels like everybody's role is in place, and this thing is, they got guys healthy.
A couple of guys I'm curious about, though. Curious about Estrada, and I'm curious about Wilmer Flores. I think it's safe to say that Flores this year, injuries, again, part of the situation, but Flores this year has not been as strong as he had been over the last few years. I'm curious to see if he's going to be able to shake out of where he is right now, or are we looking at what happens to everybody, which is a decline. It's just that's pro sports. That's sports, period.
It could be a decline with him. I think that the good thing is they're not totally dependent on him.
Right.
Because Wade's back, and it feels like you could upgrade that spot relatively easily if you get to a point, I think, by the end of the month, and I think this all relates to the trade deadline, you can go find a right-handed platoon first baseman somewhere. And look, Wilmer's been a great Giant, but I think the clock might be ticking a little bit. Yeah. But he has that capability. He did it last year to go from really cold to really hot.
When it happens, it happens.
And so I think you want to make sure if you are going to pivot away from him in the role that he currently is in, you want to make sure that he doesn't still have that in him.
But, because
I think somebody would pick him up.
Yes. Oh, sure. Without a doubt. But there were times where you would lose him for a bit, or he would go on a cold snap, and the Giants' offense would plummet. It'd get nothing. Well, and just think about it again, losing Wade this year, but Ramos comes through. But Wisely comes through. Conforto starts to pick it up a little bit. Chapman, starts to pick it up a bit. The Giants not being wholly dependent on one guy. I think that's another thing, as we kind of, we're looking at the now, but also thinking about what we've seen over the first half of the season and what we could see in the second half. The fact that this offense is not wholly dependent on one guy being healthy in there, even though they did take a step back when they lost Wade in late May. But them not being wholly dependent on one guy, I think, has been one of the bright spots of the first half.
And I think when you look at the last 14 games, I think if the pitching holds up and guys stay healthy, I do think what we've seen is different from what we saw in May when they had the 10-2 stretch. This is more real, given opponent, given just the level of clean baseball that they've played. They've had a couple of comebacks mixed in there, but that other stretch was solely based on not just comebacks, couple in the ninth inning, like that was a very normal comeback last night. Right? You're down 1 going into the ninth. Yeah, well, I mean, for as normal as a walk-off wild pitch and a 200 hopper through the infield that gets knocked away just enough to make sure the catcher can score from second.
Normal, everyday baseball.
But that happens. Like games like last night happen. But this has been solidified, I think, with better baseball against better teams. Yeah. And the one thing that could derail it is you start losing a couple of guys again. But that's the nature of the beast with any team. The Dodgers are down guys. The Braves are down guys. Some big Acuna, big time players. Teams are going to, you got to be built for it. But I will say, if the Giants can have a 3-week run here, and the All-Star break's going to be part of it, where they can keep this team with the guys that they have right now in these roles, I think they do have an opportunity to get back to 500, get slightly over even with the games against the Rockies to 500. And the Rockies have been up and down. They're not a good team by any stretch, but they've been up and down.
They're the
from
Rockies,
they were early. You got to make hay against them. Then you might look up at the end of the month at the trade deadline, and they might be right there.
Hey, if the Giants are right at 500 or a game or two above 500 at the All-Star break, I don't care what anybody says. That's a successful first half of the season.
Ooh.
Absolutely. If they get to 500 or a couple of games above 500 at the All-Star break?
If they're above at the All-Star break, I'll give you that, because if they're above at the All-Star break, that's going to mean what I'm now doing the math in my head. That means they're going to go 4-1 in the next 5. That's the only way they could do it. They'd have to go 4-1 in the next 5. So I'm going to give you that. I'm going to give you that.
So how much above? How much you going to give me?
You got to be above.
But how much?
Be above. Just one.
Just one game?
I'm going to say just one game.
Man, you my dude. I like you.
I'm going to give you one.
Because there's some people be like, no, it got to be 5.
No, I'm going to give you one.
My man.
Yeah,
right.
Because, and this is where you're in luck, because I actually could calculate that on the fly. Yeah, because if they go 3-2, they'd be 1 under.
Yeah.
If they go 4-1, they'd be 1 over.
Okay.
So if they go 4-1, that means they go 5-1 this week.
If
like
they
you're really you go 4-1, all of a sudden the 9-5 is 13-6. Like that's.
But an even 500 at the break, you're not.
Well, they can't be unless there's a rain out, right? Because there's.
Oh, okay. All right. You're right. All right.
Not to lose. Your eyes are going to start glazing over like when Farhan was talking about metrics. Like this dude.
I love it. What's the movie where Not a Beautiful Mind? Where all the stuff is dancing around his head as he's talking about numbers or whatever. I don't remember what it is.
I got a little of that. I do have a little of that.
If they're at above 500, that's a successful first half of the season. But no Snell, 3/5 of your starting rotation gone. You lose Wade. You don't know anything. We know about Ramos, but you don't know about this Ramos. And other factors, if they're a game above 500 at the All-Star break this year, that's a successful first half of the season.
Yeah,
flat out.
I may not have agreed with you 2 weeks ago or even a week ago, but given where things stand right now, and I kind of looked at you like, I don't know.
Which I understand.
I think I'm gonna give you that,
because to me the division was never in play.
No, I totally agree with you on that. All right, good way to wrap up that part of the conversation for today. We will get into more Giants coming up. We've got our foreplay, and also let's talk a little Dubs coming back.
Yes.
Are the Dubs done making moves? And if they are, how much trouble would that put them in? We'll get into that. It is JD and Rod Brooks, KNBR, the sports leader.
from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
A new off-season Just Dubs podcast with John Dickinson and yours truly discusses the dust settling on NBA free agency, Klay Thompson officially being a Dallas Maverick, and can the Warriors land Lauri Markkanen in a trade with the Utah Jazz? More on that trending on our YouTube channel and the KNBR podcast page.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
For me, it was just, continuity, culture, organization, and obviously for me, everything I've, gone through, the medical side of it too. So weighing all those options and just understand what I need for me in my career and the best fit, it was kind of a clear-cut choice.
All right, that's DeAnthony Melton at his introductory press conference a couple of days ago over at Chase Center. The Warriors introducing Melton and Kyle Anderson. Buddy Hield to come later, but all of those moves officially official as Klay Thompson lands in Dallas and the Warriors revamp on the margins. We welcome you back here. It is J.D. John Dickinson, Rod Brooks in for Papa and Lund here on a Wednesday. Some Farhan-like moves by the Warriors this week and Klay Thompson's departure.
Man, you just made a couple of Warrior fans almost drive off the road.
It doesn't mean they're bad moves.
No, but
it just means they're small moves.
No one wants to be associated with making the small move. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be the big move. It's got to be the splash. We got to get the big name free agent. We got to get the big fish in a trade. It's got to be Lauri Markkanen. Like DeAnthony Melton. And Buddy Hield, and am I missing somebody? Is there one more?
Yeah, Kyle Anderson.
Thank you, Kyle Anderson.
Slow-mo.
Yeah. I really like that one. Those are good fringe moves. This is not an assault on their character as basketball players because they're very good basketball. You're in the NBA. You're a very good basketball player.
They're the kind of players that really the last 2 years, if the Warriors had been able to add, you'd be like, all right.
Right, because the Warriors had Steph and a number 2 scorer. The problem the Warriors had last year is the same problem the Warriors have right now. And they know this. They don't have somebody to help Steph with scoring. And if you don't have somebody to help Steph with scoring, and just got to be consistent, night in, night out. You don't have that, you're not as good as you can be. And that's more pressure on Steph. And it's not about his age. He can't handle it. But I don't care who you are. When everybody is focused on you as that scorer and they don't really have to worry about a second guy getting them, then that's tough. That's tough. And it's tough for even a guy like Steph. It's even tougher, 36 years old, what have you. So until the Warriors, in my estimation, John, until they fix that problem, whether fixing it with Lauri Markkanen or that problem is fixed by Jonathan Kuminga taking a massive leap, who's the number 2 scorer?
Yeah, right now it is probably Jonathan Kuminga by default.
And so he was 16 and change last year, was he?
I think overall that's what it wound up being.
Yeah. Not enough.
Not enough.
Not enough.
And I think, they also, you can't ask Andrew Wiggins to do it because, well, obvious reasons. You just can't ask him to
you'd
do
like
it.
for that
He might do it, but you can't ask him to do it. It's kind of like the whole, because you've heard, and Greg, my guy Greg Silver knows where I'm going with this because we talk about it a lot on the Dubs OT shows and on the podcast and all this. Like Andrew Wiggins was the number 2 when the Warriors won the title in the playoffs and the finals and all that. But nobody told him that. Like Klay Thompson and Jordan Poole were effectively acting out that role. But Wiggins was actually doing it, but nobody said, hey, Wiggs, you're the 2. And that's in part why was allowed to happen. Then everybody spent the summer, Wiggs at 2 now, Wiggs at 2 now, Wiggs at, no. Oh, no. Can't have that. So
it's funny because it's true.
He may become that again, but you better not ask.
But the thing is, though, is why I said consistently. They need the number 2 scorer to be that guy consistently. And until proven otherwise, Andrew Wiggins, who has that ability, I mean, he gives the Warriors everything they need. Scoring and wing defense. Those are the 2 things that make him special. But he hasn't given it to them consistently. And if you can't give it to him consistently, it's almost like you're not giving it to him at all. So until he is able to give it to him consistently, or Kuminga takes that leap from 16 points a game to 22.
Which would be the same leap, by the way, that last year he went to 16 from about 9. So you would be looking at another leap like the leap that he made last year.
And hey, you get that? All right. Now we're talking something. What are we getting rebounding-wise? What are we getting defensively? Let's just stick with the points. If he gives you that, that's great. Are we getting it consistently? That's the trick. Until they get that number 2 scorer that's consistent next to Steph, the problem is going to be similar to the one that they had last year.
Well, it's too much to ask Jonathan Kuminga to do that, in my mind. He may be willing to do it. I think he certainly is going to want the contract that comes from a guy that does that. I think he's going to want
the shots
anyway. He's going to want the shots.
Yeah, of course.
Like all of those things are true, and there's a lot to get in. But to me, it's too much to put whether or not you're a good team or not, a team capable of being top 6 in the West or not, on Jonathan Kuminga at his age and experience level, and Brandon Podziemski at his age and experience level. Like, to me, because Clay's gone, and right now, and there's plenty of time here over the next 4 months, 3-4 months to discuss who's going to start at the 2, and is it Melton or is it Podziemski or is Buddy Hield going to work? Like, we can get into all that later, and there's a debate to be had about all of it, but to me, it's too much to ask those guys. They may wind up carrying these roles, but you can't look at, all right, that's the plan going into the season, that these guys are going to make certain leaps, and player development is like, you can't make all that up on player development.
Do you
alone.
think they can get enough scoring from enough guys to equal a number 2, or do they have to have that guy?
I think they have to have that guy.
I'm in agreement.
And I think the whole roster now, and I'll ask you this question. We were talking about it a little bit yesterday. Do you think they're better right now than they were April 16th when they got crushed in Sacramento?
No, I don't. I think they're better in certain areas. I think they have the makings of being better. I'd still like another person who could defend on the perimeter, because it was easy to get to the rack against the Warriors last year. It was too easy at times.
They need,
and it affected it affected their, where they would, because they were so afraid and so cognizant of guys getting to the rim, that they would slack off of shooters in the corner and just leave guys wide open for what is now the best shot in all of basketball, which is the corner 3. So until they can fix that problem, and I'd like one more, but I think they'll be better at it than they were last year. I'd still like one guy where you could go, no, they've got that on lock, literally. But without that, and without that second scorer, it's hard for me right now to go, yeah, they're better than what they were. They might be better in some regards. I think overall they're about equal to where they were last year.
I think they're deeper.
Yes.
I think they're
That's
deeper.
the much better way to put it. Thank you.
And to me, they've made moves to set themselves up to where if they can make the big move,
like Markkanen,
I think they're in the top 6.
Yes, I would agree.
I think, or at least a fighting chance of being in the top 6, a legitimate fighting chance of being in the top 6. You got to be healthy and all those things.
They're not the type of team that we just want to get in the play-in. The play-in would be a disappointment if they had Markkanen with this team.
This team right now is 7-12 in my mind in the West. It's like right now. It's if everything goes right, everything imaginable goes right, they could be 7. Steph plays 70 games. Wiggins bounces back. Kuminga makes the jump. Podziemski makes a smaller jump. All the depth pieces fit together well. Like, all of those things go well. Then they're 7.
They don't want to be 7-12 specifically.
If a couple of those things don't, you're 8. A couple more 9. A couple more 10. That's my scale on it.
Steph doesn't want to be 7 to 12.
No. And they've shown the last couple of years, they've shown that everything's not going to go right.
Yeah.
Everything's not going to go right, even with a better roster on the margins. But what they have done, and I think you can look at it two different ways, and we'll get into the latest on Lauri Markkanen coming up here as well. But what they have done is, if you can get Markkanen, if you can make the big move, whether it's including Kuminga in the deal or not including Kuminga in the deal, it makes everything that you've done better.
If they keep Kuminga and Markkanen and get Markkanen,
well, look out.
It's a completely different story.
Look out. But I think they could go either way with it, to be honest. I think it could be Markkanen. Let's say Kuminga goes in the deal with picks, and maybe there isn't. Maybe it's Moses Moody, but it's not somebody. It's not anybody else. Pajemski, TJD, anybody like that. If you do that, and Kuminga's in the deal, and you go Steph, Pajemski, Wiggins, Markkanen, Draymond, TJD now off the bench, Kyle Anderson, however you want to work it, Melton, Hield. Now you're cooking. Now you've got.
I like that.
Now you've got 9 or 10 deep. That's really good with a 1 and a 2. And I was
just about to say,
Wiggins,
guys who fit places
down in a
right.
3-4.
Exactly.
Pajemski's a 3-4, 4-5 in the pecking order.
Dudes are playing where they're supposed to play.
Your bench guys fit. You got defense. You got balance. You probably need one more shooter. I mean, if you wanted to get greedy, one more shooter.
We could all use one.
One more stretch. Yeah, maybe a stretch big type. But I think you could work with that even if Kuminga and Moody are not on the team, plus picks. I think that would be a team that would be top. Okay. If you figure out a way to make the move and Kuminga's not in it, then you open a door, and we'll get into this coming up as well, where Kuminga could maybe make the position change from the 4 spot to the 3 spot that they've been so reluctant, and I think rightfully reluctant to move him to.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe you could use Wiggins to bring somebody else back in a different trade.
It's almost like you've talked about this and thought about this a lot.
There are a lot of different options, but it all hinges.
It's almost like you cover that team.
It all hinges on making the big move. Not good enough without the big move. If you make the big move, then you've got options. You got with Kuminga, without Kuminga. Maybe you move Wiggins in a different deal. So all of that's on the table, but it's all related, I think, at this point, to Lauri Markkanen. So we'll continue the conversation there with the latest on Markkanen and where things stand. Rod Brooks, John Dickinson, KNBR, the sports leader.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
It depends like what kind of fan is watching. I think I'm a pretty unselfish player, really. Kind of like a pass-first guy, get my teammates involved, really good at seeing the floor. I think I compete on the defensive end. I try my best. I think I'm a pretty good rebounder, a guy who can, get a rebound, start the break, hit ahead or make a play in the front court. Just different things like that, really.
All right, that's Kyle Anderson from the introductory press conference on Monday over at Chase Center. It was him. It was DeAnthony Melton. Describe your game. The old describe your game.
I've seen Kyle Anderson enough. I think that's a very accurate description of his game. I don't believe he embellished in any way, shape, or form.
No.
That's also one of those, what else do you expect him to say?
Totally.
He's come in like, I'm all about that give and go offense. Well, what's that? You give me the ball, the rest of y'all go to hell. I'm getting these shots up. Defense.
That's the Jonathan Kuminga offense. That's the one he wants to play. That's the revamped offense he wants to play in this year.
I find defense to be taxing mentally and physically. I don't plan on paying much of it, and I'm not a very good teammate. All right, let's hit the showers. Like, what else was he going to say? But no, I think Kyle Anderson, again, when he's going to be good for the Warriors, I think no matter how they turn out, whether they are able to get that big move with Markkanen or not. But he is one of those where if you are a team in full, like we saw with Minnesota last year, was perfect for them, absolutely perfect.
Yep.
Minnesota had dudes, all right? They had one dude in particular, and Karl Anthony Towns. Warriors got a dude. They need another dude next to Steph. Where are you going to get him from?
That's the question. And look, I think Kyle Anderson's a great fit, defends multiple positions, willing passer. The shot has been there at times, not there at other times. Teams are going to dare him to make corner threes.
But if you don't have to rely on it, you're okay with that because of all of the other stuff he brings. Totally. And when he hits them, it feels pretty good. He might hit a couple more for you.
I think with Anderson and Melton specifically, and then we'll get back into Markkanen, I think the Warriors have really upgraded defense, toughness, basketball IQ.
Yes.
All three of those
things
guys.
They were missing.
And like they are those two specifically, because I think Buddy Hield's in a different category, but those two specifically are Warrior Steve Kerr era championship 16 game kind of players.
Yes.
But you got to be good enough in the main areas to get to where the 16 game guys matter.
There it is.
Buddy Hield's just a shooter. And I'm not going to belabor it. Like Buddy Hield can shoot and has made more threes than anybody not named Steph since 2020. He does nothing else well. Like that's just the real of it. He's got to be protected by defense and certain but you can't lose one of the greatest shooters in the history of the game when you needed shooting, even if Clay was gonna come back, and then you go get a dude who's made as many threes as anybody not named Steph and then hate on it. So I'm not hating on it.
Of course not. No, you're very accurate. Do you think Buddy Hield would be as accurate if he were asked the same question Kyle Anderson was asking, describing his game? Buddy, describe your game. Hey, man, I get these shots up. I make them. Check the tape. That's it.
And Buddy, I'm going to say this, and I don't come down my road because this is a joke among some Kings fan friends. I have a lot of friends. I grow up in Sacramento. A lot of friends of mine are Kings fans. And the joke is, and you saw it, it was the game, you saw it in the playoffs when he was with Philadelphia and they were playing the Knicks. And there was a game where the Sixers got down big and Buddy Hield went off.
I remember.
That's a Buddy Hield trait. Buddy Hield gets on a heater when his team's down 20. I'm just like
the guy who always hits home runs when his team is out of a game.
Buddy Hield gets on the hottest of his heaters when his team's down 20, and he did it in Sacramento. And it was when he was doing it in that game that I think the Knicks ended up winning, but he brought Philly back after they were down 30 because I think he made like 8 threes or something in a quarter plus. Again, you need the shooting. I think the Warriors, if they get a dude, the rest of these players fit. I don't want to belabor it.
No. I catch what you're saying now. The Warriors need to be the type of team where they get up 20 a lot to maximize Buddy Hield shooting. you're an idea man.
Well, don't get down 20 because then he is going to get hot, but you might lose anyway.
Well, I'm just trying to find the bright side.
The bright side is he can make shots in other situations too.
No,
But I'm just like, that's one thing. Like, and again, nobody wants their team to be down 20. But he's got a knack for that.
Okay, well then, the times you get down 20, then we can say, okay, you know what, we ain't out of it.
It's right.
We got Buddy Hield.
He's going to bring you back. He's going to bring you back. He's 1 for 6 and getting you down 20, but then he made 7 straight. Like he's kind of that guy. If that makes sense.
But
you need those guys too.
That's the current plight of the Warriors.
You need those guys too, and
Absolutely.
he is.
What's that line? The world needs ditch diggers too.
Well, you could do worse than guys that could make 3-pointers at the clip.
No, listen.
I'm kidding a little bit, but
being able to shoot in today's NBA is always going to be valuable. But the overarching point is what we've been talking about is that the moves that the Warriors have made them better at those spots. But it's not, in my estimation, anyway, I'm not going to speak for you, obviously, but in my estimation, it doesn't really pay dividends unless you are better in main areas. They're still better with Steph. Right? You miss me with all the other stuff. I understand that he has gotten older. He's still easily, in my estimation, one of the 10 best basketball players roaming the planet right now. He can still play, but you got to take the pressure off of him. Got to take the pressure off of him. And they don't have that pressure release valve yet that we know of.
No, they do not. How do they get it? Lauri Markkanen's the name. So let's bring it back to that. And here was the latest from Anthony Slater. This was yesterday as to just where things stand. And he writes, and I'm quoting from his story here, not much has changed the past several days. Warriors remain in pursuit of Lauri Markkanen per his sources, but have entered the waiting period of what could be a drawn-out process. Why is it a drawn-out process? Slater writes, Markkanen becomes extension eligible on August 6th. Okay. So he's got 1 year left on his deal right now, $18 million contract, and due for a raise. There are several within the league, Slater writes, who have grown more convinced that the Jazz, after exploring the trade market, plan to renegotiate and extend Markkanen using their cap space. So they have cap space. They can actually redo his deal for the current year. Mm-hmm. Like you can do that if you have cap space.
Right.
So they have the ability. That would take Markkanen off the table for 6 months if they do an extension, because then he's untradeable. So doing that kind of extension makes him untradeable.
So that's February, and that's the trade deadline.
Feb 6.
Mm-hmm.
Right there. The exact date of next season's trade deadline is Feb 6. Dun. On that note, if Markkanen waits to extend an extra day, August 7th or beyond, he'd be ineligible to be traded next season. So that's an extra, Slater writes, an extra bit of leverage for Markkanen and an added layer of information to dictate Utah's ultimate decision there. So if it gets done on the 6th, he's out of the equation for 6 months. If it happens the 7th or later, he can't be traded next season. So there is right now a waiting period over the next 4 weeks, basically, as to what the Warriors ultimately are going to do. And Slater wrote, there's a belief that the Warriors internally believe they're one move away from making legitimate noise, but the Warriors also feel comfortable heading into next season with their current roster, and that they have all the way up until the trade deadline.
Describe comfortable.
Well, I think that's the staring contest of this August 6th thing, and what are the Jazz going to do, and Utah holding out for another pick swap or Jonathan Kuminga to be in the deal if he's not currently in the deal. The other part of the Kuminga portion is Kuminga's due for an extension or restricted free agency next summer. Let's stick to the Markkanen part, because I think the Kuminga thing could be a whole other segment on its own. But, yeah, the Warriors are playing the game of Utah doesn't want to move right now. August 6th is looming here. And the Warriors are basically saying, yeah, our offer is our offer. We're cool with our roster, so we're not going to add anything to the mix at this point. And, again, August 6th is 4 weeks from yesterday. So
my question to you is, who else is possibly intrigued or involved on getting Markkanen?
San Antonio,
Okay.
I think, is one team. And San Antonio's got their own picks, and San Antonio's also got some Atlanta picks.
I was about to say, San Antonio strikes me as a team. You want picks? Well, we got them picks for you, dog.
Yeah, they got some DeJounte Murray. Back from when they sent DeJounte Murray to Atlanta, Atlanta gave him some unprotected.
Feels like that was 10 years ago.
So they made good on that deal. That was the low key. That was the low key to facilitate Sacramento's DeRozan deal.
Okay.
They picked up an unprotected from the Kings in 2031. Like they're kind of loading up.
Yeah.
To be able to do stuff, knowing that at some point Wembanyama is really going to pop and they're just going to be a 40-win team based on him alone.
Right.
And it did. So
That might be this upcoming year.
So the Spurs have some flexibility to do, but it's really the Kings dropped out when they pivoted to DeRozan, and Slater wrote about some of the details on that. The Kings wanted an answer on their offer from Utah. Utah didn't give them an answer. The Kings moved on to DeRozan, so they're out on Markkanen. So it's basically the Warriors and the Spurs right now.
And August 6th. And February 6th by extension.
And the staring contest. And the Warriors at this point I think they're cool with, well, if you all want to do the August 6th thing,
that's fine with us.
We're comfortable, and that's where we're comfortable waiting until the trade deadline, which happens to be the first date that he'd be eligible to be traded.
That's not the worst position to be in. It's they need him, but if they have to wait it out, they just wait it out.
Yes, and if it gets to August 7th and then they do a deal, then it's a wrap for next year. Then he's out for he can't be traded for a full year.
Okay. And would they extend him? Would that be then multiple years, or would that just be for?
Yeah, it would probably be like a 4 or a 5 year deal.
Okay.
Like they could do a $200 million kind of thing.
I don't know if he's a $200 million player, but then again, is anybody the way they're throwing money around right now?
But he's 27, and his next payday is going to be his large one. For his career.
No, he's a very good player. It's just that again, I'm not hating, I'm not pocket watching in this regard, but man, you start talking about these guys being $250 million players. It's just like what?
Well, let's get into that coming up.
Holy
like what?
Smokes.
What?
Because Kuminga, hey, God bless him, man, but really.
We'll get into that,
okay,
too. We'll get into that coming up next, too. I think that is the next.
Listen, I'm all about players getting paid.
Sure.
I'm not hating in that regard. It's just that I kind of have to squint to think about it.
Well, that's the other part of the Markkanen deal for the Warriors, because you're getting Markkanen because you're going to pay Markkanen.
Yeah.
And to what level is that worth it? Is Kuminga in the deal or not? I want to get your take on who you would put in the deal. Well, how many picks, all of that. And then the other angle is Kuminga's due for an extension on his own. So if you're going to keep Kuminga, you got to pay Kuminga. I mean, it's the Warriors have done a lot of the little things, but there are some big things that need to be done.
As long as we're not talking about aprons, I'm happy to have this conversation.
Apron-free zone.
Thank you.
Because they are
I
hard.
appreciate it,
I'll
brother.
say it once. Well, no, I'm not going to even say it because we're on the metrics.
Okay. I was just about to say. So
aprons or metrics, I know.
There are words around here that we're just not going to use from 10 to 2 over the course of this week. We're not going to talk metrics.
No.
We're not going to talk metrics.
Stop it, It's a good thing we weren't doing this show 2 weeks ago, because I would have already violated apron and you would already be sick for tomorrow and Friday.
If I hear Farhan talk about aprons, and if I hear the Warriors talk about metrics, then you know what? I'm just gonna go to Ocean Beach and walk right into the water, and you'll never see me again.
I'm losing you in the England.
No, I'm good. I'm good. We're good.
All right.
That was a terrible penalty, by the way. But no, we're good. We're good.
All right. Lot of action left. He's Rob
Long way
Brooks.
to go.
I'm John Dickinson, KNBR, the sports leader.
I'm all about that give and go offense. Well, what's that? You give me the ball, rest of y'all go to hell. I'm getting these shots up.
That's the Jonathan Kuminga offense.
from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Farhan Zaidi spoke to the media yesterday,
On the topic of metrics,
and described the Giants' recent roster moves as a vote of confidence in the team's younger players. To hear those clips, see what's trending on our KNBR socials, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Under
10 now. James drives on Curry. Stolen by Curry. Taken away and brings it into the front court. 15 seconds left on the shot clock. Curry deep in the handle. Now it's down to 10 seconds. Draymond Green drives, throws it up. Kuminga throws it down. That makes it a 9-point game with just over a minute remaining.
All right, the highlight there, Jonathan Kuminga highlight as we welcome you back here. It is Pop and Lund on a Wednesday. John Dickinson, Rod Brooks, talking all things Warriors, their offseason, Lauri Markkanen. I asked you before the break who you would include. Would you include Jonathan Kuminga in a deal for Markkanen?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Would you do Kuminga, Moody, 2 first-round picks, and a 3rd pick swap?
Sure, not my picks. Go right ahead.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So we're aligned on that.
Yeah.
On that part of it. I know there's been some reporting as to the Jazz interest level in Kuminga. There's some that say, hey, they definitely want Kuminga in the deal. There's other reporting the Warriors do not want to include Kuminga in the deal, that there's a deal, I don't want to say, not a deal in place, but there's an offer that doesn't include Kuminga, and that the Warriors are, kind of like the Paul George thing. They're trying to come up with the best offer they can without including Jonathan Kuminga in the deal. But from the Utah side of it is, if they acquire Jonathan Kuminga, Kuminga is a restricted free agent next year who's extension eligible now. So he could be somebody, and I think that's the thought as to maybe Kuminga wouldn't be in the deal, because if you're the Jazz and you're going to pay somebody large, you would just pay Markkanen.
Right.
As opposed to looking to trade
Maybe
Markkanen.
they don't value Kuminga like that.
Maybe they don't value Kuminga like that. So I'm with you as far as the deal goes. Like, I would include Kuminga. I would include Moody. I would do the Warriors can move, I think, 3 first-round picks, and then you can do swap on top of that, that's a way to get around the can't trade your pick in consecutive years thing. So you give up the better of the 2 picks between the 2 teams who consummate a deal.
If it's prohibited to trade, picks in consecutive years, why is there a workaround? Then just let people do what they want to do. Why is there an easy workaround if it's so bad for you to trade picks in consecutive years?
It's all part of the trying to derail the teams that are trying to spend and trying to go all in on
trying
them
to
now.
be good. Let's penalize people for wanting to be good. That makes perfect sense.
And then you can't trade picks certain far in advance anyway. Well, that's dangerously close to apron talk. So we're not going to. So I'm going to.
Thank you for reeling it all in.
I'm going to spare both of us that. I'm going to spare both of us.
Appreciate that.
And we'll just go back to. I would include Kuminga in the deal. Again, we were talking about it a little bit earlier, and I think we can get back into the conversation in this way. To me, there's 2 different ways. Like, you can do the Kuminga part where he's in it, and you can be really good with the players remaining on the roster. I think Moody is somebody that, like, I look at the guys they've signed. I don't know how Moody's going to play, and that's already been a problem. Like, they didn't sign the guys and trade for the guys that they have to suddenly play Moses Moody more as they're currently constituted. So I think he could figure to be in a potential deal. Are you buying?
And I think that would be better for all parties involved.
Totally. Yeah, no, totally. Are you buying the Warriors in the staring contest with the Jazz? Where are you on the Kuminga component? I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot there. Take it wherever you want.
This is to start with this. I like Kuminga, and I do think he's going to make the leap. The question is, how big of a leap is it? That I don't know. I know he's not going to regress, and I definitely don't think he's going to be static. Because I will say this about him. I mean, we were having a laugh during one of the breaks how he went public with his displeasure, and when you do that, man, you're taking a risk of alienating very important people. But he went public with this displeasure, and they allowed him some freedom on the basketball court. And it didn't work out for him in that game.
It was after the Christmas game in Denver when he first was upset, and that was ridiculous on his part. And then they basically gave it to him against Miami.
Okay, players, this is what you want.
And Miami just did what Miami does.
Be careful what you wish for, because you just may get it, and Miami just gave it to you. But I bring that up not to make fun of Jonathan Kuminga, but to say that from that point, which was the low point, he had a good second half of the season as far as I'm concerned. So what that showed to me is growth. It showed to me growth on the basketball court. It also showed to me growth mentally. It showed to me growth maturity-wise, because that's a part of this as well. If Jonathan Kuminga is going to go from 16.1 points a game to 20 points per game, if he's going to become a better rebounder, if he's going to become a guy that you don't have to worry about him getting lost in the sauce defensively, yes, there is a physical component to it, but there also has to be a maturity component to it. There has to be a mental component to it. And I just think about that low point last year and where he came from. His game improved, but his mental improved as well. Am I reading too much of this? Am I using this, cherry-picking this to make my own point?
No,
yes, but no. But yeah. Because it's not just, hey, is he going to become a – he's in the lab right now. Yes, he's going to become a better basketball player. We've all seen the thirst trap photos and the thirst trap workout videos from Kuminga. Yeah, he's in the lab, but it's not just about that. And I think because a part of his deal was a lack of maturity. And not that he was acting out or whatever, but the lack of being able to deal with the good and the bad, which comes along with being a professional athlete. You might have to deal with the good and the bad on the same damn possession, And so you think from, the low point in the series against the Kings, where I forget what game it was, but it was early in the series.
Game 2.
He watched, you know what I'm talking about, right? Where he watched that rebound fall on the left side, on the weak side. And he stood there, and 2 Kings were standing right there, and he did not do the requisite amount of work to try and get that rebound. And Steve Kerr benched him and pulled him. From that point to, hey, I need more touches, whatever, and then that, the Miami game to where he ended the season, that shows me that he can deal with the lows and he can bounce back from that, along with him actually working on his game. I see him getting better. All that being said, give me a guy who's 7 feet tall, giving you 23 and change, 8 rebounds a game, and fits something the Warriors have been looking for seemingly forever. A big dude who can shoot and rebound.
Big dude who can shoot and rebound and pairs with Steph and the other.
He makes everything that they've done this season, he makes it all fit.
Makes it all fit together. And you're getting him, if you're the Warriors, to pay him.
Yes.
So that's the other part of this. I thought you laid out the whole Kuminga deal, even going back to that Sacramento series where he rendered himself unplayable in that series. And honestly, I know Steve Kerr took some heat from some on that.
He had to do that.
They lose the series if he keeps playing Kuminga.
You cannot have a dude getting run
forget that.
Watching rebounds fall.
And he bounced back. Even like the Miami game was bad. Remember there was the second Denver game where Kerr didn't play him at the end of that game. They lost when Jokic hit the shot.
Yeah.
And then that's when it got bad. Again, that was all within about a 10-day to 12-day. And that's when I think Kerr tough loved him. And then Kerr got caught a little bit with egg on his face in the game where he didn't play him and they blew the lead.
Yes.
And then it was like, okay, you're bad, my bad. And then they came together. And from that point on,
because hey,
the rest of the year it was they got the most out of him. He grew and everybody gets credit for that.
Absolutely. Because that could have gone bad.
It could have gone really bad.
That could have gone
It was 3 events. It was the Christmas game in Denver where he shouldn't have been playing. And then Kerr against Miami was like, all right, young fella, go get it. Miami just mad-dogged him.
Right.
Just like, it ain't happening. And then there was the game where he was playing well against Denver. Kerr didn't play him at the end. They had enough of a lead where I don't think Kerr thought he needed to play him. And then they lost the game. He didn't go back to him. And that looked bad on Kerr, and rightfully so. Yeah. And so it was almost like they both had their mistake within that couple of weeks. They cleared it up. And it was beneficial to the player, the coach, and the team because Kuminga playing that 4 spot once Draymond came back with Wiggins turned into with Wiggins playing the 3. That turned into a grouping that helped the Warriors win at a high level from the middle of January on.
And just real quick to go back to the relationship, for lack of a better word, between Kuminga and Kerr. We've both seen and watched enough basketball and been around, and know what's really happening and know the behind-the-scenes stuff. How many times have you seen a situation similar to that where it just absolutely dissolves and deteriorates that relationship between coach and player?
A lot.
Credit to Steve Kerr and credit to Jonathan Kuminga, both of those dudes being men about the situation and coming to an understanding. I'm not saying it's all great and rosy. I don't know. Might be, might not be. It might just be a working relationship. But at least, at a minimum, it's just a working relationship, and it's not what we've seen time and time again where it's coach and player sniping at each other publicly and privately, and those situations never, ever, ever work out for the best, for the team overall, definitely not for the individuals in the fight.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a thing. And, hey, just by the way, tonight, little Summer League action, little California Classic out at Chase Center. You can get tickets at Warriors.com. Brandon Pajemski, Trace Jackson Davis, both playing in this game, and they're playing the Kings.
If you want to thrill me, I don't want tickets. I want some run. Let me play.
There you go.
Or at least just let me sit on the bench.
Well, that's going to be hard.
Get some free shoes out of it.
That's going to be hard if Pods and if Pods and TJD are playing. They're not going to be a lot of shots for you.
You know what? God bless them. I Summer League guy. Nah, I'm good.
Okay.
This weekend. No. I'm not. If that's what people are down with, knock yourself out. I get it. The Warriors got to sell tickets. They got a building, but 82 basketball games in a regular season and a 6-week playoff.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I could take the summer off.
No doubt. So yeah, if you want to go check it out, Chase tonight. Warriors.com. Pods and Trace Jackson Davis are playing. So yeah, California. It is the California Cup Championship trophy game. That's a new thing this year.
But it's not an actual cup. It's like a trophy, but it's not. I don't think it's a cup.
I don't think it is a trophy, but it's not a cup.
See,
I think you're right about that. Isn't that the Mitch Richmond thing?
Yes.
That's
Which is cool.
Yeah.
It's great. The guy that gave Michael Jordan the most trouble, for you young Thundercats out there, look it up. Mike J said it. No, I love that, but you'll learn a lot of things about me, John, here as we work together these next couple of days because I overshare. I believe the trophy that you can drink out of is the superior trophy. So to call it a cup, but it's not a cup, which means I can't, if I win it, I can't, get myself a low-level buzz out of it. Not a good trophy. Fix it.
I respect that as well, man.
Thank you.
We're having a good day. I respect you being a world-class hater. And I respect your value of the cup.
I respect you putting up with my nonsense. So
the value of the cup is a big deal.
If I win a championship, we drink a champagne. Well, then let me drink champagne out of what that's why the Stanley Cup is the superior trophy.
It is. I've told this story maybe in a prior radio life. It's like one of my great regrets. So when the Sharks played the Penguins in the Stanley Cup in 2016. And so I was covering that series. So I had a credential. It's game 6. The Penguins come back to San Jose. They win the Stanley Cup at San Jose. And the Penguins they're all going around with the cup. Everybody's skating around with it. They're partying. There's family on the whatever. And the media would be allowed to go down and do interviews on the ice after like maybe 10 or 15 minute period where they present the cup and all that.
Everybody
kind of goes down and waits, and then you can do interviews and different things with the players. So there's a point where I go down on the ice after all of this is going on and things are winding down, right? Guys are going back to the locker room, the party, families are down on the ice, there's people hugging, there's all this stuff. And all of a sudden, I'm kind of done with the interview thing at this point. All of a sudden, it's like an hour plus after the game, and the Stanley Cup
just sitting there
was just sitting there like right where right here, right. And I just look and it was like one of those moments where I'm like, I am like literally like right next to the Stanley Cup. And I start looking around and like there's no real security because things clear out.
Right.
Once the fans are gone, the security. It's like credentialed only and players and families and all this stuff. And I'm thinking to myself, I think I could pick up the Stanley Cup right now.
Ooh.
I think I can pick up the Stanley Cup right now.
You were doing a risk assessment in your brain, weren't you?
I'm like, I never in a million years would think that I would be in position to pick up the Stanley Cup and just have it be totally kosher.
You're violating all sorts of sport law if you do that. However, you got to do that, dog.
It's the Stanley Cup.
You got to do that, man.
And I'm like, I may get thrown out of here. I may get, never credentialed again by the Sharks, never credentialed again by the NHL.
You got to do it, but you're never going to have that opportunity.
To MLB in the NBA. It'd be like a wanted poster. There are some professional scruples involved there too. I didn't do it.
It's because you have morals.
There were all the angles and numbers and everything were going above my head.
You got to do it. You did the right thing. You
didn't do it.
You did the right thing.
Okay. I'm not looking for any validation. I don't know that I keep bringing it up every once in a while because
I know you're not looking for it. I'm saying you did the right thing. I'm also saying should have done that, man. Should have done that.
It was like wow.
Yeah.
Like
I'm sure you've seen it. The keeper of the cup.
Oh yeah. I was in awe, by the way.
Oh,
I was just in awe.
It really is because they brought it here to KNBR a couple of times, and I've gotten pictures with it. It is awe-inspiring. And hockey, if the Sharks are good, I'm in. Hockey, I can take it or leave it. I watched the Stanley Cup final just because it's the Stanley Cup final. But I'm not a hockey guy, not by any stretch of the imagination. It is the Stanley Cup, though, which has been around for, probably 100 years, maybe a little bit over 100 years, or we're getting close to 100 years. It's almost living, breathing history. So, yeah, it is awe-inspiring. And they tell you can't touch it. You can only touch it if you win it.
I felt
of course,
I wanted to
in that moment, you were a winner. Like, you had the opportunity. The Stanley Cup was there unguarded. You could have done it, but you did the right thing.
Yeah. No, it's
the difference between me and you. I would have absolutely picked that bad.
You would have done it and told the security guard, take a picture before you throw me out.
I'd have poured something in it and tried to drink out of it.
That's next level. That's next level. I'm just like, can anybody – because the other thing is, if I do it, like, nobody's ever going to see it.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I'm going to do it. I'm going to sit down. It's only me. I take it to the grave.
Listen, I am all about doing things for me and me only, all right? Which explains a lot of my personal relationship issues. So, yeah, okay. It's you would think like, oh, I want people to see this. Nah, do it for yourself, dog. Do it for yourself. So, but you know what? Maybe you'll get a chance to lift the Mitch Richmond Cup at the California Classic. I'm sure the Bay Bridge Trophy is around here somewhere.
Mitch was my guy as a kid.
No, Mitch was
my guy.
Here's how badass Mitch Richmond was. Jordan said Mitch Richmond was the guy that gave him the most trouble.
Oh, yeah.
Mitch Richmond used to hoop in Jordans. Mm-hmm. When you are the guy that gives the guy the most trouble and you wear that guy's shoes, Mitch Richmond, solid.
100%.
They call him Rock for a reason. Mitch Richmond, absolutely solid.
Absolutely. And a young man that growing up in Sacramento saw a lot of bad basketball.
Mitch, he was a shining star in those basketball.
He was the only guy.
Yeah.
And a lot of years worth watching.
Awesome. Absolutely awesome.
Yeah. And just, the physical stature from a two-guard. And
back when you could be physical.
I'm big Mitch Richmond.
Didn't back down from Mike J at all and said, I'm gonna lock you up, and I'm going to lock you up in your shoes. That is next-level stuff right there.
No doubt. So, and a great person to have be that guy with the Warriors history and the Sacramento history with those two playing tonight. So, would you pay Jonathan Kuminga? Hold that thought. We'll finally get into that. I'm going to ask Rod that. We'll get into some Giants between now and 2 o'clock. And Elliot Ramos is joining Tolbert and Copes coming up at 2:05. So make sure you keep it locked here for that as well. It is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
In his return from the IL and after his best start of the season, Giants starter Blake Snell is excited about how he's feeling, and he's looking forward to the next one. More on Snell's performance in the Giants' 4-3 win over the Toronto Blue Jays, trending on our socials at KNBR.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. station wherever you are around the globe. Stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Kuminga with the steal and the two. The first Golden State lead of the second half.
And the second steal by Kuminga, none bigger.
All right, that from the Warriors went over the Celtics right before Christmas in December. Jonathan Kuminga, big impact in that game, and then things got weird for a couple weeks, and then him and Steve Kerr hashed everything out. He went on to have a real good second half of the season before getting hurt, and then really wasn't back in any kind of rhythm to where he could help them too much in the game that they ultimately lost in Sacramento. Back here on a Wednesday, it is Papa and Lund, John Dickinson, Rod Brooks, here on the Sports Leader until 2 o'clock. Want to reset again the guest list coming up with Tolbert and Copes. It's a good one. Elliot Ramos, Giants all-star outfielder, 205, right off the top. And we were talking about Mitch Richmond and the California Cup and all of that. Mitch is coming on with the guys, too, at 250.
We spoke it into existence.
We
did that.
We definitely spoke it into existence. And, yeah, the California Cup championship trophy and all that, we don't need to belabor that. But Mitch is coming on 250 to talk about that and what the heck the Warriors are going to do this offseason, which is something we've been kicking around here for the last hour or so. Would you pay Jonathan Kuminga now? Extension eligible, making about $7 for this year. But you have until the night before the regular season begins to do it. We don't know that specific date yet because the schedule comes out next month.
And if they don't do it before then, they can't do it after?
You can't do it during the season. He would then become a restricted free agent next year. So the Warriors.
What exactly does that? How restricted is he?
You could match any offer. He is yours.
I would.
You have full control.
If they don't get marketing, I would let it play out. And I know it's like, well, why wouldn't you just get him cheaper if he hits the open market? Even as a restricted free agent, it's going to cost you more money. I am betting on there not being that robust of a market for him in this future hypothetical situation I'm talking about. So would I extend him right now? No. I'd wait it out, and I would match whatever he got. Now, there couldn't be a situation where some team decides to offer him something crazy, and then is that
a max? It would be a 4-year max, as opposed to like you can do with your own guy. You can do a 5. So in a way, you'd only be able to do the 4, but that's okay.
So you said because he 16 points last year for Kuminga.
Up from 9. I think it was 9-1 or 9-9 to 16-1.
So he
had a 6.
He's trending upwards.
He had a 6-point increase.
To me, if he gets to 20-22, that'd be outstanding. His rebounding numbers would be the ones I would be most not concerned about, but I would look at just as importantly as I would look at his offensive numbers and how he looks defensively, because I think that's an eye test thing. We could talk about numbers and almost said the dreaded M word, but I won't.
I think it's a positional thing, too.
Exactly.
Like he played, and a lot of people don't realize this. I say it a lot. Like, I think a lot of people think him and Wiggins are interchangeable. They're really not.
Yeah,
like Kuminga played the 4.
Right,
like when Kuminga was cooking and doing all the great things, like he was playing the 4 with Draymond at the 5 and Wiggins at the 3. And I'd be reluctant to look, and this is I'm kind of getting off on a little bit of a different lane with it.
That's cool.
But I'd be reluctant if I'm the Warriors to do anything outside of getting marketing and him still being on the team that moves him off of that 4 position.
Yeah,
I think there's been some debate.
Agreement.
Like if do you do something with Wiggins? And I think there's a certain portion of the fan base that's like, let's do something with Wiggins, addition by subtraction almost. Put Kuminga at the 3. Because he can play the 3, and like they're just and Steve Kerr said it in the press conference at the end of the year. Like it would be great if he could play the 3, but here are the 5 things that he'd have to do to play the 3. Like to me, it's not worth that hassle to mess with the kid's trajectory upward if he is going to be on the team and counted on. Play him at the 4 if he's going to be around.
Play him where he's more adept at playing. Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. I will say on the Wiggins thing, I understand the frustration with him from a lot of people's standpoint, but I'm not of the addition by subtraction camp. I need more out of him. I need him to be around more. This is not to throw shade on why he's not been around. I just would like for him to be around more. It's helpful to the greater good of the Warriors. Also, hopefully he doesn't have those situations to deal with again this season. But when he's right for you, he's right for the Warriors. He gives them everything they needed. We talked about it. He's not consistent enough in my estimation, but the second scorer you need it with Steph, and also a guy who can defend wings. That being said, to get back to the Kuminga thing, I hope this doesn't sound the way it sounds in my head, because I'm not trying to be negative. I don't think he's earned an extension yet. I just don't. I'd play it out. To give him one because of what you think he may do, and he could still end up doing it, and he might exceed expectations. If it was my money, I just couldn't do it. But if you show me after this season where we need you to take that leap because things are changing with the Warriors, seemingly by the second, then I'll pay you. And if I got to pay you more because there's more of a market for you, then fine, I'll do it. I'll match that offer. But to me, to pay him right now, it seems a bit premature.
Yeah, and I wonder how much the Jordan Poole situation, different players, different positions, different trajectories maybe, what happened, because they gave Jordan Poole the extension.
Mm-hmm.
They were at this point with Jordan Poole 2 years ago, coming off a title. They gave him the 4 and 130. And
that didn't cause any problems within the organization at all.
And
no, that went smoothly.
We're scrambling the next year. Not totally Poole's fault.
Not at all. Some things, but not that thing.
But not the big thing.
That thing.
But they were a year later looking to get off it any way they possibly could.
Right.
So, and he had helped them win a title as their number 2 scorer early in the year when Clay was out.
Mm-hmm.
It was him next to Steph. He goes back to the bench, comes back into the starting lineup for Steph when Steph gets hurt down the stretch that season. They didn't win a lot, but they won enough to keep the 3 seed, which was important. And a lot of that was Jordan Poole.
I think those two things you just mentioned, that's why he got that extension. Those two situations you mentioned right there.
He played starter minutes in big spots beginning and end of years on a title contending team. Then went back to the bench. They were starting him playing small there for a while against here, but he helped them win a title.
Yeah.
So Jordan Poole, at the point in which the Warriors gave him the extension, had done a hell of a lot more for the Warriors than Jonathan Kuminga has done to this point.
Right.
No shade on Kuminga. He just hadn't done it.
Right. No, I'm right there with you.
So do you think? How much do you think that plays in, though?
Oh,
as far as we don't want to do it. We did it for a guy that done more. Now we don't want to do it.
I'm not saying that that's the absolute reason. They feel like they made a mistake on Jordan Poole, so we're not going to make the same mistake twice. I don't believe that it is like that cut and dried. You'd be crazy to think they haven't had discussions like, well, we did it before. And not that the situations are similar, because they're not, but we did it before. Do we really want to do this again? It would be, that's malpractice if you don't have that conversation. Now, what comes out of that conversation is a completely different story. I don't know. But you have to go back to the recent past to think about what you're going to do here in the present in the not-too-distant future.
The Warriors' favorite word is optionality. Like organizationally, they're always optionality.
Buzzwords.
How do you? It's not metrics and it's not apron. I think that one clears the bar to where we can use optionality.
Not by much.
We can, but it barely. Barely. How do you believe in optionality as much as they believe in optionality? I think that's part of this whole marketing thing too. Is, you know what, we got our offer for you, Utah. Take your time. We'll see what happens in the first week of August. I think we might just be in this holding pattern where there isn't a lot of news on marketing until the August 1st. Let's just say, when there's about a week to go before the deadlines. But to bring it back to Kuminga, how could a franchise or an organization that values optionality be willing to lock in Kuminga now? Because here's the other thing I think is going to happen. And this is a don't be surprised if.
Okay.
And I mentioned this on our Just Dubs podcast that I do with Greg Silver. You should check it out at KNBR. I'll bring it to the airwaves here. I think the Warriors are going to make an offer to Kuminga. 4 and 130, 140. I think he's going to turn it down. Because you look at Franz Wagner, who just got 5 and 224. You remember where Franz Wagner was picked?
That's what I was. No, I don't. But
he was picked the pick after the next pick after Jonathan Kuminga. He was the 8th pick. Kuminga was the 7th.
A little while ago. I'm a hater. I'm not hating in that regard. I want these cats to get money.
A lot of money for Franz Wagner.
Yo!
He got the full max.
To what? 230?
224.
Oh.
And then there are also kickers for awards, and like it could get to 269.
I mean,
if he makes some All NBA teams and stuff, he might. I mean, probably won't do, but if he does,
oh man,
and it's tied to percentage of the cap too. Like that's the other thing. So if the cap goes up, he can get a bump.
I mean, it would make sense to turn that down because that carrot, that giant, massive carrot, is out there dangling that you could get the Franz Wagner contract.
But or even let's just say 5 and 224, and 4 and 130 or 140. Like there's no doubt Kuminga's like, I might not be 224, but I'm a hell of a lot closer to 200 than I am to 130.
I mean,
and that you can't do now. That you cannot do now.
Believe in yourself, and again, get it. 200, even for him.
Yeah, I know.
Oh wow.
All right, think on that one. Think on that one because we are going to talk some Giants, but think on that one because we keep going and it keeps leading to a different spot.
I mean, that made me shift in my chair.
So yeah, the Franz Wagner part and the Jonathan Kuminga part. But these are the real things that the Warriors are dealing with right now, as they say, no, we're cool, Utah. Like we're going to chill and let it marinate for a second.
I mean, Franz Wagner's never made an All-Star team. Markkanen has.
Well, to me, that's the. I mean, that's the. That's the no-brainer. Well, if you got to pay one of the three, $200 million, it's Markkanen.
It's Markkanen, but that's okay. All right, yeah, it's different out here now.
Think on that, and we'll try to solve the Kuminga thing at least as much as it can be solved on July 10th. Coming up, Rod Brooks, John Dickinson, KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Oh, it's all good, baby. It's all good.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
1-2 pitch is strike 3 called. Got him with a fastball. Logan Webb completes 7 innings tonight here in Atlanta with only the 2 runs allowed.
All right, Joe Rizzo on the call from Atlanta, 4th of July, Logan Webb's last start. He's back out there against Chris Bassett tonight. 6:45 first pitch. Of course, you can hear it all right here on your home of the Giants, KNBR, the sports leader. We'll get into some Giants coming up here. Rod Brooks, John Dickinson. Rod, we've given you a minute to.
I had to process
and breathe and
do some Tai Chi just to calm myself down.
Do some calculating of Franz Wagner's money.
Good on him, but wow.
Good on him. I think we've done a lot of discussing Brandon Ayuk and market rate and other guys getting paid. And in the NBA, it does happen. But because so many of the rookie contracts are all a certain scale, right. The first extensions off of the rookie contracts are a certain scale. Mm-hmm. Any team that wants a dude on their roster basically is going to have him for at least 8 years, as long as they're willing to pay a certain level. So a lot of it is so structured that we don't do the market value thing as much. I think the Franz Wagner deal, even though Wagner right now has been a better player in the league compared to Jonathan
Almost
Kuminga.
20 a game. He rebounds at a fairly decent clip.
Yeah, he's a real good all-around player, especially offensively.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you look at the draft stock, and Kuminga went 7 and Wagner went 8. They were back-to-back in the same draft. It was Jonathan Kuminga's name and then Franz Wagner's name. You got to look, if you're Kuminga, in fairness. And look, Wagner's been more accomplished, but I said this to you during the break. I'll bring it to the air. I think Kuminga looks at Wagner and says, I'm a better player than that guy.
And he has to bet on himself in that regard, because if $200 million in change is out there and he has gotten better as his career has progressed, as I said earlier, I don't see him staying at 16 points, and I don't see him regressing if the Warriors do not, which I don't think they should. If they don't extend him now, play the season out, man, and go out there and see what you're worth. And if the Warriors really don't value you, but someone does,
then you'll get the money one way or the other.
You'll get the money one way or another. I think from his standpoint, he has to do that. And as you said, if the Warriors are offering him something around $130, $140 million, that's life-changing money, but it ain't 200 million change life-changing money. But to answer your question, I wouldn't do it. I'm not going to give him that money on 16 points, and maybe, even though I think he will, maybe you'll end up in the low 20s, very low 20s.
I gulped it even because my mark for him before the Wagner deal was around, I thought 4 and 130-ish would be about right.
Mm-hmm.
And then, when the Wagner deal came out, I'm like, oh, no, that's not near. So
I'm sure he and his people were absolutely ecstatic to see that contract.
100%. And so that, and I think the Warriors will offer more than that, and I think that'll get turned down.
Yeah.
And so to me, it's almost at a place now. I would play it out because I would rather, and I think you mentioned this earlier, I would rather willingly pay him with a more firm grasp on the player
what he can
is,
do, right?
With one more year of looking at it, marketing or no marketing, that also factors in because we laid out earlier the path by which the Warriors could get marketing and keep Kuminga. They could get marketing. Kuminga's going in the deal. That whole thing.
Because if he turns out to be what the Warriors need right now, a second scorer to Steph, you know what that's worth? That's worth about $200 million.
It is, but I don't think you can. I don't think there's a number. And I might be wrong, and I'll admit it if I am, but I don't think there's a number in play that splits the difference. It's either he's a dude and you're paying him above 200, or he's not a dude and you're not. You're just not. And everybody's going to have to know that you're not.
No, there is no number that can reasonably.
It's not 4 and 150 or 160.
There's no reasonable facsimile of $224 million. It either is $224 million or it is not $224 million.
And even if you're the Warriors would not just pay him $400 and $200 right now.
For the hell of it, no.
Knowing that there's a level he needs to get to without him showing. So I think in a lot of ways, this thing has gone from, maybe you do try to do 4 and 1/3 to it's just there just isn't a number. There just isn't a number.
That's why it's interesting. Like I wouldn't have. I don't think the Clippers were really going to trade Paul George to the Warriors anyway. And I wouldn't have if we're just kind of doing this sort of a binary 1-for-1, even though it's not the case. I would not have traded Jonathan Kuminga for Paul George. I will trade Jonathan Kuminga just straight up, which I know is not the deal, but I would trade Jonathan Kuminga for Lauri Markkanen. But you can just tell that the Warriors are definitely in a wait and see situation with him because they wanted that's too much money and too much of a commitment for them. Again, going back on the pool thing as well, for them to say, no, we're just going to do this. This would be the easiest thing for all parties involved. But also this idea that they're reluctant to involve Kuminga. See, this is why I think it's how Kuminga is viewed by Utah, not how more than anything else, because if the Warriors are willing, they would not hold on to him and say he's untouchable and not pay him. You dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They would not already have done that, but we would know. We would hear the rumors, or we would hear, behind the scenes like, no, they're going to do it.
They're going to pay him.
We eventually hear this stuff before it actually hits out there in public. So I just don't think he's untouchable. For those who are thinking that, well, it's the Warriors don't want to include Kuminga. That's the holdup in the marketing deal. Like, nah.
No, I think it was part of the holdup in the Paul George deal.
Yeah.
It sounds like I think you and I disagree on that. I would have put him in the Paul George deal. Okay. I don't think it mattered.
But I don't think it ultimately it
didn't matter because they weren't doing the deal. I think that's we know
very
that
clear.
Now.
Right.
We know that now. That's a fact. Even if Paul George would have preferred to come here, which he said flat out.
Yeah.
Philly was the backup plan and a good backup plan for him, I think, from a basketball standpoint. Not to get off on that tangent, but I think you're right as far as it's not a hang up on the deal. Like I don't think that's I don't think they want to give him up, but I don't think that's the hang up.
Depending on the player, they will absolutely do that. I think it's more on how Utah does or does not view Kuminga more than anything else.
The Warriors just want to get an all-star back.
Yes.
Like that's the part. Like they weren't going to do Siakam or Anunoby, and I think you could have made a case before he exploded in January, February, March. You could have made a case that level of player would have been acceptable. Now I understand ultimately you're not doing it because he might turn into something beyond those guys. But I think, and he played his way out of that conversation.
Yes.
But now the Warriors are I don't think it's untouchable.
No.
But it is, we have to get an all-star back.
And all-star means
Paul
second
George
scorer next to Steph.
Yeah, it means Paul George or Markkanen. Now, they weren't even willing to do Paul George, probably because of the age.
That was my hang-up with Paul George, age and availability.
Totally.
Everybody gets hurt. Paul George gets hurt.
He does. And he also has he has a lot of the PTO nights, which I'm not a huge fan of the PTO. Like some guys get hurt. And then some guys, legit.
And it's not because he's a part of the parent-teacher organization.
And then some guys take the PTO, and Paul George takes you can't bring Paul George in and then say Paul George is going to get 20 nights off a year and then get hurt.
Because listen, and this is
because you're not going to be good enough if you do that.
This is a little bit snarky, but this is also realistic. You can't have a guy coming in taking time off when you have Steph, who's in his mid now. Closing in on his late 30s. When you have Draymond, who can be, Draymond, and when you have Wiggins, who can be, at times unreliable. Like you need all hands on deck if you're going to try to get back to being a perennial playoff team in the West, and you definitely going to need all hands on deck and everybody playing at their highest level on both ends of the court if you're going to try and get into that top 5 in the West. It can't be, we're half pregnant. We got to be everybody in the mix. We're all going in the exact same direction. So there were things with Paul George. Who, again, when Paul George is right, Paul George is right. But 33 years old, getting hurt, and can be, as you said, he could take some PTO.
It's a risk.
Nah,
I mean, no, it is a risk.
I'd rather stick with Kuminga.
It's the money. It's the player you're giving up.
Right.
It's the availability. Again, beyond the normal injury stuff. Like that's the thing with Steph. Like Steph is different in that like Steph may legitimately get hurt, but Steph is not looking to like he might do 2 or 3 a year where it's like, all right, he's a little tired. Give him a night.
Right.
Maybe the Warriors want to increase the 2 or 3 to 5 or 6 because he's getting up there.
Mm-hmm.
It can't be 15.
It can't be what
20.
You can look at the schedule and be like, it's going to happen here.
No.
Here.
Oh, Sacramento? No, we'll just stay in the Bay. L.A., I want that one as close to home. Oh, Phoenix? Nah. I'm not, nah.
Portland? I'm good.
Yeah, Portland, don't need to go up there. Y'all can win that one without me. And then what happens is those teams don't win those games.
Mm-hmm.
And that's part of...
Next thing you know, you're fighting for the play-in.
And that's the Lakers, Suns, and Clippers from 2 years ago especially, but to a lesser extent even last year.
I completely agree with you.
Good conversation. All right, we'll come back. We'll wrap things up with some Giants. Giants back at it tonight. Logan Webb, Chris Bassett. Can they keep the momentum rolling? KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Krukow stopped by the morning show with Murph and Marcus to discuss the emotional celebration of life for Willie Mays at Oracle Park and his reaction to the Giants' dramatic 4-3 win against the Blue Jays on a walk-off wild pitch. To hear that interview, see what's trending on our socials at KNBR and the KNBR app.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I still think, I got a lot to learn with who I'm going to be this year. Every year it's a new canvas, so I think I'm a lot better. I think I understand myself. I can repeat deliveries. I like the way I'm talking to myself. So I'm excited for the Twins, excited to see these next 4 or 5 days, just kind of how I grow and what I work on, and just looking forward to that next one.
All right, building blocks. Blake Snell.
Small steps.
Legitimately pitching well last night. Longest outing of his Giants career. 5 innings, 73 pitches, no earned runs, 1 hit, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts. Looked like he could have pitched the 6th inning, and he'll get a shot on Sunday against the Twins before the All-Star break.
He's a 5-6 inning guy. That's who he is. That's how he won a Cy Young last year. Expecting anything beyond that, you're not looking at Blake Snell then. He's a guy that's from the beginning, it's going to be 95 and up. He ain't going to ease into it. He's not going to pitch backwards. He's not. Nope. Here it is. Fastball. You try and hit it. That's his game.
You get 15 more starts similar to the one last night, and the Giants are cooking. They may have action. I did a little math game with Dieter yesterday. I'll lay it on you here, and this is when they were 8-5. I won't update it to the 9-5 in the last 14, but they play 8-5 pace. We'll just keep it at 8-5. They play 8-5 pace between now and the end of the year. They'd win 87 games.
How many games they got left here?
Now 70.
Okay.
I think with last night's game. They play 8-5 pace.
Yeah.
They would end up with 87. I'm not saying they're going to play 8-5 pace between now and the end of the year, but
I think 87 gets you in the playoffs.
Well, 87 would get you in. 87 probably gets you the second wild card.
Yeah.
Maybe not the first, but it'll get you. So that was the point. The point was like if you get that Snell and the pitching comes back, and we'll see Logan Webb tonight, and the other things are stable, and maybe they add. That's how you do 8-5.
The only way you
70.
can play that type of baseball is if you have the starters. It's the only way.
Oh yeah, and I'll say you need all of it.
Yep,
I think you need all of it, but without the starters, you wipe it right out.
Without the starters, you got no shot.
You're 2 over, 2 under, 2 over, 2 under.
Which is what they've been
Even,
without a starting rotation.
Win 4, lose 6. Win 2, lose 3.
2 steps forward,
win
3
1.
steps back.
It just, they're perpetually 2 games under 500. I feel like every single time I look at the standings, they're 2 games under 500.
I forget what the stat is, but when the Giants get to a game under 500, they lose that game to get them to 500 the overwhelming majority of the time.
It's happened four times,
and again,
I think, in a row.
I think that has a lot to do, if not everything to do, with the fact that they haven't had a legitimate starting rotation. Here's what's going to be interesting, though. You get Webb tonight. Okay, let's just say that's a win. Right? And the Giants are 46-47.
Ooh.
Who pitches tomorrow? Oh, after that.
Hicks. It's Webb, Hicks,
Yeah.
Harrison.
So now you're talking, and he's a starter on paper, and he's a starter because he has to be. But Hicks is a bullpen guy. So, which means now you're back to not necessarily a bullpen game as we unfortunately have gotten used to with the Giants.
5 and dive.
You are talking about a game where your bullpen is going to be used.
That's why it's good to have Webb in between Snell and Hicks.
So if the Giants win tonight, they're 46-47, and then you have the makings of a bullpen game. Maybe I'm going to be proven wrong. Hopefully so. But you have the makings of a bullpen game on Thursday, and those are the games that have been the ones that are harder to win, even though they've been in them.
Let's fast forward a little bit, and I'm reluctant to do this because I've said, hey, I'm putting Ray and Cobb and Ray out of my mind. Can't count on them. Can't count on them much. If they give you a lot,
until
that's
you
great.
see them. Right.
But can't count on them until they're here. Let's say they're both back. Let's say they're both back into July. What are the moves?
That's
Birdsong. one of them. If again, I'm throwing them both in. I mean, that's one of them, right?
Hicks is one.
Okay. So Hicks is the first. Like Hicks to the bullpen.
Harrison. Birdsong.
Okay.
I'm not moving off Birdsong until I see him.
That's why I asked you. That's good. You surprised me.
I've been down with Birdsong since the beginning of that first outing. I said to Ron Wouters, what impressed me about him is that he has stuff and he's not afraid to use it. And for a guy that young in the game, I mean, he had the minimum number of innings in AAA or in the minors. You know, only Tim Lincecum had less. Tim Lincecum had fewer. For him to have as few innings as he had in the minors, to come up with those 4 pitches and then have the ability and the guts to throw changeups in 2-strike situations, to get outs, to not be afraid of that, and that was from the jump. I'm with him. To add to that, when he can get wild, when he misses, and they are big misses. But to add that to the fastball and the curveball and the slider, and he has confidence in all of them, I am way high on Hayden Birdsong.
He's got a lot of nasty to him in the best ways. There's no doubt about it. I guess the answer is, and the answer is, and we were talking about some of the players like Matos and Fitzgerald getting the opportunity to audition. Maybe Hicks and Harrison, and I think Birdsong is definitely in this category. Maybe he's not the guy, but he's in. Like, you're pitching to stay in, and there's essentially 3 spots, and there's 5 pitchers, and you can kind of go with the best. Yeah, the best 3.
You know what, gentlemen, fight it out.
Yeah, the next 3 weeks dictated. Obviously, the All-Star break is going to be mixed in between there as well.
Oh yeah, Birdsong. I mean, that's my guy. That's my guy now. Yeah.
No, it's I've sensed a little bit of a mood change.
No, I'm good.
You good?
Yeah. Why is my voice so high? I don't know. No, I'm good. It's just be an opportunity for Spain to beat England.
I run that way a little bit. I run a little high when I get a little.
No, man, everything is cool. Why would you ask?
Yeah. So everything was going great. Let's let everybody in. We got about 2 minutes.
The Netherlands got jobbed by a dodgy penalty given by presumably the English referee in the Netherlands-England semifinal. But give it to England. They got guts. They have shown in this tournament.
So you're giving flowers.
I'm a hater, but I mean, you got to give credit where credit is due.
Respect.
England did what they do. They score late, just beat the Netherlands 2-1. So it'll be England and Spain in the final. It'll be Spain's opportunity to keep England major tournament winless. But no, good for England. They got guts. They 100% got guts. I mean, for sure.
You flipped this thing on at noon, and you've been locked in on the show.
Thank you.
You may be locked in on the game too, but you've been locked in on the show.
Yeah.
And it's 1-0. It's 1-0 Netherlands, and it's like, okay, and then
the penalty was the game.
The penalty flipped the whole game. It did. We agree with that. And and I'm thinking, oh man, this thing really could go either way now. Yeah. And then I look up and I'm like, and I did not. There was no glee in that. Like, that was not. You may have some partners that are like, England, like, because they knew where you stand on this whole thing. That was not the angle by which I was coming from. I was like, I was hoping I was going to look up, but then I looked up and I was like, oh damn.
Yeah.
And then I was okay. Because I did sense a little mood change, but nothing. But
nah, I'm good. We're good. Not like I had money on it.
No, but it's
good. There's one more opportunity for England to
on to the next. Yeah. Like that's cool.
Spain's a better team. It's one more opportunity for England to get embarrassed on a national stage.
And one more opportunity for you to be a world-class hater.
I mean, I'm never gonna stop hating, dog. It's in my blood.
Logan Webb and Chris Bassett tonight. Tough matchup. I mean, Bassett can be dominant.
I forgot that Chris Bassett was still pitching. But no, I mean, it's for the Giants.
All the left-handed hitters back in for the Giants.
Exactly. But for the Giants, it's about Logan Webb. It's about continuing to do what you've been doing. That is Ramos staying hot. I don't see him cooling off. Also keeping those runners off the base pass. But I'll go back to stat I said earlier. Logan Webb, ground ball pitcher. Toronto Blue Jays hitting to the most ground ball double plays in all of Major League Baseball. Keep those guys hitting the ball on the ground. Giants should win this game.
So maybe a little action, but the ability to get out of some jams tonight, get that lefty lineup in against the righty Bassett, and we'll see. Big game as far as the momentum for the Giants and keeping it rolling off of the comeback last night. Rod, great stuff today, my man.
That was fun, my brother.
Really appreciate it. We'll do it again tomorrow leading up to Giants baseball, the afternoon affair tomorrow. The Giants and the Jays over at Oracle Park. Tolbert and Cope's coming up next. Elliot Ramos in about 5 minutes. So stay tuned for that. And then Mitch Richmond at 2:50 here on KNBR 104.5 and 680 San Francisco, the sports leader.
The Dodgers lost. The Dodgers lost. 2021 was so weird, it has convinced you that walk-off wild pitches were a semi-regular thing.
2 a month.
On the topic of metrics.
Man, you my dude. I'm all about that give-and-go offense. Well, what's that? You give me the ball, the rest of y'all go to hell. I'm getting these shots up.
That's the Jonathan Kuminga offense.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today, in fact, in about 3 minutes, Elliot Ramos is going to join us. Talk a little bit about the Giants' win last night, their recent surge, his first trip to the All-Star game. Very cool stuff. Homer and a double last night. Mitch Richmond's going to join us in about an hour. We'll talk a little summer league, little summer league, and then we'll get into Team USA and get into Clay. And Mark Spears will join us. Mitch is going to join us at 2:50. Mark Spears at 3:50, and then we'll get you ready for Game 2, Blue Jays and Giants. What's happening?
What's up, dude? Have you? You just mentioned it. Elliot Ramos going to join us in just a couple of minutes here. But have you seen the thing where there's a chance he could start the All-Star game?
Really?
Fernando Tatis Jr. is out, and so he has to be replaced. He'd be in the starting lineup.
Okay.
And so there's a thought. I think it's Profar and Yelich are the other two who were voted in ahead of him as starting outfielders, and they're the only two players in the National League who have a higher OPS with a minimum 200 at bats, other than Elliot Ramos. There's a shot that he's the guy who replaces Fernando Tatis Jr. And if he does and he starts, not only is he the first Giants homegrown outfielder to make an All-Star team since Chili Davis, if he starts, he'd be the first homegrown outfielder to start a All-Star game since Willie Mays did in 1971 as a 40-year-old. How cool! Wow. How incredible would that be?
Wow!
And it's like on the table. It's legit. After the homer and the double last night, dude's mashing. Yep. I mean, he's been incredible.
He's been awesome. He has just been. I looked and look, they were super limited appearances. I want to say in 2022 he had 9 at-bats or 9 plate appearances. I think he had 60 last year. But if you add up his OPS from those 70 at-bats or 60 plus 9 at-bats,
nice.
It's less. I think his
59.
OPS. There we go. I think his OPS combined was like 700 or 800, maybe something like that. His OPS is over 900 this year. So it's almost like you expect it now. Like when he comes up to bat, you expect him to get a hit, especially in big situations. Not only has he been really good, he's been really clutch for this team as well. So it's awesome. It really is cool. It's a cool story. It's fun to watch. A guy that I think most Giant fans probably would say, I was more focusing on Matos or Luciano or Wisenhunt or Black or we've seen Ramos. We'll see what the Giants. It'd be interesting to talk to Farhan and kind of see where he stood in their eyes. I'm sure it wasn't like the fans. I'm sure they still thought he could get it done, but it just seemed like, okay, even though the chances were limited, Like, okay, he got a few chances, didn't look great. Maybe just kind of throw him back down there and see what happens. And then Slater gets injured and he comes back up and grabs hold of it. And you got to give him credit for the mindset, just going down there and doing whatever he did, working, getting after it, and then coming back up here and hit the ground running. Like it's awesome, man. I mean, it's fun. It's fun to watch. Every Giant game you watch, like, when they're playing well, it's fun to watch. But to have a young guy go out there and do what he does, it's just very, very cool stuff.
Well, and to do what he's done defensively, too. I mean, we can talk about the bat all day long. We could do a 4-hour show just on his bat and how he's helped the team turn around and help carry this offense. And he's now got more homers than Matt Chapman. He leads the team in home runs with 13. Had that double last night, put him on the board early. And for a minute, it was like he's going to be the only offense, it felt like, for the team, considering the way Kikuchi was pitching last night. They ended up pulling that thing out. But they went out and they signed Jung-Hoo Lee for over $100 million to play center field here for the next 6 years, right? Like, that was a big contract that this organization felt like we need to find a center fielder to be stable here. Not only did we not know Elliot Ramos was going to be this good of an outfielder, but to be able to do it in center field, the most important position in the outfield and one of the most difficult ballparks in baseball to do it, it's been, I mean, I'm at a loss for words with what he's been able to do. I mean, it's been really, really impressive.
Should they think about moving Lee?
808 KNBR, Jung-Hoo Lee must go. I mean, I'm excited for the proposition of having him in either right field or left field and Jung-Hoo Lee in center. I mean, think about that outfield defense you're going to have.
Of course. No, I've said that. I said that a month or so ago that you look and think of maybe Matos, Ramos, and Lee being in the outfield. And, it's pretty exciting. You got two righties, a lefty, and you got some athleticism out there in the outfield. So, I mean, we'll see which way it breaks. But, I mean, right now, when I said it, it was like, okay, we'll see what happens. Now, it would be a shock if it wasn't Lee and Ramos. Like, those you got two already. Like, two are out there.
Yeah.
Now you're just coming out with a third. And if it's an everyday guy like Matos, perfect. Then you can do what most teams do, have like fourth and fifth outfielders that aren't just platoon guys. They just kind of play every now and again, and the other guys are going to play at least 4 times a week, if not 5 times.
What about Soto? I thought we were getting him this offseason. Soto and left. Soto left.
He. I thought my jokes were bad.
I thought my jokes were bad.
He. And as far as the guy on the TV, I know a squealer when I see him.
And
he'll squeal when they.
he shuts off the TV fast, dude. That dude is the dude in China. He's like, I'm not doing this anymore. Yeah.
I just love that's one of my favorite.
Scene,
that's one of my favorite parts in the movie when he goes ha ho he ho hey.
And I thought my jokes were bad.
We're bad. He's just. I mean, it just. His Joker is so good.
By the way, update on Elliot Ramos. He's going to join us at 2:30 today. Elliot Ramos at 2:30. He's going to we had to push it back a little bit. He'll join us at 2:30. Giants All-Star Elliot Ramos. But yeah, he's been incredible. I don't know about left field right now, or not left field per se. It could be right field. But
yeah,
remember what Ramos did earlier this year when they had the 3 outfield assists from right field, the assist at second base.
Yep.
And Ramos had 2 of them. I was at that game. I think Yaz had the 3rd one. That was incredible to see all 3 of those made. I mean, I think he's a plus outfielder wherever you put him. And now that you know he can play center, now you know you've got 2 center fielders out there when Jung-Hoo Lee's back. And defense doesn't usually rest. I'm impressed by all of it. The biggest surprise, I think, is the bat. I think we all feel that way. Yeah. I don't know when this clicked for him. There's a great piece right now in The Athletic that Andy Baggerly had written. I think it came out yesterday before the game on Elliot Ramos' rise and how he was a top 100 prospect for a couple of years. And then the pandemic wipes out all of the 2020 minor league season. He comes back in 21 and splits part-time between AAA and AA and just didn't figure it out. And then this year was cut from the team in spring training, right? Sent back to the minors pretty early, a 158 hitter. And then something clicked because, again, this is what he's been doing all year, even at the AAA level. It's not like this, okay, he came up, and when Matos came up early this year and was hot and won National League Player of the Week and was driving in 6 and 5 and had those incredible games, he wasn't tearing the cover off the ball at the AAA level. They had to bring him up because they needed a defensive outfielder. They needed a center fielder who was on the 40-man roster already. So what he's done defensively to help this team, what he's done offensively, I don't think Soto's coming here. I said that facetiously.
No.
But I do wonder when you start to have young talent like this and players like this, what it does in terms of changing the attraction of where it is that you play. Because that's what the Giants miss. They play in a beautiful ballpark, tough place to hit. but they weren't winning. They didn't look like they had enough set up. You couldn't lure a guy like Shohei Ohtani because you're not set up to win for the next decade. And maybe they're not an organization that's ever going to be like that and land players like that, but you have to have homegrown talent like Elliot Ramos to show that you're capable of competing year in and year out. Elliot Ramos, Giants All-Star, going to join us at 2:30 today. We've got Mitch Richmond's going to join us at 2:50. We'll talk some Cali Classic, Team USA, and all that with him. Mark Spears at 3:50. And then we got a whole bunch of fun stuff to get into today before we get you to Game 2 of the Giants and the Blue Jays. Blake Snell, man. He brought exactly what we have thought would be the best of Blake Snell. He didn't give us 6, but he gave us 5. He was damn good. 1 hit, 3 strikeouts, 3 walks. Blake Snell's best outing as a Giant. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader. The Giants won Game 1 behind Blake Snell's 5 innings of 1-hit ball last night. Can he repeat that his next time through? We'll talk about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are, we're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Snell throws. Fastball, and he struck him out swinging. 96 miles an hour and blew it right by him.
1-2 pitch, runner goes from first, and it swung on and missed, strike three. He threw the curveball, and Schneider tried to hold up and just had no chance. Totally broke down. Second strikeout for Snell. Works around the 2-out walk.
Strike three call, a fastball right in there. And that seemed to surprise the young Jimenez. Strikeout number 3 for Snell.
Snell goes 5 innings in last night's game. In his best start as a Giant, no runs allowed, 1 hit allowed, 3 strikeouts, 3 walks. He pitches like this, and you add Alex Cobb and Robbie Ray back into it, along with the way Logan Webb's been pitching, and then you've got a combination of Kyle Harrison and Jordan Hicks there somewhere, however you want to manage that. This becomes immediately one of the most formidable rotations. And again, this is all if guys continue to throw the way you know they're capable of. But the point here is that the upside for this rotation, with the talent that could be in it and could be in it altogether, could make him one of the most formidable and difficult rotations to face in baseball.
No, I mean, it was funny because I was watching. I'm like, well, he only got 70 pitches. You can't go one more inning? And I was like, pump the brakes.
Pump the brakes, bro. Yeah.
Take the 5.
Yeah.
He's just getting back. He doesn't go much more anyway, so just enjoy the 5 innings and move on.
Leave the gun, take
Shulman,
the 5, dude. Right, yeah.
Damn it, Dan Shulman wasn't lying about that Blue Jay bullpen. Whew. Man.
Kikuchi, like they were just going to ride him as long as he could go. I mean,
yeah,
we have 13 strikeouts.
Or as I like to call him, Kikuchi Coochie Coo. Can you like little baby stuff? I don't know. I think that's what I think. That's what I think of every time I see him pitch. That's why I don't watch him pitch often. I can't get that out of my head. He had 6 base runners in 7 1/3. I think in an inning and a third, the bullpen, Pearson and Richards allowed 5 base runners. I mean, they were just now. Granted, the Wisely single wasn't blistered, but yeah, I mean, you put yourself in trouble. That's what happens. He would like you get one more inning like that, and not even just that. And I was prepared to come in here and say if they lost that game, you know what? Even though they lost, that was a positive game because of what Snell did. Like if he's back on track, I agree with you. You're starting to look at we always say about lengthening a lineup. That's lengthening a rotation. That's one more like guy in the rotation you look at and say we're going to have a great chance to win today. And then reinforcements will be coming after the All-Star break too. So I think you got to like where they're at right now. Not love where they're at. I mean, St. Louis is playing really well. Game a doubleheader to the Royals today. Padres been playing good, so it's a little too early to start saying, "Oh man, or 3.5 games back or 3." That just get to 500 first. Get to 500, and then start worrying about kind of where you're at and kind of moving forward a little bit. But what is it now? 3-1, 5-4.
They're 9-5 in their last 14.
Thank you. I was just about to come up with that, but it took me a lot longer than you. And they've been doing it against some now the Blue Jays aren't very good, but some decent competition come home. And this is, first game off a road trip where you play pretty well. You play well on the road trip and you come home and you're down. And this is the one thing that this Giants team has the ability to do that they haven't in the past is come from behind.
Yeah.
Like they find ways to win games. They just do. They've done it so many times this year. Big deficit, small deficit, they're going to have a shot at the end of the game. They've given themselves a shot. And I think that the fact that you have that equity now, you have that belief. Like, we're not out of this. Just give us a couple of base runners, grind some at-bats, get on, and we're going to find a way to get this done. And they did it again. And I thought that was a huge, huge win coming off the road trip and just kind of keep that momentum going. But yeah, just a tremendous effort by Snell. Like that's the first time, and that maybe the first game all year I have had zero expectations, but just like whatever, let's see what he does. And he actually pitched kind of like Snell pitches. So that was awesome to see. I'm glad they got Kikuchi out of there though. He was about to strike. He did strike out the world
while he was yesterday. He had a hell of a start. He
was out there. Yeah, they let him go any further. He might have struck out 15, 16. Who knows? But yeah, he was really good. It's weird. Like the Blue Jays just can't hit. I mean, the lineup's not great, right? Especially when Springer's not swinging it. I know he's been hot lately, but Bichette hasn't swung it. Guerrero's been really good for him. But then out of that, you look at that lineup and go, I kind of see where, they're having problems scoring a little bit. So you get 2 out of 3 against them. Try to get 2 out of 3 against the Twins. If they can go, win the last 2 series, head into the break, I think they're going to be in great. Even though, what would they be? That I think that would put them at what? Still 1 game under 500. If they go what? They're 2 games under 500 right now.
Right.
So if they were to go 3-2, that would still be winning the both. You could win both series and go 3-2. That still put you 1 game under. Not great, but you feel pretty damn good.
You'd be feeling great about where you were going into the break.
You feel pretty damn good about where you're at and where you might be headed. And especially if Snell can put, one more good start, although he probably won't start again. And will he start the last game before the break? I guess he would.
Logan Webb, he would start one more.
No. I get Snell.
Oh, Snell
would start the last game.
No, you're right. Snell would start the last game before the break.
Last game before the break.
So this is Logan Webb's final start before the break.
Yeah. So if he gets it, if Snell can get one more good start under his belt before heading to the break, feeling good, walking tall, feeling good, I think they got to feel good where they're at right now. But you still got 5 games left.
Yeah. Now, he's making $31 million this year, right? And he's had an opt-in of this year. He wants to pitch. He wants to be here. Per Mike Krukow, that's what Dave Fleming told us, I think it was last week. He said, talking to Mike Krukow, he spoke to Snell. Snell said, I want to be here. Like, I signed this contract with the intent of being here for a couple of years. Who knows how true that is, but the better he pitches, the more options and opportunities he's going to have. The question I have is, we've joked about it because he said he wasn't ready and he felt like the Giants were pushing him and rushing him to get him back out there, and we sort of even joked about it. I did yesterday. He knows his body. He knows himself better than anybody else does. Maybe he did need more time. Maybe the 70 pitches was right yesterday, and he knows how to manage this thing. And he kept saying the whole first part of the season when he was pitching, he didn't feel right. He wasn't ready. He didn't feel right. He still needed to work up. Things weren't landing correctly. He had a bunch of rehab starts, and yesterday was as good and as sharp as he's looked. So
yeah, and look, as far as
that credit,
as far as him telling Dave he wants to be here, what else are you going to say?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I don't want to be here. Look, Clay wanted to be here. Warriors wanted Clay here. Where is he? Dallas. You're never going to hear an athlete go, yeah, I signed with the intent of opting out after the first year. Like, what good does that do you? That does you no good whatsoever with anybody, fan base or anybody. So yeah, I mean that to me that means nothing because that's all you can say at that point. Yeah, well, of course I want to be here. Are you kidding me? I want to be here. Like right up until the point you don't want to be here, and then it's like, well, I got a better deal, and I thought so. I'm not even worried about that. I know some people are like, well, if he pitches really well, he might opt. Who cares? Just pitch really well. Like, I hope he opts out. Because if he opts out, that means he's pitched really well from this point until the end of the season. If he doesn't, as a Giant fan, you better hope he opts out. Because if he doesn't, that means he didn't pitch well and things went sideways a little bit, so he's going to stay for his last year. Like, I'm hoping that he opts out at the end of the year, because then I think that
means he's pitched well. Yeah.
Exactly, and that means that things have gone well for the Giants probably too.
And the main reason things have gone well for the Giants is their all-star outfielder could end up a starter in the All-Star game for the National League All-Star team. Elliot Ramos, he joins us next on the Sports Leader.
Back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
He swings here and drives this one to deep center field. Varsho back at the wall. It is gone! Elliot Ramos in an 0-2 count to deep right center. His 13th home run of the year. Wow, what a swing. 1-0 Giants.
Giants win a thriller yesterday, 4-3, a walk-off wild pitch. The young guys get it done. Elliot Ramos, though, has been getting it done since he came up on May the 8th. He's behind only 2 other National League outfielders in OPS, and they're both starting in the All-Star game. It's Christian Yelich and Jurickson Profar. That's National League outfielders with a minimum of 200 at-bats. He's got entering yesterday, had an 894 OPS. I'll get you his updated numbers here momentarily. Leads the Giants with 13 home runs, and he's going to join us in just a couple of minutes here on the UMA guest line. They're 2 games under 500, Tom. So you said in order to get to 500, if they win one of these next 2 to win the series, today would put them at a game under. And if they lost yesterday, they'd be back at 2 games under. If they went 2-1, they'd be 200. Yeah, they'd be a game under by the end. They could finish above 500 if they were to sweep this series or the next and win the other.
Yep.
And they've played pretty good baseball of late, 9-5 in their last 14 games. Pitching has improved with Snell's performance last night, and really good news on Alex Cobb and Robbie Ray. Cobb's a little further away, but Robbie Ray should be back after the All-Star game in a couple of weeks. Fans were pretty happy that Austin Slater was DFA'd, and were, I think, pretty happy about Nick Ahmed being DFA'd. I even saw today, Murphy and Marcus were like, hey, how much credit does Farhan deserve for making some moves? I think what they're seeing is potential here. They're seeing that, and that's, by the way, that's the reason, and somebody texted this in yesterday when we were talking about Nick Ahmed being DFA'd and why Brandon Crawford wasn't here. Having a player like Nick Ahmed who makes the team as a non-roster invite out of spring training gives you the leeway and the ability to make these types of roster moves when you have something that needs to be moved on from. Right? He had an OPS in the mid-500s. You didn't have a contract or guaranteed money connected to him. Juan Uribe made the Giants team out of spring training in 2010 when they won the World Series. He's a veteran player, and he was a necessity for them early in the season where you don't have a shortstop who's ready to go. You don't want to walk into another Brandon Bocock situation, right, where you just got somebody out there playing shortstop because you don't have anybody else capable of fielding the position that's healthy enough to do so. So I think Farhan deserves credit, and I think that because they've given themselves a little bit more flexibility now, Nick Ahmed is gone. You've got that 40-man roster spot you can toy with. You can send some of these guys down. I know you had to activate guys off the 60 back into the or off the injured list back into the active roster, but I think moving on from Nick Ahmed gives you a whole lot of flexibility, whether it's acquiring a shortstop or giving somebody like Tyler Fitzgerald or Brett Wisely a bigger role at the position.
Yeah, I saw the clip scrolling through Twitter, and Marcus reminded me of the guy that leaves the blackjack table like a half an hour too late after he lost a bunch of money after winning a bunch of money. That it's all about timing, and you can never say exactly when to call somebody up. You never know when it's too soon, when it's too late. I know they think they know. They don't know. It could be a month late. It could be a month early. Who knows when it is? I mean, they tried to give him a run last year, and we would all say that was too early for him to come up last year. Was it too late this year? I don't know. Here's what Farhan gets credit for. He gets credit for 2 games under 500. That's what he gets credit for. I don't really care how you do it. I don't want to know how the cake's made. Just show me the cake. Does it taste good? Does it not taste good? So he got credit for 107 wins. So did Gabe Kapler. That's what they had, 107 wins. So to me, it's does he get credit? Does he not get credit? Doesn't even factor in for me. It's they brought him up, and we even said it at the time that they might not have brought him up had Slater not got hurt. I don't like when people are happy. People get DFA'd. I mean, it sucks. Slater's a really nice guy, and I think he was really good for this organization. And he's a class act, too. He's a guy you could easily get behind. You didn't really know Ahmed that much. He's only here for half a season, so that wasn't that – it wasn't like, oh, my gosh. But I'm not – when people lose their jobs, I'm not happy. That's why I don't try to get into the whole this guy should be fired, that guy should be this, that guy – it should be – it sucks. But it was the right move. Professionally, it was the right move because they needed some more room in the outfield. They needed some more bats in the outfield. And I asked Farhan that a couple weeks ago. Like, when do you stop looking at the back of the baseball card and saying, this is what a guy has done, this is what he's going to do, and start saying, okay, this is who he is now? That's not an easy decision. You know, that's a tricky decision. I mean, that's why I'll be honest with you. That's why, even though some people are like, yeah, oh yeah, you know, when I said when I asked about Luke Jackson, like, what's his purpose? I felt bad about asking it that way, even though I think I was in the right, like asking it at all. But when I phrase it that way, I was like, that's kind of harsh. Because I go back to when I played.
Yeah.
And, you're busting your ass out there. You're giving it everything you have out there. And sometimes it's just not enough. And sometimes things just don't go your way. And sometimes you're not what you used to be. And you're still trying to fight and hold on and get back to where you were. And it's not working out. And I understand the fans' frustration. I understand why they get on players. Because they're fans. They're going to be fans. They were fans before the players showed up. They're going to be fans after most of these players leave. They're going to be fans right now that are fans of the a fan of the Giants after Elliot Ramos leaves, and he's really young. And Harrison, they'll be fans. So I get it, but I come from a different perspective that I just know how much work these guys put in and how hard it is and how dedicated they are. So when they lose their job, get sent down, get cut, I don't revel in that at all. It's an opportunity for somebody else, and I'm happy for them. And sometimes, like I said, from a professional level, it needs to happen. It needs to happen. I'm not happy with it. But yeah, I think it was the right move. Slater getting DFA'd, right move. Ahmed, right move. And I don't think it would have helped. Like, people are like, oh, you might as well just got Crawford. Did you want him to do this to Crawford?
Yeah, how would fans be reacting if right now
you want him to DFA Crawford in the middle of the season?
Can you believe that?
Like, you serious? Like, but trust me, it wasn't great, but it was about as clean a way as you could go with Brandon still wanting to play. Like, he wanted to play. He didn't want again, he took basically from the Cardinals what the Giants offered. Like, it was very similar. But it's a different team. It's harder to do it when you've won with that team. We saw that with Klay Thompson. It's hard to accept different roles and deal with different stuff when you've won championships for this team and you feel like this team owes you a little more respect. It's like, well, at that point, it's not about respect. But it's hard for them to get that out of their heads. So, look, this was as good as it was going to get because it's not like, Brandon Crawford's tearing it up in St. Louis. He's not playing much. I think everybody here loves him just like they love Klay. You wish him the best. But this was the right way to go about it. You don't want to have to DFA someone. That would have been brutal to have to do that during the middle of the season. And now, Wisely's playing well, and who knows if Luciano comes back up, and I don't even know if he's a shortstop anymore. But, yeah, Ahmed, it's like you still feel bad for him, but, it's like, okay, we barely knew you. You're here half a season, and, now it's time to let you go because you're just not getting it done with the bat. That's just the way it goes, and he understands it, and he's a pro.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday afternoon, working to make the connection with the Giants all-star outfielder Elliot Ramos. We have talked to Farhan, though, about how you would approach the trade deadline. We've talked about it with him a little bit, but now we're getting closer. Now we're in the month of July, right? It's a few weeks away. Farhan yesterday did address the trade deadline in the dugout before the game. Here's what Farhan had to say. This includes the question as well about the team buying or selling come the end of this month.
You have at times bought and sold at the deadline. Do you see something similar potentially this year? Or?
Sure. I think we have areas of depth and we have areas where we're a little light, and so the baseball trade avenue is always there. When I look at our team, we have we believe pretty solid players at pretty much every spot in the field. We have a rotation that's getting healthier. We have a bullpen that's done a nice job. So nothing jumps out as a spot that we need an emergency plug-in. We're just going to get whatever's out there on the trade market. There's always, when you're in it, there's an expectation and a pressure to do something to change the mix, but we've got to be careful that whatever we do is a meaningful upgrade for us.
What's that saying?
Yeah, I get that. And I should correct myself. Austin Slater wasn't DFA'd.
He was traded. Nick Ahmed.
He was traded. Yeah, Ahmed was DFA'd. Look, I don't think they're in a position of hey, we have to go out and do this because the starting rotation, that's usually where teams look. They want to bolster their rotation. Giants, they don't need to do that. They're good there right now, in theory. But you're not going to start adding guys to it because you're hoping Snell. That was Snell we saw last night. Robbie Ray's coming back. Hopefully at some point Cobbs comes back. You got Webb. You got Harrison. You got Hicks. You got dudes. As far as all the teams that are I'd have to go run through them all to see who else has that depth in the rotation, but most teams can't come close to that. I mean, even look at a team like the Dodgers. The Dodgers, like, they were looking at, like, look at what our rotation's going to be. And now you look, and they just put Glasnow on the IL.
And they optioned Bobby Miller today.
Yeah, Bobby Miller got optioned.
Yeah,
and
Dodgers are dying for a...
Bueller was, what did he play? What did he start, like 2 games?
Yeah.
And he got put back on the shelf. So they're just kind of like ham and egging it together right now. There are a lot of teams that would love to have the depth they have. The Giants are in a weird position because you got a lot of positions where it's like, yeah, we're okay, but we could upgrade. Like, we could be better. Like, they definitely could be better at first. But you're cool with Wade and Flores. I mean, Flores has really struggled this year, but, that's doable. You can work with that. Could you upgrade at second? Probably. But, could you have that wide? Yeah, I mean, you could. But what are you going to give up for? Like, what's out there for you? You don't really. I mean, I guess you could upgrade at right field. You could say, hey, we could use a big-time right fielder.
Funny, you just named 3 positions, and there's a guy who plays or has played all 3. He's out there. Jazz Chisholm.
Oh, yeah.
He can play second, he can play short, and he can play outfield.
Yeah, they say he's going to be traded, too. He'd be now that one would pique my interest just because not only all the positions you just mentioned, I didn't know he played that many positions, but it's an upgrade in athleticism. It's an upgrade in speed. And they are so behind the curve in that regard. Like, when the bases got bigger, teams said, hey, we're going to lean into stealing bases. You only get 2 throws over to first, 2 disengagements, as they call it, and the bases are a little bit bigger, so stealing bases is going to be a little bit easier. Let's try to lean into this. Well, the Giants have leaned the other way. They have not leaned into it at all. So that would be huge to get some more speed on the team because that they're really lacking there. I mean, the discrepancy between steals against and steals for is shockingly bad.
It's bad.
Shockingly. So
shocking.
Yeah,
positively shocking.
That's something that would be interesting. I have no idea what his market is. I have no idea what they'd be asking, but hey, they do have pitching depth, and they got pitching depth in the minors too. So that's something they can, and that's the thing with Ramos doing his thing and hopefully Matos doing his thing. If you start getting some of these guys that come up and they could play, then you have the ability to trade guys in the minors that maybe some people want. Because before that, you weren't really sure which one you were going to need up in the major league level or which one could maybe hit for you. If you have a couple guys you feel good about moving forward for a few years, that gives you the ability to trade some people and maybe get some bats in here and do some stuff like that. And then the pitching depth, everybody wants pitching. Everybody needs pitching. To have that ability, I think that will definitely help them get in the conversation come trade deadline. But as far as like a huge need, it's hard to say that about a team that's 2 games under 500. But when you look at it, you're like, I'm not really sure exactly where I would go. But first base would probably be my number 1. But yes, Chisholm is a guy that I look at and go, okay, that's a guy because of the athleticism component that they sorely miss.
He's got 18 steals on the year. He's got 11 homers right now. He's got an OPS of 745. He's hitting 258, 39 runs scored, 41 RBIs. So he is driving in runs as well. He's been one of the better RBI guys, at least for the first part of this season. The teams that could have interest, I mean, this is the thing, too, is there are so few big-time players or I don't want to say break the bank, but I don't even know that he's a game-changing player, but he's definitely a player that would be an improvement. He's a guy that if you put him out there, he'll be one of the better ones available. There's so few teams that are absolute sellers now and that are willing to give up talent that's controllable talent at the trade deadline that you're generally competing now with everybody else who's somewhat in contention, right, who needs that upgrade. And because he plays so many positions, there's teams that can find a need for him. The Reds are said to be a team that could be looking at him to upgrade. The Diamondbacks are one. The Phillies are another one. The Yankees have been mentioned. I mean, there's a lot of teams that could potentially use him as an upgrade. Dodgers need a third baseman. I don't know if they'd move somebody to third and grab him to play somewhere else. They've done that before when they acquired Trey Turner. So I think there's going to be players out there to be had. But to your point, I think the Dodgers' bigger need is going to be pitching. I was wondering if you think they'd get back in on Max Scherzer because the Rangers may tear down. Rangers may blow it up a little bit with some of these trades come deadline time. It'd be so funny if the Dodgers had to trade for Scherzer again.
That would be pretty
Wouldn't put
funny.
it past them at all. I just kind of anticipate they're in on whoever is available. Some news on Elliot Ramos. He did have to push back today, and I think I'm in a tough spot here because I may be breaking news to Tom, too. Elliot Ramos is going to join us on the patio on Friday at 2:15. Yeah, I don't think Tom knew we were on the patio on Friday at 2:15. So 2:15 on the patio, me and Elliot Ramos, and we'll be doing like weekend at Tommy's because Tom may have just checked out. When we come on back, I'll interview Mitch Richmond unless we can get Tom to check back in. It's Tolbert and Coach Mitch Richmond next on the Sports Leader. According to Anthony Slater of The Athletic, the Warriors are going to wait and see on a Lauri Markkanen trade, but currently feel good about their roster. For all your Warriors news, listen to KNBR or check out the KNBR app.
They're Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. It's always a pleasure to talk to my former teammate and Hall of Famer, Mitch Richmond. Mitch, what is going on?
How you doing, Tom?
Down in Vegas?
What's up, bro? Yeah, man, it's hot, bro. It's hot.
What the hell are you doing down there, Team USA stuff?
Yeah. The 50th anniversary celebration was last night. And, you know, all the Olympians from way back from the 70s and 60s was there.
Okay.
And, all the way up to now. So it was a great night. Great night.
Only 117 in Vegas today, huh?
Yeah, that's it.
Jesus, dude.
That's it. 118, yeah. So it's going down.
It's cooling off, yeah.
What does that mean? Because you've done it before. What does that mean to put the USA across your chest and go play for your country?
Oh man, it's a beautiful feeling, man. An unbelievable feeling, especially my first time in '88, having an opportunity, you know, coming from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and just started playing basketball in the 10th grade, and in a matter of 4 or 5 years, I was on the Olympic team. It was a very quick situation, and I couldn't believe it. I had to pinch myself a lot. But it's a wonderful feeling, my man. You know, just to know that you was representing your country at that particular moment. And everyone was, at that time, the whole USA was cheering you on, so it was pretty good.
Isn't it crazy to think you played football basically until 10th grade and then picked up basketball? What was the reason? Was it injury? Was it you just kind of gravitated to basketball? Because you grew up in Florida. That's home of football.
Yeah, that's home of football. But I think the one thing I played football, but it was always, and I never really could kind of finish a season because we moved a lot. My mom would move over here, then I had the teams, and I had to do this, and I tried out in the 9th grade, and didn't have any grades, got cut, and I went back, and I remember telling my mom, you know what, I really want to focus on this, but I really want to be somewhere we don't have to move all the time, you know, and I really want to try to get it done. And once I went out for the team, I'm like, man, I fell in love with it. And, you know, just like you're talking about in Vegas, it's 118. Florida was hot outside, brother. You know what I mean? And once I felt that, once I felt that air, you know, never playing organized basketball, I was like, man, this is great. But I always thought I was going to go back to football, but I never did.
What position do you play in football? Defensive end?
And tight end, yes.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's kind of what I figured. I mean, it's funny because they talk about, because I could see you playing in the NFL. Like I could see someone like you certainly playing in the NFL, and you know the crossover. Like I've always said, basketball players have a much better chance of transitioning to play in the NFL if they can handle the contact. I mean, some guys probably couldn't handle it, but football players, I go, those are some of the worst basketball games I've ever played in that have all the football players in it. It's just it takes an hour to get to 10, and it's just dudes bumping into one another trying to get layups.
Right. Yeah, and I think for me, making the switch the other way of going from football to basketball, I mean, I loved it because I was so physical and nobody wanted to be physical, just like what you said. And so the physicality for me came very easily. So I just had to really try to work on my skills. I can always jump. I was always athletic at that time. And so I now had to learn how to play because they put me at center and in the power forward.
Yep.
Because I was so physical. But if I wanted to go to the next level, I had to learn the guard skills. So that was very easy for me, the physicality, but then I just had to learn the skill work.
Yep, no doubt. Mitch was the most athletic guy on the Warriors squad. I mean, until I showed up, of course.
No question about it. No question about it. You probably lift a beer more higher than anybody else, and nobody can do that. So that you had to be athletic to do that, man. You had to be.
With repetition and the same arm slot over and over, it's tough to do.
Arm slot, come on, bro.
Yeah, that's repetition.
We want to ask you about Team USA, Klay Thompson a little bit, but I want to ask you about the trophy they're going to be handing out. I believe tonight, the California Classic, the Kings are going to play the Warriors, two teams that you're very, very familiar with. Talk a little bit about that and the trophy they're going to be giving out. I know you're going to be in Vegas doing the Team USA stuff, but just a little bit about the trophy and both organizations.
Oh no, man, it's exciting, man. It's I really appreciate them. Really kind of thinking about me in that situation. It's been a long time since I played, but I played for both franchises, and I always say that those are the two best fan base NBA franchises in the world. I mean, because those Golden State, they cheer on their team, and Sacramento as well.
Mm-hmm.
They cheer on their team. And I love playing for both of them. As far as the fans, we had some rough times playing at Sacramento, but I really appreciate how they treat me. I really appreciate when I was there and the time I was there, and even when I see people all over the world, they say they're from Sacramento. I can't believe it. They say they're from Oakland. I run into so many people. I did last night, so it's just amazing, man, and have the opportunity to have the trophy, in your name. I know it's a different looking trophy. We're going to have to work on that. But other than that,
I haven't seen it. What does it look like?
Look it up. I haven't seen it.
But no, it's cute, man. It's cute, man. It's nice. It's
cute.
I appreciate it.
It's named after you, bro.
I'm just playing, man. The guy who did the trophy. I appreciate you guys. It's nice. It's a beautiful trophy, man.
Okay, now I'm gonna have to look it up and see what this thing looks like. Give me your thoughts on.
It's a good thing, man. So whoever made the trophy, thank you. Thank you.
Oh my! You're backpedaling like Michael Jackson. You kidding me?
I got a backpedal.
I got you, bro. We got you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a joker. I like jokes. I'm a comedian at halftime.
Oh yeah. Dr. Mitch Richmond, nice enough to join us. Give us your thoughts on Klay going to Dallas.
Oh, man, I love Klay, man. And so, definitely was heartbreaking for me because I thought he would probably end up with the Warriors uniform. And it's just a sad day, man, because he had so many wonderful memories here, especially, playing with Curry and playing with that team that they have. So he's going to really be missed, man. And, more power to him. I wish him the best. But, yeah, it was a sad day for me because I wish he would have, I wish they would have kind of came up with some situation where he could have stayed. And but hey, he has to look out for himself and go from there. But I appreciate what he's done for Golden State. I love watching him play, and so he's going to be really missed in the Golden State uniform.
Talking to Mitch Richmond here on the UMA guest line. By the way, that Warriors Kings California Classic goes down tonight at Chase Center, 7 o'clock. Tickets available still at Warriors.com. Mitch, can you in any way put yourself in Klay Thompson's shoes? I know it was a different situation with you being traded to Sac, but Klay here for many years and then leaves a situation he was very comfortable with. It's different when you're traded, but how do you reflect on that or look at what he's going through?
Yeah, well, I think I think in his situation, all of the the hard work and and the personality of who he is, man. He's a good guy off the court, well as a great teammate. And I think he probably thought he could be taken care of a little bit better than what he did. And so, you got to understand where he's coming from if he didn't feel like he'd been appreciated and they didn't appreciate him enough. He has to move on. But I wish they would have worked that out. So him thinking, I think he's just, trying to figure out going to the right situation where he can see himself in another uniform. And, we still got to look at the things and the stats that he put up last year. I think shot, 40%, 39%, 40%, something from the three, averaging 18 points. I mean, not many guys right now can do that. And so if that's saying that you slacked off a little bit from what you have been, that's still a darn good player. And, I just wish it would have worked out.
So you can speak to this because you're a Hall of Fame player. How tough is it to play at the level you played at for most of your career to accept on the backside of your career that you're not that player anymore, even though in your mind you can still do stuff, but your body isn't able to carry out a lot of the stuff it used to be able to carry out? Like when you asked your body to do something, it would do it. But it's harder as you get older. How hard is that for someone of your caliber to kind of go through that, where it's like, God, I can't go out there and just dominate anymore? How tough is that?
Yeah, to tell you the truth, it's a tough feeling, no question about it, because it hits everyone, and you have to find that happy medium. You have to kind of change your game a little bit to kind of make sure that you get the benefit and the most you out of your body and the most out of your play. I think for Clay, Clay is one of the best shooters that we have in this game, and I think most of his points come from the 3-point line. And so, sometimes when you get a little older, those shots become a little tougher. You got to make sure that sometimes that you balance your shot. You can't shoot the fadeaways anymore. You can't shoot off one leg. You have to really kind of go back to the basics, and it happens when you go into a shooting slump. You have to go back to the basics of how you started. And I think Clay kind of understands that. And I think, playing with Dallas, he will, have some probably wide open shots, maybe not coming off the screens with one leg, but you have to really simplify your game a little bit to get the best out of it.
Well, yeah, you said, everybody goes through it, and that's true. Yeah. But for a player like you, it's like, Hall of Fame players, it's like coming from Everest, back down to ground zero. For me, it's like stepping off a curb and stepping onto the street. It's not really that far. It's not really isn't. So it's easier.
I mean, you said it perfectly. I mean, you're right.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. We can just leave. We can just leave it at that then.
Yep, leave it right there, brother.
Talk a little bit about this team, this USA team, because I don't know. They say it's the most talented one since '88. Nothing's going to compare to '88 because that was, or '92, excuse me, '92 when they had the Dream Team. That not only the players, that was the first time the pros were playing, but this team. When you look at this team and what they've been able to assemble together, what's going to be the toughest job for Coach Kerr trying to put it together and put together combinations with all this talent that they have on this squad?
Yeah, I think you doing the little things. I think once you put a USA jersey on, you have to find a way that guys got to really kind of step a little back off their offense, still be aggressive, but I think it comes into doing all the little detail stuff. You usually have guys on your team that is specialized in that, getting your team ready and going after loose balls and guarding the toughest guy. I think for Team USA, they have to learn very quickly to play team defense. We've been looking at Olympic sports for a long time, and the guys are getting better. Most of the guys on other teams now are in the NBA, and Olympic players is totally different from any other play. I think they got to get ready for the physicality because that's what Europeans do in the Olympics. Is a lot of moving screens, a lot of moving picks, a lot of bowls and rough stuff that goes on in the game, and the refs doesn't call that stuff. So I think anytime that we always start Olympic play, it takes our guys a couple games to kind of get in that fluid way to just say, hey, man, these guys are not scared. They're going to play us hard. They don't care what's the name on the back of your jersey, because most of them in the NBA as well already. Just tonight, this exhibition game is going to be crucial. You got to see where you're at in Canada. Pretty sure that they think that they can beat the USA team, and so and just like you seen the select game the other day, these guys got to come in shape, and sometimes you can be in shape, but you're not in that basketball shape or team shape. Mm-hmm. So they have to find that very quick because all these other teams have been practicing, and so you got to get yourself back into that shape. You can, Tom, in 3 weeks, if you stop playing in 3 weeks, you're out of shape. You might look good, but you're out of shape if you haven't been continue to run and do all of that stuff. So they just got to get back in their basketball form and basketball shape, and tonight is a great test of that. Canada, I'm pretty sure, thinks that they can beat them. So the USA got to send the message that, hey, we're ready.
Talking to Mitch Richmond on the UMA guest line. Who would you start if you're Steve Kerr? I mean, what are you running through?
That's a good question.
What's your lineup look like?
Yeah, that's a good question. I know you're going to have to go LeBron. You got to go big Embiid. It depends on what type of team you're going to put out there. If you're going to put out Davis, Embiid, LeBron, Kevin Durant, and maybe you start Curry. There's so many different lineups that you can do. If you do the small lineup, you start AD there. So I think they're going to have a few different type of teams of how they're going to do it. But man, it's going to be interesting. I know they got the size. They got a lot of big guards, and just see what happens.
I want to ask you about your '96 team, because I just looked at it and I'd forgotten who was on the team. That may have featured. You might have had the greatest bigs in the history of the Olympics: Barkley, Malone, Olajuwon, Shaq. And David Robinson. You want to talk putting out a big lineup? Right. Holy smokes! Right. I mean, you had, as a guard, you had to be like, "Oh, this is the best thing ever."
Oh, no question. Because 96 teams, our feature was go down low. So it's your open shot. You know what I mean? But we're going down low. We had the dominant players. We had Shaq. We had Olajuwon. We had David. And, Barkley can go down as probably one of the best USA Olympic players on that team in history.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Because he dominated. It was very hard to actually line up with Barkley, because if you put a big on him, he's just going to beat him up and go by him and dunk. If you put a small on him, he's just too small. He's just going to go right over him. So having that team, man, we just had to do our job. We had to play defense and get the ball down low. If it comes back, you take your shot or you move it. So it wasn't too much of a movement game at that time, because we had the bigs that can get down low.
Was it amazing to you? Because I got a chance to play with Shaq and practice with Shaq. And it's funny, when we talk about the greatest players of all time, it's Michael Jordan, LeBron's in the conversation, Kareem should be in the conversation always. Somehow, I don't know if Shaq's the greatest, but he kind of gets left out. I thought he was the most dominating player that I had ever played with or against. Like, if you don't account for him every trip down the court with two guys, he would just destroy your team. Like, what are your thoughts on Shaq? Because watching him do what he did, I've never seen anybody come maybe Wilt, but I didn't get a chance to watch him play. I've never seen anybody come close to being as physically dominant as he was.
Yeah, I think Shaq. I think Shaq took himself out of that running, because he made his own phrase. I'm the most dominant.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. I was the most dominant player. So I think he takes himself. I think they still have Shaq up there, because no question about it, he's one of the best, man. Big guy, light on his feet.
Yep.
And people don't understand, he could handle the ball. He was a very good passer. He could do it all. He just was a heck of a comedian. Very funny. We had some great times. with him. But no question about it, I think Shaq is in in that talks. But I think when he says he's the most dominant, I think he's in his own lane because he is the most dominant player that ever played the game.
So who was the guy? Last one for you, because this team right here, this USA team, there's a bunch of like alphas. There's always a bunch of alphas on USA teams. That's how they get to USA teams. Who was the guy on that team? Was it Barkley?
On the team, we
96 team. Like who was the alpha on that team?
Man, I mean, Jesus, we were so. We were so sad. I think we all had our own little phase to it, but. You know, I think Charles was there before we ever did it. Yep. I went in '88. David Robinson was there as well. I think at that time, if you look at that team, we had been around the block so well. We just meshed very well. It wasn't no guy really trying to say I'm the guy, I'm this that. But I think we just meshed so well. We were a little older at that time, and we just knew that we had to kind of stay together. Modify our game, but play hard and play together.
Was Gary talking trash during the practices?
Well, it doesn't matter where Gary's at. It doesn't matter where Gary's at. Gary is gonna talk. I saw Gary last night. He talked to Durant last night. And told Durant, "I'll bust your ass still." And I'm trying to say, Gary, please be quiet. Please, can you just be quiet? I get you down. He's like, he's still talking. Like, man, we're just trying to take pictures, bro. Let's just take pictures, man. He was still talking.
What?
Yeah,
that's so Gary.
Where he goes, you know how Gary is. He was talking with everybody. Man, I'll bust your ass right now. Come on, man.
Mitch is down there trying to get some pictures taken. That's it.
Just trying to get some pictures, man. Come on. Come on, man.
Hey, man, we always appreciate you coming on with us. We'll pump the game. We'll pump the game of the California Classic again. But enjoy your time down in Vegas, and we'll talk to you again soon, Mitch. Tell the family I said hi.
I will, man. You guys be good.
All
right, sounds good, man.
Hall of Famer Mitch Richmond, Kings and Warriors.
Man, I'll bust your ass.
California Classic tonight at Chase at 7. You can get tickets to Warriors.com. And the winner is going to get that Mitch Richmond California Classic trophy, which he said was cute.
It was cute. I'm going to agree.
I agree. I just saw
Cute's
myself.
the right word.
Cute's the right word.
Cute's the right word.
The glove. I'll bust you. The glove. Tolbert and Copes with you. If you missed any of Mitch Richmond, available KNBR.com and the KNBR app. When we come on back, there's an update from Anthony Slater on where the Warriors stand in their pursuit of Lauri Markkanen, and we'll tell you about it next on the Sports Leader. Giants won a crazy 4-3 thriller last night that saw another Elliot Ramos dong Blake Snell going 5 innings and a walk-off wild pitch. How are we feeling about this Giants team right now? Give us a call, 415-808-KNBR right now.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Markkanen getting all he can eat, and he bottoms another triple. Kick out to Markkanen, the hottest player, and he bottoms a three. Markkanen three again. He's been the difference in the game. Don't leave Markkanen.
Don't leave him. Don't leave Markkanen. Anthony Slater of The Athletic reports in his most recent article, the Warriors are in wait-and-see mode with Lauri Markkanen. I was like, funny.
Leave Markkanen.
I was like, kind of funny. I thought we were all in wait-and-see mode with Lauri Markkanen. I thought they're the ones who have to make this thing happen, is get out there and make a trade. He says they're in wait-and-see mode. Now, he is extension eligible, Lauri Markkanen, August the 6th. So I don't know if that's what they're in wait-and-see mode for. See if the Jazz are going to extend it themselves, or if then they can do it, and then if it would, I don't know what the value is or how that changes if he's extended, or if the Warriors would trade for him prior to handing him a larger contract. Warriors currently feel comfortable, they say, which teams always say with their current roster.
Yeah.
Nobody has ever said going into the season, I don't know.
Love these guys. Love them.
Look, we're kind of in, we're patching together our center spot. Yeah, we're not. Yeah, our backcourt's not good. Nobody says that going in. We didn't have the offseason we wanted. They all feel good about it, just like everybody's in the best shape of their life when the season starts. They could still make a trade for Markkanen before the trade deadline, but I think the interest in Markkanen, and for me specifically with Markkanen, was that being done this offseason going into the season. Once the season starts, all bets are off about who anybody is and what every roster is. New guys become available, injuries happen, teams get desperate. Just about anything can happen. If they go into the season with this roster, what's your level of confidence with this team? I asked you yesterday if the Kings were the best team on paper in California, and I kind of think they are at this point, and I think we both agree that they need to add more. The Warriors do, I mean.
Yeah. I mean, look, you're always going to say we love our guys. Feel good going into spring training. Everything looked at camp. I like our guys. I like the effort.
Put on 10 pounds of muscle. That's my other favorite.
Yeah,
added on
I
muscle.
like what they're able to do. It's like parents. Yeah, I love all my kids. When the fact of the matter is, it's like a certain one. If a tree fell on one of them, you might go, yeah, I miss him. And then in private, you'd go, that dude was a turd. I'm so happy.
It's like Deion Sanders ranking his kids publicly.
Yeah, exactly. I'm glad that guy's out of here.
Ranks them.
Yeah, exactly. Cut on the guy. It's going to definitely cut on the grocery bill every Friday. So you're going to say what you have to say. Let's put it this way. What do I think this roster is at? I think this roster will be 7 to 11, maybe 6 to 11, somewhere around there. I think that's kind of where they're at. Everything breaks right for them. They might be able to get to 6, maybe. If everything breaks really well for them.
You know what I say to that? That's not good enough.
Well, that's kind of where they're at right now.
I say that's not good enough for this organization, for what they've built. I think they need, being 6 means what? If they get in as a 6 and they just avoid playing, I don't think they're a title contender.
No.
Based on who would have to be above them.
No, I never said they were a title
no, of course
contender.
not. No.
But I don't think they are. I don't think you can force being a title contender. I don't know. Maybe if they get Markkanen, they can be a title contender, but that's all contingent on what Danny Ainge wants to do.
Yeah.
And August 6th is important because that's when I think Utah in earnest will try and see what they can do signing him to an extension. Can they get him? Because that's a guy I think they would like to build around. In Utah, he's big, he can shoot threes, he's white, so perfect for the Jazz, right?
Yeah, great.
You can't let guys like that get away. So you want to keep a guy that other teams covet, a stretch 4 that is getting better. He's okay on defense as far as being a deterrent because he's 7 feet. The guy that's huge. And not many guys that big can shoot as well as he shoots. He's a legit guy. He can be your second option on a winning team. If he's your third option, then your team's really good. So, yeah, of course the Warriors would love to have him, but I think Utah would love to have him too. You got to start with something. It can't be a perpetual tear down. Let's tear down our tear down. That was a tear down. Let's tear it down again. You gotta say, okay, here's going to be our guys. Who do we want to keep? Do we want to have him? Do we want to have Kessler? Or those are guys? And then put all our draft picks and see what we can do in that arena. See if we can get some good draft picks and bring them in here. I'm not sure exactly what you do if you trade him away, because then you're just hoping to get another guy that good at some point. So I think they're going to make a serious effort to try and sign him. If they don't, then I think they'll look. They said Sacramento had a pretty serious offer on the table for him. Now they're going to be out of the mix because they went and got DeRozan. I don't know who else would want to get him. San Antonio's probably a team that you look at because they have a ton of assets now. They got all those Atlanta picks. They got all kinds of picks if you care about waiting 7 years. They're going to kill it in 2030 and 2031.
Maybe.
San Antonio's going to be rolling. It's finally here, huh? Yeah, we get 7 years to wait for those.
We laugh now, but think about what Wembanyama might be in 7 years. If he's
I get it.
And then you end up with some top 5 picks or something.
It's very sound
strategy. Could be crazy. You know what I mean?
There's no doubt about it.
Could be wild.
It's very sound, but my goodness. It's like I used to make fun of college football. Great, Arizona's playing Bama when? 2031? That's 10 years from now. I don't care. But now we're 7 years away.
Well, it's coming up.
Saban's gone. We may have a shot. Let's go. A lot changes in 7 years. Who knows? Who knows if Wembanyama will still be healthy? But in theory, no. I get what you're saying because I thought the same thing. That's pretty shrewd what they're doing right now. But if you're Utah, who else really do they have on that team that you think could be a guy moving forward? They got Kessler. They got Markkanen. Not sure if George is one of those guys. Clarkson isn't one of those guys for me. He's just not. He's not one of those guys. Who's the point guard? I'm thinking of him. The hair from Alabama. What can't I think of his name right now?
For the Jazz?
He came from Cleveland. He's okay.
Colin Sexton?
Yeah, Sexton.
Yes.
Yeah, like I like him, like, but I don't know if like he's a guy. Like if you're trying to get guys on the team, I think like Markkanen and Kessler, you're two guys. Like those are two guys you look at and go, okay, we could build around those guys. Now we need to get some help on the perimeter. But if they trade him away, then you're just starting over again. So I think what's going to happen, we'll find out probably early in August whether Utah is going to be successful in trying to sign him to an extension. And if not, then they'll start looking to see what they could get for him. And then the Warriors are going to be in play. Question is, what do they want to give up? What does Utah want? Do they want Kuminga? Or did they say, well, why do we want Kuminga? Because we're going to have to pay him the same amount of money. We're going to have to play more. Because I kept thinking, I don't know why I had this in my head. Like, you're going to have to pay him $100 million, Kuminga. I'm starting to see some of these max rookie deals. I'm like, oh, my. Kuminga is going to get way more than I thought he was going to get. Like, I thought it was going to be like, 4 years, $100 million, something like that. I think it's going to be probably 150-ish is what you're looking at. Like, do you want to invest that much money for the Warriors and him?
Yeah.
And now the Kings, do you want to invest? Or the Kings,
so for
Jazz.
Here it is for the 2024-25 season. It's tied to the NBA. The rookie contracts for first-round picks are tied to the NBA salary cap, which is currently projected at $141 million. Oh, we're looking at what the guaranteed rookie extension is. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Oh boy, yeah. Because you were thinking 100. He's probably looking at like 140, 150.
Oh yeah. What Wagner just signed for? Like 40 a year.
Yeah.
Now Wagner's done more than Kuminga. He's not. I don't think he'll get that kind of money. Like Cade Cunningham and Wagner just signed monster deals.
He got a 5-year, $224.
Yeah, I mean that's a huge deal. So if he's getting 5 years, $224, you got to think Kuminga's going to be looking at least 5 years, $150, if not more than that. Like if you're the Warriors, you going to be willing to spend that type of money on him?
You might have to.
You might. I'm not so sure yet. Like again, I've gone back and forth on him, and I'm sure people that listen to the show are like, make up your mind, and I can't. It changes all the time with Kuminga. Is he a guy? Is he not the guy? Do you want to spend that much money for him? I don't know. You got to look at the cap. Like you have to kind of disassociate yourself from the money and just think, okay, what percentage of the cap is this guy taking up? That's how to look at it. That's how you look at capped sports. Like, okay, not what the numbers are, because the numbers will get you. Because you keep going back to, oh, yeah, but this guy makes this, and that guy, yeah, but that was 5 years ago, and the cap's gone up now. So what percentage of the cap does he make? And that's what you're going to have to look at with Kuminga. Like, what percentage of the cap is he going to make? And is he going to be worth it? I still don't know yet. Like, I see that he's so tantalizing because his ability to get downhill and dominate when he's going forward, he can be really, really good. He can be really good on the ball. He can't shoot yet, and he's just not. Here's the biggest problem I have with Kuminga. It's the same one I have with Wiggins, and I'm not sure how to solve it. He's not an instinctual basketball player. It doesn't come easy. Yeah. Like the game just doesn't come easy to him. Where he play, you know who the game comes really easy to? Draymond, Iguodala. Those are that's the highest order of a basketball IQ. So I don't expect him to be that, but that's what I'm talking about. They're just certain guys, the game, it just flows. It comes easy to them. They're in lockstep with the game. Ball goes here, I go here. This is okay, move here, move there, move there, move there. With Kuminga and Wiggins, a lot of times there's a false step or there's a thinking process. Like they're working themselves through like what to do. I'll give you an example. Because you may be thinking, what the hell are you talking about? When they were playing Oklahoma City, very end of the game in the Bay at Chase, and Oklahoma City's down 3 at the end of the game. And if you remember, Holmgren hits that 3 from the left wing, ties the game up. And you're thinking, well, how in the hell did he get open? Like, why is Holmgren even open from 3 when you know they need a 3? Why aren't you playing outside of that? Well, that was Wiggins' guy. And it took Wiggins about a half step to realize where he was going. So instead of being with him or being on top of him and thinking ahead of the game, he was behind the play. Being behind the play, a half step led to a Holmgren 3. Still a tough shot, and the challenge wasn't half bad, but it should have never come to a challenge. He should have been ahead of that and beat him to the spot. Like, he should have never got that shot up because he shouldn't have got the ball. Because Wiggins would have been already over there denying him and going, I know what you need. You're not getting it. You're not going to get the three. I'm going to be right with you. That kind of stuff happens to Kuminga sometimes, too, where he's just a half step behind. Like, oh, that's where I'm supposed to be, or that's what I'm supposed to do, or that. Those are players that are, like, really instinctual. They get all that. Like, they understand what's happening, where I need to be, what the other team's trying to do, and how to be there so they can't do that. And I'm not sure if Kuminga is that type of player. Then the other question I have, does he need to be that type of player? Can somebody else be that type of player on a team with him and just let his skill set take over? Yeah, he can. But then again, do you want to pay eventually $40+ million for a guy like that? So he's one of those guys that so many people love, and I get why. He's very enticing. He can score, he can rebound. I mean, the skills are just incredible. The athleticism is stunning. Very rarely is he not the best athlete on the court. He just is. His athleticism is incredible. But there's more to basketball, making winning basketball plays, all those things that we talk about all the time. So the Warriors are going to have a decision to make. Because I believe if Kuminga can become that player, then they're in good shape. They're in good shape moving forward. If they can't and they make the wrong decision, if they sign him and he's not that guy, they're screwed. They're going to be a 500 team for a long time. They'll play fun basketball, it'll be fun games, kind of like when Monte was here. Fun basketball, maybe win a few games, beat some teams at home, but you're not really going to do anything. So, and it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting to see which way he goes, because you talk to people, even fans. Some love him, some are like, yeah, not for me, not really sure. And I think with the Warriors, there's probably some of that too. Like, sometimes you really love him, and sometimes you're like, damn it, where's the consistency? Where do we get, So it's a decision they're going to have to make, and I don't know. I don't know where they're at. Like, I don't know if he was included in the George deal. I don't know if they said, if you need him, take him. Or they just said, no, we're not giving him up. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm assuming that they would have given him up to get Paul George, but I don't know for a fact. So, going to be interesting with him, because he is definitely a divisive player. Now, divisive may be strong, but he definitely has two camps. There's definitely a massive pro-Kuminga camp, and there's also a Kuminga camp that I wouldn't say is an anti-Kuminga camp, but is definitely
not as high on him as everybody else.
Like, I'm on the fence Kuminga camp. Like, I'm not really as sure as that camp is about what he's going to turn out to be.
Well, two guys, Scotty Barnes and Franz Wagner, both got 5-year, $224 million rookie extensions. Kuminga probably with the resume doesn't have the same dollar amount as those two guys, but he's still looking, to your point, at $35 to $40 million a year.
Oh, yeah.
Likely at this point. And you could be looking at the same for Moody at like $20 million a year. For an extension for him next year. So this is all stuff they've got to figure out, which then begs the question, and this is what Steph Curry was talking about. We'll get into this next. Is it possible, or will we see another will we see another dynasty in the NBA like the one we saw from the Warriors? Will another team have a Warriors, Spurs, Bulls-like run over a generation, or does this type of stuff now make it nearly impossible? We'll talk a bit about that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes with you Wednesday afternoon. Giants baseball, by the way, 6:45 tonight. First pitch, a 5:45 pregame. Logan Webb on the hill tonight for the Giants against Chris Bassett, former A, now a Toronto Blue Jay, another righty. He'll take the ball for the Blue Jays. We'll get into that a little bit later. Mark Spears joins us in about 15 minutes at 3:50. Will there ever be another NBA dynasty? Now, to say it's like the one of the Warriors, I think is unfair. I think every dynasty is much different. I think the way it's built, the way it's organized, I mean, the one thing they have in common is they win, and they win, and they win for a period of time. I guess the way I would have to ask this first is, how do you define a sports dynasty?
I don't know. I mean, it's kind of one of those.
It's like obscenity. I know it when I see it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly how I feel.
Because you have I mean, is it like a great 5-year run? Like, did the Giants have a dynasty?
See, baseball's weird.
Years.
Yeah, baseball's weird because you're in the playoffs a lot. You're competitive a lot. They didn't go to the playoffs the off years, right? They went 3 times, won 3 times.
Yep.
They didn't go in 11 or 13 or 15.
And it wasn't like they were great before or after.
No.
So
they weren't dominant in the years that they didn't win. No.
Yep. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know what a basketball dynasty. Did the Heat have a dynasty? I don't think they did.
I would say no. 4 finals appearances, 2 wins in the middle.
Yeah.
And I think it's different by sport too, right? Like it probably changes based on the sport and based on the composition of how a roster's built in that sport.
Yeah.
But like in the NFL, you'd have to say the 49ers were a dynasty.
Yes.
And they won 4 in a decade, and then got another one in an earlier part of the next decade.
Yep.
Midway
Steelers
through,
before that.
Steelers before that. The Cowboys had one, yeah.
Dolphins probably before that
in
too.
In the 70s.
Yep.
Dolphins did have a run.
Dolphins and Steelers, I would say.
And see, so like it's funny because
what about the Cowboys? Was that a dynasty with Aikman and
in the 90s? Would you say?
Yeah.
How many they get?
Was it 2? Was it 2 Super Bowls?
I think so. I don't know if I'd call that a dynasty. I mean, then is Elway, like he got 2. You know what I mean? If you get as many. See,
it's hard.
The Patriots are a dynasty because there was a notable gap. You've got the same head coach, the same quarterback. Coach and quarterback are kind of what make it in the NFL.
Yeah.
Right? Like, or if you've got one key player on defense, like the Ravens didn't have a dynasty. They had 2 championships or 2 Super Bowls with Ray Lewis, but they were competitive and he was the king of that defense for many years. But yeah, I think in football it's coach and quarterback, and you gotta be in it all the time, and you gotta win a lot.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's what makes it. And if it's not the same coach and quarterback, it's got to be, it's got to be a dip to somebody like a Steve Young, who's still a Hall of Fame caliber. Like, we've kept the thing going in the way the Spurs did. That's what we talk about with Greg Popovich. They found somebody else in Kawhi Leonard and Tim Duncan to get David Robinson his title, and you've got other.
And when they didn't win, like when the Niners and the Patriots didn't win, they were still great.
They were NFC championships.
They just got beat by really good teams. Right. Like, it wasn't like they had a stretch where they were terrible.
They weren't irrelevant throughout the run.
Exactly. Well, I will say this. In basketball, the team that I think has a chance to do it is the one that just won. I mean, if the Celtics go on to win a few more during this run, because they hit a bunch of Eastern Conference finals before their eventual Larry O'Brien trophy. Like, they've been good for a while. They just haven't capped it off yet. So if they win, let's say they win 2 more in the next 5 years. So that'd be 3 and 5, and then go to the playoffs, maybe lose in the Eastern Conference Finals, or maybe lose in the second round, something like that. Then maybe that team, I think you can look at and say it was a dynasty, because that's going to be a pretty good run. Let's give them like 4 more years. They win 2 more, then that takes you to 2028. So that's been, that'd be 10 years of 3 championships, maybe if they get a 4th. I don't know what the number is. I don't know if it's 3. 4 sounds about right. Like, 4 sounds about like a dynasty. It's talking about an arbitrary.
It's sort of arbitrary because it's about
pull out of your keister number.
It's sort of relevant to everybody else too. Like, what does everybody else do around you at that time? Is it a bunch of one-off championships? Does anybody else go for 2 or 3 at the same time? If somebody else is dominating an era, like, that's what's always impressive to me is there was a dynasty with the Spurs while Kobe and Shaq were playing. They got 3. right? Together, and yet Tim Duncan still ends up with 5 throughout that era, and then what bled into the LeBron James era, and he's got 4, right? He's been to 10 or something. I don't know how many he has.
Yep.
He's got 4, right? He's been to 10 or 9, something insane like that.
Sounds right.
Maybe even more than that. Anyway, here's what Steph Curry had to say about the future of dynasties in the NBA. This is in his interview with Malika Andrews.
With all the different rules and things changing in the NBA, I don't know, I wonder, do you think we're ever going to see another dynasty like what you guys built again?
I don't think so. It's just because it's very hard to keep things together in this league. There's a lot more player movement. Me, Clay, and Draymond especially, we complemented each other so well for so long. We all brought something different to the table, so we'll see. Records are meant to be broken. Dynasties come all different shapes and sizes, so we'll see.
Well, the thing they had, too, is they had a 3-year run of just utter dominance, right? One of them was 73 wins. Ironically, that's the year they lost.
Yeah.
73 wins. And then, you go on, and I don't know the exact numbers, but it seems to me they had one that was like 69 or 68, 66. I mean, their season win totals were like
69.
Thank you. Their season win totals were in the 60s. That is an insane number. Like, that's insane to have like a 62.5 over-under. It's like, what? Like, the Celtics next year will probably be like 55, something like that, which is still high.
Could they be a dynasty?
What's that?
They could be one.
No, that's what I said. I said if they're the team, they're the team that could do it.
Yeah.
Because the two guys they have, their two best players,
Hall of Fame caliber,
are guys they drafted. Hall of Fame guys they drafted, and then we'll see who else they can keep. Like, do they have a third guy? Probably not that they drafted, but they got Derek White for very little, and he can be there. Holiday can be like, that's the team that could win. Now, look, Philadelphia has jumped up. They're going to be better. I expect Milwaukee will be better next year with another year of Dame and Giannis. So they're going to be teams that are going to be coming that are going to be good. The Knicks, the Pacers. Like, it's not going to be easy, but I think they're the one. Now, if I were to pick a team that I thought, okay, who might be able to be that team that could be another dynasty, I got to say the Spurs. I mean, Wembanyama is so good, and he's still really young, and all the assets they've accumulated, all the draft picks they've accumulated. Now, Pop's not going to be there forever, but that organization, I think, is just going to keep churning out.
Structurally set up to do that, you think?
Good candidates and good people in the front office, and they just, I think the way they're built, that I think that could be they could start another dynasty with that dude, because I think he might be
the real. He might be the best. Like what Mark Spears
him,
said to us, he might be the best player ever, skill wise.
He might. I thought about that this year. I was like, this dude, like, he hasn't even scratched the surface. He might end up being the greatest player of all time, like, if he stays healthy. I know that's like crazy to think about, but think about what he can do. He's like a praying mantis. Like a praying mantis out there, just like amongst all these like little bugs, just like doing what he does.
Yeah.
And he did it this year at such a high level, and he's not even close to where he's going to be. Think of what he's going to be like when he's surrounded by other really good players, and they'll find a way. The Spurs find a way to get really good players. So if he ends up being like the guy, like one of the best players of all time, and they get him another guy, and then knowing the Spurs kind of surround him with some guys that can play and know how to play and play like Pop wants them to play. Because even now, you watch the Spurs play now, you're thinking they always have a shot because of Pop. Like, you watch them play, they are so well coached. Their offense is so well run. Defensively, they are not always tight, but you can see that they have a plan what they're doing. But when they have really good players, you're thinking, oh, that's going to be damn near impossible. That's how you win 50 games for like 18 straight years. Like, you want to talk about consistency. Like, that's a dynasty. Like, that's being superior for almost 2 decades and then mixing in 5 championships to go along with it. Because it wasn't like they had one run to where you could say, oh, look at all the championships they won. I mean, they had one in, I think it was 98, and then one in 15, something like that. So it's like 15, 16, 17 years between the first and fifth. So they kind of, have one here, have one there, put one there. But the excellence that they carried through that 2-decade run was, incredible. So I think, wow, with that organization and that player, they could do it again. Like, that might be the next team after the Celtics. Like, give Wembanyama, like, get him into year 4, 5, and maybe some of those Atlanta picks hit, and they have, like, a really high pick in a really good draft where they get another stud. It might be the Spurs all over again, which would be just wild to think about. But as far as, like, because even the Spurs weren't what the Warriors were. The only dynasty that compares to the Warriors dynasty, and throw out the Celtics, because nobody compares to that one. That's just, it's the Celtics and everybody else. So Celtics are number one, forget about it. And then after that, it's the Bulls and the Warriors. The Lakers were in excellence for a decade, right? They were incredible. But they didn't do the things the Warriors did. They weren't winning like 73 games, 68 games, 66 games. I mean, they weren't doing the things that the Warriors did. They did it for about the same amount of time, 10 years. I think they won one more championship than the Warriors. Warriors got 4. I think the Lakers had 5 in that stretch. But as far as like white hot for like about a 6-year stretch, and I'll take out the 2 Jordan years that he missed, they might have won 6. They might have won 6 in a row.
Who's the Celtics? I'm looking at a. Oh,
no,
you're
not
talking about the
Bulls.
Yeah.
The Celtics did win 6 in a row.
They would have won 6 in a row, and we know that because the Rockets just went out and won 2 in a row.
Yeah, exactly.
In between, I'm like, well, then the Bulls would have done that.
Think about how differently we might even look at them now. I mean, like, we consider that one of the greatest teams of all time, if not the greatest team of all time. Think how different we look at it if they did win 6 in a row. Like, that's like Celtic stuff, but nobody can really even talk about the Celtics except for really old people because nobody saw them, and they're not on TV, so nobody really knows. We saw the Bulls firsthand. We saw how dominant they were. They didn't even go to a Game 7 in an NBA Finals. Did not have a Game 7 in an NBA Finals, which is incredible. So them and the Warriors are the only ones because they won 72. They set that record. They were damn near unbeatable, and you just knew they were going to win. Like, there wasn't much drama in the season. Well, that was the Warriors. For that run, there was no drama in the season. It was like, wake me up until we just give me the Western Conference Finals and I'll wake up. Because you knew they were going to get there. They were so dominant. KD, Clay, Steph, Draymond, Iguodala, those teams were ridiculously good. So will we have that again? I don't know if we'll have that again. Like, I don't know if we're going to have those type of teams that just – because right now, even though the Celtics will be favored going into next year, you could easily see the Celtics getting beat by the Knicks. I could easily see them getting beat by the Sixers if things break right for them. The Western Conference, Oklahoma City is going to be much better next year. Denver will be back next. So the Warriors were just so much better. The Bulls were so much better. I don't think the Celtics have separated themselves like that, even though they're going to be favored. So when Steph says, I don't think there'll be one like ours, there'll be another one. There always is. The dynasty days aren't over. There's always going to be another dynasty just because, well, that's the way it works. There always will be. But is there going to be one like the Warriors? I'm kind of with him. I'm not so sure about that because the Bulls had one like the Warriors, but the Bulls were in the 90s. But will we see another one like that? They don't come around that often anyway. Those type of dynasties, so I might agree with him. I'm not sure if we'll see another one, but every time you say that, it is sports, and things generally do happen again. As they say, flat circle.
But you're right about the Celtics, dude. That 13-year run from 57 to 1970.
Ridiculous.
12 finals appearances, 11 victories in a 13-year run, which is
just forget about
including
it.
like 6 in a row and then like another 3-peat just for kicks.
Yeah, just for kicks.
Just Tolbert and Copes with the Hourbox Light and Cigars. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Wednesday afternoon. We'll catch up with Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape.com. He spoke to Steph earlier this week. We can talk some Team USA with him as well as anything else we were just discussing along Steph's comments about NBA dynasties. Mark Spears joins us next on the Sports Leader.
It sound right, boy. it sound right, boy.
The NFL Receiver Show is currently streaming on Netflix and covers Deebo Samuel and George Kittle's 2023 seasons. Keep it locked here. Your home of 49ers football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the sports leader.
up, Nation? Time for Mark Spears to put down the pen and pick up the mic. Here's the senior NBA writer for Anscape.com with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 6.8 and KNBR.com, the sports leader.
We do it every week. Catch up with our buddy Mark Spears of ESPN and Anscape.com. The Hall of Famer joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line live from sunny and hot Las Vegas. What's up, Mark? How are you, man?
It's too dang hot here, bro. Like,
Sounds like it's beating you down already.
And let's not tell people about the Bay and our weather there, although I know you guys feel like it's hot right now, but it's like 120 here, man. This is what hell feels like.
Well, pour one out for my brother, who's a UPS driver, delivering right now in Vegas.
Why?
Well, people have to work, don't they?
Man.
What?
You transfer. Like,
give me to Seattle.
Alaska needs packages too, right? Like,
mom's is out there.
You love his mama.
Gotta hang out with mom. She's in Vegas.
You wouldn't do that.
Deliver packages? No, of course not. Don't have to. But I'd live in Vegas. I wouldn't mind that.
You could have it.
I'll be okay. Yeah, you know what? There's things called air conditioning, Mark, indoors. You don't have to go outside.
Hey, man, at some point you got to go outside, dog. I mean, it's inevitable. You could Uber eat and get your deliver groceries all you want, but at some point you're going to have to go outside. And it's going to be waiting on you. Sitting in the chair waiting on you, man.
See, I don't need Uber Eat. I just cook for myself, stay inside all day, AC, got my sports on. I'm all good to go. Yeah, I can spend 2 days without going outside, Mark. No worries.
Touche.
Okay, moving on.
It's at some point you're going to have to go outside.
Okay. Give us your, what happened to Kawhi?
I think it was a knee issue from what I'm hearing. Very, very odd. I know 2 days ago, USA Basketball got a text from like his people saying that there was a concern. And, I heard about that, but then I saw him at practice yesterday and I saw him take pictures and stuff like that. And so I was like, okay, I guess he's good, which makes me kick myself as a journalist that I should have followed up on it, right? But then last night, USA Basketball had a big 50th anniversary event. President Obama came, and a lot of former Olympians were there, dating back to 1964. But Kawhi wasn't in attendance. Now, the event wasn't a public event; it wasn't a media-invited event. So it wasn't until after the Kawhi news broke early this morning that I started hearing that he wasn't at the event last night. So, the news broke probably around 7:30 or so. And then shortly after that, I, found out that Derek White, who, played on the World Cup team, that he was going to be replacing Kawhi. So very, very disappointing that Kawhi's not going to be able to be a part of it.
That's surprising. He wouldn't want to go to the dinner unless his knee was hurting that bad. You want to talk about that? That's like the royalty of basketball right there. Some of those dudes that were there, you just want to go, right? Go hang out and soak it up. I don't think Kawhi's a hang out and soak it up kind of dude, though, is he?
No. He's a guy that stays in his house for 2 days.
Yes, he is. He's definitely that type of guy.
But I don't think those guys had a choice. I mean, LeBron was there. Everybody but him was there.
Huh.
So to me, it's more than it just with USA Basketball, some things are just mandatory. Right?
Yeah.
That wasn't a mandatory appearance. Because Anthony Edwards doesn't shy in his lack of enthusiasm. He was there with a hat turned sideways. He's going to be him. But no, everybody but Kawhi was in attendance.
Huh.
So
that's interesting.
And to your point, they had some very big name Olympians, past and present, were there. I talked to Spencer Haywood. He was in '68. There was an Olympian from 1964 there. So to be able to like speak to those guys, to see those guys, to see Barack Obama, like that ain't an everyday appearance, right? Like how often do you get to do stuff like that? So the way I took it, if he wasn't there, the decision was probably in the process or had been made at that time.
Okay. Got it.
I got a Mark Spears on the Uma guest line. Why the decision to go with Derek White? I don't know what the other options were, but I was looking at the roster, just the photos of everybody, and then I get to Derek White. It just looks like pick the one that isn't the NBA superstar.
Well, I mean, hey, look, somebody's going to have to isn't going to play, right?
Yeah, sure, yes.
So who was the guy that's not going to play? I mean, you think Derek White's going to complain about being at the end of the bench? Right. So, but he was also I believe he was part of the pool. He's been, he's part of I believe he's part of the World Cup team. There was some familiarity. Or actually, I'm sorry, he was on the men's national team in 2020. So, there's some familiarity there, I guess. It does seem like somewhat of an odd choice when you see guys like Jaylen Brown, who basically expressed some disappointment on social media, which was a little surprising considering this is your teammate,
right?
Celtics, right? Like,
I thought that was kind of funny. I was like, damn, dude, I'll ride together.
Like thinking that it's your teammate, you might be mad, but like, well, out of respect for him, I ain't gonna say that.
No.
Kyrie. I mean, like Damian Lillard was somebody that they turned down, right? Kyrie Irving was somebody that they turned down. I mean, I do think that Jaylen Brown sounds like something that makes sense because he is the Finals MVP and he's one of the elite players in this league. But I think they just wanted somebody familiar that's been in their system that they knew, and they picked a 30-year-old guard.
And like
great season last season, right?
He did have a great season. Plays defense. He's going to play hard. You're right. He's not going to worry about playing time. And if you need him to go in there and hit some threes, I mean, he can do that too. Yeah. So I think a lot of people fit well with this team, and he's one of them.
Yeah. Well, Grant Hill gave me this quote, and I have a really big story on Grant Hill that's running today. And just wanted to read the quote to you guys real quick.
Okay.
But he said, he basically said, a coach once told me that a team is like a piano recital. You got piano movers, you got piano tuners, you got piano players. And you need all three to put on a good show. You can't have all piano players. And I do wonder if this team has too many piano players on it, right? Like, but then you have Drew Holiday, defensive specialist, right? You have Bam Adebayo giving some needed extra size. Mm-hmm. So, when you look at it, like guys like Brown and Lillard and Irving certainly are bigger names than some of the guys that are on the team now, but everybody can't be a piano player. And that's kind of, I think, what has been Grant Hill's mentality with it. And, I mean, I remember the great Nolan Richardson, when I covered Arkansas at the beginning of my writing career, he said, Mark, man, I can't bring in 12 McDonald's All-Americans. Somebody got to rebound. Somebody got to pass. Somebody has to do the dirty work. And, and then somebody got to sit on the bench on this team, right? Like,
yep.
I mean, everybody's not going to play. So my guess is the two odd men out are probably going to be White and Halliburton on this team.
Yeah. I was definitely a mover, by the way. I was a mover.
Yeah.
Just strap it on my back, bring it in there. You play it, you tune it up, you set it up. I'll just move it for
you.
I was just a friend with the truck. You know what I mean? Like I was just.
You're driving your truck.
I was just.
Driver?
You guys can borrow for the weekend. I probably won't be around.
I saw a highlight today. And I hate even bringing it up because I'm not sure you can take stuff out of context. But it was dudes. It was guys on the USA team. It's super hot outside, right? And they're all walking from the gym to the bus, and you understand why they're like. Everybody's waving at them and like, hey, come on over, autograph, go get it. You don't want to go sign autographs. Like 120 out there. Who wants to do that? Except Steph. Steph was over there signing autographs for some of the guys.
Right.
I'm wondering, is he the most fan-accessible superstar? And he's not even a superstar. He's like even beyond that level. He's like iconic type level, LeBron type level, but is he the most fan-accessible superstar that you've been around? Because he is just – you watch some of the stuff he does, you're just like, this guy is one of the most recognizable athletes in the world, one of the most recognizable athletes in basketball, and this guy's still so down to earth. I mean, it's pretty incredible. And, I mean, you give Sonia and Dell all the credit. I mean, they've raised all their kids that way, but it still kind of amazes me, Mark, because you're not used to superstar athletes being the way he is.
Well, you know what, Tom? Sometimes I wonder that since we were around when he showed up, like I ask myself sometimes, maybe because I was there at the beginning, he's like this with me.
Yeah.
You know, because he's somebody that, we were people that were around him before he was Steph. We covered him when he was Stephing with the bad ankle.
Yep.
Right. So when you're at the beginning, like I remember the end of Michael Jordan, that's when I started covering the NBA. Michael Jordan didn't give a damn about me. He wasn't trying to get to know me. He didn't care about me, right? Whereas I feel like, though, even though we knew Steph from the beginning, I feel like a younger reporter could get a report with him. Like he just has that kind of humility. Vincent Goodwill from Yahoo Sports had to sit down with him the other day. Steph was very gracious with him. That's just him. He just, when people ask me about him, he's just one of the best people I've ever met. Just good people. Goes out of his way to, treat you with respect and say hello, ask you how you're doing, and I did talk to him a little bit about his future. And I just, it's one thing for Clay to leave. It's one thing for Draymond to leave at some point. But that day when he's done, I don't remember the day Montana said goodbye, and I don't remember the day, Jerry Rice, and remember the day Posey said goodbye and all that, right? But that's going to be a really, really sad day in the Bay Area for a lot of people. Because he's not that good of a person.
It's an era that I don't think we'll ever see again. I don't think we'll ever see again here in the Bay Area. I mean, look, all those other guys. I mean, Posey, by all accounts, I met him a couple times. I mean, he's just an incredible guy too.
Yeah. But he didn't have the he wasn't in the streets, right? Like Steph's in the streets. Like he's giving back to Oakland.
No doubt.
Like
well, he's not the
basketball.
He's not the star either that Steph is.
Yeah.
I mean, Posey, in our opinion, should be a Hall of Famer. But like Steph's a Hall of Famer of Hall of Famers. Like he's that level, as big a level as anybody's ever gotten to in the Bay Area. The only one I think you could even come close to comparing him to would be Montana.
Right,
and that was just so
Mays.
Different in the 80s.
I guess Mays, right?
Mays, but God, that was so long ago, and it's hard to compare Mays to Steph because Mays is every bit as good, if not better, than Steph in his respective sport. But sports is so much bigger now and covered so differently now than it was back then. And baseball was like the number one sport back then, that and boxing. But still, it's different today because you're talking like global icons now in any given sport. And as big as Joe was back then, you're not talking global icon, I don't think. Although maybe it was the NFL.
Well, and there's another team here too. There's another football team here. Like he's the superstar for the only basketball team.
Yes, that's a good point.
That's the other thing is with the A's and the Giants, you might think Posey's great, but it doesn't mean you had the same love affair with him as the Bay does with Steph.
Well, and then when it comes to basketball, I mean, a lot of Americans that aren't following soccer, I think, are making a mistake. But outside of this country, that soccer is the number one sport, right?
Yes.
Basketball basketball is 2. Like I don't know that people in China care about Tom Brady, but they care about Stephen Curry.
Yep.
Right. I don't think they care about Buster Posey there, but Barry Bonds, but they care about Steph Curry all over the world. They know who Steph Curry is all over the world.
You think Steph's top 10 most recognizable athlete in the world?
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely top 10.
Easily.
Because you got what? Ronaldo, Messi, LeBron.
Mm-hmm. And then like people
maybe
in
McGregor.
China,
who?
Like what I got from people in China too is like they have the same obsession with Steph as people in the Bay do.
Really?
Oh, no question. Like if you talk to the Chinese media out here, like people in China were pissed when Steph hadn't been an MVP of the finals. I'm like, you can't just hand it to him because you like him. You know what I mean? Like you gotta earn it. But no, he in 2008, I would say it was Yao, Kobe, Iverson.
Yeah.
In China now, I would say Steph is number 1.
For basketball, right?
For sure. For basketball, yeah.
Yeah.
But probably, behind Messi and Ronaldo, he certainly is a top 5 athlete in anything out there too, I think. For sure.
And LeBron's still recognizable like that. You got to go like global. I bet Tiger's still big globally.
I think in China they seem to like Steph better.
Really?
Interesting.
I think I definitely think he's more popular in China.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah. All right, my friend. Well, stay cool if you can. When are you coming home?
Saturday.
Should be a good game tonight. Canada. I mean, any game that
Very
Dylan Brooks is involved in, it might be a good game. Might be a little spicy tonight.
You know what? I talked to Tim Hardaway, and he was like, USA basketball has to make a statement tonight. And, because he said Canada believes that they're better. I'm like, yeah, perhaps they do. But this is a different team than the one they played last summer. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to put too much weight into what happens tonight. It's an exhibition game. Remember, USA, lost to Nigeria. Right?
Yes.
Get an exhibition game in the same, city. But I can sense that there'll probably be much more emotion than probably typical for an exhibition game, although, Durant's not playing tonight either. So
yeah,
I would say if they lose, I don't think the sky is falling. I think it means much more to Canada to make a statement than it is for USA.
Yeah, you never want to lose to Dylan Brooks. I guarantee you that.
Yeah, he'll probably hype him up. Just his presence.
No, he will.
Yeah, but this is where too. I'm curious about how they use Drew Holiday. Like we saw what he could do in the playoffs and the finals. If there is somebody on Canada who, like, this is where Canada's problem is. Their bigs are like Kelly Olynyk and who's the guy Powell, the guy from the Mavs.
Oh yeah.
Like that's where Canada falls. Like they're gonna go super small.
Yep.
Right. But what does SGA do against Drew? Like that's what I'm looking forward to seeing. Because Canada's definitely going to go small, but if they're not going to shoot the ball well in exhibition games, it's like the problem that the USA World Cup had last year. If you're not rebounding, you could lose to Serbia. You could lose to, a team that may not be the most stars, but you can't get rebounds. You're in trouble.
Yep, no doubt.
Different game. It's 40 minutes.
Enjoy the game tonight, my friend. We'll talk to you next week.
All right. Take care, guys.
All right, Mark.
Mark Spears, ESPN at Anscape.com. We talk to him every week. Miss any of that? Some good updates there on what's going on with Team USA after Kawhi Leonard now out on Team USA, and Devin White has been plugged in there. They go to 7:30 tonight on Fox Sports 1 if you want to check the international friendly between Team USA and Team Canada. A little update on, you see this, the Jonte Porter news takes another turn here. We'll get into that a bit on the other side. And then we got to get into a little bit more later with the Sound Soiree and some Giants pregame coming up at 5:45 ahead of a 6:45 first pitch. Logan Webb, Chris Bassett tonight. But more on Jonte Porter's betting scandal next on the Sports Leader. According to Anthony Slater of The Athletic, the Warriors are going to wait and see on a Lauri Markkanen trade, but currently feel good about their roster. For all your Warriors news, listen to KNBR or check out the KNBR app.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you Wednesday afternoon. I heard this last night.
Start the show, encore, something. Then
They did no encore. They just played. They played for about 90 minutes straight, and maybe for the last 10, they finished a song. Then Mark goes, "All right, that's the show," and the lights go out. And then he goes, then he comes back on. He goes, "This is our encore," and then they play like 2 more songs or 3 more songs. No, they started with "Feeling It." I'm feeling it. Where do we go right now?
Yep.
Anyway, no, it's a good show, dude. They still got it. I always wonder, like, when bands like this have. I mean, Mark's voice is pretty much the same. But Tom, a guy like that, Tom DeLonge, when he sings, he's got that sort of higher pitched, squirrely voice. You're like, when you get older, you still have that.
Yep.
He sounded like he was the same guy. They're goofing around and making wiener jokes the same way they always would. So
there you go.
It was.
Look, that's what you
good.
wanted. That's what you paid for.
I wanted to be a 12-year-old boy, and I got it. You know what I mean? I got to.
You pay for the punky music and the wiener jokes, and you got it. They delivered. Good deal.
Yeah, except I was boozing. A little bit different this time around.
Man, that's a good point.
They ain't giving those things away over at Chase.
No, they are not.
No, they are not,
no,
dude.
they are not.
For a can of beer? Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Can you take out a down payment? Anyway, good show last night. It was a lot of fun. I saw somebody tweeted out like they were on their way home from the, I guess it was a Missy Elliott concert last night at Oracle or at Arena in Oakland. Misdemeanor, yeah, she was out there. And somebody said they were coming back from that into the city. They got off a Barton onto Muni to go to their spot here in the city, and they went, dude, I could see all the people from Blink-182 leaving that concert. They're like, it was like a late 90s, early 2000 like mayhem night for music in the Bay Area. Pretty cool. Anyway, and there was
big
a Giants
crossover crowd.
Yeah, big crossover crowd. I imagine not a lot of crossover.
Probably not.
Yeah. People were never mind, I was going to riff, but I'm watching a Chance. They're like, are you at the right concert?
Boom.
Don't you gong me, Tim. Thank you. All right, I got a rim shot. That'll work. Hey, rim shot.
I get the gong.
You get the gong. Yep. I get the rim shot. Tolbert and Copes with you. Jonte Porter, who's been banned from the NBA for gambling. I mean, this is the stupidest story ever, dude. The guy who was gambling like, what was he going, 50 grand? 500
Poorly
grand?
planned. I don't know how much he was betting per se, but apparently he owed money. So I'm not sure. I think they said his restitution was $455,000, something like that. So he must have been betting at least that much over the course of several games.
He was betting unders on his own props.
Correct.
And he was throwing, and he was like taking himself out of games.
Taking himself out of games. Oh, got the bad boiler. Oh, gonna come out of the game. I think I might bleep myself. Oh,
yeah.
Get me out of here. Okay, yeah, I'm good.
Speaking of, this is going to take a turn now because you just got me the bad boiler. Did he use that one? Did you say he had bubble guts?
I don't think he used the bad boiler, but I think he had the bad back or something like that. Could have been sick. He might have been sick.
No, he said the bad back. I'll tell you another story maybe a little bit later when we get into the soup, speaking of bad boilers. So former NBA player Jonte Porter admitted Wednesday that he schemed to take himself out of games for gambling's sake, pleading guilty to a federal conspiracy crime in the scandal. It's already gotten him banned from the league. Quote, I know what I did was wrong, unlawful, and I'm deeply sorry. He's a former Raptor, of course. He also pled guilty to conspiracy to commit wire fraud. Echoing the findings of the investigation, he went on to say that he did it to, quote, get out from under large gambling debts. He's 24. He's free on $250,000 bond while he awaits sentencing, but he could be doing 3 to 6 years for this. Estimated 3.5 years prison time is the estimate. Ultimately, it'll be up to a judge. He's also likely to be assessed hundreds of thousands of dollars in restitution fines. Jonte's a good young man, said his attorney.
I broke my back.
Spinal.
That's what we have audio of him talking to his coach, trying to get out of the game.
My back.
There he is, yeah. Spinal. He said he was in over his head due to a gambling addiction, is what his lawyer went on to say. So, I mean, this is the first of what I still presume will be many more instances like this, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, look, someone's going to come up with a better scheme than that.
Finally.
I mean, that was like second grade stuff right there. Like, of course someone's going to catch you. First off, no one's betting Jonte Porter props. Like, nobody. And if they are, it's like for $50. No one's putting $100,000 on a Jonte Porter under, especially when nobody's betting it until they are betting it. And when they do bet it, they bet it super heavy. And then they don't bet it again. And then, they come back and bet it super heavy again. And they're like, let's do it one more time just to make it ultra obvious. Like, and then they go back and check the game logs. Oh, he played 3 minutes. He started but took himself out. Like, I mean, this was the most harebrained idea that I have ever heard of. But so someone will come up with an idea that will be much harder to detect. Like someone with an IQ of over like 20 combined will come up with a game plan on how to do something like this.
Well, it's got to be somebody who does it that isn't like Ipe or Jonte Porter here, where they're not so addicted to it that they're snowballing themselves. It's just got to be somebody.
But if you're not in debt, you're probably not doing it anyway.
Well, if you could just be trying to get one over, you could be a guy who's like smart enough to think on the side. Like it's a gambit or something you could pull off.
Yep.
If you're somebody who is if he were just a small time player here and not addicted to gambling and didn't have these issues and wasn't in debt or whatever, and he just did this, I'd be like, yeah, that's the type of player I would expect would do something like this. I'm not expecting it from a superstar player who's racking $50 million a year.
No, see, that's the thing, is it's going to be one of these smaller players. But the thing you have to do is you got to be a little bit better than Porter, and your props have to be a little bit higher. That way you can play and then just miss shots and not get rebounds on purpose, or not. You can always throw, like, if I had points, like for me. Points, rebounds, and assists when I was playing. I'm trying to think. At my best, probably would have been 15, maybe 16. I could have not shot the ball, or when I passed it, I could have passed it to someone's ankles, or I could have gone for a rebound and just gone off my fingertips. Like, it's possible I could do something like that.
Tolbert from the outside. Well, if you haven't heard of Tom Tolbert,
see, that wouldn't have done me any good. Like, I don't want to get hot. I don't want to. When your total's 20, when your total's like 16, you score 20, you've screwed yourself. But I could have done something like that. But then again, do I want to risk my coach getting mad at me because I'm missing rebounds or throwing crappy passes, and I might not play as much the next game? So, but that's the way you would do it. Like his player props were 9. Like 3 rebounds, points, and it was so low that it's so hard to not get those. But it's better than going whoever came up with the idea. Hey, let me just go out. I'm sick, or my back hurts. Like, bro, are you kidding me?
My back hurts.
On the night they bet a massive amount of money on you, and nobody even knows who you are. You're going to get out of the game 3 minutes into the game? Are you serious? Come on. I mean, come on. That was again, that was never going to work. Never going to work. And the NBA and other sport entities were paranoid that this kind of stuff would happen. But they don't have to be that paranoid, because how'd they get caught? Because the books themselves are the ones that know, we're taking these massive bets.
Well, yeah, according to the complaint, some of the alleged conspirators in this ring had agreed to split some of the winnings, about a quarter of the winnings from the game with Jonte Porter from the March 20th game. One gambler was on track to collect over $1 million before the betting company got suspicious of the bets placed, and they stopped him from getting most of the money. Yep. After the NBA began investigating, they found on Jonte Porter's phone a text that said, quote, to the guys, "We might all just get hit with a RICO."
Batman. Remember they did the Rico and Batman?
Yeah, they did. We talked about marching them all in there. And then another text that said, "Did you guys delete all the stuff from your phones?" You should have deleted that one, brother. Tolbert and Copes with you Wednesday afternoon. Giants pregame coming up in about an hour and 15 minutes at 5:45. Coming up next, Tom tells you how to fix games.
That's the way you would do it. Step-by-step process.
Step-by-step. This is how you pray it.
I know one thing you need you need about 30 books. Because if you're going to make a lot of money, you got to spread the money around. You can't hit like 2 or 3 books and make massive wagers. That's the way you would do it.
Go on.
You got to hit about 30 books and put about like 15, maybe 10 to 15 down on each book. That way you can collect $500,000.
10 to 15K.
Delete the T, twink.
30 books plus 10 to 15K equals $500,000.
Well, I'm not close. You're going to need a little bit more than that.
No, equals make me $500,000.
300 to 450. How about that?
Tom's new book. I didn't do it, but if I did.
But if I did, here's what I would do.
I didn't knock over a casino, but if I did, here's how I do it. Tolbert comes with you Wednesday afternoon. When we come on back, how about this? George Kittle's 18-game season stipulation. He came up with an idea for an 18-game season. They got the new Receiver show out on Netflix featuring George Kittle and Deebo Samuel. But he's in favor of an 18-game season, and he'll tell you why next on The Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network that's made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity Internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract for just $15 a month. That's it, $15 a month. And now, the new Stream Saver that includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. That's Xfinity Internet and Stream Saver for just $35. That's right, $35 a month. All your favorites, all in one place. So go ahead. You can binge some shows, stream some movies, whatever you want, and you can do it all at the same time and save some money. Boom, you are good to go. For more watching and less spending, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming and being on the good stuff. How about bring on the good stuff, not being on the good stuff? Well, I guess you could be on the good stuff, too, if you want to. You could bring on the good stuff and be on the good stuff. I don't know what that means. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offers require paperless billing and auto pay. Stored bank account. Equipment taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently 54 bones a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and price subject to change. You love sports? You love high def? You love streaming, watching, binging, all in one place? You will love Xfinity.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert comes back with you on a Wednesday afternoon. Giants pregame at 5:45. Logan Webb against Chris Bassett. Giants can win the series tonight after
That's the way you would do it.
After a walk-off wild pitch yesterday, won them the game. They come from behind yesterday against Yusei Kikuchi and company. We'll get you out to Oracle Park at 5:45 for Giants pregame. So, new show out on Netflix. Remember last year they did the quarterback show, which I really enjoyed. I don't know. I really did think I got a little bit of insight into what it takes to be an NFL quarterback. I mean, we know about it. We talk about it, that it's the most demanding position in sports, that it's the biggest position in North American sports. It's grueling what the guys go through. You saw what Kirk Cousins went through physically, and to see 3 different degrees of it, from Kirk Cousins to Mario Mariota, who was sort of the bottom rung of that, and then Patrick Mahomes is pretty cool. They've got another one out now, receivers.
Yep.
And George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, 2 49ers featured in it. Probably a good idea to do 2 guys on the same team, because receivers also, you can have these down weeks where you don't get a whole lot of usage. But I have not started yet. I'm excited to get into this. This year's version is, I said, Deebo, George Kittle, Devontae Adams, Justin Jefferson, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. So pretty good crop of guys they've got for this one. I'm excited to watch this. Are you going to watch this one?
Oh, yeah.
Different than Hard Knocks. You watched the quarterbacks one, right?
I watched the quarterbacks one.
I thought that was really well done. I liked it a lot.
I liked it a lot, yeah.
So we'll watch this one, too, and I'm sure we'll get some good sound and good audio from it as we get through it. George Kittle was on Rich Eisen today, and there's still talk about there being an 18-game season. We're only going to be at 17 for a second. This is just like a stop-off till we turn the corner and hit 18. Here's George Kittle's idea about how to do an 18-game season.
It's inevitably first. It's going to get to 18 games at some point, right?
Uh-huh.
And I think I've said it for ever since we got to 17 games. I was like, just give us 2 buys, and it just adds an extra week to the season, anyways. Because now instead of 18 weeks, now you're at 19 weeks. So that's another week of football that you're on TV with all the ads and all that stuff. Increases the season long, and it gives guys an extra week of rest because you need that. It's hard to play 18 games. But I'm totally fine with that. Just give us 2 buys. I think if you put 2 buys on the table, I think a lot of guys are going to be more okay with it. I mean, I think when we did the CBA and we were at 16 games and 17 games was not ever on the table, and then all of a sudden it just was. I think it's inevitable that the owner's going to be, hey, this is what we want to do, and there's going to be some give and take. But if that's something that they really want to do, it's going to be okay. Well, what's the negotiation? What can we get out of it too? And so whether it's 2 buys or there are other things that we haven't thought of yet, there's going to be a conversation there. And as long as they're giving guys' bodies actual time off, because like I said, playing 16 games in a row is hard. Playing 17 is really hard, and then you throw the playoffs onto it, and now you're going to add an 18th game. Yeah, it's a lot of football.
Yeah, it's a lot of football.
Yeah, it's a lot of football.
There's a lot of that. I think that makes the most sense. I don't know if that's a super original idea, but I think if you do that, that's the way you have to go. Because he's right. You tack
it's a lot of football.
You tack the playoffs onto that, plus preseason. It's kind of like I remember Brandon Crawford saying this a few years back, where he goes, people always talk about playing for 6 months and playing 162. Because if you tack on playoffs and especially the 30 you play in preseason, you're talking 250 games sometimes, 230 games of baseball throughout the course of a year on a 365-day calendar, right, for baseball. Now, for football, it's obviously much different, but you have to add, especially now with going international. We're opening in Brazil, right? I mean, I see at some point they're going to figure out how to do one in a different hemisphere, and they'll play in Australia or something. It's going to be a weird deal. But I think ultimately this is just the way it's going to go. If they want 18, they'll have to give them 2 buys.
Yeah, look, I mean, if you're going to get something, you got to give something. So they're gonna figure it out. It'd be like if you want, it's negotiation. It's the same as anything. It's like when you ask somebody to do extra streaming only YouTube stuff, they're gonna expect something in return. So if we were gonna do shows, if we were gonna do extra shows, let's say for instance opposite Giant games, we were gonna do shows. We would want something in return because we're doing extra stuff.
Interesting.
For the I don't know if that's going to happen, but if it
wasn't even on the table in the negotiations or something.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. And then all of a sudden it's well, hey, here's what you're going to do. And you're thinking, well, wait a minute, you can't just say, here's what we're going to do. You got to. So it's one of those, all hypothetical, of course. It's a negotiation. You figure out what sides can be happy with what, and that's what they're going to do with the NFL. They're going to 18 games. What do you need? What do you want? Okay, let's work this out. Let's figure it out. You guys will get more money. We'll get more of this. Okay, we need 2 buys. Okay, we can work that. Figure it out. What weeks do you want the buys? How do we figure out the buys so everybody gets a fair, buy, and then you go from there. But I agree with him. I think we're going to get 18, and I like the collection of receivers, too. I think it's a good group of receivers.
Some of the best in the game, if not the best.
To watch.
Yeah. You've got a group of the best. Amon-Ra, Justin Jefferson, Devontae, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel. 707 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line says that in episode 1, Kittle and Deebo are featured heavily in this receiver show. Lots of Papa Sound, and there's some Copes featured in there, too.
Is there?
I got to do the second time now, Bay Area Sports. Yeah.
Very nice.
Waiting for my check. What's up, Netflix? You know what I mean? Just saying. Still waiting for that Apple TV one, too, from that Steph propaganda documentary they put out there.
Yes, you are.
That piece of propaganda. I think it was good. Don't get me wrong. Didn't even mention his last season at Davidson. You know what I mean? Nothing about Louis playing over here at St. Mary's losing his A. But they use my voice. I'm just saying. Don't forget, we'll have to check out the show. 18 games is great. It's so funny for us. We're like, more football's fun.
Yep.
I'm good with that. Tack another game on. More football. I don't know how to make that work better if you do the bye week before a Thursday game or something like how you can manage it. Like you give the byes off a Thursday so that you get more time and the quality of football is better. But when did this come out? Did this just drop yesterday? It dropped today. Oh, nice.
Oh, it did?
I have to go to this today. 707 says, there's your shameless plug. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks for letting me know. I was going to watch anyway, but I was more excited to hear what Papa drops they were going to use in that thing. Get some good Papa from.
Are you going to watch Sprint?
What's Sprint?
That's the one on Netflix, Sprinters. It's like some of the American. I think the.
I did see this.
What's the Jamaican girl? It was like now that Richardson's the American one. I'm trying to think of the one in the Jamaican girl, the one I think last Olympics, but I think she might be featured as well. But similar, you follow the athletes, go through their training, and then go. But I think it's sprinters. As we're leading into the Olympics. I'll check it out, see if it's any good.
Yeah, check it out. Let me know. Because what's that? Here, we have a Papa call that's being used in the show.
San Francisco.
Not a chance they'd play that, but if they did, that'd be incredible.
Maybe. We'll see what happens. Anyway, Tolbert goes with you Wednesday afternoon. Giants pregame coming up in about an hour. When we come on back, 808 KNBR, we can get into a little bit more Giants baseball here. We talked earlier, and we can also put this out to the callers. What is the Giants' biggest position of need? And we can get deeper into this, too. Does Farhan deserve some credit? People earlier on the text line were very upset when I asked that question. People were like, really? Deserving credit? He didn't draft Ramos. How dare you think that Farhan deserves any credit for this? They're under 500. And that's what you said, Tom. He said he gets credit for a record right now that is under 500. But they're definitely tinkering. They're definitely making some moves. The composition of the roster is evolving. Do you believe Farhan deserves any credit here? 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Farhan credit, vibe on the Giants, and biggest position of need as we enter the dog days here. It's Tolbert and Copes, and your calls next on the Sports Leader. Giants won a crazy 4-3 thriller last night that saw another Elliot Ramos dong Blake Snell going 5 innings and a walk-off wild pitch. How are we feeling about this Giants team right now? Give us a call, 415-808-KNBR right now. What's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. Steve, I know this is always something that people feel guilty about or just scared about, don't know what to do. What happens if you have tax returns that are unfiled?
You call us and we take care of it for you. You know, the number one reason people don't file returns is they don't have the money to pay it. And the next year rolls around and they say, how can they file year 2 and they didn't file year 1 and they still don't have the money? And it becomes a lifestyle. Don't wait until some IRS agent is knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. You have so many good options. You have so many rights. We'll explain all of that to you in our free consultation. And then if you don't have the money to pay the taxes, no problem. We want to make a deal for you. If you don't have your records, no problem. Get all the records the IRS and state has on you. And the bottom line is so many of the listeners are just so shocked when they suffer with this for years, and then we can so quickly and easily and painlessly fix the problem. See, that's it. That's it. Let us take your tax problem, take it off of you, get it off your back, and then you can enjoy your life. The only thing you have to do is call for your free consultation.
That's all you have to do. 1-88-TAX-DEAL or find them at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Listen anywhere, anytime on the KNBR app. Now back to Tolbert and Kurps.
Tolbert, Kurps, how you guys doing, man?
I'm good, dude.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes, 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627, the number to call and the number to text. How are you feeling about the Giants? 9-5 in their last 14 games. They can still get to above 500 here in these final two series against Toronto and Minnesota before the All-Star game. We are going to catch up with Elliot Ramos on Friday at the ballpark ahead of Game 1 before the Minnesota Twins series. A 2:15 interview with Elliot Ramos coming on Friday afternoon. But a couple of questions. Are you giving Farhan any credit for any of the tinkering of the moves on the roster? How are you feeling about the team itself? And what position is in most need for the Giants as we enter July here and get closer to the trade deadline? 559 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. It says Giants position of need, one, more than a guy that can hit. I think they're saying more a guy at first base, more than a guy. They're talking about a first baseman here. It's a glaring issue at first, they're saying. I don't totally agree with it being an issue. I think you can upgrade at first base. I mean, Wilmer Flores needs to show that he's capable of doing what he did last year. And Kruk was talking about that on the broadcast a little bit yesterday early in the game. He's saying, Wilmer, with veterans, you sort of assume when they start slow at some point, vets are just going to get their numbers. That's what guys do who are consistent. They figure it out, and it's such an average game. But Wilmer has really, really struggled. Now we're into July. He's been hurt. He's getting a little bit older. I don't disagree that right-handed bat at first base could be an upgrade. If you found a first baseman outfielder, a right-handed bat, that would be a positive.
Yeah, I mean, I apparently Flores will have to go back in the deal, I would think, because you're not going to have much use for him if he's playing.
Yeah, it's pretty much all he can do.
He's playing first, but I again, who's out there? Guerrero's out there. We know that.
It's unlikely.
That's highly unlikely. I'm not sure what else is out. Like, I don't know what else is out there that I look at, because basically what you're looking at is A's, Angels, White Sox, those type of teams. I'm not sure does I know you're going to do it, but I'm going to say his name anyway. Does Rooker play? Does he play any first base?
Rooker?
Is he?
It just matter.
He's strictly a DH.
Friend of the program.
DH outfielder, yeah.
I think he's a DH outfielder. I don't know that he plays any first base.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Because he's a guy that I'd be surprised if he hasn't moved. Because that guy rakes. Like, he can hit. So, like, that's the thing. You start looking at positions, you're like, I don't know, can we do a lot better than we have? Like, you'd like to, but when I look around the baseball, I'm not seeing, like, a whole bunch of guys out there. I haven't really looked at the Marlins to see what they have at first base, or the White Sox, see what they have at first base. But there's just not a lot of teams out there they're going to be dealing. Angels don't have much. They have Shonowell, and they're not trading him. He's like second year in the bigs, and he's a lefty anyway, so you don't need a lefty. You got Wade. And you don't need anybody too good because you just want him to platoon. So you're kind of in a position where, like, hey, we'd like somebody that's better than what we have, but not too good, because we're not going to play him a lot. We're going to play Wade against a lot of righties. I mean, look, a lot of this is just going to be, I think Flores, you have to hope that he gets back to what he was last year. Last year may be a big ask, but somewhere between this year and last year would be fine. Like, somewhere, like, not there, not here, but somewhere in this general vicinity here. Vicinity is good.
Yeah.
Right here. It's like Steve Martin said in The Jerk. Not this shelf, not that shelf, but you can have stuff in this shelf between the erasers and the whatever it is. You can have, like, right in there you can have. So that's kind of what we're looking for. So it's probably not going to happen because it's too, like, niche. Like, good but not too good. Right-handed, that's it. That's all we need. We don't want to give up too much for it. So, like, I do. I like where they're at right now. I like where they're at. You love where they're at? No, they're below 500. But, you know, you look at the rest of the – can they go on a run like the Cardinals? Like, I didn't realize. I knew the Cardinals – I said this a couple days ago. Like, man, the Cardinals are like 4 games. I didn't realize how far they'd come. They're like
got hot,
30
yeah.
Yeah, like 33-18 or 35-50, something like that over the last month and a half. It's ridiculous. Like, they are on fire for an extended period of time. Can they do that? Like, I think they could. I think they could. If the pitching is what we think it might be, I think there's a possibility of them getting hot and going 30-20. You know, something like that, where you go 50 games and 10 games over 500, and you're feeling pretty good about yourself.
It's a damn good run. Yeah.
Like, I think it's in there. I do. When I look at the lineup, and I look at the rotation, I think it can be had. Like, I do. I look at the Cardinals and go, are the Cardinals that much better than the Giants? Not really. And they got some guys hitting, and
their pitching's not nearly as good.
Pitching's not as good. Goldschmidt and Arenado's overall numbers haven't been great, but I don't know what they've been doing the last month. I don't know if they're, like, kind of carrying it. I know Donovan has been really, really good for him. Burleson has had some good games for him. So, but I agree with you. I look at that team, I look at the Giants and go, well, why can't they do that? They should be able to do that. And that's what I'm basing this whole thing off of. As I look at these teams in the middle, I'm like, that Giants are as good as that team. They got every bit as good a team as that team. So I do believe that's coming at some point in the second half. Like, they're not going to have a stretch like they had. I do not believe. I'll look at it and look at the schedule. I don't look that far ahead, but they're not going to have another stretch of Dodgers, Guardians, Braves like that tough, like a 9-game.
They get the Dodgers after the All-Star break. They get 3 in. They open in Colorado for 3, and then and then 4 at Dodger Stadium.
Okay.
But then you come back home for Rockies, A's.
Yeah.
Then you go on the road for a road trip that'll matter at the beginning of August at Cincinnati, at Washington. Washington may be playing themselves out of it now. They're young and they were kind of playing over their heads early in the season, so they may be playing themselves out of it now. But those will be 7 key games against Washington and Cincinnati to start August.
If you're the team you think you are, if you're the team that thinks you can do what the Cardinals have done, have that type of run, that's the type of stretch. You get the Dodgers for 4, but you get Rockies sandwiching that, and then you get Reds, and then you get Nationals. Like, that's the type of stretch right there. That's, 3-5 series, so 15, 16, 17 games, somewhere like that. That's the type of stretch you go 10-5, 11-4. And, like, you make a statement like, hey, this is where we start separating ourselves from the rest of the pack. Because that is not that difficult of a stretch. I mean, Dodgers notwithstanding, you get Rockies twice. Did you say the A's are in there somewhere?
Yeah, you get the A's for 2 at the end of the month.
And then the Nationals and the Reds. Okay, I mean, they're right there with you. But, again, if you think you're that team, like that's a stretch where you look at and say, hey, we should come out of the break and we should be rolling. We should be picking up ground. We should pick up ground in this next 20 games. These are teams we should beat. These are teams we can beat. So we'll see what happens, but I do believe a stretch is coming where they play some really good ball and they go, let's say, 50 games a lot, but let's say they go like 20-10 or 20-12, where they pick up 10 games on 500 in 30. I believe that's coming. I do.
209 checks in on the Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line, says the Giants have finished above 500 once in 6 years under Farhan. They have 2 playoff wins in those 6 years. The Giants' best player is currently someone Farhan didn't even draft. But, hey, he's, quote, tinkering with the roster in year 6, so I should think he deserves credit. I'm not saying you should think he deserves so. I'm just saying I'm asking what people are feeling. When you have a positive feeling about your team, somebody deserves the credit. You know what I mean? I know the players are the guys making plays.
Look, they're 2 games under 500. That's what he deserves credit for. That's
exactly.
Not good.
Yeah.
So if you want to be like, say, hey, he doesn't deserve any credit, I get it. I think he deserves credit for 2 games under 500. That's not good. I don't care what type of team he built. That's what they are right now, period. That's what you get credit for. But they've never had a pitching staff, in theory, that could do what this one could. And it's still in theory because we haven't seen Cobb, we haven't seen Ray yet this year. But we've seen Hicks. We've seen Harrison in stretches. Like, he wasn't great last. They didn't get off to a great start against the Guardians. But it's Snell, in theory, is a really good pitcher and a really good second-half pitcher. He started off last night on the right foot. Webb, not in theory. We know he's really good, and he has been really good this year. They've never had this type of starting pitching depth. I mean, this is like, and even Birdsong. Like, you get a guy like that can fill in for you and do some stuff. Like, he's not even expected to pitch. He wasn't supposed to pitch. And he hasn't been great, but, for the experience he has, he's been pretty damn good.
Might be the next dude, yeah.
Yeah. So, that's kind of where I'm basing I think they're going to take a run. Because who knew about Ramos? Who knew that he would be a bat in the middle of that order? And, you do worry, can Conforto stay hot? And if he's not hot, will Chapman be hot when he's not hot? Is Soler going to get the power back going at some point? Like, you do wonder, like, is the offense, like, can they continue to push across, almost 5 runs a game? But the pitching, again, in theory, you can't argue with if Ray comes back and Cobb comes back and pitch well. I mean, my goodness, that they're giving you a chance to win every single night out. Well, we'll see what happens. But as far as like Farhan gets credit, doesn't get credit, again, I don't really care. He gets credit when they win, doesn't when they lose. Right now they're under 500. So in my book, that's what he gets credit for. 2 games under 500.
530 checks in and says, I'll give it to Farhan for adapting. Maybe a year of Pete Patillo is paying dividends. Farhan may not have drafted Matos, but the previous 4, or Ramos, but the previous 4 or 5 regimes couldn't develop an all-star outfielder either. # chill. says, or maybe saying hashtag Chili. Who knows? Chili Davis, shout him out, 1986 All-Star. Here's a Farhan Zaidi yesterday talking about, this is him discussing the move of Nick Ahmed being designated for assignment. Here he is.
Yeah, you always hope that you can move in that direction. We've talked a lot about wanting to give some of our young players coming up opportunities and adding athleticism to the roster. And one of the best ways to do that is to have your young guys come up and earn roles. And it's as much as anything, it's just a vote of confidence in those guys. And Matos and Fitz in particular, they're guys who have been a little bit on the sort of up and down shuttle between here and Sacramento, and hopefully this is an opportunity for them to feel like they don't have to look over their shoulder and continue, a lot of the positives that we've seen with them. So, as far as Nick and Austin Slater go, both consummate pros, and they both did a nice job for our team. And, the bottom line stat line might not look impressive, but they were big parts of this team. And for us, it was more just about giving some opportunities to some other players who played well.
That was interesting. What was interesting there is him saying the DFAing of Nick Ahmed allows the young players to not have to look over their shoulder anymore, to think, well, this guy's coming back or this guy's just going to take the job. I'm only doing this temporarily. And that's maybe a little bit of what plays into Elliot Ramos' ability to have some freedom there, too. Once Jung-Hoo Lee goes down, everybody knows there's an outfield spot kind of open, right? Matos came up and he held it for a minute because they were so thin. They didn't have, at one point, they didn't have Conforto or Slater or Jung-Hoo Lee. They were dropping like flies, and they needed outfield help. And so those guys came up and had the ability or the remember, we discussed it for a while. Will they send Ramos back down when Slater comes back? And Farhan told us, no, man, he's got like an 850 OPS. What are we going to do? This guy's mashing right now. So, I don't know. Maybe some of that helps. Maybe a guy like Luciano or Wisely is able to play a little bit more free, knowing it's their position now. The keys are theirs to do with what they can.
Well, that was the funny. I mean, it seems funny now, but we were asking ourselves that question, and I was like, I remember saying, well, Matos is up here because they need a center fielder.
Yeah.
But I wonder if Ramos is going to be able to stay up here. Who knew? Who knew he could play center field? So I mean, if I'd have known that, maybe I would have thought differently. But the point still stands. He was the one. Ramos was the one where I was wondering, is he going to be here? Is he not going to be here? That was like 3 weeks ago, maybe 4, and now he's an all-star. So things can change pretty quickly. Where it's like Matos was the guy that ultimately got sent down, and Ramos stayed up. And I remember the conversation like you do. It was like, no, it's OPS, is this, is that. He's not going down at all. And he's just gotten better from that point on. Now his OPS isn't over 8. Well, I guess it still is, but it's over 9.
It's over 9.
Yeah. Last
it's
night,
300 again. Yeah.
2 for 4. Yep. Double and a homer. So pretty amazing stuff. What he's been able to do. You think about where they would be without him. Boy, it'd be rough, because he has been kind of the constant in the middle of that order, that he just doesn't go long stretches without doing anything. And that's part of the reason I think that run that I talked about is coming, is like they actually have someone in the middle of the order are able to count on, and he's able to get stuff done. And you could kind of see it. Like I've resigned myself a little bit to the fact that Conforto's going to get really hot, then he's probably not for a while. And more so, Chapman's going to get hot, then not for a while. Soler, you're not sure exactly what you're going to get from Soler. If he could lay off some of the breaking balls low or up the outside part of the plate, he's pretty solid. Like he can still get on base. He can run. He's got power. But he has so much trouble with that, especially that low breaking ball at 2 strikes. That just crushes him. And then after that, it's like, okay, Matos kind of, up or down, hit or miss. Yaz, kind of the same thing. It's kind of up or down, hit or miss. I like Wisely's at-bats. Like, he is what he is, but I do like his at-bats. It'd be nice to see Estrada get going a little bit. He has not got going at all this year. Like, if Estrada and Flores could get going just a little bit, not even a lot bit, just a little bit, then I think you're kind of cooking with the offense. And I don't mean cooking as in like Dodgers cooking, okay? We're not cooking as in
relative.
Yeah, it's relative cooking for like who you are. It's like you're not all of a sudden Bobby Flay. It's like, okay, you're still right here. This is your restaurant, but you're going to be as good as you could be. So I Again, I do. And now, if the pitching falls apart, then I'm going to be dead wrong on this one. Absolutely dead wrong. And it could. You never know. You're hoping Ray comes back, but he hasn't pitched in so long. What's he going to look like? But he's getting a nice, long kind of run-up to starting a game in the big leagues, right? Like, it's not like, hey, we need you out there now. Like, he's getting a nice run-up, and he should be, like, ready to go and ready to give him some innings when he gets here. Cobb, I'm less sure about, but I'm excited to see, when the first time they can go through the rotation where it's Webb, Snell, and Ray. Like, that's pretty. I mean, they're going to have more lefties they know what to do with, possibly, with Harrison, Ray, and Snell. You can have 3 lefties in the starting 5. If they decide to skip Hicks's turn, I don't know, maybe Hicks and Harrison share a turn in the rotation where they just kind of keep going back and forth. I have no idea, but that's if Cobb gets back. But I'm excited to see this thing kind of at full strength with the pitching back and see how they going. And we talked about this at the beginning of the year. Man, it'd be great to see him full strength. It'd be great to see the rotation full strength. Be great to see that was even before Giant fans or any of us knew what Ramos was. Now you know who Ramos is. It makes it even a little more enticing to back this team because you're like, oh, they got an all-star in the middle of the order. So, yeah, I think second half of the season, I'd be shocked if they fell out of it, like at any point where they were just like toast and they were terrible. That would surprise me.
Tolbert and Copes with you Wednesday afternoon. This just came across my desk, so we got to get to this. Key and Peele had a sketch years ago where they did an Obama sketch, right, where they did the translating what Obama had to say bit. They also did the one where Obama walks into a room and meets people, where he meets a group of different race people, and the Caucasian people, he walks up, hey, how are you? Nice to meet you. Barack Obama shakes their hand, but then he gets to the one brother, and he's like, hey, what's up, man? And then they dap each other up. Well, Team USA getting ready for their friendly against Team Canada, basketball. They're all there. Obama's meeting with the team, and he's giving a speech or something like that. They're all standing there. He finishes up, and he walks behind him, and he daps up his boy Steph Curry, daps up Anthony Edwards, giving big dap and bro hug to LeBron, Anthony Davis. Then he gets to our guys, Eric Spoelstra, Mark Few, and Steve Kerr. And they get the white man handshake from Barack Obama. All right, Steve Kerr, it's good to see you. Steve kind of forces a hug on him, too. I think Steve...
did he?
Yeah, Steve forces a little awkward lean-in hug on Barack, dude. Here's the audio of the meeting.
John O'Rourke. Nice to meet you, John. Mr. Ian Roberts. Nice to meet you. Peter Tencio. All right. Nice to meet you. Jerome Smith. Come on, brother. What's up, fam? You know this. Keith Williamson. Nice to meet you. Mary Woodbury. Nice to meet you. Jay Martell. Nice to meet you, sir. Daryl Stokes. Come on. What's up, fam? How you doing? Never forget about that, because that's all we got. Nice to meet you. All right. Oh, bring it in. Start from the bottom, now we're here.
We got to send you this video, Tom. It's hysterical. That he's dapping up all the players. LeBron's like, bring it in, brother. Oh, man. Only on Tolbert and Copes does it work.
That's hilarious.
All right, Tolbert and Copes with you Wednesday afternoon. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll come on back. What do we have time for? A sound soiree? Yeah, we got a nice beefy sound soiree, too.
Nice.
You see Mike Gundy catching some heat? Yeah.
I did.
Deion Sanders checked in, asked if he's judged differently now as a head coach. We got some Devontae Adams and some sound from a Braves broadcast. The furry convention was in town. That's all coming your way in a sound soiree next on the Sports Line.
What's up, fam?
The NFL Receiver Show is currently streaming on Netflix and covers Deebo Samuel and George Kittle's 2023 seasons. Keep it locked here. Your home of 49ers football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the sports leader.
This is Tolbert & Co.'s Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
San Francisco. All right, the Sound Soiree, a collection of sound from across the sports world you may or may not have heard. This piece of sound, we'll start with, dude, I'm excited for football to come back, not just because it's football season, but because of the content football provides us from pissed off coaches, both college and NFL. We get so much good stuff from there. We got some bits and some sound we're going to use, or some stuff we're going to do when football season gets going. But we were gifted some Media Day sound from the Big 12. Big 12 Media Day, Mike Gundy, proving again that football's king at Oklahoma State, that you can say whatever you want for the most part and be okay. Mike Gundy, head coach of Oklahoma State, he's addressing running back Ollie Gordon of Oak State, who got a DUI. So you sit there at Media Day, and they're asking him questions about it, and he's talking about it. Fact! And here's what Gundy said in defense of his running back.
So I looked it up on my phone. What would be the legal limit? Like in Oklahoma is 0.08, and Ollie was 0.1. So I looked it up, and it was based on body weight. Not to get into the legal side of it, but I thought really 2 or 3 beers or 4. I'm not justifying what Ollie did. I'm telling you what decision I made. Well, I thought I've probably done that 1,000 times in my life. And I, it's just fine. So I got lucky. People get lucky. Ollie made a decision that he wished he could have done better. But when I talked to Ollie, I told him, I said, you're lucky you got out light.
I drove borderline drug maybe 1,000 times.
I get what he's saying, and I think I agree with him. I do. I think there are times where there's a real fine line between 0.08 and 0.09 and 0.1, but it's still not excusable. And I don't know how to worded it that way. The wording of that, if I've done that a few times. I mean, a lot of people have, and But I've done it thousands.
I've done that thousands of times, man.
Good grief. Thousands?
That's years worth. It's years worth of opportunities. Yeah.
The ultimate message he was trying to get across, I agree with.
I've probably done that 1,000 times.
I think the path to get there, I don't know. I don't know if I would have signed off on that one.
Yeah, I don't know that I buy into that.
1,000 times. I've done 1,000 times. So easy.
Come after me. I love one of my other favorite parts of it too is when he says, "I don't want to get into the legal parts of this, but I look, that's 3 or 4 beers." I was like, "What part of this is legal?" I was like,
not to get into the legal side of it, but
oh man.
So then he tweets out today. Mike Gundy later tweeted, either this was last night or this morning. He says, "My intended point this is yesterday. My intended point today at Big 12 Media Day was that we're all guilty of making bad decisions." It was not a reference to something specific. That's not true. Yes, it was very specific.
It's very
specific.
I
looked up based on body weight, figured out what it was, and thought that's like 3 to 4 beers. I've done that 1,000 times. Yeah.
I think he was trying.
I get what he's saying, but
he's trying to minimize it a little bit. Look, yes, it's DUI. Yes, he needs to be held accountable. But it wasn't like he was drinking a 12-pack. Not like he had a fifth of whiskey and he was like a 0.2 getting into a car. Again, not excusable, but I think anybody that sits around and says, "Yeah, I've never had 2 or 3 beers," and drove home when you may have been maybe you were 0.6. I don't know. Obviously that's under the limit, but someone
0.06, you mean?
0.06, yeah. 0.6, you're dead.
I was like, 0.6, that's tough.
Yeah, 0.6. Yeah, it's tough to do anything.
That's not true.
Would probably be even tough.
I'm pressing blew into the breathalyzer at 0.6.
I get what he's saying, but again, the overall point was taken. The exact message to get there, not the best.
Yeah, I don't know.
Are you kidding me? Where are we at in society today?
1,000 times.
Come after me. We did, and then he tweeted, "No, I wasn't saying that."
No,
we kind of came after him. We didn't go after Ollie. Isn't that funny how Ollie gets a DUI and everybody's coming after Gundy?
Yeah.
This kid broke the law, and everyone's like, "Mike, what are you talking about?"
That's not true.
Another college football coach, Deion Sanders. They wrote here, it's Pac-12 Media Day. No. It's Big 12 Media Day for Deion Sanders, is it not? Somebody said
there is no Pac-12
There is no
Media
Pac-12.
Day.
It's gone. The Big 12 Media Day rolls on with Deion Sanders. He's asked if he's judged differently as a coach.
Do you feel an obligation with whom you are to
perform at a higher level or coach at higher levels?
Yeah, yes, I'm judged on a different scale. My wins are totally different than your wins. Your wins, you just judging football. That's why I have to start out and give you education and academics and so forth. I have to give you those things so you understand there's a greater scope. I can't win 9 games and our GPA suffers. Our GPA can't be high, but we lose another 8 games. We can't not go and grab high school players and you got a bunch of guys in the portal, out of the portal that's getting incarcerated. My wins are different. We have to win in every area. That's the way we're judged. And I'm cool with that because we come a little different.
I hear him.
They come with Louis.
I'm coming with Louis. I'm bringing my luggage, and it's Louis.
Oh, man.
It's kind of nice to hear a college coach say that, though.
No, I know.
You don't hear that stuff. I have to balance a lot. It's not acceptable for me to lose on any front.
Yep. I mean, that's big-time college coaching, and especially for Deion, right? People are wondering if he can get it done, and last year was exciting. I think if you ask people that are just kind of casual football fans how many wins they had last year, they'd probably go, I don't know, what, 7 or so?
They have 4?
No, they have 4. Like, they got up to a good start. Remember, they had the big win.
Who'd they beat, Nebraska? Is that the big one they had?
No, it's TCU, I think.
TCU was the opener, and then they lost to Oregon. That was when they got the brakes beat off. But they beat Nebraska.
That was the one.
Matt Rule
that
in
was
Nebraska.
The one where Dan Lanning says, they play for clicks.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, that wasn't set up. That was a pretty good one, though. I mean, I gotta give it to him. But yeah, they had an incredible game against Colorado State, one of the best of the year.
Yep.
But they're big time favorites over there. Barely beat them.
They lost to Stanford. They coughed that game to Stanford on the Friday night, the late one.
Yep. Played USC tough, lost to them. So I mean, like you would think that's how bad they were before. Like, oh my gosh, they were good last year, weren't they? No, they were exciting. They had a lot of hypes around them.
Early on, they were exciting, right?
Yeah. But we'll see what happens this year. There's a lot of stories about he runs guys off and doesn't get to know guys and all those sort of things. But who knows? They could be just disgruntled kids. We'll see this year. We'll see what kind of steps they've made this year. Like
it's Division I football.
Thank you, Dan.
It's the Big 12.
Are they going to get to 6, 7, maybe take another step? But he is looked at differently because it's like, oh, okay, Deion. You know, coach lower levels. He gets his job because he's Deion. Let's see how he does. But I'll tell you what, the one thing he did do that Colorado hasn't had, even when they did have some wins, was the attention they had. People were paying attention to Colorado football last year. Because they may have the best. They may have the best player in college football, Hunter, the D-back. He's good. He's really good.
That game last year was insane. The Colorado State-Colorado game.
Oh, that was a
blast.
wild game. Wild game.
Devontae Adams. He's on the Up and Adams podcast with Kay Adams, the Up and Adams show. And I guess Devontae Adams has beef, the current Las Vegas Raider, with the Chargers social media team. Here's Devontae Adams.
It was a little trend a little bit ago where, you know, few of the social media pages were posting some funny stuff of, you know, when the schedule was releasing. So they posted me and then like a trash can or something like that. The Chargers did. So I thought about responding on social media to it and you know, being funny there, but I figured it'd be better to, you know, just beat their head in real life and continue doing it the way, you know, because my first game against them, I don't know, they clearly forgot.
Yeah,
you
like
10 catches, 141 yards and a touchdown. And then the next time, that same year, it was like 177 yards and, you know, 2 touchdowns, I think it was that game. So I just wanted to kind of remind them what they've been going through as it pertains to playing against me. And hopefully the people that made that post, because it's not the players' fault. They didn't have anything to do with the post, but this is directed strictly toward the Chargers social media page. Please keep my name out your mouth and show some.
So stupid.
What are we talking about?
What are we doing, man? Yeah, I'm going to kill him. Just wait. I mean, nothing against the players. What?
Yeah,
What?
I'm gonna kill the nerds.
Bash
that are
their
behind the
heads
social
in. Like,
media
I was like,
account.
whatever, man. All right. You shove a photographer last year? This isn't age. That's
Yes,
not
he
aging
did.
well. 2 years ago.
he
Since
did.
that was
Was it
2
2 years
seasons
ago?
ago. Yes. Sorry,
That was against Kansas City, wasn't it?
Resident Raider fans like, no, not last season. He hit a spectator working a couple of years ago. One more here. Braves broadcast. Atlanta Braves. they're in Pittsburgh. And this happens every year. I think we get sound of this when the broadcasters realize they're staying in a hotel with the same people who are there in town in Pittsburgh for the furry convention. I know Dave Fleming and the Giants broadcast team have run into this in the past.
Okay.
This year it's the Braves broadcast team. They're discussing the furry convention that they saw in Pittsburgh on the broadcast.
That's lost today, 8-2 in Pittsburgh. Power of the Furries took care of the Metropolitans again today. It's real. Yeah, it's a real thing. I must say, when we met that Cardinal fan with the Nolan Arenado shirt at the convention the other night in Pittsburgh, Cardinals third baseman's taken off.
How's he been doing, Feeling that. Feeling the furries. We might have to dress up next year.
What would you be?
Fredbird.
Fredbird?
Garfield.
A good cat. Yeah. What would you be?
You had to pick one. We saw a lot of interesting creatures.
There were dragons. There were giraffes. Saw somebody dressed up as SpongeBob. I don't know how that factored in.
Pretty inclusive community. They're going to let anybody in.
It's true. Very welcoming. Very nice. It was fun.
Saw a lamb.
Yes. Yep. We had a couple unicorns. That was cool. I don't know. I'll have to think about it.
Okay.
I think about it. Okay,
inclusive community.
Let anybody in.
Anybody in.
Anybody. That's so funny. Tolbert goes. We have audio from Entourage with the furry bit. Is that what you were saying, Derek? No, he doesn't have that. Anyway, that's your sound soiree for Wednesday, July 10, 2024. We got Giants pregame in about 15 minutes. Tim, you do have some audio from Entourage?
You got a furry, bro.
What the is a furry?
Someone who wants to you like you're a stuffed animal.
Johnny Drama telling Turtle, dude. That's a funny episode, by the way. Girl's nuts. We got a, dude, I was looking at the pot of soup today, dude. Good ingredients in the soup today. There's some good soup coming your way next to warm you up on a warm evening here in San Francisco. Giants pregame in about 15 minutes at 5:45, but Soup du Jour is next on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network that's made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract for just $15 a month. That's it, $15 a month. And now, the new Stream Saver that includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. That's Xfinity Internet and Stream Saver for just $35. That's right, $35 a month. All your favorites, all in one place. So go ahead. You can binge some shows, stream some movies, whatever you want, and you can do it all at the same time and save some money. Boom! You are good to go. For more watching and less spending, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming and being on the good stuff. How about bring on the good stuff, not being on the good stuff? Well, I guess you could be on the good stuff too if you want to. You could bring on the good stuff and be on the good stuff. I don't know what that means. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offers require paperless billing and auto pay. Stored bank account. Equipment taxes, fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Currently 54 bones a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and price subject to change. You love sports? You love high def? You love streaming, watching, binging, all in one place? You will love Xfinity.
Excuse me, Flo?
It's that time of day.
What is the soup du jour?
It's the soup of the day.
Tolbert and Cope's Soup du Jour.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
All right, time to get to a little soup. Got some decent ingredients, as Cope said. I don't know where everybody is with clowns. I'm not a huge clown guy, but I'm not like anti-clown. Like I'm not freaked out by clowns. I don't get scared of clowns. Funny clowns, I don't find that funny. I mean, the people that used to dress up as clowns and just be menacing, just to be menacing for menacing's sake.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Those people?
You know, just like dress up as a clown and go walk around in the park.
Oh, you mean like in public?
No, not Gacy. I mean, no.
You said menacing.
I don't think I have to make that clear
dude?
that I think killing kids and burying them in your backyard is a bad thing.
Sounds like I like clowns except for Gacy. Yeah.
You know, clowns are okay. Gacy went a little over the line, okay. But other than that, I still like clowns.
Working birthday parties.
No, I'm talking about the clowns. You know how there was like a few years ago, there was like clowns just like, you'd see a clown like walking around the park, just like being like scary, just being scary's sake, just being an idiot.
Where was this? I never saw that.
Oh, you never saw that? Oh, yeah, this is a few years ago, yeah. They deserve to be punched and flogged. I mean, just...
funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown and amuse you?
I mean, if you're just going to dress up as a clown...
amuse you?
Just to go scare people, just like walk around in the park at night, or you deserve to be hit in the face with a shovel. Yeah. But as far as like funny clowns or like the clowns that you get the kids' parties and stuff like that, whatever. They don't really.
It's a clown question, bro.
Thank you. This clown's a different twist on clowns. This guy is named Francis Bui, B-U-I, 28, a clown. Looks like he tries to be somewhat happy clown. He's got the red makeup, the white around the mouth and over the eyes, and smiley face. Not like a sad clown with the tears and stuff like that. So yeah, happy clown. Got the red vest on, stuff like that. Probably got the flower that squirts out water. Apparently,
make me a bicycle clown.
Yeah, well, apparently when he's not a clown, he was squirting out other things. Because he is moonlighting as a hooker. Yeah. Oh, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Use your imagination. Yeah, it's pictured above is Francis Bui, 28. He's a clown, but also moonlit as a hooker. That's something. So they monitored his online post offering escort service in the Scranton area and discovered an ad offering sexual services by Bowie, by a male who was later identified as.
Sorry, what did you say that website was?
Let me get it for you.
I want to get that for me. Yeah. Just for my files.
Here it is. It's a sucky clown.
Okay.
That
is not real. That is not a real website.
Well, I don't see it here, but it is the web. There's almost every site available. Yeah. So would you be shocked if there? I tell you what. Since you're at work, who cares? Go to suckyclown.com and see if there's something there. I bet you there might be something there. Somebody on the YouTube, go to Sucky Clown.
It says I just tried, and it says it's not secure. So maybe I can't do it here at the office.
It's not secure. Oh my God!
Now here comes IT. You know what I mean? Here comes the IT.
So I thought about that. Like now that's like, does he wear his makeup when he goes out on calls?
He better.
God. He should have the little fly, like, oh my God, that would be. Can you imagine?
Does he dress like different types of clowns? Like, he'll come in as like the Heath Ledger Joker.
I don't know.
I want to know how I got these scars.
Well, you could ask for a sad clown. You could ask for a happy clown. You could ask for. No, I'm not going to say that. But you could add like all kinds of clowns because he could tailor the makeup to what you want. Yeah, I don't know. It didn't say. Did it say in the story, Tim? I didn't see that in the story.
Whether he dressed up as a clown.
Whether he dressed up as a clown. Yeah, well, Tim says no. He
Tacky says it's not a real site. Tacky says it's not a real site. So
it's not a real site?
So if anybody wants to buy the domain, suckysuckyclown.com.
Go to GoDaddy.com. You can have it. It's all good.
Whatever, make me a bicycle clown.
True Blue says, does he ever do ICP when he goes?
The performer, cops reported, stated the money was so poor, being a clown. That's when he went to prostitution to supplement his income. Well, that's a rough life right there. A clown and a prostitute. Oh my gosh, that's rough right there. I don't think it's gonna. You can't go back to clowning after that, can you?
415 on the text line says, "Happy clown, happy ending."
Oh man, how many? I mean, literally. Think about this. You got to close your eyes just for a second. And think about this. Like,
okay.
Think about how many colored handkerchiefs he could pull out of your rectum. He just said. He's sitting there pulling. Why do I get a gong on that? Why do I get a rim shot? That was definitely worthy of a rim shot. You kidding me? It's like, oh.
True Blue on the YouTube chat says, damn, so clowning don't pay. Says after entertaining the kids and he entertains the parents.
Exactly. I mean, not Dr. Giggles. Think about all the stuff that could be like transitioned or repurposed from the clown act to the bedroom.
Dr. Giggles.
For the sex act. I mean, the handkerchiefs are like number one.
Yeah.
The bunny isn't going to like it.
Don't they always wear big shoes? You know what they say about big shoes?
Oh, yeah, the big shoes. Absolutely.
Tim says he's going to blow up the condoms like they're balloons. Like they're inflatable balloons, dude.
Oh, my gosh. That is just... Wow, yeah, and then that. I mean,
stupid horn, dude. That stupid horn.
Oh man! All right, what else do we have here in the soup? Oh my gosh! I'm kind of looking through it right now. Do you have anything that you would like to go with?
With our options here are in the soup.
Yeah. Well, I looked at the guy that was stealing the animals. Said Ohio man found with a hamster in his pocket after busted for Petland burglary. Now, I don't know what he stole from Petland. It says right here, they allegedly burglarized a Petland store and set loose some of the animals. Oh, okay. I'm down with that. Let's let loose some of the animals who were at the pet store. Was found with 4 hamsters stuffed in his pockets. Those
Is that a hamster in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?
Discovered him sleeping. Oh my gosh. Okay, he might be. The cops discovered him sleeping in leopard print pajamas outside of a near business. So sweet last name though, Matthew Pancake. Never.
That's not it. Come on.
That's what it says.
Matt,
it says no. It says
Matt Pancake.
Matt Pancake, 31. His name is Matt Pancake.
That's so stupid. Come on. That's better than the story itself. Just his name, Matt Pancake.
Said when the investigators arrived outside the store, they found dogs, birds, bunnies, and a hamster in the parking lot outside. Dude, they should have ran. Of course, they were thinking, we're going to eat. We had nowhere to go. Some of the other animals were still unaccounted for late in the morning. Ooh, that's where they were, in his pocket. You're going to love this. It says, officers found Pancake, Pancake has it's amazing. He has an extensive rap sheet. They found him near a Big Lots.
Yeah. Would you like a smoke and a pancake?
Who doesn't love Big Lots? Oh, my goodness gracious.
This guy looks in the shops there, yeah. Piping a crepe.
Pancake special scheduled for arraignment tomorrow in Franklin County. So there you go.
Text line says his friends call him Flapjack.
Flapjack? What's up, Jack?
What's up, Flapjack?
I've never heard that last name before. Ever. I've never heard the last name Pancake before.
They catch him in an IHOP? Because that's what's your real name? Steve Pancake? What's his name? His real name? Matt Pancake.
Matt Pancake. Matt Pancake.
Would you like a smoke and a pancake?
Oh, bong and a blintz?
Cigar and waffle?
God. That's good stuff. All right. What else do we have here? We have... Now, that one wasn't very good. I had one, God dang it, I had one that I saved from yesterday that I wanted to get to that didn't get to. Okay, let's just go with this one, because this is going to be a surprise for everybody here. The wedding crashers. Wow, somebody crashed a wedding and left a gift? I'm going to have to... they left a card. What is that? Is that a card with pennies? It's got like pennies and dollars on it and stuff. $11.54. Now, look. Okay, look. I'm gonna have to read a little bit more on this story because they crashed the party, left the groom and bride a card, $11.54 inside, and I got to figure out what the hell because that $11.54 has to be in relation to something.
It's the holiday they had on them, and they
That's
signed
it?
a letter from Uncle David.
That was it,
Nancy.
Tim? They just... Okay, so...
Yeah. They signed it Uncle Dave and Aunt Nancy. There is no Uncle Dave and Aunt Nancy.
Oh, so they went straight wedding crashers.
Yeah.
Like, they were like, okay. Okay, look. If you're going to crash the wedding and show up and be cordial and leave a little money, leave a little a card, okay. Go with that. I'm not trying to do anything nefarious. I crashed a wedding party one time. I didn't crash an entire wedding, but I was at a bar in Tucson when I came home from. I kind of got ditched by the rest of the guys. They went to a restaurant, and I said, "Hey, let me go to the bathroom." I came outside the bathroom. Everybody was gone. I'm like, "What the hell?" So I walked back to the bar we were at before that, which was about 1.5 miles away. Nobody was there, so I just went back to the hotel. And in the hotel, they had like a wedding party at the bar. And it didn't seem to be secured. So I went down there and go, hey, you guys mind if I join you? So I went down there and just had some drinks and talking to the bride and groom and everybody in the party and stuff like that. And then went to my room, just kind of chill. Not a huge party, but just down there at the bar watching the football game with everybody that was down there. So here you go.
Not much of a crash. Not quite wedding crash.
No, it's not a crash at all.
You were just there.
Not a crash at all. You know what I call that story? A bridge to get us to the Blue Jays and the Giants.
Nice.
That's
well
what
done.
that was.
Well done.
Let's thank everybody. Mark Spears joined us today. Elliot Ramos didn't, but he's supposed to join us Friday when we're going to be out at the park for the Twins and the Giants. And who else was it?
Your buddy, Hall of Famer.
Mitch Richmond.
There you go.
Yeah, sweet trophy. Which they'll be handing out tonight at the California Classic.
It's cute.
Thanks, Derek.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tim. Time to get you ready for the Blue Jays and Giants next here in the Sports Leader. Take it away, Dirk.
Oh, my God. Oh! Shut it down. Let's go.